Chapter 101. As Orochimaru returned to the laboratory, Yu frowned, and a large snake was soaking in a lard container. This is the white phosphorus serpent. It is the highest achievement I have achieved so far. It is perfect in every way. If I remember correctly, the main body of Orochimaru will also look like this in the future. I didn't expect it to be successfully cultivated so early. Well, it's just kind of ugly. Don't say that. Come with me. Passing through the dark passage, Orochimaru took Yu to another laboratory. This time, Yu's original meat was stored in it, but it has now grown to the size of a palm. Uncle Snake, why did you show me this? Are you trying to transplant my cells to others? That's right, so I'm asking for your opinion. It doesn't matter, as long as you don't get me a bunch of sun. Yu said indifferently that her body was changing all the time, which was considered a knockout for Yu. However, it seems that he occupies a large proportion in Orochimaru's heart, which makes him very happy. That's fine, hehe. Another duel with Orochimaru to evaluate Yu's strength has reached the shadow level, but it's just the bottom line. The quality of chakra has improved a lot, but the amount is not generally small. In the cognition of Orochimaru, although this power is very strange, it is still regarded as chakra. After all, many strange energies in the world are not uniformly called chakra. Yu didn't care. As long as he continued to practice according to the method in the book, the meridians would not continue to expand and could accommodate more spiritual energy. After channeling the fat tiger, he rode the fat tiger to the 7th class. Every time Yu appeared, the three of them knew they were going to train again. This time your opponent is not me, but Fat Tiger. Teacher, you don't think a tiger can beat a ninja, right? Yes, teacher, I think too. Even Lin, the weakest of the three, said so, thinking that it was impossible for a tiger to beat a ninja. Kakashi, what do you think? This tiger is very special, like the 5 ancient saber-tooth tigers, right? I don't know if it's a saber-tooth tiger, but the task of the three of you is to defeat Yin smiled. Not much nonsense. Let's start now, but you will suffer a big loss if you despise Fat Tiger. Master, do you want to go all out? Certainly. Hearing the fat tiger talking, the three of them realized that this tiger was a psychic beast. No wonder Yu said he would suffer a big loss. Obito immediately became excited. Big Brother's psychic beast should be very strong. When they came to the open space, there was a strong momentum of Sanning fighting against Lu Bu, while Yu and Minato were chatting on the branches. Brother Minato, who do you think will win? I think it's Kakashi's side. After all, Kakashi is very strong, and he is almost special. Minato believed even more in his own disciple. If the three of them worked together, they could usually be trapped, and defeat was not impossible. Really? Then I'll bet Fat Tiger will win. Let's increase the bet this time. Huh, how much? Not much. 20 million taels. How much money does this guy have now? This kind of small bet starts at 20 million, and the bonus for an advanced S-level mission is all. How much money do you have now? Not much. Not too much. Just 1 or 2 tens of billion. Fuck, Minato couldn't help but swear. You're only 10 years old. It's no wonder that last time I gave Yuki 20 million taels directly to spend. Rolled his eyes. Brother Minato, you don't have 2 million taels now, do you? At least 50 million after taking so many missions last time. Okay, 20 million is 20 million taels. Minato gritted his teeth and looked forward to the three of them. Don't lose. If you lose 20 million as a teacher, you will be gone. Has Kakashi noticed that Minato-sensei's eyes are different? Well, with an expectation. Then we must not live up to the expectations of teacher Minato. Certainly. The three immediately set up their posture and stared at the fat tiger. The fat tiger scratched his claws and rushed forward. Bring a gust of wind. Hey, the three were shocked. The speed of the fat tiger was too fast. Can't stop it at all. There was a metallic crashing sound between kunai and talon. It was so easy to break the formation. Hey, Minato-san, my fat tiger is a flexible fat man. Minato rolled his eyes. Chubby tiger was clearly not fat at all. His body was full of muscle. Fat tiger, bite me off Obito's ass. The fat tiger's body changed, looking at Obito with a fierce look in his eye. Obito only felt that his butt was cold and swift. What the hell is going on, bro? Art fire escape ho fireball. The fat tiger walked like the wind and the figure is erratic, and the big hat combat ability is not generally strong. The tiger paw patted Obito, and a pit appeared on the ground. The three were nervous. Just as Lin was about to release the illusion, the target in front of her disappeared. Lin, be careful. Kakashi hugged Rin using the body slung technique, and Obito yelled angrily, almost saying let go of that girl and let me come. The mind is secretly unhappy. Now is not the time to care. This fat tiger is moving too fast. West pocket. Kakashi used Chidori, and fat tiger remembered the fear of being dominated by Yu. Took a step back. Is this tiger afraid of electricity? Kakashi's confidence suddenly increased, and he sprinted towards the fat tiger. It's dangerous if it gets hit hard. Dangerous. The fat tiger is huge. Hearing Yu's word, the fat tiger roared and turned into a giant, and the powerful shockwave sent the three of them flying out with the scream. Huh, is this still possible? Minato was a little depressed. Chidori was very suitable for small opponent, but not for such a behemoth. Kakashi, Obito, Rin, come on. The big action will be much much slower. Go ahead. Kakashi condensed Chidori in his hand, and the fat tiger despised the three who looked like ants. Is this too big? It's a bit. Lin felt fear in her heart. Don't be afraid. I will protect you. What? As soon as he finished speaking, Obito was shot by the fat tiger and flew out, shouting in the sky. This idiot. Kakashi scolded and was about to find a chance to jump on the tiger's back. Yeah, flying so high. Minato-san, Obito loses his fighting power. Right. Count. A body shunting technique caught Obito's whereabouts, and Obito was ashamed and didn't dare to look at Minato. If he hadn't been distracted, he wouldn't have lost so easily. Hey, Kakashi isn't bad. Yu saw that Kakashi had jumped on the tiger's back, and the fat tiger couldn't get rid of it. Annoyed, he simply attacked Lin directly. Unsurprisingly, Lin was also announced to retire, leaving Kakashi still holding on. Brother Watergate, it seems that 20 million is mine, and Kakashi can't last long. Kakashi desperately grabbed the tiger fur and didn't let go, pulled out the white teeth behind his back and stabbed it in. The fat tiger struggled even more violently. It flew up, and the fat tiger opened his mouth to wait for Kakashi to fall into his mouth. Chidori appeared in a posture that looked like they were going to lose both, so they had to stop fighting. How does that count? Watergate is happy. It's not a lot. Of course, my fat tiger won. And the fat tiger roared in the mountains and forest. Roar. The fat tiger shattered all the big trees in front of him with one voice, and the three people were amazed by the powerful power. What a powerful sonic attack. Minato was also amazed, but he didn't expect that tiger to have such a trick, so he had to admit defeat. Brother Waterman is betting on happiness, but betting big on injury. Welcome to Come Again next time. This special meow is still a small gamble. 20 million tails are gone. Chapter 102. Funny Fox. In the trial tower, Yu and Jianyi are learning character, and it takes a long time every day. Why can't I help Jianyi take him out? So are these puppets. Because this is the rule laid down by the previous master. If you want to take us out, you need to fully control the trial tower. Full control. Yes. Yu's brows furrowed together. If she wants to completely control the trial tower, she may not be able to clear the 9th floor. With Yu's current ability is not enough to pass the 2nd floor. Oh, I understand. The old man will really give me problem. With a sigh, he continued to study. After learning Taoism, he combined it with ninjutsu to form a new technique, which was outlined in the air as a seal. Deep development of Lingen has created a lot of interesting spells. For example, making ice is a combination of wind attribute and water attribute chakra, but now it can be made with only water spirit root. Ice is just an extension of water. Unlike Rongdun, Mudden, and Landon, a single spiritual root cannot do it. So speaking, jutsu is not necessarily better than ninjutsu. Each has its own merit. However, the aura is definitely much better than the chakra produced by squeezing itself, because it can indeed prolong life. Yu, who just exited the trial tower, it was channeled by the White Snake Immortal. Is there anything the Immortal is looking for from me? Yu asked strangely. Let's not talk about what happened before. I have channeled you a few times, but you haven't been successful. The White Snake Immortal was very surprised. The previous situation seemed to be broken. I'm doing special training to set up a barrier that won't be disturbed by others. Well, interesting enchantment. The White Snake Immortal waved his tail and continued. I called you here because I want you to help me identify whether I have an omen of becoming a dragon. Huh? Immortal, are you sure you're not joking with me? Yu said angrily. Where is the omen? It's not even a day with a big white snake, but I clearly feel the trend of long horns on the top of my head. Oh, Immortal White Snake leaned down. Yu touched it, and there were really 2 bumps on her head. But isn't this position too asymmetrical? Are you kidding me? Did you accidentally kowtow? The position is wrong. How can that be possible? Yu used a simple healing technique, and the bulge was calmed down. How did you flatten my dragon horn? Damn it, can you stop it enough? Yu resisted the desire to shoot. The dignified White Snake Immortal is so skinny. Although I can understand that transforming into a dragon is the wish of every snake, I can't be so crazy. Oh, really isn't it? No. Yu was completely speechless. Could the 1,000-year-old snake be more stable? I didn't expect Yu to cultivate into the immortal mode. The style of the White Snake Immortal changed, and Yu felt that she could not keep up with the rhythm of the White Snake Immortal. Immortal, I'm not in the fairy mode, so take a good look at it. Yu also opened her wheel eye and stared at the White Snake Immortal. Now the powers in their bodies are very similar. It turned out to be the same as the old one. Finally understand. But Immortal, you still maintain the previous immortal chakra, and it is too complicated to mix the 2 powers together. Did you give up all the chakras before? You have this kind of fairy chakra all over your body. How did you store them? Nightwing smiled. That's right, it's not a fairy chakra, and something called aura can be stored in the body. I suggest that you better replace the original fairy chakra with aura. Is this Master Yi's immortal method? Because of their different physique, they can store the fairy chakra. On the other hand, it is difficult for humans to learn, and there is no small risk, and they do not need to be permanently stored after learning. But the immortal found such a way. If Yu hadn't told it, it would not have been able to perceive this strange energy energy, which was very soft. You have a very good master, and you can come up with this method. Probably. Is it the original of the pit, old man? Just kidding. I don't know how many things run away without explaining it clearly. It's really pitiful. Immortal, if I'm fine, I can go back. Then go away and make me happy for nothing. The white snake immortal shook his head, probably accidentally bumped into it while sleeping. It is better to listen to Yu's early replacement of the immortal chakra with aura, but this way, the strength will drop a lot earlier. The white snake immortal decided to seal the fairy chakra, and then replace it with aura, so that in case the aura runs out in the future, there are still fairy chakras that can be used. Back at Konoha's Yu, she just felt that it was a waste of time. Yu deliberately pulled the hair of the white snake fairy, but I didn't expect it to be true. I always thought it was fake. After all, there is no snake with long hair. The amount of spiritual energy is still too small, and it is only possible to summon the wooden dragon with full strength, except for the technique of the wooden man and the thousands of hands that can already be used. Time to tease the little fox. Yu went straight to Minato's house and happened to meet Kushina, who came back from Makoto's house. Oh Nishin, long time no see. Gee, Yu, the hair has grown out. It really good. Well, yes, it finally grew. Yu's face was a little ugly, full of black history. Looking back on those days when I was bald is really unbearable. Yu hasn't come to see me for a long time. I heard that you 20 million won tales from Watergate. Saying that, Kushina's smile gradually solidified. Dangerous. Ha, I'm not afraid that brother Minato will go out to take care of the mistress. Sister Jushina, you must know that men turn bad when they get rich. It's too unsafe to put on brother Minato. Yu began to babble in earnest. Sure enough, when it came to emotional issues, Kushina's IQ immediately dropped. Really, it seems that all the money in the future must be confiscated, Kushina said thoughtfully. She was discussing the issue of a man's affair with Makoto some time ago, so she must be careful. Yu felt a sudden shock and silently prayed for Minato. Sorry, Minato, but if you don't go to hell, who goes to hell? Ignoring this question, Yu started the business and checked the current situation of the Nine-Tail. Back home, Yu entered the sealed face and saw Nine-Tail. Nine-Tail, long time no see. Stinky brat. Does it stink? I'm very fragrant now. Yu smelled the body and said, and glared at him directly. Only then did the Nine-Tails pay attention to Yu, and this kid pupil strength became stronger again. Nine-Tails are very keenly aware of the ominous evil of these eyes. Did you see it? These eyes can break through into a kaleidoscope just a little bit, so you must be on it. Nine-Tails grabbed the cage and glared at Yu angrily. A kid threatened him twice. Oh yes, this must be familiar to you. Done. Kuo the nunnery lowered his hand. Seeing the words on Yu's palm, Jue felt that thousands of grass and mud horses galloped past, and even if the wheel-shattering eye was wooden, they came out, remembering the fear of being dominated by one hand. That's it. Sayonara. Roll. I just like your helpless expression when you want to bite me. Kyokina also found it very interesting on the side. It seems that Yu has indeed mastered the method of restraining the Nine-Tail. Otherwise, Nine-Tails wouldn't be so angry. Withdrew from the spiritual world, Yu believed that Nine-Tails would be much more on it. Nine-Tails seemed to be very afraid of Done. Of course, Done is a Tiong-tailed beast. If my sister Fox dares to mess around, just come to me. Don't worry, I can still suppress the Nine-Tails. If you don't obey, add 20 seals. Hehe. Kushina was naive as always, making Yu's mouth twitch hard, forgetting that the current Kushina was not a weak Kushina, and it seemed like she was doing it too much. Chapter 103 Going to Lulin. When will we go? It should be almost here. The news from Sai is just ahead, Yamato said. The three of them passed through the forest and saw the dilapidated Lulin in the distance. The tower that was originally soaring into the sky has been completely turned into ruin, vaguely seeing the appearance of the past and telling the glory of the past. The three stepped into the ancient city. Sakai was patrolling above, and the four searched for the figure of Beizu in the ancient city. Where did that guy from Beizu run off to? Naruto was complaining again, and he was carrying a special chakra knife on his back. As long as you inject chakra, you can complete the chakra endowment. It is a relatively advanced blade and a must-have tool for dealing with puppet masters. According to the information, Beizu is a trader of Cheyenne Village, a very good puppet master, and this time he also took the idea of Lulin Dragon Vein. Tsunade told the four people that Lulin had a seal under the 4 generations of Hokage, and once the seal was lifted, the consequences would be unimaginable, and the task of the four was to protect the seal. Suddenly, a puppet appeared in front of the stone explosion. Naruto excitedly rushed up to fight with the puppet. He got carried away, and just after the distraction was broken, Shao Sakura rushed over when he heard the sound of fighting, and punched the puppet. People took advantage of the situation to make up a spiral pill. There are several detonating symbols attached to the inside of the puppet explosion. What? The bald head of Crisis was taken out by Sai's pseudo-beat. You idiot, didn't you teach you how to use a chakra knife? Sakura demonstrated it again, and Naruto scratched his head embarrassedly, completely forgetting to use it. After teaching Naruto a lesson, he continued to look for Beizu's trail, found a big hole on the ground, and caught up all the way. Seeing that the seal in front of him was intact. The four of them breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the thin and skinny Bezu standing there. On the seal. You guys are too late. The power of the dragon vein is about to be injected into my puppet technique. In this way, let alone the 5 major countries, the whole world will be under my control. After putting on a wave, Yamato interrupted Bezu immediately. That's impossible. You can't unlock the sealing technique of the 4th Hokage. HMPA. Of course I know. After the seal was formed, Bezu held the Sanjikue and actually inhaled the sealing technique into his body. I'm afraid Minato would not have thought that his own art has such a cracking method. Naruto hurriedly stepped forward to stop it, but it was too late. The power of the dragon's veins poured out. Yamato Mudden rescued and disappeared into the light of the dragon's veins together to the sky. At the same time, Yu, who was watching the Taoist cheats in this time and space, was awakened by a hurried knock on the door, put away the Taoism and walked out of the room. It was an Anbu who came. Needless to say, he must have another mission, and he was really able to talk. Obviously, the vacation was not over yet, and Yu felt a little unhappy. Lord Yeyu, Lord Hokage has a new mission notification. I see, it's always such a hassle. As Anbu came to the Hokage Tower, he saw Minato, Dingzhou, and Jouei already standing there and seemed to be waiting for him. This combination is a bit familiar. Yu remembered that the four-tailed mission was completed with Jouei Minato, and this time the 3 of them together would not be the dragon vein. It's really good to think that it's almost time to count the time here. Excitedly, he stood in front of Minato, and his previous unhappiness was swept away. Brother Minato, is this mission difficult? You need 4 Jonin. Yu tried her best to pretend she didn't know. Well, it should be a little difficult. Let's listen to Hokage-sama. The 3rd generation knocked on the table, and the 4 of them immediately became serious. Faced with the matter about the dragon vein, the 3rd generation did not dare to be careless. The power of the dragon vein is almost infinite, and one bad thing is destruction. I called you here this time. I hope you will investigate the ancient country of Lulan and hunt down a man named Bezu. It is said that he came to Lulan 6 years ago. The client is the central subordinate of the Queen of Lulan, and she also needs to protect the current queen. Safety. Yes. The 4 replied that Yu was very excited after Lulan, and that dragon vein was too greedy. In the past, I heard the queen spell. It was a hammer spell. However, it has been determined where the dragon vein came from, and the Taoism learned these days just came in handy. Lord Naruto, I would like to bring another person. My disciple Kakashi. He is a very good ninja. The 3-generation-old man hesitated for a while, and then agreed to Minato's request. It seemed that he wanted to experience his own disciple, but there should be no problem. There are 4 Junin watching. Ieyasu accompanied Minato to call Kakashi, and the other 2 were also preparing things. Just halfway there on the road, he met Zilai. Jiraiya excitedly took Minato and Yu to the alley. Don't be surprised. Watergate. Jiraiya also stretched out a hand. Super Jade Spiral Pill. Yu and Minato looked at Jiraiya blankly, and Jiraiya was holding a half-meter-long Otama spiral pill in his hand, and the atmosphere was extremely embarrassing. Ahem. See Gui. Lord Jiraiya is awesome. Yu was the first to break the awkward atmosphere, clapping forcefully and showing an embarrassed yet polite smile. Oh, Teacher Jiraiya is awesome. It's developed to this point. Minato then reacted and quickly applauded and praised. Unexpectedly, because of him, Jiraiya has now mastered the Super Jade Spiral Pill. Then, teacher, we have to say goodbye first. Gee, hey. Jiraiya twitched the corners of his eyes and shook his head. The spiral pill in his hand dissipated automatically. How could it be so common in the eyes of these 2 that it was a very powerful technique? Kakashi was lining up with Kai and other Xiaoqiang to wait for the ramen. Hearing Minato's shout, he immediately ran over. Kakashi, do you want ramen? Unlike you, I'm very busy. Kakashi's cool tone aroused strong dissatisfaction from the surrounding friend. What? This guy? Cut. What's the big deal? Uncle's ramen is so delicious. Kai looked at Kakashi with regret and missed such a delicious ramen. Master Watergate. Respectful greetings from Kakashi. Well, let go. We have a mission. Yes. Gee, what about Yu? Minato and Kakashi looked around, looking for Yu's trail. Little Calamus, I'm going to perform a very dangerous mission this time. You must wait for me to come back. Hearing Yu's words like a lover's goodbye, Ayame blushes embarrassed. Well, I'll make you the best ramen when I come back. Ooh, thank you so much. I'll be back safely. It's a real headache. Seeing that Minato looked like he was going to eat people, he couldn't help holding his forehead, while Kakashi pretended not to know Yu. This guy really didn't miss any chance. A body lifting technique pulled Yu's back and left the scene, and the rolling pin hit by the victim's hand fluttered in the air. The 4 of them put on owl masks, and Kakashi was secretly startled behind. Is this mission so dangerous? They dispatched 4 Junin, among them Yu and Minato are even more elite. This time, the teacher must not be disappointed. Chapter 104 The Intertwining of Fate. Yu and his party came to Lulan, and were instantly stunned by the towering building. It was just that the huge Lulan was too quiet. The danger of the sword is so high. The trip to Lulan is as high as the sky. Lulan is indeed extraordinary. It is a magical country. What does the first half of the sentence mean? mean? Dingzuo asked curiously. It means ooh, so high. It mean. At first, everyone didn't feel the pressure that Mingli thought was very powerful, and then they only felt like a sand sculpture. Now is not the time to sigh. It too quiet around. Now the troops are divided into two groups to start the investigation. Yu and Kakashi's team. The specific task has been told to Yu. Minato, the captain, immediately gave the order. Yes, Minato took Joey and Dingza to the deck, while Yu and Kakashi stayed where they were. Let's do it too. Then take a look around. Oh yes, be sure to hide. Don't leave those strange guys out. Strange guy. It's nothing. Just follow me. Saying that, Yu jumped on a delivery tube, pressed it with her hand, and opened the writing wheel. Yu, what are you doing? HMPA. Of course I have obtained information. These tubes are filled with dragon vein chakra, which is an astonishing amount. It is said that chakra Yu clearly felt that this is clearly aura, intercepting a part of the body and inhaling it. I felt the purity of this spiritual energy, which was comparable to that of top-quality spiritual stone. It's a pity that the idiot Beizu actually used such miraculous power in the puppet technique, which is a waste of money. Chakra. Yu saw the purple energy when he mentioned it. Really powerful. At this time, Naruto, who was on the other side, woke up leisurely and appeared at the bottom of the square, a place that 100 feet could not step on. When he woke up, he heard the girl singing. Just after saying a few words, the girl suddenly ran out of safety. As soon as he chased out, he was blocked by the puppet at the door, but when he passed through the door, he was disintegrated into part by the special force in front of the door. Damn, I don't know what happened to Captain Yamato. When I saw the sun shining through the glass overhead, I was saved. Stepping on the wall and breaking the glass to escape, he was instantly stunned by the sight in front of him. It's so tall. Shiga. I almost forgot about the girl just now. She must know where this is. As soon as Naruto finished his sigh, he saw something approaching in the distance. The three puppets directly moved the attack, and the Minato and his party in the other place also fought against the puppet. What kind of puppet is this? Such a strong attack. Joey said in surprise. It's amazing that the chakra lines come from these huge pipes. Beizu actually controlled 9 such puppets at once. Dingzuo flew the puppet in front of him and said with a frown, no, it should be semi-manipulative. Minato shattered a puppet, revealing the spell inside. I see, but the puppet's attack is really strong. Has it been strengthened? Look right. The various method quickly solved the puppet in front of him, and sneaked into the investigation more covertly. Naruto was the suffering of the sick puppets being chased and killed is unbearable. It's really difficult. Ah, it's not good. Dodging a wave of attack with comical movement, remembering the chakra knife, he quickly drew the knife to cut the chakra line of the 2 puppets and was punched on the bridge by the third one, and then was bombarded in the underground ruin. Cough, it hurt. There was no time to deal with the wound on the thigh, and the 4 puppet came to the top to attack. When he was helpless, he was taken out of danger by Minato's shunting technique, partial doubling technique, ninja, insect jade. Dingzuo came and slapped the 2 pieces like a mosquito, and Joey destroyed them. Naruto, who had escaped danger, watched the battle below. What happened to those puppets? It seems that the chakra through the dragon's veins has been strengthened. Watergate answered. By the way, who are you? Naruto asked dumbly. Minato under the mask was slightly surprised. This Konoha ninja, who was a few years younger than himself, looked like him. You're Konoha's ninja, aren't you? So are we. Minato lifted a little mask to reveal the Konoha logo, which made Naruto very happy, and the ninja in the same village would be much easier to handle. 100 feet in a certain tower, or in Lushan, is sitting on the chakra control chair and monitoring the entire Lulan. It's really quite capable of avoiding my puppet ninja troop. Yu is walking around with Kakashi. It's a pity that such a city is ruined. However, the deserts are too desolate, and it is estimated that the resources will be exhausted soon. Yu, is it really good for us to hang out like this? Of course, why do people work for us so hard? And now you have to call me captain or teacher. Cut. Yu was nibbling on the apple, and when she saw the puppet flying above, she quickly pulled Kakashi and hid in the corner. It's time to go to the Lulan core. Go Kakashi sneaked into the ground and began to look for the core, and as I walked, I found a person lying in front of me. Go over and see. Kakashi took out his kunai and kept his guard up. Kakashi put away his kunai after seeing the forehead guard of the person in front of him, and it seemed that he was not seriously injured. Ninja of Konoha. That's right, it's ally. After waking up Yamato immediately sat up and looked at the 2 people in front of him. Child. Huh, Kakashi. Yamato recognized Kakashi at a glance. You are. Sorry I can't tell you this, but we are all Konoha ninjas. Anbu. Looking at a child as old as Kakashi, he could never remember that Konoha had such a genius. Where is this place? Of course it's Lulan. Lulan. By the way, Naruto, do you know where Naruto is? Sorry, I didn't know if we met. Let's carry out the mission with us. Team leader. Kakashi reminded eagerly. Even if it is Konoha's ninja, but I don't know the purpose. How can I easily carry out the mission together? Oh, by the way, what are you doing here? Tell me all the information you know about this place. Yamato hesitated for a while. After all, such a small Kakashi is too weird. Yamato suspects that he has traveled through time time and space to the past. This disclosure will not have serious consequences in the future. See Yamato not saying that Kakashi has holed out the kunai. Well, actually we were ordered to hunt down Beizu on purpose. Oh, then let go together with the same mission. Kakashi and Yamato thought the same thing. How did this guy get into Anbu? It must be too inattentive. Why are you looking at me like that? Let go. Kakashi, don't ask anything about this ninja from now on. Why let this guy of unknown origin be left alone? Yamato was also very curious to know why. As this guy from this time and space, it should come from the future, so don't ask if you shouldn't ask. Yamato took 2 steps back in shock. How do you know? Yes, it's not good for us to ask if we shouldn't. Slightly smiled and turned serious. Kakashi looked at Yamato in shock. The future ninja. What is even more surprising is how you knew. Incredible. Yamato couldn't think of such a powerful boss in Konoha after thinking hard. It is impossible to remain silent. The scene was extremely strange at one time, and the two quietly followed behind Yu without saying a word. Chapter 105 Inevitable. I remember that Lulin is surrounded by desert, but now we should find everyone first. Naruto pondered for a moment and was about to get up when he heard enthusiastic cheers and salute from below. Her Majesty the Queen. Her Majesty the Queen. Sarah in the palace is kneeling in front of the throne and singing and recalling her mother's past. And Lucian opened the door and walked in, asking Sarah to respond to the next individual city citizen and continue to guide the country. After cleaning up and putting on a gentle smile, he walked out of the balcony. Hearing the cheers from below, his mood was much better. Even though the mother was gone, the people still supported her. Behind the scene, and Lucian had a weird smile on his face, and 2 puppets acted as guards. Sarah, who was beckoning, was pushed from behind and stepped on the floor tiles that had been moved beforehand and fell. A shrill scream was caught by Naruto steadily, and the two were naturally unaware of the people who were still cheering enthusiastically. Well, it should be this place. Shimon stopped when Yu felt the extremely strong chakra, and now is not the time to go in. Kakashi, you and him stay here. This is the detonator. What should I do? Yes, Captain. I didn't ask a question. Yamato scratched his head. It was a little uncomfortable to be a child. Well then, I should go look for them. Yes. Yu took a deep look at Shimon. It is not yet time to control the dragon vein. The current strength is not enough, so you need to know the future. A teleportation technique left the ground and came to the ground. After searching all the way, they quickly found Minato and his group. At this time, he was telling Naruto about the current situation. If there is no mistake in guessing, you should have come 20 years ago, and there was a ninja who came here from the future 6 years ago. He is Beizu. Ah, what the hell is going on? Then Naruto started talking about the future, but was interrupted by Dingza. So stop talking about the future. Too much history is known to change. That's right, so don't say it anymore. Looking at the newly appeared Naruto with a curious expression. Who is this? Hehe, like them. I'm investigating Beizu. Hasn't that idiot princess over there accepted the reality? Sarah's ears moved slightly, and she became even more annoyed, strongly defending Beizu. You are an idiot. Lord and Lucian came here 6 years ago. It is because of Lord and Lucian that we are here today. It's not right. Yeah, what an idiot. And a fight with Naruto. Naruto said unceremoniously, and then glanced at Minato, who immediately turned his head and said that it had nothing to do with him. Gee, you know me. Well, your companion has already found it for you. Really? Great. Where are they? We will see you when necessary. Yu put on an unfathomable appearance, which made Minato wonder. Yu is always absent, but what happened seemed to be seen with his own eye. I think you are the most suspicious people. Sarah murmured softly, but was still heard by everyone. This child is helpless. His ability to accept is too poor to be a king. Ellipsis quote. Sarah stared, ready to teach Yu a lesson. Come here, Captain. Interrupt Sarah and talk to Watergate alone. Brother Minato, you should know his identity, right? Well, it should be. You know what it means that he doesn't recognize you. I know. I shouldn't live much longer. Between the word, Minato's eyes dimmed a lot, and no one would believe Naruto's obvious features that he wasn't Minato's baby, right? As for saying that he is like the 4th generation, it is probably true. After all, the dream has come true, and it can be considered a little consolation. It is a great regret in life to not be able to accompany the child to grow up. Don't talk about this. Don't you understand too much? It's nothing but a little bit of Taoism. What would you do if he wasn't your and sister Kushina's child? Yu said with a wicked smile. Take this opportunity to make fun of Minato. How can that be? After hesitating for a while, he asked in a low voice. It can't be true, can it? Of course, not true. Hearing Yu's word, Minato was relieved. If it wasn't for Kushina, I'm afraid he would really go crazy, right? Since Jiraiya Yu observed the 9 tails inside Naruto with a writing wheel, seeing Minato's fate, he wanted to jump out and bite Minato. After the negotiation, the two came back and warned Sarah not to be self-willed. The truth of everything will be known tonight, and Lucian was a little anxious that he couldn't find Sarah's trait, and it seemed that he had to do it tonight. In the evening, the puppet came out again, and it was still crowded with people, gongs and drums, and fireworks. Shout this, Her Majesty. Sarah was extremely happy as as if to say, look, and Lucian is not that kind of person at all. I ask you, how long has this been going on? It been months. Are you an idiot? Who would be so brainless every day for a few months? Are you all as idle as you are? It seems so. Everyone is absolutely down. This queen is not ordinary. You already fully understood why Lulan would be ruined even if she destroyed Enlu Mountain. With such a queen on the stall, it is not bad that there are still people in Lulan. Naruto jumped up and cut off the chakra and immediately fell down. Input the chakra to connect to the pipeline and continued to wave and shout. After leading Sarah to the front, he completely believed the truth, hugged his head and cried, and this situation was directly handed over to the mouth Dunmingren. In short, one who dares to speak and one who dares to believe. Up to now, Yu still doubts whether this is the future of this world. After all, this world did not exist before, but now it is difficult to say. So Yu also took off the mask, wanting to see Naruto's reaction, or the reaction of Ninetales. Writing round eye. Naruto immediately acclaimed. It turned out to be the same eyes as Sasuke. Entering Naruto's spiritual world, Naruto was only slightly surprised. After all, Sasuke did the same thing a long time ago. It turned out to be you guys. Hearing this sentence, Naruto didn't come and ask Yu to withdraw. His face was extremely ugly. This is actually the future time and space of this world. Damn. In other words, are Minato and Kushina still dead? If it is impossible for Naruto to not recognize every dead Ninetales cannot appear in Naruto's body. What wrong? It's okay, Captain. Yu's eyes became a lot colder, and the things she didn't want to see still happened. With his help, it was impossible for the water gate to hang. You seem a little familiar too. Naruto squinted at Yu, but he couldn't remember where he had seen it. Okay, don't talk about the future now. Yu's flat tone made people dare not discuss. I was really afraid that Naruto would say something. I saw you on the tombstone. What went wrong? Could it be that I can't stop Obito with my current strength? Impossible. Yu believes that as long as he is given a little time, after the awakening of the Yinlingen, Shanyan can evolve naturally. Before I could think about it, after the puppets retreated, the ninja puppet troupe began a full-scale search for Sarah. Forget it. Kill them first. Chapter 106. It's just a super soldier. Looking at the 12 ninja puppets in the air was slightly different from the original, but it was no big deal. Let me deal with these guys. Go and find the original people of Lulan. Is it okay? Why don't I stay too? Naruto suffered a lot from these puppets. No, there are women and children waiting for your rescue over there. Sure enough, along the direction of Yu's finger, someone was watching them in the dark. After explaining a few words to Minato, a few people immediately went to rescue the enslaved people. Watching the crowd walk away, the original brilliance of Shiranyan Bloom. What a crude puppet. A waste of energy. Take out Kunai and give chakra to start harvesting. Is it really okay? Of course, if it were him, there would be no problem. Watergate answered. Our queens can all sense where the chakra of the dragon veins came from as long as they leave along the pipeline. Please. The five soon came to a tall tower. This exhaust port should be the convergence point of the entire dragon vein power. Is it here? Remove the exhaust shaft and go inside. And sure enough, the men in shackles are pushing the huge machine. Many are working on the assembly line of puppet parts. There are so many, Joey said in surprise, wondering if there are enough bugs. And Lucian actually enslaves the people in order to make weapons. Now is not the time to say this. Let's cut off the dragon veins first. With the help of Watergate and his party, Sarah quickly came to the control point of the dragon vein. I command you in the name of the queen. You cut off the torrent of dragon vein. Reinstate your power. Hasten is the law. The dragon veins reacted immediately, as if the eye device was closed and the power supply was stopped. Yu looked at the tower with a sense of heart. This cuts off the dragon vein power that gathers here. Move. As soon as the word fell, they saw that the Watergate and his party had arrived. Not only that, but also in Lucian, and immediately controlled the assembly of the puppet part. What is the queen doing here? And Lucian stood calmly on the high platform with contempt in his eye. And Lucian, gee, this guy is. The three of them were ready for battle. And Lucian, you, boom. Sarah was annoyed to see Yu who broke in. This guy really hates interrupting her speech every time. Okay, this is the end of the chat. What did you do, Captain? It's too slow, and you haven't solved this trashy fish yet. Traffic. How dare you call me traffic? And Lucian angrily controls the puppet to attack like a night feather. Yo, you're still panting when you say you're fat. The whole body was covered by lightning and Lucian didn't even react, so Kunwu was hugged into his chest. Not dead. A vigorous kick sent Lucian flying, and the wound on Lucian's chest healed quickly. With a big hand, the puppets turned back and grabbed Yu, who began to form a huge puppet to devour Yu's chakra. Joey immediately prepared to release the bug to destroy the puppet, but was stopped by Minato. Team leader. He's smiling. Only then did everyone see the mockery on Yu's face. Do you feel powerless? This puppet is absorbing your chakra. Idiot. The controlled Yu immediately dissipated into smoke. The body swooped down, fully cut off Lucian's arm, and was kicked by Yu the next time. If you say you are a trash fit, you are a trash fit. Is that all you need to use the power of the dragon vein? Yu retreated to Minato. That guy is still alright. wait. Naruto looked at Mount Anlu in surprise. Cut, it's just that I transformed my whole body into a puppet. My strength in Lulin is unlimited. And Lucian held his shoulders and said grimly, troublesome guy. And Lucian used puppets to form his body, and a giant ant appeared in front of everyone. Joey immediately wrapped and Lucian with a bad worm to absorb the chakra, and was slammed against the wall by the fist of the giant ding block. It was very funny when he buckled it. You're really the worst puppet I've ever seen, and you said you're not an ant. Yu causing everyone to laugh, and the originally tense atmosphere was made a lot more cheerful by Yu. Even Sarah feels no pressure. These ninjas are so strong. Damn. A purple lightning fell to disperse the insect, which made Joey feel distressed, and Lucian, who was supplemented by the power of the dragon vein, roared, I said it. I am invincible in Lulin. Controlling more puppets to wrap the body here. A heavy voice came. Let you see the power of the ultimate puppet weapon I created. So it's a bigger ant. Yu still did not forget to taunt. Feeling the huge shaking on the ground, Minato quickly ordered Naruto and Sarah to escape with their people. Two people. Then I remembered that the enslaved people are still patronizing and watching the fun. The ashamed Sarah quickly released the crowd and led the escape. Damn it. It's so big and so ugly. Yeyu, you should be more serious. Seeing no one at Watergate is really unbearable. Che, you are embarrassed to say that I haven't solved this trash fish for so long. I thought it was just an enlarged version of an ordinary soldier, but it was just a super soldier. The transformation of Lucian did disappoint the three of them. After waiting for a long time, he was like this. He was really a super soldier. The people outside are very happy that their relatives were really rescued, but when he heard the loud noise in the ground, he ran away quickly. From far away, I heard Lucian calling out Sarah's name, and she had to take Sarah's life. Cut. The infinite resurrection hanging is really dirty. Yu, who was sent flying, was still muttering. Minato resisted the urge to beat Yu violently and joined Naruto. Naruto came to help. The energy cannon in the Anlu mountain pass was continuously sprayed without money, bombarded many high-rise buildings, and the condensed spiral pills were also sent flying. Sarah, I will never let you go to the dragon vein. Joey used more of the parasite this time than before, and used almost half of the chakra to make it. Is your monster finished now? I'll leave it to you. Ding Zuo. Well, the technique of doubling. Ding Zuo, who turned into a giant, was a violent beating against Lucian. Unexpectedly, Ding Zuo now has to rely on medicine. You're gone. Just after I finished speaking, another purple lightning that was thicker than before was shot from the tower and hit Mount Anlu. Sure enough, the worm was gone. I forgot about this. Goodbye. I'm going to Longmei. Return. Joey grabbed Yu and wanted to leave. How could it be so easy? This guy's chakra is infinite, and there are not many bugs in my body. It's not much use for me to stay. Yu was speechless for a while without closing the dragon vein. This guy is really invincible without being stabbed for a second. So try your best to hold this guy down. I have more important things to do, so I'll leave it to you. Come on, big brother Joey. Yu disappeared in a flash, leaving Ding Zuo and Joey to look at each other. Fuck. Seeing that Lucian has attacked, Ding Zuo can only compete in the second time. Although Yu took a bite of a trash fish, he knew that it was indeed difficult to deal with, and the trick were unlimited. Chapter 107 Qualifications to control the dragon vein. Yu thought that he couldn't die anyway. This guy is not ordinary, and it must be time-consuming. This bastard has made himself a puppet. As long as he has chakra, his physical strength is infinite. The purpose of the hand now is to get the dragon veins first. Sure enough, I saw Minato, Naruto and Kakashi, and Yamato had already converged, and Yamato didn't even think that he would be able to see the fourth generation again. Captain, let's leave with the civilian. Where are Ding Zuo and Joey? It won't take long to resist outside. Yu never mentioned leaving the two alone. Well, let go. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard a loud noise and Lucian had broken through. Sarah shuddered and looked up at Mount Anlu. Sarah, take the people and go. We'll stop him. Naruto shouted. Yes. As soon as he turned his head and ran away with the people, he told Kakashi to go down to protect the group, and Yamato stayed behind to fight. Seeing Naruto using the spiral pill, the fourth generation was even more sure that it was his baby. Just jumped up and was slapped by a slap. Yu's eyelids jumped, and the power of Anlu's slap was no joke. I saw Naruto stand up again as if nothing was wrong, as expected, a natural fairy body, really resistant to beating. Let's find out his weakness first. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Minato infuses wind chakra and throws a shuriken. Wow, look at the meteor shower. Thousands of people with green chakra bombarded the super soldier to reveal the body of Lucian. The three were stunned, and the people below forgot to escape, clapping their hands and applauding the meteor shower. Snap. Why are you hitting me? You call this the technique of Shuriken Shadow Avatar? You are so special that this is the pear flower needle of the rainstorm. Hearing Yu yelling, gee, it seems that the pear flower needle in the rainstorm sounds better, and it suddenly went up several grades. I've decided to call it torrential rain pear blossom needle. Hey, did I read it right? This guy slapped him for 4 generations. Yamato muttered to himself. Captain Yamato, what for generation? Ah, it's okay. It's okay. Nightwing. Yamato meditated hard and couldn't think of it. The broken puppet that was slashed by a purple electricity was restored as new again. Defeat this guy first. Separating two shadow clones and making a rapid banging sound is precisely condensing the spiral shuriken. Minato can naturally sense the powerful destructive power coming from it. I'm afraid I'll die if I get hit. It's ugly. I didn't expect Naruto to master such a powerful technique. Wind escape. Spiral shuriken. Naruto is charging, but it was absorbed by Lucian's big mouth. What? The downed Naruto smashed down again. Wood done. The art of the great forest. Naruto, you a rat. Birth. The detonating talisman in advance detonated the wall, causing the boulder to fall and shoot down Mount Enlu, and it was covered by the boulder with the roar. Sarah was frightened and thought she was catching up again, but before she could breathe a sigh of relief, she heard the vibration from under the stone pile. Not dead yet. What do you think? Junior, you are still a lot worse. Having taught Yamato a lesson, Yu jumped down actively, hugging Lucian's tail with both hands. The puppet is really convenient and can be transformed into any form suitable for combat. The strength of the arms continues to condense. Drink. A blast, and Lucian's entire body broke out of the boulder and was thrown into the sky, turning into a wall again. The people below have also opened the door, saying goodbye to everyone Sarah and preparing to close the dragon vein. Trouble. Mew done. It's all the art of cloth bag. Several large wooden dungeons firmly locked in Lu Mountain, and Yu went with Sarah. With Yu's control to launch an attack this time, Yamato is shocked that there are still people who can use Mew done, and the control power is much stronger than himself. Sarah. Gee, why are you here? I plan to close the dragon vein, so Lucian will be finished. Don't shut down, just cut off control. Yu shook his head. Sure enough, the dragon veins are not so easy to control. Sarah is only half-hearted. Otherwise, how could Lucian have unlimited access to the power of the dragon vein? Obviously, he has learned how to control the dragon vein, so he is so eager to kill Sarah. Dragon veins are not controlled by you like that. What are you doing? Sarah nervously watched Yu standing on the dragon vein technique, and the purple eyes of the dragon vein stared at Yu. Eye of the dragon vein. Yu began to recite the incantation in Taoism, and strange runes were depicted in the air, and a finger of the rune saw the dragon's veins shine brightly. Hurry up is a law. Town. In standard Chinese, the power of the surrounding dragon veins is boiling, and in an instant both Sarah and Lucian lost their sense of the dragon veins and control. What the hell did you do? Sarah looked at Yu in shock and anger, and the fear that she had never had before filled her whole body. Well, although I don't know how you contracted with the Washa dragon vein, I am the most suitable inheritance here, even if the immortals of the Sikabs will not work. Washa dragon vein. In any way, this dragon vein should be taken care of by me. I saw 3 small purple dragons appearing in the pond, spinning around Yu, chanting from time to time, clearly cheering, as if they had met the real master. This is something that has never happened since Lulan was in charge of the dragon vein. Is what he said true? Where are you taking the dragon vein? Sarah couldn't help but ask. Don't worry, I can't take it with me now, and I will continue to work for Lulan here, but the control is in my hands. Sarah breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the dragon veins are still here, the original dragon vein technique Yu has not been removed. I don't know who left this technique to be very wonderful. It can make the dragon veins calm down, so quiet is recognized by the dragon pulse. Is it the Sikav's immortal? An ancient and powerful spell. And Lucian on one side was completely panicked, thinking that Sarah had really closed the dragon vein, and roared to attack everyone. With another explosion, the 4 were pushed back to the core of the dragon vein. I really don't know what the 4 of them are doing. Without the dragon vein chakra, he was beaten here. Sarah, what have you done? And Lucian roared why the dragon vein could not be contacted even though the dragon vein was not closed. Sarah took 2 steps back in fear. You are the queen of Lulan. Don't be afraid of this super soldier. But you should also grow up a little. This captain is really serious. Go, kill this guy. Hold head high. The 3 little dragons converged into a giant dragon, roaring and smashing Lucian's puppet. How can the power of the dragon vein? And Lucian, who was in a mess, completely fell into madness, and Sarah was able to control the dragon veins perfectly. If I can't get you, don't even think about it. He tried his best to jump into the dragon vein chakra, but he didn't even splash anyway. Idiot. Yu scolded coldly and gathered with everyone. I seriously doubt you've released water. That Minato scratched his head and didn't speak. He really wanted to exercise his son. Unexpectedly, one shot of Daddy's spiral pills couldn't kill Lucian. Just after saying a few words, the dragon veins of the incarnated dragon smashed through the crowd and bit Yu in one bite. Night feather. What? Everyone was shocked. How did the dragon veins suddenly attack Yu? Why can't you do it next time? Yu, who understood the meaning of Longmei, was full of fear, and Longmei wanted to keep him here. For the first time in 1,000 years, I can't let go of my fellow villagers. Minato. Help. Night feather. The water people were completely panicked, unable to break the dragon's body, and watched Yu disappear into the dragon's eye with the dragon, and the dragon's eye closed almost automatically. It turned out to be like this. No wonder. Yu took one last look at Minato and the others and completely disappeared from everyone's sight. Chapter 108 The Influence After Disappearance. The rest of the people looked at each other. What should I do? Captain, is Yu still alive? I believe that I must live. I must find a way to save it. Minato said categorically. Yu would definitely not lead a dog so easily. Although there was fear in his eyes just now, he did not panic. After asking Sarah to understand the whole story, Minato's brows were deeply furrowed. He clearly gained all the control over the dragon vessel the first time he came here. He is more qualified than anyone else. Whereas Washa? Suddenly the dragon veins ran wild. Although it was only because of the excitement of leaving Yu, but it was a disaster for everyone. Lake Chakra has turned red, and the entire tower is shaking violently. Damn it this time. Looking at the other end of the broken bridge, Ding Zuo, Joey and the commoners looked at each other from a distance. At this time, Sarah lost control of the dragon veins again. If it is not sealed, the entire Lulin will be overturned. Just this pool of chuck. The consequences of the explosion are unimaginable. Minato's forehead was dripping with cold sweat, and he was caught in an ideological struggle. He had never been in such a predicament. How would he explain to Yu's parents when he went back? How to explain to Kushina? Lord Orochimaru estimate. Damn. The boulder keeps rolling down and the situation is getting more and more critical. Teacher. Kakashi waited for Minato's decision, as did Yamato Naruto. Naruto, is the clue I gave you still there? Exist. Naruto quickly took out the kunai, and Minato gritted his teeth and decided to seal it first. Seal. The violent chakra quieted down, and the chakra lake also subsided, but everyone couldn't be happy when Lulin's crisis was lifted. Yu didn't know where the dragon veins were taking him, and Naruto and Yamato glowed with white light. How is this going? After Lucian's death, the technique resumed, and you should return to your original time and space. Teacher. Kakashi looked at Minato worriedly. His heart seemed to be dripping blood, and Yu, who was also a teacher and friend, just disappeared. How absurd. Didn't you just say that it was already under control? I'm fine. It's better to forget everything here in order not to change history. The five remained silent. They didn't expect such a thing to happen. They had just become friends but had to separate. Use each other's forgotten spell. Destroy. With heaviness and depression, he talked with Naruto a few words to fully activate. After the white light, Naruto and Yamato returned to the original time and space and were rescued by Sakura, and the 4 generations of kunai on the altar were still inserted there. Minato Kakashi's own civilians woke up leisurely, but Naruto and Yamato were not in his memory. What happened? Watergate. Joey asked. Longmei's mission should have been successful, but Yu disappeared. Although I don't know what I did just now, my memory has a serious fragmentation. I only remember that Yu was attacked by the dragon veins and then disappeared. Sarah also forgot her control over the dragon vein. However, it seems that she can sense the chakra of the dragon veins a little. After saying goodbye to Sarah, the 4 began to return to Konoha. The mission lost an important companion along the way and the atmosphere was very heavy. Lord Hokage is like that. Yu was attacked by the dragon vein and disappeared. Can you be sure that he is dead? No, Yu should have been trapped in another dimension. Maybe he went to another time and space like 100 feet. This is hard to do. Taking a deep breath, Orochimaru is expected to be sad for a while. The probability of being attacked by the dragon pulse is too low. How could he survive with aggression? Yu should be treated as missing. You have to look forward to Minato, and don't live up to everyone's expectations of you. It's Hokage-sama. Walking out of the Hokage Tower, Ding Zojiwei comforted Minato. Everyone knew the relationship between Minato and Yu. Kakashi was also depressed. The weakest. He was fine, but Yu had an accident. He smashed the wall fiercely, and lost another important person. Even Minato-sensei couldn't judge Yu's life or death. As soon as the news came out, there was an uproar. Danzo was naturally the happiest Uchiha's strongest genius in history, and the 3rd generation's plan ended here. The conflict between Uchiha and the village increased, and even thought that the 3rd generation deliberately killed Yu. Otherwise, Kakashi will be fine, and the stronger Yu would have disappeared. Minghui was depressed and unhappy all day, and Shinhong could only endure the pain to comfort Minghui. My son is not so fragile. Just like Minato said, he is only temporarily trapped. However, how long can you live without a source of food even if you are trapped? Minghui, who was crying into tears, actually passed out, and the frightened Shinhong hurriedly took Minghui to the hospital. Suddenly, I saw Minato lying on the hospital bed, and I saw Minato was wrapped like a zongzi, and he almost didn't recognize. Watergate, why are you here? Because of a little accident. Minato lowered his head and dared not look at Nobuhiro. He went back and told Kushina that he was almost killed, blaming him for his poor protection. The 9 tails in the stomach laughed, mocking the 20 seals added by Kushina, returning to the original state, being locked in the fireball and unable to move, and regretting it. Minghui woke up leisurely and discussed Yu's situation with Kushina, who walked in. After many times of comfort, her mood stabilized. She believed that Yu was only temporarily missing. Orochimaru Orochimaru set off to Lulin overnight to investigate without success, so he could only return in disappointment. How could this be? Yu has clearly stepped into the shadow level. Is even the shadow level so weak? Orochimaru lost his disciple one. The last ray of sunshine in his heart disappeared, and he completely stepped into the darkness. At this time, Yu was in the huge space where the dragon veins were located, and saw the body of the dragon vein. The huge purple translucent dragon body stretched 3,000 feet and was completely composed of aura. It is no wonder that the dragon veins have infinite chakras. Can stop. Even if Yu stood in front of the dragon veins could not be seen. The aura here is several times the contact from the pipeline. If I stay here, I am afraid that a pig can reach the shadow level in the last 10 years. Fortunately, the trial tower can still be used, and there is enough food in it. It is not important to wait until the strength rises by a grade. Unfortunately, the dragon veins can only survive in the depths of the ground and are difficult to take away, and they have already taken root here. It is even more difficult to take away. The dragon vein represents the fate of a country, and using the power of the dragon vein, Lulin has become strong in just a few years, and now the complete disconnection will only gradually decline. Longmei, why did you keep me here? It's impossible to keep me forever, right? Yu smiled bitterly. Hold head high. A ray of Godnian Tan came over to convey his wishes, and the consciousness like a child made Yu laugh. Longmei came here by accident for thousands of years, and the strange environment made Longmei very unhappy. The key point is that people here always feel twisted. People who meet their hometown naturally want Yu to accompany him more. As for when to let Yu go, enough is enough. After the discussion, Yu can absorb spiritual energy here to cultivate at will. There is no limit to it. Chapter 109 The Awakening Kaleidoscope. Orochimaru began to demand more and more experimental subject, and the three generations were faintly aware of it. Orochimaru and Danzang got closer and closer, and they became more and more wary of Orochimaru. Obito and Lin were depressed for a long time, and the respected eldest brother just disappeared. Everything seemed to return to calm. 2 months later, Yu's friends gradually healed the pain. This kid actually disappeared, but how is this possible? Fuyu pacing. Yu's strength is still relatively familiar. At least the disappearance of people like Zunying is really incredible. Dragon Pull. Is it really so terrifying? Fuyu sighed. Could his plan only be put on hold? However, the Hyuga family was full of joy. Because of Yu's existence, Hyuga, who is also in the Tongshu family, did not have anyone who could compare with him, not to mention his peers or the entire younger generation. Now that the gap between the two sides of Yu's disappearance is not that big, I feel that my waist is also straight, and the honor seems to have returned to my body, and it has begun to be active in front of people. At the same time, the three generations are busy with disputes over the interests of small country. After the Second World War, the 5 major countries have almost recovered their national strength. The competition for resources is increasing, and the small countries are anxious. No small country around Konoha was infiltrated. Friction continued and intensified. Konoha had begun pre-war preparation, and a large number of ninjas had begun to be recalled. The country of Grass, which is attached to Konoha, is also becoming more and more restless. In the Watergate courtyard, Kushina looked over with Yu's women's clothes in a trance. Thinking of the happy times in the past, Minato gently hugged Kushina. Don't worry, Yu will be fine. She will come back one day. But there is no news for so long. Why don't you go and lift the seal? Maybe Yu will be able to come out. This is not good. What will happen if the seal is lifted? And Lucian is an example. If the seal is rashly lifted, he may also go to another time and space. After that, it's gone now. I'm sorry, Kushina. Oh, I don't blame you. I believe you did your best. Don't you blame me for letting me stay in the hospital bed for 2 months. Minato's face was twitching, and this was probably the worst injury ever. Thank you. I will definitely find a way to bring Yu back. Well, I believe you. Just as he was about to make the next move, he heard a knock from Anbu outside the door, and Kushina's cheek flushed. Don't go soon. Oh. Minato got up quickly, and Kushina hurriedly tidied up her clothes to regain her calm. Okay, I know. Minato's expression became serious. Is there another mission? Well, don't worry. I'll be back soon. After a light hug, Minato went to the Hokage building. Lord Hokage, I'm sorry, but I asked you to perform the mission as soon as you recovered from your illness. Nothing. I'm happy to be able to carry out an important mission. Minato shook his head. I'm afraid it's another important task. The third generation is very satisfied, and has privately learned that Minato has already stepped into the ranks of the shadow level, and his talent is even higher than that of Orochimaru. It's not a particularly dangerous mission this time. The mission is to go to the country of Grass to investigate whether you have taken refuge in the enemy country. I think your disciples have grown a lot, especially Kakashi. Yes, they have all become Chunin. Especially Kakashi already has the strength of Shangnin. Then I can rest assured and take them with me. Yes, the third generation took out the data of the 7th class personnel, and Obito immediately attracted the attention of the third generation. The comprehensive strength has reached the elite Chunin, and it is already very strong. It can be regarded as a genius in Uchiha, only worse than EU. Many people have not been able to awaken the writing wheel eye now, and they have dismissed the option of using Obito as a bridge, which is too light. Use the shadow clone to notify the three of them to come to the training ground to gather. After the three gather, they look forward to Minato. This mission is to go to the country of grass to investigate whether the country of grass is collaborating with the enemy, and leave now. Yes, on the way, the four of them tacitly did not bring up the topic of Guan Yu Yayu, Kakashi, Obito. Lin still remembers how sad it was when Ayame cried when she found out, and the specially prepared ramen also fell to the ground. As soon as Shida left, the two of them were bitten by the calamus, and now they go to eat ramen, and the tooth marks on the back of their hands are still clearly visible. Yu, on the other hand, didn't hear what was going on outside the window, so she could practice with peace of mind since she couldn't go out now. Take out the scroll to hone your sealing technique. The object of training is naturally the behemoth in front of you. Of course, dealing with it is just a ray of spiritual thought, and the sealing technique is also getting better with each passing day. It's almost time to awaken the kaleidoscope. After cultivating here for 2 months, Yu finally awakened the yin spiritual root. Sure enough, the speed of cultivation with the blessing of dragon veins is not ordinary. The spiritual power in Yu's body has undergone a major change. The spiritual power has risen by 2 grades. The meridians have also been broadened a lot, and the number of multi-shadow clones has reached 400. It's an amazing feeling. The spiritual energy of the whole body began to flow into the brain to stimulate the eyes to write round-eyed, and the 3-hook jade in the eyes of the writing wheel spun rapidly, and gradually became connected. One slight. What is your wish? Yu asked himself that no one who cultivates immortals wants to live forever, beyond life and death. After reading the books left by the immortal, I understand that the soul is the root. As if hearing Yu's wish, the law of the world chooses the ability that best matches Yu's wish. In the dark, Yu seems to have seen something incredible. This is the image passed to Yu through the eyes of Dragon Vein. The world has become colored, and countless threads extending from the universe are intertwined and cover the entire planet like aurora. In just a few seconds, Yu's eyes became congested, and he closed his eyes quickly. Blood flowed out of his eye socket, and his eyes would definitely go blind after watching. It took 5 minutes for Yu to open his eyes and glared at Longmei angrily. The laws of the world are not something he can see now. However, the kaleidoscope was finally turned on, and Yu already knew the name of the pupil technique just now. Now it's time to practice the kaleidoscope. The next time I opened the kaleidoscope, the 3-hook jade quickly formed a peak. I took out the mirror and carefully looked at my shape. It was very special. It was clearly a cherry blossom petal. Sure enough, everyone's kaleidoscope is different. After awakening, Yu's kaleidoscope did not feel that his spiritual energy had become gloomy and cold, and there was a big difference between natural evolution and stimulated awakening. The only thing that has changed is that his aura is larger and higher in quality. The first time I used the kaleidoscope I didn't feel uncomfortable for my eye. Immediately, my body was covered with a layer of silver white bone. Yu was very speechless about this. Is it because of the pupil technique? Yoshi, start the first Susanoo training. With the triple recovery of Mu done, Dragon Vein Aura, and Yin Spirit Root, Yu can use the kaleidoscope without any scruples, without worrying about the loss of eyesight. What is needed now is how to control this huge chakra. Chapter 110 Divine Sword Kamedo. Arriving at the border of the country of grass, the 4 secretly sneaked into the investigation, and the 4 disguised as ordinary people scattered to collect information. Yu has progressed rapidly in the Dragon Vein, and in a short time Susanoo has reached the point where he can grow armor. Remember that each Susanoo will get his own weapon, such as Sasuke's Tenomaka ancient bow. Uchiha Itachi's Yata mirror is unparalleled in defense. As for the 10-fist sword, it should not be the weapon that Itachi comes with. Remember the snake uncle said that he had been looking for it for 10 years, but it had been hidden by Itachi. Moreover, the 10-fist sword itself has no entity. I am afraid that only Susanoo who has no entity can use it. It should be sealed in the pupil art. As for the 8-foot Changu Jade, which is also a general purpose weapon for Susanoo, then what artifact will I awaken? It is obvious that the armor can be grown. Why hasn't his own exclusive weapon appeared yet? The cherry blossom petals appeared in Yu's eye, and the silver white skeleton was covered with a layer of armor and pressed on the dragon veins with one hand. The powerful force made Yu tremble, and finally a long sword appeared in his hand. Excalibur Kamuto, also known as a lot. It turned out to be this sword. With Yu divine sword in hand, I feel like I can split mountains with one sword. The legend about this divine sword seems to be splitting mountains. Sure enough, the weapons used by Susanoo are related to the myth, but I don't know what weapons Fugaku and Madara are using. Not much to say. Yu slashed directly at the dragon vein with a sword. Yu was confident that this sword could definitely split a hill, but when he got to the dragon vein, the film that automatically appeared on the dragon's body did not flash a little. What a pervert. Yu even felt that his spiritual power had dropped by a third in an instant. Although this move was very powerful. It couldn't be used too much. It was a pure attack move. When they came to the trial tower, Yu planned to break into the second floor. Owner, well, Johnny is here to accompany me to practice my hand. Yes. Still speaking in a lifeless voice, she pulled out her own sword. Yu opened her kaleidoscope and stared at Jianyi. Illusion. Yu used the kaleidoscope illusion first, but unfortunately Jianyi cut to Yu's position without hesitation. Sure enough, illusions are useless to Jianyi, and even if they have spiritual wisdom, they are just a puppet. This time, Jianyi's sword moved. Yu can see it clearly, and the stronger the pupil strength, the clearer it can be seen. In just a few dozen rounds, Yu learned the move of Jianyi and fought back. A flash of spirit. Tianbuliu's defenses in the front. Yu couldn't take this sword when he first broke through the barrier, and today Yu wants to try again. The transparent sword wave is coming. I see it. This chop, although the speed is very fast, it can be cut. Holding the hilt tightly, he went up to him with all his strength. Ring. He slashed on the sword wave, gritted his teeth and shouted angrily, "Go down." With the explosion, Yu finally cut off the sword wave. Huh. I felt the pain in the tiger's mouth and returned to normal within a few seconds. Thunderbolt. The icy voice reminded me of the second. My pupils widened, and Yu's body also appeared thunderlight, ready to make a hard connection in the second. As if in slow motion, the two swords collided together. Spark scattered. White and purple air currents enveloped the duo. I'm not what I used to be. Yes, master. Jianyi's tone was still flat, and with a vigorous swing, Jianyi's sword was repelled, and in the next second it was placed on Jianyi's neck. The weak Johnny did not make any movement, and Yu achieved a complete victory in this swordsmanship competition, although the current Johnny was only 1/10 of the level before his death. After defeating Jianyi and stepping on the stone steps of the second floor, this time will not be like the last time. Yu, whose confidence increased greatly, pushed open the second door. The last challenge was before the awakening of Kaleidoscope. This awakening gave Yu a lot of confidence. The second floor was twice as large as the first floor, and Yu even wondered if each floor was much larger than the next floor. The reward of this layer is the medicine field in the back. Looking around, it can be seen that these elixir are growing very well, and the minimum ice millennium medicine. The assessment is the formation created by Yunxian, which is a large formation composed of 36 large and small formations. Without hesitation, I turned on the kaleidoscope and stepped into the battle. Every time, there will be a different scene. Suddenly, a dense array of arrows flew over Susano. A layer of rib blocked all damage, and Yu's Susano was almost shattered. In the face of elemental attack, Yu didn't even pay attention to it. She fell into the labyrinth and quickly found a way to break it. She summoned a large number of divine swords. She was just about to use a sword to destroy this broken formation, but she stopped abruptly. What should I do if I chop up the medicine field behind? That right, shadow clone technique. I separated 3 clones and started to break the formation together. Once the clones were destroyed, I used the clones to break through, and finally came to the formation that was shrunk into an inn. Go out. If you take a wrong step, you will return to the starting point, and even if you are separated by a single step, it may be a kilometer away. This time, I used the kaleidoscope to walk slowly and attentively. The energy flow I could see might also be fake. Taking a step to the right cautiously, I took a big step towards the end in an instant. It seems that this step is the right one. Where is this going? Frowning, relying on intuition to move forward. Suddenly the scene around him changed in a trance. Yu returned to the starting point. Can't the kaleidoscope work? Mad. When is this going to happen? Yu didn't expect that even if the kaleidoscope was turned on, he would still be stuck at this level. There was no trace at all. In addition, Yu didn't understand the formation method, and it was created by the immortal. Just close your eye. After thinking about it, Yu closed her eyes and followed her feelings completely. After walking for a long time, Yu didn't open her eyes until she reached Zuzi Yu. After rubbing it, she realized that she had reached the medicine field. It is clear from the medicine field to see the formation method. Only then did I discover that there was a phantom formation in the shrunken ground. Can deceive the kaleidoscope of illusion. It is worthy of being an immortal method, and only those who have no distractions can come over. After sighing the evil, she turned her head to look at the medicine field, and Yu found that what was even more disgusting was that every spirit medicine was covered by a formation, and the more advanced it was, the more powerful it was to protect. If you don't want to give it the fuck, just say, isn't it sick to do so much? The scale of the formation is very small, but if the elixir in it can't be saved, he secretly scolds the immortal for being a scumbag. After walking around, looking for other treasures, I found something good. A pill scroll and a furnace cauldron specializing in pill refining, although I also found some pills, but they all passed the shelf life and turned into waste pills and poison pills. Yu was busy starting to break the formation again, and every time he broke the formation, he could get the method of setting up the formation. Only then did he understand the immortal's intention, and he couldn't help being moved. Master is the master after all. Live up to the good intentions of his old man. After exiting the second floor, Yu decided to take a good rest to recover his energy. If he didn't have time to rest, Longmei separated his spiritual actual sense to find Yu to play with. What a child. Only a bunch of shadow clones can be separated while the main body is busy resting and digesting today's game. Chapter 111 The Three Country Talk. Lord Hokage, the country of grass has indeed been closely related to the country of earth recently, and I am afraid that certain conditions have been reached. Watergate handed the scroll up, and the three generations read more and more brow. The most worrying thing still happened. The country of grass connect the country of earth and the country of fire. It is a buffer zone for war, and now it is attached to the country of fire, and they deliberately deployed a lot of troops on the border of the country of grass. Now that the relationship between the two countries is ambiguous, maybe they will unite to destroy the strength of the country of grass. It has entered the early winter season, and it is not a good thing for both sides to fight now. What is most concerned about now is the attitude of Hanzo, the kingdom of rain. As long as Hanzo doesn't participate in the hostile country of fire, it is already a small victory. If you can persuade to help the country of fire, it will be even better. You still need Danzo to do this. After Minato left, the three generations summoned the group. Tibetan. Danzo-sama Hokage summoned. Danzang came to the Hokage tower calmly, and the three generations smiled slightly. Every time he took the initiative to find Danzang, Danzang would have such an expression. You should know why I came to find you. It's just because of Hanzo in the land of rain. That old guy is not weak at all. Danzo tapped on his cane, and someone immediately brought a chair over. The three generations didn't care at all. Knowing that Danzo was not convinced that he became Hokage, he still said with a smile, "Sure enough, you know me, old man. Although there is only one shadow in the country of rain, it should not be underestimated, so I hope you can come forward and talk to him. It's easy, but I'm afraid it will cost a lot. If it's too big of a deal, treat it as a hostile country." Three generations domineeringly said that now he is only in his 50s and has no fear at all. Throughout World War I and World War II, Konoha had more than a dozen, but this time it was only 2 to 3. You're too serious. Hanzo is a smart guy and he knows what to do. I hope so. After the negotiation ended, Danzo got up and left, and the three representative feelings became dark. Many experiments carried out by Danzo were mastered by the three generations. The number of people in the nearby villages decreased and the ninjas disappeared, all pointing to Danzo. Fortunately, Danzo has shared most of the experimental result, otherwise Danzo would have been dismissed long ago. This is also the tolerance of Danzo and his apprentice over and over again for 3 generations, and the two of them will not have an accident unless they have to. In the country of Ire, the heads of the 3 major powers are discussing how to deal with issues such as how to distribute the benefits after Konoha has passed. Anaji's short stature sits in a chair, an ordinary child in general. It was only one head above the table, while Kurabi suppressed a smile and was glared by eye. 3 generations of water shadows have always closed their eyes and said nothing, always making people think that they are dead on the table. This is the territorial distribution after the victory. Let's take a look. If there is no problem, it will be implemented like this. As soon as Reikage finished speaking, Tsuchikage made an objection. The land of Taki and the land of Frost should also be managed by us. If we leave it to you, the land of the land will be too dangerous. Onogi said unceremoniously. It is true that Reikage has given a lot of territory, but the land of the land is lacking in resources. Of course, we must strive for it as much as possible. HMPA, aren't the territories of the Kingdom of Grass and the Kingdom of Bird, as well as the Kingdom of Wind and the eastern part of the Kingdom of Fire still not enough? As the country of birds a country, the country of wind has a much worse climate than the country of earth. It will only waste resources in vain. The eastern part of the country of fire is just a cake. Toying immediately defended and sneered again and again. The country of fire has the best geographical environment and is also the richest country, but it is extremely difficult to defeat the country of fire even without the help of the country of wind. Raing folded his chest and remained silent. Raing also took a fancy to these 2 countries. The 2 small countries between the country and the country of fire are themselves vassal country. The land in the northern part of the country of fire is far from enough, although it is already considered to be done very well prepared. Mizukage felt that such a distribution was indifferent. The country of water itself is an island country, and the country of the vortex and the country of the craftsmen were regarded as vassals, and there was only one way to occupy the small countries in the southern part of Konoha. Reikage and Tsuchikage were arguing and breaking up, and the aged Mizukage said that you can do whatever you want, as long as the promised conditions remain the same. On the road, the 3 parties left quickly and no one wanted to stay. Lei Ying was very doubtful. Clearly there was only one tailed orc Zuli left in Yenian village. Why did he want so much? Kurabi on his side is even more perfect, and the 2 Yuki people are practicing well now. Compared with Wuin village, the strength is the weakest. Until now, there has not been a suitable candidate for Zuli. 6 tails are fine. It is said that Sanwei has not been found yet. Onogi insisted on Takian village, but in order to get Naneo to make up for the vacancy of the 4 tails, so even if he can't get it, he must not give it to Yenian village. After returning to the village, the 3 shadows immediately began began to deploy troops, and the situation instantly became tense. I must be careful of the yellow flash of Konoha. Don't worry, Dad, no one can beat me faster, and there is a comparison. The two of us will be the strongest combination. The 3 generations of Raikage know that I is very conceited and indeed has conceited strength. The physical strength is not much worse than him. With the perfect A-tailed human pillar, it is indeed the strongest AB combination in the history of Union Village. Because of this, Raikage will definitely win this war. Although there is information that Iwayan Village has cultivated a large number of ninjas, it is believed that they are all rabble, cannon fodder used for sacrifice in vain. I also wanted to compete with Konoha's Yellow Flag, who is the fastest ninja in the world, and pulled Kurabi to practice again and again. Gee, I don't know what's going on outside now. Yu, who is in the dragon vein, frowned. The child of the dragon vein is more serious than Yu imagined. What should I do if I can't get out all the time? And the water gate has also sealed the eye of the dragon vein, so I can't go back through the previous passage. Oh, forget it. It's better to make alchemy. Yu only cut off a part of the elixir. Originally low-level elixir. A few decades or 100 years is enough, but because of the current special circumstances, the growth of these elixir for thousands of years is very different from the original one. Same. The efficacy of the drug is completely different from before, and the medicine field is so big, and the elixir is used a little less. Whether there is such an elixir in this world, they also said that they carefully cut off a little bit and started alchemy according to the step. A strange blue flame appeared in his hand. This is the elixir fire that Yu has recently cultivated. It is more special than ordinary flame. I am afraid that the refined first-grade pill can be used as a second-grade or third-grade medicinal pill. No matter what material is a 1,000-year-old medicine, I am afraid that no one has such a luxury as him, right, to control the temperature of the flame. The strange thing is that in order to know the temperature in the furnace more accurately, Yu fiddled with a set of equipment from the reel, which is provided by Uncle Snake, and you can prepare to know the temperature in the furnace by pasting a thin slice. This is scientific alchemy. Yu couldn't help sighing at the power of science, which greatly improved the success rate. Chapter 112. The beginning of the war. After Danzo secretly met with Hanzo, after promising some resources, Hanzo simply stated that he would not participate in the war and remained neutral. The persuasion to help Konoha was fruitless and could only return with regret. Instead, he noticed the emerging power of the Rain country, but it is still too weak. But Danzo has already seen the potential of this power. At noon the war started at the beginning of Konoha 45. Hanzo immediately announced that he would not participate in the war and ensured that the Kingdom of Rain would be safe. The people of the Kingdom of Rain shouted Hanzo's name, and it was the greatest luck that they could not be disturbed by the war. The people of the Land of Rain are glad that their country is protected by such a strong man, as if they have seen the bright future of the Land of Rain. Lord Hanzo is really strong. Yes, it is known as the existence of a demigod. Yahiko and Nagato chatted on the knee. They had great respect for Hanzo and still longed for Hanzo's support. Now that the Akatsuki organization has begun to take shape, dozens of villages in the Land of Rain have received Akatsuki's help. Fortunately, Konoha obtained information in advance and evacuated all the troops of the Kingdom of Grass to the safety belt. Sure enough, the Kingdom of Grass took refuge in Yenian Village. Thousands of ninjas from Yenian Village passed through the Kingdom of Grass and arrived at the border of the Kingdom of Fire. It was almost the same moment Wuin Village and Union Village attacked together like Konoha. As an allied country, the Land of Wind, Sane and Konoha resisted together. Has Tsunade not found it yet? Sorry, not yet. Jiraiya also said depressedly. Tsunade didn't come back after such a major event happened. How could Tsunade not know about this kind of thing? Hey, this child, I can only send others to find it, and now I can only rely on Orochimaru and you. Yes, although he is annoyed with Tsunade, now is not the time to be angry. After all, Tsunade has lost too much. After the 3 generations explained the order, Kaharu and Mito Gate Yan worked together to countermeasure. With Narashikuji as the commander-in-chief of the Land, the 3 generations are very relieved. It is recognized that the Nara family has a good brain, even if Shikaku is still relatively young. The battlefield of Wuin Village was handed over to the proud disciple Orochimaru, and Union Village was handed over to Jiraiya. Although Jiraiya is usually unreliable, he is absolutely reliable on the battlefield. Soon the 3 commanders rushed to the battlefield, leaving only a small part of the entire Konoha behind. Teacher, where are we going? Western frontier. I remember that it was the battlefield of the Land. Well, I will definitely teach them a hard lesson. Old Soil, come on. Hey, of course I will. Hearing Lin's encouragement, Obito was very proud, and could not wait to go to the battlefield to show his might and capture Lin's heart. Idiot, you can survive first. The battlefield is not a game. Kakashi ruthlessly reprimanded that Kakashi, who has performed many dangerous missions, is well aware of the terrifying battlefield, and the situation on the battlefield is changing rapidly. Kakashi is right, so you must do your best to survive. Even if it is difficult for me to protect you, the country of grass will become a battlefield. Minato's serious expression made Obito shrink his neck. Teacher, will a lot of people die on the battlefield? Well, so you must not die. No matter what, you must work hard to live until I can come. It's Minato-sensei. Arrived at the border of the land of fire with excitement and tension, and just after arriving at the border, I received the task of blocking Yenian village. After a short rest, Minato ordered Kakashi and Oiteran to go and he would not go. Although they were surprised, the three still followed the order. Why don't the teacher come together? Obviously this will make it a lot easier. Are you going to depend on others forever? Kakashi grabbed Obito's collar and said angrily. Obito was speechless for a while. Seeing that his companions hadn't realized the seriousness of the matter, Kakashi was very angry. This would only cost his life in vain. Okay, don't do this. Lin quickly stepped forward to persuade her. He loosened his collar and pushed hard. Obito fell on the ground and looked at Kakashi angrily. Don't be like this. Kakashi is worried about you too. Cut. I know, I will pay attention, but Kakashi, don't take it lightly. That's what I should tell you. The atmosphere eased a lot, and Lin smiled and pulled the two to continue to their destination. Minato behind the tree nodded secretly. Lin was worthy of being the conciliator in the team, looking forward to what Class 7 would be able to do without him. After walking for a long time, Lin stopped. Someone is coming. Execute Plan A. The three began to lay traps around, and then the three lurked and waited for their prey to be caught. Clenching the shuriken in his hand, he was ready to throw Jung at any time, and soon he heard the voice of Ueda. 5 people are approaching cautiously. Scout. Obito's eyes widened, expecting Yenian to step on his trap, but unfortunately he just stopped in front of the trap, obviously one step short. Just eyeing, a shuriken was inserted into the tree trunk above his head, and Obito almost jumped up when he was frightened. Fortunately, he held back in time, and threw several shuriken in a row to make sure that no one was there. A few were stuck in front of the 3 of them, apparently because of the child figure. Kakashi remained calm, staring at the 5. It seems that there is no one. The trap is just laid out in advance. Be careful. A man began to look for the demolition of the trap, until Iwakaku was about to walk in front of Kakashi, and he just squatted down when Kakashi was not in the presence of Voldemort and chose to take the initiative. The dark kunai slid over the man's neck and got the signal belt to Lin. Immediately vote for Jung Kuwu. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. The 3 shuriken immediately increased by 10. 2 done. 2 Lubi. Iwagakushi immediately entered a state of battle. Kakashi quickly dragged the 2 of them, and Obito and Lin each dealt with 1. Obito and Kakashi were okay, but Lin had a lot of hard work. It is not a good choice to let the nurse participate in the battle. Obito was anxious, and Kakashi also noticed Lin's condition. Cut a Yenian away, and the lightning in his hand jumped. What is that? Chakra is actually in your hand. The 2 ninjas were terrified, but Lei Dun's restraint on Earth Dun was not suitable. Seeing Kakashi rushing towards him at a high speed, he quickly used hardening, and he didn't stop for a second to destroy the heart of a rock ninja. The thunder light in his hand disappeared, and he pulled out his arm, and he came to another ninja in a blink of an eye. Suddenly, I felt a coolness coming from behind, and I immediately stabbed the ninja back with a backhand. The sick man. It's really a keen intuition, but the trick just now consumed a lot of you. So what? How many chakras can a child have? It's enough to kill you. After Kakashi finished speaking coldly, the ninja suddenly coughed up blood and turned his head with difficulty, seeing a short white blade stuck behind his back. Shadow Clone. After speaking, he died, and Obito used the combination ninjutsu of wind and fire to solve it. After defeating his opponent, he immediately went to help Lin. Lin had been injured 5 or 6 places, and Obito angrily launched an attack recklessly. Kakashi's opponent showed fear, because there was lightning in Kakashi's hand, and the noisy voice made Iwakushi lose his calmness in the pack. The last blow, Chidori shattered Iway and Kunai and broke his heart this time. It was only then that he leaned against the tree without any strength. Chidori still spent too much chakra. Fortunately, the enemy was weak, and even if the dynamic vision was in hand, he would still not be able to see clearly. Kakashi touched the injured arm. He defeated his opponent in a short period of time with his wounds and soil, and returned quickly after a little treatment of his injury. Apart from Obito and Obito being a little impatient, the 3 of them cooperated well. After Minato's analysis, he returned to the camp using Flying Thunder God. Chapter 113 Yudenbu Armor. Watergate, you are here. Long time no see, Lu. Dingzoji didn't expect you to be here too. Watergate was happy to see his companion. It's really lively. Haiichi, Minato would like to introduce our deputy commander, Hichi Yamanaka. Well, the command will be handed over to you. Don't worry, there's nothing we can't handle together, Dingzuo said while eating potato chip. Minato also heard about Konoha's pig, deer and butterfly, not to mention one of them is very close to him. Everyone agreed, especially since Watergate is still on their side. Watergate's individual combat capability is the strongest here. Let's talk about the situation of Yenian. Has 1,000 ninjas arrived at the border and the deployment is almost complete. In other words, a head-on war will be launched soon. That's right, so we need to strike first. Let me go and destroy the high-end combat power as much as possible. Minato Obito took the initiative to fight, and Lu Ju readily agreed. Then please, try your best to consume the opponent's main force in this half-month. And the battlefield that Orochimaru is responsible for has already undergone large-scale battle. The giant snake is extremely obvious on the battlefield, and its huge body is daunting. Orochimaru harvested one life after another on the battlefield, and the cold chakra made the people nearby feel cold. And Orochimaru also brought the god of wind and thunder to the battlefield this time. Konoha's white eyes played a huge role on the battlefield. His super reconnaissance ability made many enemy plans go bankrupt, and many teams were fortunate to have members of Hyuga. Just a few days later, news came out of Yan Ninja. The terrifying yellow flash seemed to have become a nightmare for Yan Ninja. In the past few days, many high-level officials have been killed. The chief of staff was assassinated and killed. The commander obviously followed in the footsteps, and Shangjin was unavoidable, and it could only be described as disappearing without a trace. Iwanan became more cautious, not sending troops easily and entering a stalemate. The old man in the underground cave was listening to Baiju's report. Has the war finally begun? Yes, Madame Madara. Heiju's hoarse voice came, and he lowered his head deeply. Is there any news from Yiyu yet? Yes, Baiju has searched all over Lulan and there is no trace of Yiyu. It really disappeared, but it's okay. Try your best to find a suitable successor for me. Ahem. Yes, Madame Madara. Heiju Bai was never disturbing Madara's rest and exited the cave. Do you think Madame Madara is about to die? It looked like he won't be able to live for long. Baiju started to swear again. Are you trying to recreate it? Madame Madara won't die as long as he is connected to an outsider golem. If you want me to say that this is the trouble, Mr. Ban is so pitiful that his actions have become so difficult. Look at me. Saying that, Baiju clenched his fist and smashed the tree in front of him. It's amazing. Or wait until Madame Madara is dead, then you can rely on me. I think you really need to go back and do it again. Baiju was joking, and Heiju was lazy to pay attention to. I really don't know how Madara would value this Baiju so much. It was just as funny. And there was the curly-headed Baiju, the two most sculpted among the tens of thousands of Baiju. Not only that, but it also gave them stronger power, which was completely inconsistent with Madara's temperament. I am afraid that only Madara himself knew the reason for creating the two. It's so boring, always watching them calling and calling. When will I be able to touch Madame Sama's eye? Wait until Madara-sama's successor appears. But Uchiha members don't send many, and it's not easy to get in touch. There's always a chance. After saying that, Ju disappeared into the ground in the first time. Madara's body was completely decayed, but once it was separated from the 10-tailed body, it would die immediately, so hurry up. In the silent forest, two corpses were lying on the ground. With oil, be careful going underground. Lin shouted, and Obito jumped up quickly. Fire escape. The technique of dragon fire. The huge fire dragon head drilled out from the ground, and there was a scream immediately, and a burning figure emerged from the ground and rolled on the ground. It should all be wiped out now, right? Don't let your guard down. Lin, you're feeling it, Kakashi said with a slight breath, and after a while, Lin shook her head, indicating that there was no one else nearby. These people are so weak. Well, the fire escape with oil has become more powerful again. The fire dragon just now surprised me. Hey, of course, this is taught by Brother Yiyu himself, but I have been practicing hard. I've also mastered a lot of other types. And, hearing Lin's compliment, Obito got carried away, and when he realized that the air was quiet, he shut up, and then he reacted. Let go, it's time to go back. Yes, the three of them thought of Yiyu again. If Yiyu was also there, the war would end sooner. On the tree, Minato also became in a trance. Yiyu has disappeared for half a year. Seems to have forgotten Yiyu. Won't he really be trapped to death? Right. Bah, how is that possible? Yiyu is not weaker than me, and will definitely come back one day. At night, Obito sat in a daze in the camp for a long time without sleep. Unexpectedly, Kakashi also came out and sat quietly together without saying a word. You said Big Brother will be fine, right? Of course. How could my opponent die so easily? Cut. That's all you have, Kakashi. Obito sneered mercilessly. You're the one who didn't even open the writing wheel. Kakashi glanced at him, as if looking down. Damn it. I'll open it up one day. Hopefully. Yes, Yiyu started to write a wheel at the age of 5. You lied. What are you doing to lie to you? So I believe he will come back. Kakashi spoke coldly but was still immersed in shock. What kind of evildoer is this when he started to write round eyes at the age of 5? It is such a shame that such a genius died. I swear in my heart that I must wake up sharing it, or I will be too embarrassed by Big Brother Yiyu. And Yiyu, who was in the dragon vein, did not relax and still practice hard. He wiped his sweat and completed a batch of medicinal pills. I have to say thank you to Orochimaru technology. Otherwise, I don't know how much medicinal materials will be wasted. Finally, the second order medicinal pill has been refined successfully. Call. Stretch your muscles and bone, and just finished refining the medicinal pills as crispy as eating jelly bean. The refined Yuan Wa Dan will only replenish spiritual power. The kaleidoscope opened and the divine sword was held in his hand. Wadingu's armor appeared. Susanoo became bigger and thicker, and the figure was slightly frivolous. Even Yiyu would would feel some discomfort in his eye. It has been developed to the limit that ordinary kaleidoscope can reach, and wearing the Weddingu armor, Yu feels that the defense power is more than 5 times stronger. It should be able to improve. The urge to make the pupil power Susanoo became a lot bigger, but it was still in the state of Weddingu's armor. Until the aura was exhausted and failed to break through this limit, the aura of the dragon pulse quickly replenished Yu's body. Now that the war has started, Yu thought to herself, she must find a way to get out of here. Chapter 114, The Third Floor Trial. Finally, half a year later, the war started in full swing. In Konoha 46 years, Minato, who was in charge of the battlefield of the land, was transferred to the Union Village battlefield precisely because the AB combination was unstoppable. Hokage did not expect that Yunyan and even the 8-tailed man Zuli would be sent to the battlefield. Fortunately, Tsunade got it back, but unfortunately he lost his fighting power and became a medical ninja. Minato called you back in such a hurry because Union dispatched Renjuli. I hope you can stop it. Yes, Watergate is worried about the safety of the 3 Kakashi. Although Kakashi is already very strong, the 3 of them are likely to be transferred to the front line after his departure. If only Yu was still alive, it should be easier to deal with AB with the strength of the 2 of you. The 3rd generation sighed. Yu's name was never engraved on the memorial tablet, and it was also because people who were close to Yu always believed that Yu had not died. Lord Hokage, don't worry, I will stop Yunyan. Minato said solemnly that the 3 generations were very satisfied. Union Village is what the 3 generations have always been most worried about. Looking at the major hidden villages to include Konoha, Union is the most powerful and pays great attention to the military. After farewell, Yu went to the Union battlefield. Yu in the trial tower became more and more restless in her heart. After staying for so long, they had no intention of letting him leave. Although it would not hurt him, he could not force him to leave. Yu found that he could not break the seal outside, can only turn around and break into the 3rd floor. There is only one road on the 3rd floor. As long as you cross this road, you can complete the trial. Is this the immortal's intentional release of water? After observing with a kaleidoscope for a long time, there is really only one way to the empty 3rd level. Looking at Yu, who is suspended in the air, I am very curious. How does this overcome gravity? The bottom is about 30 meters deep and covered with ice. Each step is 5 meters apart. Do you want me to jump over it? Yu wanted to find out what the secret was. Using Susanoo, summoned the skeleton arm to grab onto the step, and easily picked up the stone step. The moment I took them up, I suddenly felt that the stone steps were much lighter. Carefully look at the stone step, and confirm that they are ordinary stone steps. What will happen if they are broken? Raise your arm and put it down again. It better not to die. It suddenly became a lot heavier when put back. Gravity. Obviously it will become heavier but suspended in the air, which is too contradictory, right? Yu stepped on the first stone steps and immediately felt that her body was twice as heavier, but Yu didn't care. It really was a trial of gravity. I jumped easily, and when I reached the second stone step, the gravity increased by 2 times, and the gravity in the middle of the jump was also increasing, and I almost fell from the air. Sure enough, the gravity increased by 4 times. Blah! Even Yu, who is equivalent to turning on the fairy mode, feels his scalp tingling. Boldly continued to move forward. The gravity gradually increased, and after staying for a few days, it finally reached 64 times. Yu had to stop, feeling that if he took a step in front of the statue, he would die. With sweat on his head, he was struggling to resist this pressure. So special, I don't know that Raing is here and can't resist. It is estimated that he will also die, but he only feels that the blood vessels are about to burst, and the 3 stone steps in front of him are like a moat. Yu wanted to fly directly over, but encountering such supergravity is simply courting death. I'm afraid Kagaya's gravity space is not so heavy. What a joke. Susanoo. What? Yu was stunned, and it took less than a second to see Susanoo. The bones began to collapse rapidly, and even the stones were cracked, and Yu vomited a mouthful of blood under the enormous pressure for a while. A thought left the trial tower, and the dragon vein spiritual mind came over and looked at Yu curiously. Why was he injured? Separating her own strength, Yu's internal injuries healed instantly, and the vitality contained in the power of the dragon's veins was simply unimaginable. It would be great if the power of the dragon veins could be stored, and it would be able to save lives in times of crisis. How can I get to the other side? Yu thought hard, then disappeared out of thin air, and then came to the 3rd floor. Shadow clone technique. Try to fly over from this end. Okay, sir. Go. The clone stood there for a long time without moving. What wrong? Sir, I can't fly. Did you forget that the clone does not have the ability of the 2nd stage of spiritual root? Looking at the clone in front of him, the question mark of the black people flashed past, and then I remembered that this is the case. Since the power in my hands has become stronger and stronger, I no longer like to use shadow clone. Yes, it took me a smashing hand to think about it. Recently, just focusing on cultivation has really ruined my brain. You go down. What should I do if I release the shadow clone in Shishingtan? Mobilizing Lei Lingan, Yu floated up. Deliberately avoid the stone steps and fly forward. The more he flew, the heavier, and sure enough the gravity was fully covered. Just when he was about to give up, Yu discovered that there was a stair-like path under the rock cliff on the far right, or in other words, it was a stair. Yu hurriedly ran over. The steps looked very dilapidated and extremely narrow. They were close to the wall. Only one person had to walk across the wall. The floating steps were in the center. The space is much larger, and it is difficult to find it if the light is dim and not close. After trying to step on it, she didn't feel the gravity until she reached the bottom of the cliff. There was no gravity. Yu felt that her IQ was insulted. Until I walked to the other side and found the handwriting left by the immortal. Only smart people will find the passage left by the old man, and stupid people do not deserve the wealth left by the old man. Can't bear it either. Then why did you create the last piece? What a fool. Yu couldn't bear it anymore. 64 times. Simply poison it. If it wasn't for his good eye, wouldn't he have been stuck on the 3rd floor all his life? Your sister. Is this what people do? After scolding, I came to the last stone step, and found that there were also inscriptions on the shore. Passing through this last block means that your body has surpassed the old man, but unfortunately there is actually another way. Fortunately, there is no such passage, otherwise he will definitely be bleed to death by chi orifices. This old guy really loses his morals as he gets older. Excited to open the immortal treasure, the UNU just above a sword art cast a divine light and then shattered into pieces. Yu felt that there was another kind of spiritual root in her body. Wood spiritual root. The original would escape aura was quickly absorbed by the wood spirit root. Could this be the legend of mutual generation and mutual restraint? Mu done, mu long. Sure enough, it is more alive than before, and the pupil power is stronger. Susano appeared, and his physique was improved. After the new combination, he grew legs like Madara's Susano, but even the original armor no longer exists. The only difference is the color. Fortunately, a large number of Excalibur can also be used. Yu began to look for hidden treasure. According to the urination of Immortal, there will be hidden treasures on each floor. Treasure hunting is also Yu's favorite thing to do. The multiple shadow clones that have not been used for a long time come in handy. Finally, a clone found a hidden treasure. It was also a book, which was hidden on the dark grid on the top of the cave. It was also a Taoist art called Incarnation outside the body. Chapter 115 Watergate VSI. Do you support other troop while stopping I? The scroll in his hand has turned to ashes. Iwanan won't make any big moves recently, but it must be finished quickly. Let go. Yes, the 3 people in the rear are members of the Chu Dao clan, the Inuzuka clan, and an unknown join-in. The 4-person team decided to support the northern trooper. Wow, what wrong? Watergate. Shimaru said that there are enemies ahead. 3 people ready to fight. Yes, Woot. A special Kunwu was sent out first, and Yunren drew his sword to resist the sudden appearance of a figure. Seeing that, I separated the 2 with a punch, and I and Bai stood in front of him. Then the 3 people behind the water gate rushed over. This yellow hair and body lifting technique must be yellow flashes. In that case, why don't you run now? Yunren had a look of fear on his face as he spoke, and the man who suppressed the Yanren battlefield by himself had almost died here just now. I glanced back at his subordinate, and was deeply disgusted by how he would take action to save this weight. The ratio doesn't matter. As long as the opponent with the eldest brother is stronger, he will be defeated. Really, is he the ninja who single-handedly stopped the 9 Tails from taking over the plan? The strong irony was revealed unabashedly. I didn't expect that kind of old thing to be brought up. No matter how good Minato's temper was, no one would have a good face when it came to Kushina. You or I, the son of the 3rd generation of Raikage in Union Village. I heard that you shot very quickly. Minato mentions his will to fight, and it is an exciting thing to fight against ninjas who are also known for their speed. The fiery heart cannot be concealed under the steady appearance. Everyone don't shoot. I'll come alone. Are you finally going to see the yellow flag? Captain will win. 3 people whispering. Flying Thunder God Kanai lost it and went out and distributed it to every corner of the forest. I directly uses the strongest ace. Such an enemy must be resolved quickly. Lay done chakra wrapped the whole person. Yu. Seeing Ai's date, Minato recalled that when Yu fought against him, he would also wear the thunder cloth, but it was like a simplified version of this, not so solid. At a speed invisible to the human eye, he reached Minato in an instant, and a Kunwu dropped his hand. When the fist was 2 centimeters away, Minato suddenly disappeared and reached the tree trunk. It escaped my speed attack. Minato, who was staring at the trunk of the tree, disappeared and appeared behind him. I still kept his forward attack and could not adjust. The speed is faster but needs to maintain a certain posture. Minato calmly analyzes. Injecting wind attribute chakra should be able to pierce in. I seems to have felt a tingling behind her. A sturdy tentacle appeared in time to resist slightly, and was almost cut off. One hand pressed on the shot, planting the flying thunder god technique, and I took the opportunity to get out of the battle. Sorry, bye. Are you alright? It's really sharp, and there is almost no resistance. Can Lazy stop it? I is also drumming in his heart, but thinking about it, it should be impossible to pierce. Hey, shouldn't this guy be the 8-tailed man Zuri? Not good. The the eight-tailed person Zuli came to the battlefield. It was rumored that the eight-tailed person Zuli was the most perfect person. The three swallowed their saliva. Suddenly they heard a whistle, and the three felt that it was the most beautiful sound in the world. Retreat. Watergate should retreat first. The ninja shouted, really reluctant to stop for more. The terror of the tail beast has long been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people, and it is simply not something they can handle. Minato had no choice but to retreat first. As soon as he turned around, the three of them left immediately. Minato was speechless for a while. The fear of the AB combination in the heart of Konoha ninja was the same as the fear he had in the hearts of other ninjas. It's just a typo. Yahweh is my Kurabi, my uncle. The young boy kept cheering for himself, and he already knew the sharpness of Minato kunai from the fight just now. Your bravery is admirable, not from Yao, but from a ninja. It seems that you have something very remarkable. Minato's calm and unhurried face always makes I very annoyed, but he is very nervous. HMPH. In terms of talent, this guy is better than me. I pointed at Bai and said with great pride, no, that's not what I'm talking about. He has something more precious. It would be great if Kushina could do it too, but unfortunately, the Nine Tails will not listen to anyone at all, even if it is the previous generation of the Nine Tails, the Vortex Nito, who completely relied on his own powerful strength to suppress. You have a rare partner, and so do I. Even if he hasn't returned yet, he will definitely come back one day. I frowned and didn't hear that Minato had a strong partner in the war, and they all did things by themselves. Anyway, next time we meet, you and I will fight in the name of Shadow. Can't let this guy go. I thought to himself, they moved to Ren and a kunai. As long as you remember the position of kunai, when this guy appears in a kunai, he can beat him at my speed. The clothes of thunder were all over the body, and they came in a surprise attack, because I also have a lot of things on my back. Fly. Let me see which kunai it will be. The vanished Watergate appeared behind Kurabi, and I was shocked to remember the scene when Bai helped him to prevent the injury. Was it that time? Bai Jingjing did not move, and the special weapon was also on Minato's waist, a posture of life for life. In the end, both sides stopped fighting and decided to lose the 1v1 battle IZG to Minato, and I finally realized the horror of time and space ninjutsu. Watergate, you're finally back. Are you alright? It's a little troublesome, but it's fine. On the way to retreat, I was in a trance. Even if his attack power was stronger than Minato, it was a pity that he couldn't hit him in vain. If it wasn't for the protection of Lazy, he would have been injured long ago. Shaking his head, he remembered a child who broke into Union Village a few years ago. The child still vaguely remembers the words of the child. No one has beaten you faster. It won't take a few years for someone to teach you a good lesson. It better not to be too arrogant. Did this kid mean Watergate? How did he know? I decided to investigate the identity of this child after going back. It was already that fast at that time, and it must be faster now. It must be the third fastest ninja. It must be so. Brother, are you alright? Don't worry. Bye. One day I will find my way back, and I will definitely defeat the yellow flag. It's something that Big Brother will definitely be able to do. That Wangmao, Baga Road, Puga Road. Seeing that Ai's mood has improved, Bai is very happy. If he can't beat him now, it doesn't mean he can't beat him in the future. There is still a lot of room for improvement, but when you go back, you have to check someone carefully. Who? Children who broke into the village a few years ago to steal. Oh, remember to escape under the eldest brother. Bai is also very curious about that child. He should be a teenager now. Yeah, it's unbelievable. Chapter 116. In the dragon vein, Yu condensed his own spirit and spirit, supplemented by fresh blood as the root of wood, and the vitality continued to flow into it. Relying on the continuous swallowing of medicinal pills and the supply of dragon vein, this has supported the loss of blood. It is roughly estimated that he has lost half of his blood, but fortunately his body is extremely strong. The body became slender to the point where the rib cage could be seen deep in the eye socket, and the shiny white skin also became lost its luster and dyed a layer of death. The dragon vein groaned softly, and the huge life breath filled Yu's body, which expelled the dead aura. Although it was still skinny, it would be replenished in a short time. The loss of life force also needs to rely on the dragon vein. The number of splits is limited, even if he is a cultivator. The blood cell in the air began to vibrate from the inside like a heart, panting as he looked at his masterpiece, and soon the blood cell would transform into a human form. Yu felt like a father, and he was still a child of the dragon vein. The dragon veins use their own power to irrigate the blood balls all the time, which is the most unique condition. Once it is completed, it will be earth-shattering, maybe even stronger than the body. After shaking his head, he discarded the idea of being a father. This incarnation will eventually carry his soul and become the second life carrier. Even if the main body died, the incarnation can still live well. The most important thing is that the soul must also be strong, otherwise it will be like Uncle Snake. Although it is difficult to die if it is divided too much, it is too bad to have no resistance to illusions that are not stronger. It is too bad to devour the soul. It is even more stupid, and the inability to digest it will only make the fragile soul more complicated. Yu shook his head. The more he practiced, the more he discovered the magic of the the soul. The stronger the soul, the stronger the body, but the stronger the body, the stronger the soul. Just like how hard you tried to condense your energy and spirit just now, it actually consumes the power of your soul, and integrating into the blood is also to better accept your own spiritual soul. After solving the crisis of the Union battlefield, Minato returned to the battlefield of the land overnight. The troops sent by the land were shocking, and even more troops arrived. Hokage then remembered the expansion of the army a few years ago, and it turned out that he was already preparing for this battle, and the Wuin village battlefield was also in crisis. Originally, no one was involved, so Orochimaru alone suppressed the entire battlefield. Today, the top fighting force of Korean, the 7 ninja swordsmen, was dispatched. It is composed of 7 elite ninjas, and the 7 ninja knives are very magical. They have various ability. It is no exaggeration that the 7 people can be dragged to death if they join forces together. The 7 people of the ninja sword consist of the Loquat Shazang, the watermelon mountain pufferfish goat, the chestnut squashball, the Tongsao wildbait person, the Wooly Jinba, the black Holea, and the ghost lamp Shinran. 7 people. Didn't you say that there are strong enemies here? Is it the 3 little devils brought by such a joinin? Kurihara Kushimaru, who was holding the needle, crouched on the stone and said dissatisfiedly. The long steel wire had cut off the hands and feet of the Junin in front of him. The whole person fell in a pool of blood, and the knife pierced the heart and completely left the time. According to the information, there are powerful ninjas here who have destroyed many plans, so they are sent here, but they only affected the leader of the team. Forget the 3 little devil. You can't just let it go. The 7 people left in no hurry, and soon caught up with the 3. Kai, Genma Shiranui and Ebisu's heart sank. Is the teacher dead? Did not expect to be defeated so easily. The 3 of them retreated and looked at the 7 in fear. Go ahead, Wooly Jinba said flatly, not wanting to waste time, waving the explosive knife in his hand. Droplet, bloodthirsty red light flashed in his eye. There will be red firework to watch soon. Hehe. It's okay. You 2 go away. I'll stop him. Kai, it's impossible. All the Junin are dead. Shiranui Genma had already given up resistance. Hateful. At this moment, a green figure suddenly stood in front of Kai, and the other finally caught up. Kai, you run away. I'll stop them. Wu Duo sang. Run away. They are the 7 ninja swordsmen. You can't win with a single Junin. Kei's father, what's the use of Shanuin at this time? Just end head. Are we being looked down upon? Hehe. If you don't know what dead or alive, let them chat for a while. After a while, Kai, with tears in his eyes, followed Shiranuma Genma Ebisu and fled backward. It's really touching. Although he's just a man, he's a good father. Loquat Shazang waved the big knife in his hand. Go. The 6th scene is open. The aura that erupted shocked the 7 people, and their pupils seemed to disappear. Is this Underbrand? Is there such a chakra as a Jinin? Ah, so fast. Ghost Lantern Shinran hurriedly parried. His fist pierced through his body, and there was no blood. I saw the ghost lamp Shinran's stomach turned into water and tightly wrapped around Dai. Good job, Chibi. Kurosuke Raya raised his knife and slashed, followed by Gangsi. The 7th door opened. One punch smashed the flying ghost lamp Thousand Blade, and the hand knife slashed at Leia. The speed was even faster. After fighting the 2 of them, they continued to fight and gradually felt a little exhausted. Chocolate turned blue. It's like a bee. Loquat Shazang said out of breath. The Jew hidden in the distance is even more surprising. I didn't expect that a genin could burst into such a powerful force, and one person dragged 7 people abruptly. And it's not just an ordinary jonin. He's about to run out of energy. Hehe. Wu Lijinba smiled sinisterly. If it's a heads-up fight, I'm afraid no one can beat this guy. What a terrible guy. Is this guy really a ninja? The watermelon mountain puffer goat, as the leader, feels that Konoha's brain is really funny. There is no other way. I have to open the 8th door. The 7 people had an ominous premonition in their head. When they first arrived, they only felt the strength of the General Chunin. Captain, shall we retreat? Cash, what a joke. We are a group of 7 ninja knives, and even the shadow level can fight. The 8th gate of death is open. The 8th gate of Dunjia formation. With a roar, the surrounding earth shook violently. The red steam is burning its own blood. Even her eyebrows and hair were dyed red. Witness the power beyond the shadow level. WTF. 1 foot. Boom. Kurihun Kushimaru was the first to be impacted, and the 6 people around were bounced off by the powerful impact. What happened? Did you see it? No, I didn't see it at all. Baiju's face showed fear, and Heiju was even more surprised. This news must be told to Madara. Kushiwan. The smoke dissipated, leaving only the lower half of his body and his body missing. The watermelon mountain puffer fish swallowed his saliva, one at a time. Retreat. Separate and escape. Another scream came. It was the voice of the Ghost Lantern Chinblade, and the Ghost Lantern family, which was obviously immune to physical attack, couldn't stop a blow. The rest of the people wished their parents had 2 more legs. I haven't seen the shadow of the person until now. Only the red light is flashing and there are 2 super pits on the ground. It's actually scattered and escaped. Before life burns out, try to stay as much as possible. There were 2 more earthquakes in the distance, and the watermelon mountain puffer fish escaped faster. That bastard Leia ran so fast. Damn it, I'll be caught up first. Right. Loquat Shazang was stunned when he ran to his home formation before stopping, and when he looked back he was relieved to see that no one was chasing after him. At night, the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost and Kurosuke Leia rushed back, confirming that the group of 7 had become a group of 3, and the figure of Dai in his sleep lingered like a nightmare. Chapter 117 Incarnation Outside the Body. Yu carefully scrutinized the young man who didn't have an inch in front of him. He looked like a really special image, a 9-point image. But why does he look prettier than me? The breath is erratic, and its rhythm is like a god. Perhaps this is the temperament that a monk should have. Look at this skin, icy muscles and jade bone. How wonderful it would be if it were a girl. Yu exclaimed. Ah, it's strange that Pratinam must have missed me. Kushina, who was resting, sneezed suddenly. It time to divide the soul. Yu's soul gathered into a mass in the sea of consciousness, split into 2 identical individuals like the mitosis of a cell, and a mass of soul floated out into the incarnation outside the body. Boom, boom. The strong heartbeat made the whole body vibrate, and even the dragon veins cast a deep knowledge and curiously stared at the changes of this incarnation outside the body. Yu's face was pale as if he was seriously ill. Alive. The incarnation outside the body caressed his face with his hand, and suddenly opened his eyes, and the cold light shines directly in his eye. There are stars in his eyes, and the outer circle of his eyes is purple. Okay, stop pretending. Wait and let me pretend for a while. The narcissistic person outside the body looked in the mirror. Although the face is still immature in the robe, it always attracts people's attention and make people unable to ignore it. It's incredible. It's incredible. Gee, Moses came to Ra. Gee, Moses came to Ra. I'll say it first. I'll say it first. The 2 sides fell into a strange silence. The same soul led to the same reaction, and they could clearly perceive each other's thoughts, and the souls were connected. Let me speak first. You talk first. Ha, then disconnect first. Yu took the initiative to disconnect the soul connection channel, and immediately lost contact with the other party. Then connect again. Know the idea of incarnation outside the body, and then disconnect. Hey, stop playing. Cut. It's really uncomfortable to be taught a lesson by myself. I know you want to send me out, right? Of course. After careful comparison, the gap between us is still quite large. Yes, not only is the temperament different, but I seem to be more handsome. The incarnation outside the body began to be narcissistic again, and the soul and the body were in perfect harmony, and they could exert 100% of this power. This body has no spiritual root, but it has all the attributes of the main body. But it is really strange that it does not have a wheel eye. The avatar outside the body felt it, and found that the body is very powerful, thanks to the power of its own immortal human cells and dragon vein. But the spiritual root is not very normal. Why does the writing wheel eye not exist? Connect. Yu's brows were furrowed, and as soon as the soul was connected, the body of the incarnation outside the body immediately knew it like the palm of his hand, and he really didn't even have a writing wheel. In that case, you might as well practice being cheap. Yu said slyly. I'm cheap, but you are cheap, and you are still cheap. Cut and cut. Strange is so weird. There is no need to connect it. You have to have a new name. Promise. Promise. After a few seconds of silence, they both shouted in unison. Looks like you really want to practice swordsmanship can't be wasted, isn't it? Anyway, there is no wheel eye. From today onward, a powerful swordsman will stand on the top of the ninja world. Then focus on practicing the sword. Don't worry about the rest. Naturally, outside the avatar, the waist is straight, and the hair is tied in a costume of an ancient swordsman. It smells like that. When will you take me out? Now. Tianbuliu is for you. No, that's too obvious. That's up to you. Communication with the dragon vein. The dragon veins easily agreed to send the incarnation out of the body, but Yu had to stay with it. So the dragon veins directly opened up a space-time channel. Hurriedly a glance at Yu saw other timelines. Seeing the passage leading to the outside, Yu even wanted to leave her avatar alone for a while, aware of the main body's intention, and slipped in. What happened just now? Damn, this guy is really a roundworm in my stomach. Longmei glanced at Yu mockingly and closed the passage. Yu sighed that he grew up sucking dragon veins since he was a child, and his body function is not ordinary. Yu number 2, who appeared from somewhere in Lulin, laughed out loud at the familiar sight, and finally came back, although the other half was left behind. Sure enough, Minato's technique only isolated a very small part of the dragon's vein. I don't know what's going on with the war now. I found someone to ask and found out that it was the second year of the war, so I hurried to the country of grass. With oil. Kakashi pushed the rock hard and didn't move. Stop it. That's enough, Kakashi. I can't do it anymore. Obito coughed up blood and said calmly, it turned out that I would be so calm before I died. Obviously I just had a writing wheel eye. And Obito looked at the top of the cave without a god. Big brother. Yu, who was rushing to the country of grass, suddenly stopped in an uneasy mood. Is it too late? However, I still have to confirm that my eyes are getting colder and faster. The body on the right is basically crushed with oil. Woohoo. Lin cried bitterly and knelt beside Obito. Today is the day when you were promoted to Jonin, and I haven't prepared the congratulatory gift yet. Just take my scribbles as a congratulatory gift. Obito, damn it. Kakashi shed tears this time. He told Obito ninja not to cry, but Obito's Yu's left eye was transplanted in response to Obito's request, and he rushed to kill the last enemy. It's really hard to deal with. He's still alive, but he's a kid after all. Really? Why do ninjas cry? Yenian laughed. Although this child is indeed unusual. Kakashi, Rin, please. It is good. He took out his father's chakra knife and launched the attack first. The weapons intersected, as if the knife would shatter and seal immediately, catering to the thunder, attacking the enemy in front of me. Obito, I can see it clearly now. Along with the blood flower, he pulled out his blood-stained arm, dragged the enemy's corpse to the top of the cave, and swore to avenge Obito and my wife. I will raise her in the future. As soon as he breathed a sigh of relief, the enemy reinforcements arrived and many people turned their palms to use the earth escape, completely collapsing the cave. Told Lin to fight until the last moment and fainted. This kid is pretty tough. Hurry up and get to know him. Just as they were about to swing the knife, two figures suddenly appeared, each holding one person and leaving the plate. Minato looked at Yu warily. This person is extremely fast. Another speed ninja after I, but the strange dress has never been seen before, and he was pleasantly surprised when he saw Yu's face clearly. Yu, you are finally back. You're the yellow flash, but I'm sorry you got the wrong person. Yu said indifferently, as if an immortal who did not provoke the mortal world. I can't be wrong. Forget it. Let's talk about it later and solve them first. It is good. I don't know why I don't recognize him, but now it's time to deal with the enemy first. No, it's really yellow flash. Want to run away. Damn it. How can it appear here? Isn't it on the battlefield? Yan looked at Minato in horror, and his heart was even more horrified. Does Minato's presence here mean that the attack failed? Minato threw Fei Lei Shen and began to harvest one life after another, while Yu grabbed a ninja's knife and danced in the crowd. The movements are as graceful as running clouds and flowing water without a trace of stalemate. Master, is Yu's swordsmanship already so strong? Monster, run away. These two are monsters. There's no escape. 1000 point. Dozens of sword chi burst out, attacking the fleeing enemy, but Yu frowned slightly, can only slash out 100 sword chi. Although this is the first time I use this body, it seems that I need a lot of practice. In just a few minutes, all of Yanin died, and Yu felt a little bit under the cave and found that Obito's body had long since disappeared. Has he really been taken away? Minato walked over happily, although Yu was a little strange now, but he would never admit his mistake. Chapter 118. Make a name for yourself. Yu, what's wrong with you? No, I said it. You just recognized the wrong person. My name is Wuji. Minato obviously didn't believe it, and was about to go over to Yu to draw his sword. Don't get me wrong, I just couldn't get used to saving them. Watergate couldn't help but wonder, did he really admit his mistake? The temperament is indeed different, and I have never seen Yu wearing such clothes. The important thing is that the eyes seem to be different. No matter how a person changes, his eyes will not change. Yu's eyes are pure black. Well, who are you? I'm a swordsman, and I just want to challenge a well-known powerhouse. You are worthy of my challenge. The breeze blew by, blowing the clothes of the two. Minato could see that the person in front of him really wanted to fight him. Okay, I promise you. Yu knew after a try that Kunwu was distributed around, and Wuji narrowed his eyes to note the location of Kunwu. 1000. Minato used an ordinary telekinesis to dodge. Can he be so fast without flying thunder god? Raising the knife and attacking, leaving behind a string of afterimages. Minato's pupils shrank and instantly moved to a kunai, leaving behind afterimages. Sure enough, phase jump, solar style, holding the long sword high. The blade burns like the sun, and the intense rays of light that burst out make people unable to look directly. Disturbing sight. Thunderbolt. With a loud shout, the thunder light jumped, faster and more powerful than before. When he sensed the crisis, he had to jump again. A flash of spirit. The water gate that just fell, and before he could touch Kuwu, a terrifying sword energy slashed over, flying thunder god. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared again, and the big tree in front of him fell down, destroying many flying thunder gods. What a fast sword cut. You shouldn't be anonymous. Minato sighed that such a swordsman is at least an elite level of ninja, with exquisite movement skills and superb swordsmanship, and his sword chi is even more fierce. That sword wave Minato did not dare to resist. Just look at the fallen tree. And melee combat with such an enemy is too dangerous. Even Unzen's double sword art can't help Minato. Yu couldn't help frowning and had no choice but to try that trick. Suddenly, an alarm bell sounded in her heart, and Minato was already behind Wuji. When, only then did I see the broken branches under my feet. It was really hard to guard again. Lowering his waist and turning to avoid it dangerously, Gujin watched Minato without any weight. With a pick of his right hand, Minato's kunai was cut off. Spiral pill. Once again to prevent cut deal. Actually blocked the spiral pill. Lu Ying, looking at Yu's left hand, she slowly waved, attracting Minato's attention. The scene in front of him suddenly changed. Minato stood under the peach blossom tree, and countless peach blossom petals fell. Ooh, solution. After recovering, the long knife was already close to his waist, and he hurriedly used the flying thunder god to see blood on his stomach, but he did not escape. You are really strong. I can't knock you up for the time being. I will defeat you one day. Farewell. Yu already knew that he couldn't beat Minato for the time being, and Fei Lei Shen was too rascal, and Minato, who had been hit once, couldn't be hit a second time. Anyway, thank you today. He touched his stomach, but luckily the wound wasn't very deep. This young man seemed to only be able to use a sword. He could feel the strong power contained in his body, and he might have won a tragic victory. Wuji, is there really such a similar person in the world? If it was really Yu who would never have done this. She shook her head, probably because she had admitted the wrong person. Obito woke up after being in a coma for 3 days in a deep underground hole, wrapped in a bandage and put on Baiju's body. Seeing Madara in her old age, she wanted to go back and see Lin desperately recovering her body. Madara didn't care about letting Obito practice. Her body was broken and she needed to be replaced. Yu became active on the battlefield. Friends and foes, as long as they found a master, they would challenge and find a suitable weapon, and became famous for a while. It tickles both sides with anger. Although they don't kill people, they will grab weapons and pay to redeem them. Once they are injured, they will give the enemy an opportunity. Beat the 5 countries in turn. In particular, he took special care of Yinian village. For a time, all major countries except Konoha jointly issued a reward order, and the head value was 50 million taels. The 3rd generation got Wuji's first-hand information and thought it was Yu, but Minato said that this person might not be, and there was no reward for skepticism, and this young man named Wuji was the least likely to attack Konoha. Yu was instantly furious when she found out the head is only worth 50 million. Even more madly, the challengers were beaten horribly, and they selected elites from various countries. Almost all of them were sent to the hospital. The countries were disturbed by one person and turned into a pot of porridge. Even the 3rd generation can't stand it. This young man is getting more and more excessive, and he is determined to be either a ninja or a samurai swordsman. Seeing that the bounty has risen to 100 million, I am satisfied, and the black market has given a price of 120 million. They challenged countless elites and ended in victory, and they were dealt with at the shadow level. Walking aimlessly through various battlefields, he suddenly found a large number of people running towards him. What the situation? Could it be that Yun Yin dispatched a large army to destroy me? Hurry up and escape. Just as he was about to run away, he saw Yun Yin's panicked expression, as if they were being chased by something. Lord Raikid, I'm afraid we can't escape. The subordinate said bitterly. How could they only have nearly 1,000 people to fight against 10,000 yanin? You didn't run away after the old man stayed behind. How is this possible? Raikid-sama, run away. We may be able to resist. With the speed of Raikid-sama, we can definitely escape. Yeah, even if we die, Raikid-sama, we have to bite off a piece of meat from these guys. The guy who goes back on his word. A group of followers shouted, and they were very angry that they had turned the finger on them for their defeat against the Land of Fire. I can't blame anyone else. If it were me, I would do the same. The 3 generations of Raikage seemed very calm at this time. These nearly 1,000 people were the backbone of the village, and many of them were high-end combat power. If they lost, Yun Yin's strength would be greatly reduced. Interesting. Yu watched the next situation expectantly in the dark. Fang Yan was roaring incessantly, and he was about to catch up with Raikage-sama. I don't know who shouted a word, which caused a huge response. With Raikage-sama. With Raikage-sama. Shut up. Do you want to die with this old man? I am Raikage. Now I order you to retreat immediately. Rai Ying's majestic voice made the originally high morale shudder, and looked at Rai Ying's knees in grief and indignation. The old man is saying it again. Retreat immediately. Go to the old man. Lord Raikage. Roll. The lieutenant gritted his teeth and ordered the remaining people to retreat. All troop retreat. Raikage stood on the spot like an iron tower, watching his subordinates evacuate. Aren't you coming out yet? It was discovered Raikage's air cap is really admirable. When the undeserved powerhouse. You are the little thief who came to Union to steal, so your name is Wuji. I didn't expect that Raikage-sama still remembers me. No, I just saw your portrait and thought about it again. Haven't you left yet? Yanying won't necessarily let you go. Lei Ying looked at Yu, wondering why Yu was staying here. I also want to try Iwanen's method so that I can hone my sword skill. What a crazy junior. But the old man liked it. It's a pity that I can't help you revoke the wanted order now. It doesn't matter, so I don't have any pressure to kill. It's interesting. No matter what, you will make a name for yourself in this battle. That's exactly what I hope for. Raikage is overjoyed. This should be able to eliminate as many Iwakage as possible. Chapter 119. The Promised Saint. Look like we're surrounded. HMPA. Junior, are you afraid? Afraid? What a joke. I am Wuji. I'm afraid you are going to explain it here today. They can get the head of the old man. Just come and get it. Seeing Yu and Lei Ying chatting and laughing, it seems that there is no lack of panic, and the leader of the team also sighed. Although he is an enemy, such a spirit is indeed respectable. Just why does this promise appear here? Is there any connection between the two? Team leader. Attack. Killing Raikage. Wuji is also an important bounty criminal and can't be spared. Yes, there was a sound of killing, and the Raikage Lei Dun chakra mode was turned on. Hell stab in 4 hands. 2 done. 2 lubi. The earth low wall released by many people did not resist at all, piercing the body body of the person behind the earth low wall. It is such a terrifying power that no attack method can break through Raikage's defense, and the terrifying flesh body does not know how to cultivate. Looking at Yan Ninja, who was surrounded by him, Yan Ninja's forehead guard was reflected in his eyes without joy or sorrow, and he waved his sword in his hand. This is also the only sword on the battlefield. Dring, Hu, Thunder type. The powerful spiritual power erupted, and 300 sword chi splits made Yu very satisfied. Sure enough, only fighting can accelerate growth, seriously injuring dozens of ninjas in front of him. Most of them are just chunin, and the upper and lower are only a small part. The ghostly figure of Yu shuttled through the crowd, and the white glow drifting through was a light. Good boy. My eyes beat is not bad. Hee, old man, you are not bad. This defense is the most terrifying, worthy of the strongest shield. It's just this scar tit. When he thinks of the lightning scar on his chest, Raikage gets angry, and he accidentally hurts himself. After all, the spear is still powerful. In anger, he used his consistent hand directly, and the ninja had no power to parry. The shock wave generated blasted a bunch of people, and the dark body passed through more than a dozen people in a row before stopping. Fighting into the night, there will always be new ninjas rushing forward, not giving the two of them any time to recover their stamina. The more I fight, the more frightened are these two monsters. So much energy. Raikage is down. After all, people are practicing ninjutsu, and they basically use physical power. But what is going on with this kid? Come on, go on. There was not a single drop of sweat on Yu's calm face, and this guy's stamina was so abundant. After fighting for so long, I have never seen Yu use ninjutsu. It seems that the information is correct and he is indeed a samurai. If you don't come, I'm going to go, leaving a trail of afterimages. Stop him. Come on together. Lei Ying sighed. The court had already fallen to the ground, but it was not enough. Only fight. The next day, the battle still didn't stop. For the wheel battle, the two of them were not afraid. With the power of the dragon veins as support and the physique of the fairy, Yu felt that they could fight for a few days. The rested ninja replaced the tired ninja. The attack of the two is too hard to resist, especially Raikage, who is completely a beast, rampaging. I don't care at all about the attack that falls on me. The boy in white also used a strange movement technique, so he couldn't touch it at all, as if he could see all the attack. The pleasing swordsmanship is a talisman that harvests their life. By the third day of slaughtering 4,000 ninjas, Raikage was exhausted, and Yu, who was originally agile, also became a little sluggish. Still struggling to resist, the mana consumption is a bit serious. It was not until night that Raikage and Yu leaned against each other. Boy, I know you still have some physical strength to escape. There is no need to accompany the old man to die here. Raikage panted and said that although there was no scar on his body had already begun to weaken, and his legs seemed to be filled with lead. You're old. I can fight for at least a day. Your body's ability to recover is so strong, but you can recover so quickly after being seriously injured in more than 10 places. It's all minor injury, but before you leave, you always have to leave some gift. This big repayment pill will be given to you, so you should recover a little. What is this? It's a good thing to recover from an injury, otherwise I wouldn't be able to survive now, but it's not very good if you're not injured. Thank. The old man should kill a few more. Raing had no doubts at all, swallowed it in one bite, and instantly felt that his body was not empty, and his physical strength had indeed recovered a lot. Yu held the long sword horizontally in a sword-drawing shape, and began to gather spiritual power. The sword intent continued to increase, and she was ready to use the second and strongest move of the Yunxian sword art. The white rainbow pierces the sun. The dazzling white light flashed across the half-moon. Yu had already appeared 100 meters away, and more than 100 people had been harvested. Old Raikage will leave the rest to you. Chain. The long sword became larger, suspended in the air, and flew directly to the sky to escape at extreme speed. Of Yao. This bastard can fly, and so fast. I wish Shinobi was done. Killed more than 1,000 people and ran away like this. This kid really has a set. Lei Ying scolded with a smile, although he did not bring him. But Lei Ying was not angry. It is not bad to be able to help him kill so many enemies. I can't let Raikage run away anymore. Yes, in an instant, Raikage was overwhelmed by the crowd, and finally the hero ended. Yu, who escaped, was lying in the cave to rest, and then lay down a hidden formation to sleep peacefully. This time, the aura that had been consumed too much and stored was all exhausted, and it needed to be accumulated slowly. The matter of Yu soon spread in the ninja world, and the strength was completely comparable to that of the Shadow Class. Together with Raikage, they were besieged by 10,000 people for 3 days and 3 nights. Nearly half of Yan'an died and almost 2,000 people were slaughtered by each side. No limit to escape. The news will cause shocks in the 5 countries, and it is learned that the boy is only 12 years old, and he is dubbed the Sword Saint by the ninja world, also known as the Sword Saint in White. Damn brat. Onogi slapped the table angrily. If it weren't for this guy, how could the land of the land be defeated so quickly? Although the death of Raikage achieved the goal, it cost an extra 2,000 lives. Send orders. Wuji offers a reward of 300 million taels. Yes, the other 4 countries simply revoked their bound. They didn't have to offend such a powerful shadow. Anyway, no one Someone died in the hands of the Juggernaut. Compared with Yanran, being beaten and admitted to the hospital was too light. Tis 2000 ninjas. I am afraid Onogi will vomit blood. Master I, please inherit the 4th generation Reikit. Ooh, didn't you see that I was sad? Did my father's body come back after him? It back. Master I, how can it be repaired? If you have the opportunity, you must thank this kid of the Sword Saint. Woohoo. Even if I was crying, he couldn't hide his irritable mood. It's too hateful for Juggernaut to not bring Dad back. However, it is the best of humanity and righteousness to be able to help to stop it, and there is no reason to blame the Juggernaut. With Yenying's withdrawal, Union is also on the way to withdraw, and Reikage's death, Yunin has lost his will to fight. Only Wuin is still struggling, and although he has lost his fighting spirit, he is still entangled. The old 3rd generation Mizukage appeared in the underground cave of Uchiha Madara. After being controlled by Madara's pupil technique, he left the underground cave. Isophis also had already been sold by Baiju to Wuin village. Chapter 120. I will be responsible for you. Quick, what the hell is going on in this cave? A villager hit it with a hoe, only to be bounced back by something invisible. There won't be monsters in there, right? Nonsense. I haven't heard of monsters near the village for hundreds of years. Another young man was thrown out when he lost it. For 3 consecutive days, the villagers have been studying this strange cave, and even attracted ninjas, but the ninjas were unable to break through this transparent defensive barrier. Just as the ninja was about to blow up the cave, Yu woke up leisurely. His spiritual power had almost recovered by half, but his body had almost recovered, although he was still a little sore. Let dart. There may be enemies inside. Just as he was about to detonate the detonating talisman, he suddenly heard a sound coming from the cave, and gradually saw the figure walking out. Hasn't anyone told you that it's rude to disturb someone's sleep? How could it be a kid? Hey, wait a minute. This guy. No, isn't this Lord Senior Sword Saint? What? You said he was the promised Sword Saint. The man looked at his companion in horror, and then turned his head to look carefully. Although his hair was a little messy, his clothes and face were indeed true. I couldn't help but take a few steps back, not knowing how to answer. Sorry, Senior Juggernaut. We didn't know you were here. Please don't kill us. Juggernaut. Do you mean me? That's right, Senior. I didn't expect to wake up from sleep and have the title of Juggernaut so quickly. Tis. Okay, in that case, let go. Thank you, Senior. Why don't you go quickly? The middle-aged man hurriedly pulled his companions away, fearing that Yu would go back and end them with a sword, and the villagers also scattered when they saw that the ninjas had all run away. Am I so scary? After patting the dust on his clothes, Yu Jianfei saw that there was a large lake below. After falling, he jumped into the lake to take a bath, closed his eyes and drifted with the flow to relieve the pain. At this moment, a little girl who had finished her training was about to enter the lake to bathe when she suddenly saw a stack of clothes lying on the shore of the lake. He looked like a kid, but he looked so handsome. There is a peculiar temperament in the special body, which is as approachable as nature, and it can be seen at a glance that he is not an ordinary person. The girl suddenly forgot what she was supposed to do. She usurped Yu's clothes, silently admiring Yu's body. Her body was well proportioned and perfect. I scored 99 points. The remaining 1 point is afraid of your pride. Gee, this is very comfortable. Floating back to the lake shore, he let out a long sigh of relief and finally washed away the smell of blood. He turned around and stood up and opened his eyes at will. Yu and the girl looked at each other, and the air was frozen. The girl's eyes gradually moved down, staring at the bottom. Yu, who had reacted, hurriedly grabbed the robe and finished wearing it as soon as she turned around. Today, I have been bloody mildew for 8 lifetimes, and I met such a little hooligan. The innocence of the old man's life. Looking at the girl with grief and indignation, she said in a deep voice, how long have you been here and what have you seen? Well, did I say I didn't see your letter when I arrived? Do not believe. Hey. The girl smiled madly, and Yu seemed to be hit by 5 thunder. Is the child so unrestrained? What the hell? Your sister. Thinking face rolling on the floor, laughing, 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 rolling on the floor, laughing. Who are you? Don't say I killed you. Yu said with a gloomy face. Well, I'm the Chunin of Terumi Meiwu Hidden Village. Terumi Mei proudly said that it may become a special Jonin in the near future. Terumi Mei. The familiar figure overlapped with the Terumi Mei in my mind, with brown hair, green eyes, and a sexy body. Well, not yet, but this is really so. Is Terumi Mei such a young girl a hooligan? You know me. No, I don't know. By the way, what's your name? I will be responsible for you. Since I saw your body, I should be responsible. Am I being molested? Please, you're only 12 or 13. Okay, there are countless complaints in my heart, but I still told Terumi Mei's name, and the person is really good looking. I am Wuji, and this Sword Saint doesn't need you to be responsible. Juggernaut, even though you are handsome, you can't treat me as an idiot. Okay, you are only as old as me. Terumi Mei obviously didn't believe that a child who looked a little younger than her would be a juggernaut. If this is a juggernaut, I will be Mizuki. Whether you believe it or not, say goodbye. Hey, you haven't told told me which village you are from. How can I find you and how can I be responsible for you? PFF. You are just greedy for my body. Terumi may blush, remembering that Yuyu's well-proportioned body is indeed very good. Hehe. Yes, I'm hungry. You. Forget it. I don't care about you. Abruptly holding back 2 words. This guy admitted it so generously. It's incredible. This child. No wonder it's not unreasonable to always be single. It's the first time I've been beaten so badly since my debut. Where are you going? Go kill. Am I not good looking? Hey, I want to kill. It's not a question of whether you look good or not. Yuyu really couldn't understand Terumi Mei's brain circuit, and Terumi Mei was trying to find a way to keep Yuyu, and her mother said that she couldn't live up to others by looking at other people's body. Terumi Mei's mother. Where did you buy your clothes? I've never seen G before. I do it by myself. Can you make one for me too? 20 million tael. You are stealing money. Yes, that's right. I'm just stealing money. Saying that, Yuyu quickened her pace, but Terumi Mei kept chattering and arguing, pulling Yuyu's arm for fear of losing it. Are you short of money? I'll steal the detonating charm to support you. PFF. Why don't you steal the battery? What is a battery? No, nothing. This bitch doesn't look like a good person. It better to go out early. Gee, what a big plane. What plane? When I turned around and found that there was only a piece of wood in my hand, I realized that I had been tricked. Stomp your feet angrily. Wuji. I will definitely find you. Yuyu, who was in a hurry, almost fell and got goosebumps. Damn, what going on? I'm supposed to be pretty. Go back and read the book on how to attract boys. The depressed Terumi Mei firmly remembered the name Wuji. Where have you been? It took so long to come back. A woman asked. Well, the water in the lake is a little dirty today. I've been looking for a long time and there is no other lake. Terumi Mei had a bitter fate, and Shangren didn't say anything, and chose to believe in the disciple. The village obviously has no hope of winning, but I don't know why Suiying has not announced its retreat. At night, Yuyu was flying high in the sky and couldn't see the situation on the ground clearly. When they came to this battlefield, they couldn't find Kakashi and the others. It seems that I can only fly a little lower. It better not to expose it now. Lin, who woke up, was curious as she looked at the empty cave. Where are the guards? Lin, great, you're fine. Kakashi, don't worry. The guards have all been knocked down by me. Let go now. Okay, Kakashi, finally saved. Chapter 121 Divine Power Kaleidoscope. Kakashi is really wrong. What the matter? Lin, it feels like there's something in my body. Let's go back to the village first. Kakashi took Lin all the way to the village to escape. Only then did Lin see the monster in her body, a creature she had never seen before, with a hard shell all over her body, swinging 3 tails, and roaring angrily in the cave. Bringing this monster back to Konoha would definitely turn into a disaster. Immediately, Lin stopped. Kakashi, I can't go back. Lin, the village will definitely find a way. No, you don't know what that is. It's a monster. Saying that, Lin actually ran from the opposite direction, and the chasing Wuin saw that the matter was revealed and surrounded him, and retreated while fighting. Obito and Kakashi's eyes resonated and saw the horrific image coming fast, and Yuyu saw that the thunderlight in Kakashi's hand had also arrived. Kill me, Kakashi. Lin, it's impossible. I've already promised Obito. The mist ninja got closer and closer, and there were a lot of Junin. If I go up to stop it now, Obito will not be able to open the kaleidoscope, and the final plan may go bankrupt. Yuyu took a look at the only 5th order medicinal pill, the ambrosia pill, which was made from 1,000-year-old spirit medicine, and even added a trace of the original wish of the dragon vein, which was comparable to the 6th rank top-grade medicinal pill. It was originally intended to be left to Kushina to believe that even if the tailed beast is stripped, it can be rescued, but now it can only be used by Lin. The moment Obito arrived, Yuyu could clearly perceive their existence as being wrapped by Afe. Rin was rushing toward Kakashi intending to commit suicide. Yuyu threw the kunai and rubbed Rin's right ribs and flew over. Kakashi thought it was the enemy who threw the kunai, and Kirin thought he lost it. Lin only felt a vibrational force transmitted from her right lung to her heart, coughing up blood and hitting Kakashi's Chidori. Her heart swayed to the left and was not penetrated by Kakashi, but was stopped by the electric shock. Kakashi's position is the heart. Even Kakashi himself thinks it runs through the heart. Kakashi. Lin, the whole world of Obito has become extremely dark, and I do not accept such a world. Roaring in her heart, Lin actually died in Kakashi's hand, and the haggard Kakashi fainted. The moment I closed my eye, it resonated with Obito's eye, and it was directly upgraded from Ergo Jade to Shinwei Kaleidoscope. The bug-like kaleidoscope was born. Obito roared like a wild beast and rushed towards Lin desperately, using the wooden escape, and cooperating with Shinwei to kill the quartet, and dozens of Wuin Anon were all wiped out. The strength has increased so much. The strength of the shadow can't be wrong, but Shinwei is really abnormal. As long as he can't break the space, he is safe. Depressed, he hugged Lin. Why did Minato-sensei not arrive? And ignored Kakashi. Only the dead Lin remained in his eye. Lin, I want to create a world with you. Kakashi, you didn't protect Rin. Neither did Minato-sensei. Obito was shedding blood and tears, staring at the corpses around him. The world was wrong and should be corrected. Obito, there are ninjas coming over. Let go. Ha-Fei said anxiously. Obito stood up and took a last look at Lin and Kakashi and disappeared in place. Very good. Yu jumped out and hurriedly took it to Lin. The ambrosia pill squeezed the chest and abdomen to make the heart beat again, and the pure vitality was passed from Yu to Lin. Sanwei is still there. His eyes narrowed and he saw the three tails in his stomach. Long time no see. Jifu, you're that kid Yu. Yes, let's not talk nonsense first. Save people first. This is my disciple and needs your strength. No problem. Damn, I didn't expect it to be more serious than I imagined. The heart is still a little broken, but the surgery of the heart is destroyed. Then it will be much easier, or I'm afraid Yu will be thinking of a way. Finally, the heart was repaired, and it finally regained its weak vitality. Even if the tailed beast and his medicinal pills were not lying down for a month or two, they would not wake up. Hearing the footstep, Yu used the Mu-Dun clone to transform into Lin, and quietly retreated. As soon as she left, she sensed a Baiju coming to investigate the information. It was really meticulous. With a sneer, he fled with Lin on his back, and took Lin to a hidden place before letting go of Lin. If you ask Kakashi how he feels, he will probably be beaten to death, right? Yu said to herself that the seal of the three tails was broken. The chains of the three tails broke. The space for movement was much larger, and she stayed quietly in Lin's body. It's oh miserable. Jifu, didn't you escape? Why did you get caught again? You wouldn't stay in a lake without moving, would you? Well, I think the lake is very comfortable. It's really still a bastard. Are you scolding me? No, Jifu, my disciple is a good boy. She is well behaved and smart. You must help her more. Since Anwei is still on Lin, it's better to stay. Anyway, it is not enough to revive the 10 tails as a whole, and the resurrection will take a little longer at most. At that time, the legs will be cut off and the tail will be cut off. Yu thought maliciously. I feel that there is malice in you against me. How is that possible? Well, I admit that I did scold you just now. It's no wonder that you were found if you didn't move your neck. What a fool. I have to investigate your disciple for a while. Don't worry, he is definitely a good boy, innocent, kind and brave. You called me a monster just now. It's the first time we meet. A little girl must be afraid. So stingy. Yu cocked her mouth and Jifu almost couldn't help but go berserk. This bastard is too much. However, this guy has become so strong now that he even wanted what he ate for this little girl. Eating the rich essence of life will definitely enhance his strength. Hey, Yu, do you still have that kind of jelly bean? Give me one. I promise to protect your disciple. This bastard is interested in ambergris. 80% is the origin of the dragon veins inside. This is an elixir, but just now there was only one pill, one that was obtained after many failures. Well, do you have anything else? Yes, but it's much worse than this one. Give me a taste. Do you think this is Chinese cabbage? It's all made from 1,000-year-old elixir, and some elixir live longer than you. Yu refused unceremoniously. It would be a waste to feed Sanwei. With such a strong strength, it is already considered a stereotype. It's no wonder that Sanwei is so tempting to it, and the predecessor of Tenwei is also a plant, so it's strange that he doesn't like this kind of natural treasure. The awakened Kakashi absent-mindedly attended Lin's funeral and died, but he survived, thinking that he should not live and should die with Lin. After taking the soil away, Lin also left. He clearly promised to protect Lin, but he died at his hand. I'm sorry, Obito. The light rain seemed to be crying for the martyrs every day. Minato's heart was extremely heavy. His younger brother disappeared. 2 of the 3 disciples died, and the only one was closed and never laughed. The third ninja war is almost over, and only a small area remains to be resolved. Chapter 122 Watergate elected. 3 generations. You should be held accountable for the loss of this matter. Responsibility. Yeah, it's time to abdicate to someone more capable. The 3rd generation was indifferent. Needless to say, it was Danzo's instigation. That was the case with Mito Menyon and Chuan Kaharu. I will abdicate and join the elders. I have nothing to say about this matter, but about the 4th Hokage. The old man recommended Orochimaru. Orochimaru is strong enough and qualified. Danzang stood up immediately, and the 3 generations gave Danzang a deep look. Sure enough, the disciple and Danzang had a very close connection. Orochimaru also shined in the battlefield of the Land of Water, but it was still covered up by Minato. HMPH. This old man also recommended one person to be Jiraiya's disciple, Namikaze Minato. It can be said that this 3rd war turned the whole situation around with one person, and Minato has an incoherent affinity and is excellent in every aspect. Minato. It's really good. It defeated the current 4th generation Raikage, but will it be too young? Mito Menyon touched his chin. It is true that both of them are eligible to be elected as the 4th generation, and Jiraiya Tsunade is also eligible, but unfortunately Jiraiya is not willing to either Tsunade or Tsunade. Orochimaru give people a dark feeling. The people are in awe. In contrast, Watergate is very close to the people. Then let the people vote. Go to bed, Kaharu proposes. The old man has no opinion. The 3 generations took a breath and said with a smile. Danzo also nodded. This is indeed the most fair, and public opinion cannot be violated. In just 3 days of voting, Watergate won the election, and the handsome and sunny face gained a lot of fans. Kushina also cheered. In accordance corner, Yu was watching Minato's demeanor. He learned how to dig a hole and set up a triple barrier so he can rest assured to see Minato's succession. He is quite handsome in the royal robe, but he is not as handsome as me. Thinking of love, would you like to go out and congratulate you on creating a wave? And Uncle Snake didn't come. It seems a little unhappy that he was not selected. Well, it's better not to be too ostentatious to steal Minato-san's limelight. Instead of choosing to fly with Edgeworth, he passed through the crowd at extreme speed, and people just felt as if a shadow had passed by. The third generation and the Watergate immediately found out that Yu, who was shuttled in the crowd, what was the Wuji juggernaut doing here? With the applause and cheers, Yu had already reached the front row, and covered her breath and raised her head to stare at Minato. With a look from the three generation, the hidden Anbu immediately understood that he was going to evacuate the crowd, but Minato stopped Anbu. Anbu glanced at Minato hesitantly, and finally chose to obey Minato's order and remain silent. When the ceremony was over, the crowd dispersed and Yu remained in place. Only then did the third and fourth generations of Anbu gather around, and Kushina also came over. When she saw Yu, she almost called out, and she resisted her excitement. Wuji, what are you doing here? Nothing but looking at my opponent. If that's the case, why don't we drink together and celebrate my becoming the fourth Hokage? Watergate. The three generations frowned. Minato was so reckless. Although it was said that there was no winner or loser, it was too dangerous for such a strong man to stay in the village. Don't worry, the three generations of Hokage-sama. Wuji won't mess around, otherwise it has already started. Well, it's hard to be polite, but then have a drink. Did he agree? The three generations are a bit unable to turn around. Is the charm of Watergate so high? From the eyes, you can see a little hero cherishing the hero's taste. Thank you. Then come to my courtyard to meet. It is good. It wasn't until the three of them walked away that Anbu came to question. Is it really okay for the three generations of Hokage believe in Minato? It would be a good thing if you can befriend such a strong man. Arriving at the courtyard, Kushina couldn't wait to ask, are you really not Yu? Don't worry, there is no one here. Kushina, I'm sorry that this is my fiance. I really love her brother too much, because the younger brother is missing and you look so much alike. Oh, so that's it. Who is Yu you're talking about? He is a genius of the Uchiha clan, but unfortunately he disappeared during the mission with me. Minato couldn't help but sigh. Kushina continued to ask without giving up, and drank a lot of wine. It is true that the two look alike, but their behavior is very different. The promise is like a sharp sword. Minato can see at a glance that this is a pure swordsman, and Chakra feels different. Do you have a picture of him? I also want to see someone who looks a lot like me. Well, there are, but there are just not available. It's not. Kushina still took out Yu's previous photos of women's clothes. Is your brother a girl? Well, she's pretty like a princess. No, I'm a little embarrassed to say this is a little prank by Kushina and I while Yu was drunk and changed into girl's clothes. I didn't expect the yellow flash to have such a side. Hehe. Oh shit. Do this while I'm drunk. I wrote down this account, but I didn't expect you to have a share in Watergate. No wonder he didn't say anything about the princess. Kakashi likes Lao Su. Yu's heart was full of anger, and thinking of Kakashi's melancholy eyes almost vomited. Yu thought of countless ways to kill Minato. Seeing Yu's face as usual, still with a light-hearted appearance, Jushinai gave up completely. This is the final verification method. If it is Yu, I am afraid that the house would have been demolished long ago. Need to know that the wedding will be held in a month. Yu said that the time will come. Yu left directly in the middle of the night, and Lin needs to be taken care of. Kiyue, was that person Yu just now? Ninetails arrogantly turned her head and snorted. You said I only left you sealed. Do you think this old man will give in? That guy wasn't that kid just now. How could I have forgotten the kid's aura of shaking eye? That person didn't have sharing in. That it. Hey, almost forgot. Sorry. Ninetails relaxed for a while. Damn it. Been pinned for so long. Yu, who was far away from Konoha, vented her power angrily and left after destroying half the mountain. Damn, I will never save you. You deserve to be eaten by the god of death. Sao. Yu scolded and left the chat group. A month later, Lin finally woke up. Am I going to hell? Yes, welcome to hell. Hearing the voice, Lin hurriedly sat up, but what she saw was a familiar face. Yu. Teacher, are you dead too? Yu put her hand on Lin's arm and twisted it fiercely. Pain. Teacher, what are you doing? Knowing the pain means you're still alive. I'm still alive. I'm still alive. Lin jumped up excitedly. Oh, by the way, Kakashi, in Konoha. Then let go back quickly. No, Nightwing said calmly. Mr. Yu, why can't I go back to the village? You are the three-tailed person Zuri now, and you will be monitored as soon as you go back. Believe it or not. Not to mention the loss of freedom, and if Korean village knows that the three tails are in Konoha, a new war will break out. Three tails. Hey, kid. The spirit world saw Sanwei and almost fainted again. Do I look so scary? Sanwei was speechless. Don't worry, Lin. Sanwei will become your partner in the future. I have already discussed with Sanwei. That's right, that's it. But whether you're worthy of being my Zuli still needs to be investigated. But if you don't pass the test, you will be eaten. I will try my best not to disappoint you. In the spiritual world. Lin hid behind Yu in fear. You can get along well in the future. I believe you will accept each other soon. Instructed Lin not to leave and went to Konoha alone. Chapter 123. I'll just watch the fun. Brother Tuzi, who inherited Madara's will, was heading to the land of rain to meet Nagato and his party, and Yu was drinking wedding wine in Konoha. But what made people speechless was that no one dared to have a table with Yu. The cold and arrogant temperament made people dare not approach, always made people feel dwarfed, and Minato is also a little embarrassed. Ding Zojiwei was forcibly arranged to be silent at a table with Yu, and he scolded Minato in his heart. Only Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and several Konoha bosses from the third generation chatted with Yu. After talking, they found that this person is easier to get along with besides being arrogant. The other ninjas in Konoha looked excitedly at the table full of bosses. The promised sword saint does look like my disciple, alas. Orochimaru, don't worry, that kid Yu will be fine, but I also want to try the strength of Wuji Juggernaut. It's really a hero. Seniors are serious, and the name of the sword saint is somewhat unreal. The promised sword saint is too modest. The third generation said with a smile. The semi-retired third generation felt relieved and had begun to decentralize a little bit considering the ability of Watergate. After drinking 3 dishes and 5 flavors, Yu began to practice and integrate into it. Just call me Wuji, and I won't be named Sword Saint until I reach the 3rd level. Oh, that means it's just a double now? Orochimaru asked gently, and everyone pricked up their ear. That's right, it's the 2nd level now, but the last move has been completed. If I can master the triple sword art, even if the 1st generation is alive, I will dare to compete. Yu's arrogant remarks made the 3 generations a little dissatisfied, and Zilai also made eye contact with Orochimaru. Wuji, an excellent person like you should have a teacher. Of course, but the master has retired, and only after seeing my little success in swordsmanship did he let me go out to practice. This is also called Shaochun. Shadow level swordsmanship. Konoha can only be done by White Fang, but unfortunately, one day I will fully inherit his old man's mantle. Seeing that Yu was unhappy in the 3rd question, she immediately shut up. Seeing Minato and Kushina toasting, Yu drank it unceremoniously. When other big countries learned that Yu was participating in the Watergate wedding, her face was very heavy, and the messengers sent back the news immediately. Juggernaut actually went to Konoha. This is not good news. Is there a way to stop it? It's too late for the wedding already. Yun High Level said. It's not that serious. The news from Anbu said that Juggernaut was just a little personal with the 4th Hokage. It doesn't matter if you don't offend the Juggernaut now. The 4th generation of Raikage was very angry, but he had a good relationship with his opponent, and Wuji was also kind to Union. The toying table turned into dust and left the toying building without saying a word. Mizukage of Karayan village didn't care and was just looking for the candidate of the 3rd generation of Mizukage and the 3-tailed person. Terumi May opened her mouth wide when she heard the news. I didn't expect that guy was really a Juggernaut. After reading the news of the Juggernaut, it was really exciting. In the land of rain, Obito was wrapped by Afe, and the unpleasant conversation had just ended. Don't look for us in the future. Yahiko looked back at Madara now. We will meet again. The divine power was activated and disappeared in place. Can Yahiko believe what Madara said? I can't believe it. I didn't expect him to recognize Nagato's immortal eye. Nagato is now in the same place, with Madara's words echoing in his mind. Obito has completely entered the role, and now Obito has nothing. It didn't take long for Hanzo to plan to kill Yahiko's other Akatsuki members at the instigation of Danzo. Obito saw everything in his eyes. How familiar this scene is. That's how Rin jumped at Kakashi and committed suicide, clenching the fist for a long time before releasing it. Only when you suffer the same pain can you comprehend the pain. Come on, Nagato, help me complete my plan. Obito took a deep breath. Obito, oh no, Madam Madara, are you so sure that Nagato will come to us? It will, because only I understand his pain. Nagato stared blankly at Yahiko in his arms, smiled and looked up at Xiaonan. Anger, unwillingness, loss and pain all poured into his mind. Roaring, an outlander golem appeared behind him. Nagato lost weight in an instant, and a black stick was inserted behind his back. Yu, who was flying Yujian, suddenly felt extremely evil power, and was attracted by a purple dragon that was swallowing people's souls. When touched, they all died. Much more domineering than fire poison. The 9 seals of the magic dragon are completely overbearing. He saw Runtu in the dark again. Xiaonan stared blankly at Nagato's sassy operation, and the demigod Hanzo left behind and ran away. This demigod really has Minato. Nagato, who had just woken up, looked at Yu in the sky, obviously lost his mind, and saw Zilong rushing up quickly, breaking out in a cold sweat. Fuck, I just watched the fun. Fleeing desperately, Obito Yuang is also here, but he really looks like a big brother. Asshole. Close to the body, Yu was scared to death, abandoned his sword and fled, swooped behind Xiaonan to kill Yunin, who was frightened, and held Xiaonan in front of him. Xiaonan, who didn't react, saw the giant dragon rushing over, and closed his eyes. It was over. Nagato stopped when he saw saw Xiaonan regaining his senses, and Obito sighed that the strength of the 10-tailed, even if only the body was left, was not something that an ordinary movie level could fight again, but he could see how serious this move was on Minato, and he was thin, skin and bone. Let Xiaonan go. The Nagato. Xiaonan only felt that he was useless because he was caught and killed Yahiko. I will never let go of people who attack me for no reason. Why did you let Xiaonan go? Nagato said in pain while covering his head, and he was about to fall into a state of madness. Negative emotions kept hitting Nagato's sanity, and he just wanted to destroy everything. Yu shivered all over. Nagato was about to lose control. Maybe everyone could finish playing. Magic Dragon Jufungjin can only know how evil it is when you really meet it. Ha! Just give me 100 million taels and let her go. Okay, I promise, and let Xiaonan go. You take back the monster at the back first. It is good. Don't, Nagato. You shut up. Nagato honestly lifted the 10-tailed, and he was much more awake, and Yu was relieved, and then sent Xiaonan to Nagato. Your leg is injured. It will be disabled if not treated in time. Don't worry about it. It's obvious that I am the victim. I was attacked inexplicably. In short, 100 million taels must be prepared for me to compensate for my mental damage. Hateful. Nagato stared blankly at Yahiko's body, forgetting the pain in his body. Don't look at it. He's already cold. But I have a way to treat your leg. But I have to add 100 million. Yahiko is dead. Conan. Sorry. It's all my fault. Xiaonan knelt on the ground and cried bitterly. I have a way to resurrect him. But you promise me 3 things. Really? I'm willing to do whatever I want. Nagato hugged Yu's thigh, and his heart was full of hope again. Don't rush to promise. I can't do it now, but I can in the future, so I owe the 3 things first. When I think of coming back to you, my name is Wuji. After Yujian flew away, she almost explained it here. Can Nagato trust him? Although the hope is slim, if he really can do 10 things, I will promise. Get out of here first. Xiaonan was about to leave while holding Nagato, but an unexpected guest appeared. Chapter 124 Debt Collection. Madara. Why are you here? Xiaonan looked at the current Madara warily. I think you are stupid. The dead can indeed be resurrected, but he can't do it, and I can't do it. But Nagato, you can do it. Obito, eyes wide open. Can I do too? Of course you always have the eyes of a fairy, but you need to pay with your life. No, I can't sacrifice Nagato anymore. Xiaonan hugged his shoulders in fear and felt cold all over. Xiaonan, I won't do such a stupid thing, otherwise Yahiko will never forgive me. Nagato comforted and stopped Xiaonan, who was trembling. Whether Wuji was cheating or not, he would naturally know later. Nagato, don't believe Wuji's word. He can't do it. Come to me if you think about it. Obito disappeared in play. Nagato stroked his eyes. Can these eyes really bring peace? Teacher, you're clothed. It doesn't matter. It's just that there was an accident on the way back. Let go. I'll take you to live in a small country, so it shouldn't be easy to find. It is good. Lin, who felt Yujian flying for the first time, was much more excited. She actually flew in the sky, but it was a pity that she had to leave the country of fire. Nohara Lin settled down in the country of honey, which is far enough away from the country of fire without disputes or powerful ninjas. Lin, then you live here. Is teacher. Don't be sad. You will meet again at the right time. Oh, I understand now. Cultivation well here. Become a perfect human, Zuli, and I will take you out of here. I will work hard. Lin encouraged herself to become a perfect person, and Zuli could come in handy. Kakashi was standing in front of the memorial monument in mourning for Obito and Rin, and he was the only one left in the 7th class. The Uchiha family is very angry. This is the power of the Uchiha family. The writing wheel should be returned. They even wanted to take action against Kakashi, but they were forcibly suppressed by the 4th generation. Facing the powerful executives of the 4th generation, they had to give up recycling the writing wheel. Kakashi has the power of a shaker, but is shackled. Like Danzo, the shaker cannot be closed. Consuming chakra all the time completely limit Kakashi's talent. In the middle of the night, Yu secretly sneaked into the house to visit. When he returned home, everything was still so familiar. Almost none of the items had been passively kept as they were when they left. I don't know when the dragon veins will return to the main body. If the main body return, it will be much easier, but Minato must die. Damn it, I stripped away my father. Thinking of this makes my teeth itch with anger. Although this bastard is not the mastermind, the accomplice is even more hateful than the mastermind. Seeing that her parents were fast asleep, she looked at Fat Tiger again. Fat Tiger woke up and looked around. Yu was relieved to have Fat Tiger to look after the house. After finding an uninhabited mountain peak, Yu fell down, and this will be the location for cultivation in the future. Wooden, the technique of 3 rooms and 1 hall. A small building appeared in front of her. Yu was very satisfied. This technique was really useful, and a large push of daily necessities fell out of the scroll. Kakashi, the green rind head appeared. I'm going to challenge you today. Not interested in. Kakashi walked forward gloomily and ignored it. No matter what Kakashi did, Kakashi was still indifferent. He would have nightmares every night. To the face of Lin's death and the scolding from Obito, Kakashi felt that he was about to be driven crazy. Yu in the dragon veins is concentrating on refining a single medicine. medicine. Every time she loses a medicinal material, her heart hurts for a long time. The 5th order medicinal pill is too difficult to refine. The elixir he ordered no longer support him in such a way. It would be great if he had the power of Young, but he still lacked 3 kinds of spiritual root. And Yu set foot on the 4th floor. Yu on the top of the mountain sat quietly on the top of the tree, motionless as if at one with nature. Let the wind blow and rain, and the cold snow covered me and I remained motionless. What the hell is this guy doing? He hasn't moved for 3 months. Isn't it dead? Hey, I guess it must be starvation. How could this guy, the sword saint in white, commit such a serious problem? But he doesn't mean we don't have to eat and drink. The 2 Baiju watched Yu from below, and they found the top of the mountain after searching for traces all the way, but they saw Yu sitting motionless like a living dead. It'd been 3 months. It was far away, but Yu could hear Baiju's conversation, and the consciousness spread out, and even the movements of the ants could be seen clearly. It was really amazing, and the perception was more accurate and wider. It's time to collect it. Lin estimates that she doesn't have much money. A flick of the thick snow fell and rushed towards the cloud. Hey, that guy is gone. It was still there just now, but it doesn't matter. He always comes back. Flying to the land of rain to look for Nagato, the divine sense cast and soon found Nagato. Can't Nagato's leg recover yet? There's nothing the medical ninja can do, but I'll definitely kill Hanzo. In the past few months, after the reincarnation I broke out, he awakened a new ability, which made Nagato extremely intoxicated. If he could awaken Yahiko earlier, he would not die. You really make me find it easy to hide here for a while. Who? So it's you. Are you here to ask for a debt? Yes, after all, I still have a little apprentice to raise. The apprentice of the sword saint in white must be extraordinary. Nagato came up with another idea and pulled Wuji into the Akatsuki organization. In the past few months, Wuji's information has been checked. His strength is not inferior to the shadow level, and his swordsmanship is extraordinary. There is still a long way to go for the stupid and stupid, so let's repay the debt first. Does Nagato really want to give it? This is the last bit of money. It doesn't matter. The whole country of rain will be ours soon. Yu's eyes narrowed. Can the reincarnation I make people grow so fast? It's only been a long time since I dared to say that I killed Hanzo. It seems that your eyes are completely awakened. Yes, I will kill Hanzo with my own hands and bring eternal peace to the land of rain. This guy is really swell. It seems that the sick pain has not yet been made, but it has the ability to make it, and it makes me feel scared now. Yu secretly pondered the assessment of Nagato's rank. Wuji join us. Bring permanent peace to this world. No one will die and no one will suffer again. Sorry, I'm not interested in these. I just want my sword to stand on the top of the world. But you must need a good sword to match you. The sword of the Juggernaut cannot be so ordinary. As long as you join, we will definitely forge the best sword for you. Let's talk about this later. I'm in a hurry. Seeing that Yu's face didn't change at all, he had to give up first and let Xiao Nan give Yu the money. And after Yu got it, he went straight to the country of honey. As long as I become stronger, he will join willingly. Yahiko, I will not forget the pain. I will fulfill your dream, and Akatsuki's leader will always be you. A black dick appeared in Nagato's palm, which is the yin and yang escape. Chapter 125. The East Factory need talents like you. It's been a long time since I saw Yi Yulin, and I was overjoyed to see Yi Yulin. It's too bad to live here alone. Not only did she change her fate, but she couldn't say her real name. If Yi Yu didn't come, she couldn't help but go out to look for Yi Yu. Sorry, Lin has encountered some problems in her practice, and the money she left has almost been spent. Right, there are some left without teacher. As soon as she finished speaking, her stomach growled, and Lin covered her face in shame. It's really dishonest. There are 50 million here. You can use it first. 50 million tail. Lin opened her mouth wide. She had never seen so much money before. How many tasks would it take? I have long heard that teacher Yi Yu is very rich, but I didn't expect to be so rich. Don't make a fuss. It's just a debt collection. Who owes the teacher so much money? A circle of eyes. If you don't meet in the future, you must hide away. Is teacher. Lin is very happy. How long does it take so much money? And Yi Yu is the best teacher. How is your practice now? I have learned a trick that will definitely surprise the teacher. As soon as he finished speaking, he pressed a palm on Yi Yu's body. Yi Yu felt that his body was starting to become stiff, and he was covered by coral and couldn't move. Hey, teacher is good, Lin said with a smug smile. She didn't know when her belly got a little dark. I really miss this feeling. Yi Yu remembered that she would experiment with Orochimaru as soon as she learned a new technique, but now she has changed her object to herself. Sure enough, after staying together for a long time, some of the personality habits of people will become closer and closer to the people around them. Teacher, do you want me to untie it for you? Lin said embarrassedly. Need not. The body shook and shattered the raw coral. The hardness is too poor. It is useless for those with strong physical skill, and more practice is needed. Oh, by the way, teacher, I can still control this now. Red bubbles appeared on Lin's body, and she played with her three tails mischievously. That's right, I'll take you out to play if I can complete the second stage transformation of the tailed beast. Really? Great. Lin was so excited that Sanwei lay quietly on the ground and did not move. After getting along for so long, Sanwei already knew Lin. She was a kind little girl just like Yu said, although she was a little stupid. When Lin was looking for it, she fell into a soft-shelled turtle and then stewed the soup in front of Sanwei. Although the size of the creature was very different, the feeling made Sanwei very uncomfortable and almost turned her face. Yu knew that she burst into laughter. Isn't eating Wang Ba in front of Wang Ba to find fault? The two were eating at a restaurant, but they broke into a bunch of uninvited guests. Little sister, we meet again. A young man wearing a gorgeous face with gauze on his face stared at Lin with a smile. The greed and lust in his eyes could not be concealed. Who is he? I don't know either. I've been haunted since I met him once a while ago. Bull, you don't even know the second highness. Is this pig the second son of Daimyo? Probably, Lin said uncertainly. Who are you, kid? You don't even know your highness. It must be caught by an enemy spy. And this little girl slapped me the day before yesterday and sent it to my house. I will punish it myself. The second highness deliberately took the punishment very hard, and Lin was no longer just that simple girl when she was shy and angry. Flag's eye, I think you are almost 30 years old, and underage girls are not fair. Really damn, HMPA. It's naturally his highness who sees the path. Don't do it yet. The guards rushed up with their knives drawn. The guests had already run out. The restaurant owner hid under the table and dared not come out. The famous second highness of the famous name never escaped. This little girl was about to suffer again. Lin, you should have slapped him to death. With a flash of sword light, the heads of the 20 guards all fell to the ground, and the blood poured out like an ordinary fountain and fell to the ground. The second highness standing behind stared blankly at the scene in front of him. This guy must not be a human but a devil. My second highness, it's your turn. The voice of the abyss echoed in the ears of the second highness. Don't come here. I am the second highness of this country. If you kill me, my father's name will definitely kill you. The man slumped to the ground, and there was a stinky smell that made Lin feel disgusted. I'm so scared to say that. Hee. Nightwing laughed. Please, let me go. I'll give you anything you want. Any woman or woman. As long as I have it, I'll give it to you. Don't cry. It's really ugly and ugly. The second highness sat on the ground with tears in her eyes and couldn't get up. Well, to kill or not to kill? If you kill, you have to change places, and recently you are short of money. The second highness was overjoyed to hear that. I have a lot of money. Oh, how many do you have? 20 million tael. I can give you 20 million tael. Too little. At least 200 million can buy your life. His second highness was dumbfounded. How could he take out so much money? And it wasn't enough to sell it. I can only take out 100 million at most, which is all my asset. Woohoo. Please let me go. Well, that's fine. If you're in a good mood today, you can get a 50% discount. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Lin finally knew how Yu got all the money. It was like robbing money. Let go and get the money. The second highness took the two to his mansion, and as soon as they entered the door, they were surrounded by hundreds of people. Looks like you're not being honest. Yu sneered. I didn't do it. Really not. You bastard. Don't quit. The soldiers continued to surround as if they didn't hear it. You bastard. Step back. Haven't you listened to the orders of your highness? Stop shouting. Can't the stupid pig see it? Someone wants you to die. It must be Big Brother. It must be him. Sir, you must save me. Otherwise, 100 million will be gone. Yu laughed dumbly. This guy doesn't want any dignity in order to survive, but since he wants to attack him, he has to be prepared. The figure suddenly disappeared, and the soldiers fell to the ground without screaming and screaming. It was easier to get together than to cut leaks, and it saved time. Even in Lin's eyes, she could only see after images, and her eyesight couldn't keep up. Soldiers are not ninjas after all, even if they are a little stronger than ordinary people, but in Yu's view, it is the same under the ninja. The second highness swallowed. How could there be such a powerful person? He is like a god, stronger than all the ninjas he has ever seen. Okay, now, let's move on. Yes, my lord. I was very happy to find Yu in the secret room. The two highnesses really collected a lot of good things. Lord, look, I said I would never kill you if I didn't kill you. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord. I will definitely be a good person in the future. You don't have to be a man. Dongchang need talents like you. A sword energy swept across, and the second highness felt cold in his lower body. Yu only heard the screams when he walked out of the secret room. Lindu in the courtyard was frightened. Lin, let go. It's settled. Teacher, is he alright? Lin asked cautiously. It won't die if it's okay. Just teach him a little lesson, and it is estimated that he will go to work in the East Factory in the future. Where is the East Factory? Don't ask what a child shouldn't ask. Slightly. Lin made a face. You are not a child, obviously the same age. Chapter 126. The end of the demigod. Teacher, where are we going this time? It's alright. It's fine to stay here, but the appearance needs to be changed, so don't be too conspicuous this time. Using the transformation technique, he immediately turned into the appearance of two adults. After 3 days, the big name ordered to seal the city to find the murderer, making it clear that they were just pretending to let Yu and Lin have enough time to leave here, and killing 100 people in an instant was not something they could deal with. His highness was frightened in a cold sweat. The guards were strengthened 3 times and still felt that it was not safe enough. but fortunately the younger brother completely lost his inheritance qualification. The daimyo was very angry but did not dare to take revenge. Although he felt sorry for his son's experience, he would not make a big deal, and his son was not the only one. Lin, I have to go. You must cultivate well, and I will take you to see Kakashi next time. Teacher, walk slowly. Yu gradually walked away and she was left alone. Lin sighed and returned to her new home. Thinking of Obito, she couldn't help crying. It was all for her. Lin, do you remember anything sad again? Well, I remembered a companion. Rin told Sanwei the story of the 7th class, and 6 figures appeared in Hanzo's room in the land of rain. Shouldn't you be dead? No, those eyes are the guy. Hanzo, you shouldn't provoke me. You are the most evil person to play with the corpses of your companion. Hanzo tried to provoke Nagato to reveal his flaws, but there was no change in Yahiko's expression, only indifference. Yahiko will always be alive. He will always be Akatsuki's leader, and he will be named Pain from now on. Stupid Junior. It's just self-deception. An ambush ninja attack. Spicy Tensen. Nani. In an instant, everyone bounced off and blasted out of the room. Hanzo secretly released poison gas, and the 6 were not affected at all. How is this possible? The poison brought by this breath is difficult to detoxify without a high-level medical ninja, not to mention that he also uses specially refined poison gas. Nagato sneered in his heart. Is this Hanzo's trump card? How could poison gas be effective on the dead? Hanzo decided to run away but was surrounded by 5 people. The same samsara eyes made Hanzo incomprehensible. He failed to cause any injury to Pain after fighting several times. The next time I plan to use the same trick to escape. How could you be running away? The huge gravitational force is used on Hanzo to fly uncontrollably to the heavens. What kind of power? The other 5 people broke the black stick in their palms and rushed to penetrate Hanzo's body instantly. Chakra couldn't call and blocked the action. What is this? Hanzo, your era is over. Tiandao said calmly. There is no sadness and no joy. The former demigod has long since lost the strength of the year, but he is just a sinister old man, and the heart of the strong has long been smoothed out. The old man has nothing to say. It's just that I didn't kill you earlier. You really damn. Breaking the black stick completely destroyed Hanzo's brain, quickly wiped out Hanzo's old party, and closed the country of rain. With the distortion of fate, soil appeared. Killed. It's time to run the country. Of course I know. You really look like this guy. Nagato said sarcastically. Nagato is very confident now. Even Madara in front of him will not be afraid. I believe that any conspiracy and tricks are futile in front of these eyes. Young people should not be too confident. Controlling the 6 halves to attack Obito at the same time, and Obito does not move and let the attack fall, and even Shen Luo Tianjung has no effect. Phantom. Ha. Bring the soil path through the block and pinch the hell's neck. I know more about the ability of Samsara Eye than you. Don't feel that you are different when you have a little strength. What happened to Nagato? This guy is really scary and unfathomable. He can see Pain's weakness at a glance. You must be careful when working with such a person. Back to Pain. Obito has let go of his hand, and Nagato is also analyzing Obito's ability. The body can transform between virtual and real. It's a terrible ability, but can't hit the space-time ninjutsu right in front of you. A cold snort is ignored. The most important thing now is to run this country. A silent revolution will soon end. Yu went to Lulin next time. At this time, Lulin was still full of tall buildings, but the population seemed to be much smaller. Needless to say, it must be because of the stupid queen, and she lost the power of the dragon vein, so it is strange that it does not decline. When Yu appeared in the palace and saw Sarah with a sad face, she really underestimated the influence of the loss of Anlushan, and the lack of free labor construction caused many people's dissatisfaction. Lulin, who is in the desert, lacked resources and will soon return to the way it used to be. Alas, without the dragon vein, it is really impossible to move, and the people have become accustomed to a leisure life. You are the queen here. Who are you? Gee, you look familiar. By the way, you are Yu. Didn't you get swallowed by the dragon vein? Why did you appear here again? Could it be a ghost? Please, don't hurt me. I will help you fulfill any last wish you have. Sarah almost fell off the throne, trembling and didn't dare to look at Yu. Yu planned to cooperate with Sarah. Speaking of a last wish, I really have one. What wishes? I am so lonely in which world, and I don't have a girlfriend, so I want to find a girlfriend to nurture me. I'll arrange it for you immediately. PFF, this guy is really afraid of death. No, I think you are quite suitable, so you can come with me. Saying that Yu was slowly approaching, Sarah was so frightened that she couldn't speak at all. How is that possible? Absolutely inappropriate. I still have people to take care of. Seeing Yu stretched out her hand, she fainted. It's too bad to bear, isn't it? It's really pitiful that such a big palace doesn't even have an escort. Wake up Sarah and see that Sarah is going to faint again and quickly pull it back. Hey, are you really the queen? Of course I am. Really? No wonder this country is failing. Sarah bit her lower lip and didn't speak again. In the past 4 years, Sarah has grown a lot, but she has no way to face the predicament. The dragon veins were sealed by the 4 generations of Hokage and could not be unlocked at all, and even if they were unlocked, unforeseen things might happen. First of of all, I am not the Yu you said but Wuji. Promise. Sarah looked at Yu suspiciously. Is the news so jammed? Do you know about the Third Ninja War? I know. I am that promise-ord saint. Oh, never heard of it. You've never heard of it. What a surprise. ITM. Forget it. I came here because I heard the rumors about the dragon vein. What do you want to do? Sarah immediately alerted, worried that another and Lucian wanted to use the dragon veins to do bad things. It's nothing but a visit. If you don't want to subjugate your country, you'd better go elsewhere. How can it be so easy? Luan is only a small country, and now there are so few people. There is simply not enough troops. I've got a way to help you out of the crisis, but I won't marry you. Tell me where you got your confidence. A 20-year-old aunt. Sarah was instantly furious, but she didn't dare to attack Yu's cold eyes again. What do you want? I don't need anything. I just need an assistant to help me manage it. After being the queen for so long, I have work experience anyway. No matter how bad it is, I should look good. Damn, you have your own country. Not for now, but it will be there soon. It is definitely much better than here. Don't worry, I will never let you become a puppet. I will never interfere in internal affairs. I have no time to spare. Okay, if I'm not satisfied, you can't stop me. Of course, I believe you will like it. I hope so. Sarah has no other choice. If she does not make changes, the people will leave, and her country will be completely subjugated. Chapter 127. Lulan. Yu took Sarah to the country of honey. The few people migrated in a mighty way. Seeing the team, Yu was speechless. There were less than 3,000 people left, and the queen was enough to do this. Failed. For a moment, he considered whether it was the right choice for Sarah to take over the kingdom of honey. Sarah looked at Yu with embarrassment and quickly lowered her head. It was a shame. The big name of this country is still there. You don't want to seize power by force, right? Sarah asked, feeling like a robber bandit. Otherwise, this guy has offended me and I won't say it, and he is not a good monarch. I can totally call it a killing for the people. However, this will kill a lot of people. Sarah's gentle king will not have a good result. Have you forgotten, Lucian? It is your connivance that will cause these things to happen. These people who are left behind are all saved by you at the beginning, right? Have a good conscience. Sarah was lost and didn't know how to answer. Am I really wrong? Sarah fell into confusion. After Lucian was defeated, Luan began to decline gradually, and more choices were made to go abroad. It's estimated that the rest will be gone in a few years, right? Then she will be the only one left to guard a city, and fear will spread throughout her body. Since Sarah is a king, she must have the majesty of a king. Blind compromise is not what a king should be like. The strong have the right to speak, and the weak can only be bullied. Accompanied by the knight, more than 2,000 people camped in the country of honey, looking forward to establishing a new country. Could the queen finally be unbearable? The guards stationed were startled when they saw the 2,000 people, but when they saw the clothes, they knew that they were just civilians. Some of them could even be described as refugees. Report it to the daimyo, and the daimyo straight refuses to accept so many homeless people in the land of honey. In the dead of night, Yu asked the soldiers in the mix to change their armor. Now is the time for you to revive Lulan. Whoever kills the daimyo or his highness will be promoted to general. My lord, I will live up to expectation. Hundreds of soldiers rushed into the city with Yu, the technique of multiple shadows. Dozens of night feathers quickly controlled the army of the country of honey, and naturally they would not all be killed and tied up. The alarm sounded in the city, and Lin was woken up and leaned out of the window to see that the soldiers of Lulan were chasing the soldiers of the land of honey, and she was about to help. Stop! Yu shouted. Lin was pleasantly surprised. The teacher came back so soon. Teacher, what the matter? It's nothing. I just want to change to a king. These are my own people. Go to bed. Tomorrow will be your back garden. Can the teacher not take action against the commoner? And, of course, if anyone dares, I will kill him myself. All right. The kind-hearted Lin couldn't bear to return to the room. She couldn't stop Yu, but the leaders of this country had long since decayed. Breaking into the palace, the soldiers excitedly searched for the daimyo and his heir, thanks to the adults who took care of most of the guard. The elderly daimyo escaped into the secret passage with his wife, but was found by a soldier who caught up with him and was hacked to death with a random knife. A soldier shouted excitedly, I killed the name. I killed a highness. The princess was caught by me. After a night, Sa took the throne, in a trance, and got a country so easily. The soldiers and officials were waiting to be rewarded with Sarah. Their scorching eyes made Sarah feel stinging, but they immediately gave orders solemnly, and rewarded them according to the merits discussed with Yu before. The original general and minister of the country of honey waited numbly for the order, and became a prisoner overnight. Everything was too sudden and there was no warning. In just 1 month, Sarah took over the entire army. The people of the original honey country also accepted the fact that the country was subjugated. They will live with new identity, and a new Lulan will be established. Sarah, your methods are still too gentle. I really can't do it. You should do more research on imperial power. Right now, there is a lot of waste waiting to be done. It's time for change. You can set up 3 provinces and 6 departments. Although this country is a little smaller, it can be used as a reference for the future. What are the 3 provinces and 6 divisions? tell you in a while. Now it's time for you to establish your own power, and the new ministers should just be selected from the people so that they will accept you more easily. I'll try my best. Although this country is much better than Lulin, the funds for rectification are too little," Sarah said helplessly. The high-level people know very well who is the real master of this country, and they know that Sarah's character is a little bit contemptuous of Sarah just after conquering the country. Lack of money. Then kill some pest nobles and let the current people vote. This, Sarah, if you really want Lulin to be strong, you must be ruthless. As the saying goes, when a man is angry, he splatters blood for 5 steps, and when an emperor is angry, his corpse is buried thousands of miles away. After Yu left the palace, the official immediately bent over to say hello after going out. Yu has already planned to form his own power, and it is difficult to do many things with only one person, but it is much easier if there is a country behind it, even if this country is very weak now. Lin still stayed in the small house, saying that she didn't like the palace or being served by others, but only occasionally went to talk to Sarah. The two quickly became good friends, often speaking ill of Yu behind their back. Sarah is very curious how Lin became Wuji's disciple. Obviously the two are about the same age. Sarah, don't you have someone you like? Someone I like. How could I have one? Sarah blushed quickly in denial. Never. The queen is so pitiful. Gee, since my mother passed away, I have been busy running the country. If you are master, Yu will become a dead city in a few years. Maybe I really can't be a queen. Sarah fell into distant memory. Lulin has also been brilliant, but only for a few years. The funny thing is that people don't know that the brilliant years have been used. My mother has always been gentle, and has never been dignified in front of her. I think Sarah has done a good job. When you punished those old nobles, the land of honey, oh no, it should be that the people of Lulin are very happy and grateful to you. Really, that great, but I think Wuji's approach is still too radical. Although the teacher is serious, what he says is always very reasonable, and what he sees is always far-reaching. Lin, you have an amazing teacher, and he also has a good apprentice. I'm still a long way off. Lin has always respected Yu very much, as if there is nothing she can't do. It would be nice if the teacher was there when something happened to Obito. Yu only felt that it was too much trouble to help the country. This is not what he should do. Let Sarah go to the country of rain for an internship. I believe that pain will make Sarah understand how to become a qualified king, how to govern. It's too difficult to justify reasoning. Let's wait a while and send Sarah to the land of rain for further study. Chapter 128 The Return of the Genius. Yu in the Dragon Veins bid farewell to the Dragon Veins with excitement. After counting the time, he has stayed in the Dragon Veins for 4 years. Now that he has stepped on the 4th floor, he has obtained the Wind Spirit Root. The 4th floor is a realm of thunder and fire. It so happened that Yu had already completed the 2nd stage of awakening, and broke through without any pressure, and obtained Feng Lingen and a real Dragon Ball. Dragon Ball is only the size of a fist, but its eyes can be controlled. According to the records left by the immortal, the Dragon Ball originally belonged to a fire dragon, but the fire dragon was extremely tyrannical, not only eating farm animals but also eating countless people. Only then did they kill the dragon, leaving only the Dragon Ball and the rest. The fairies are divided. It seems that Master and his old man are not ordinary tough. Dragon Ball is the most precious thing in Shenlong. Obtaining Dragon Ball can ward off evil spirits and become a divine object, and has natural restraint against evil things. Yu got the Dragon Ball but didn't know how to use it. There are so many uses. He can recover from injury, nurture the soul, and even use the abilities of the dragon family. With the dragon flame released by the Dragon Ball, even he will be burned. A mouse has no resistance whatsoever when it sees a cat. Thank you, Dragon Maiden. Although I was imprisoned by you for 4 years, my strength has also undergone earth-shaking changes. Hold head high. A dragon roar expressed his happiness, and a purple dragon surrounded Yu to say his final goodbye. Yu appeared in the time-space tunnel and beckoned, finally leaving this big guy. But unfortunately the dragon veins can only stay underground and cannot be born. Otherwise pulling the dragon veins out will be a wave with Wei Yezhong. Back in Lulin, Yu was done. The tall buildings are still there, but where have everyone gone? Isn't it more than 10 years before it becomes Wei specifically? Has it been in the dragon veins for more than 10 years? After searching all over Lulin, there is no one person, not even a dog. It better to meet Konoha first. Yu couldn't help but wonder if the dragon pulse sent him to the wrong time and space. After sensing the incarnation soul outside the body, he couldn't connect. He could only know the approximate direction, which meant that the distance was very far. Since the incarnation outside the body is in this time and space, it should be correct. As soon as I arrived at Konoha, I saw that the statue of the 4th generation of Hokage Rock is still very new. Stepping into Konoha the 2nd time feels so familiar. It's been too long since I went home. The avatar outside the body who was practicing was slightly shaken, and the main body actually came back. I thought it would take a few more years. I looked in the direction of the main body. I guess I should go to Konoha first. Since the main body is back at Konoha, there is a problem. Senior Sword Saint, are you here again? Juggernaut, has the other half already made such a big name. You are mistaken. I am not a swordsman. I am Konoha Village Uchiha Ieyu. Yu took out what belonged to Konoha Anbu's forehead guard. What? The gatekeeper Chunin opened his mouth wide and looked at Yu in disbelief. After looking carefully, he confirmed that although he was very similar to the sword saint, the difference was still obvious. Moreover, Yu also showed the Sharingan, which is really incredible. Even if it was the first day of only 4 years without any news, it has been forgotten by everyone. The Chunin who reacted immediately said solemnly, "Please go to the Naruto studio for the record." Of course I'll go. Yu smiled. The ninja who did not return for so long did not have the special name of Hokage. It was already equivalent to betrayal. On the street, everyone was watching Yu curiously, and even though she was only wearing ordinary clothes, it still attracted the attention of many people. The sword saint is here again. It goes without saying that it must be looking for Hokage-sama. Of course, Juggernaut has always wanted to defeat Lord Hokage. It is also a goal for Minato to become an idol for the younger generation. Everything is still so familiar. I have lived here for 10 years, and I have long regarded it as my home, with parents, brothers and sisters. Dong dong dong. Please come in. As soon as Minato raised his head, his entire body froze there. The pen for reviewing the article had fallen on the table at some point. Tears could not help flowing down. His voice was choked up, and 1,000 words were stuck in his throat for a long time before he could say a word. You're finally back. Yeah, Minato-san, I'm back. I didn't expect you to become Hokage. Well, I always believed it. Since Minato-san is a ninja, why cry? Sorry, I'm so happy. Minato stood up and gave Yu a big hug. Sure enough, Yu was not dead, and she always believed in the day Yu would come back. Brother Minato, your enthusiasm makes me very uncomfortable. Yu struggled, and it was really indifferent to be held by a big old man. You guy, aren't you happy at all? Of course I'm happy. The seal you set is really powerful. I can't even break it. I'm sorry. How did you get out? Minato froze slightly, scratched his head embarrassedly, and asked curiously. Of course, with the help of the power of the dragon vein. It came out after the new channel was opened. So, recently, a guy who looked very similar to you has appeared. He is honored as the Promise Sword Saint. Even I thought that guy was you. Yu raised her eyebrow. This is not what it is. Wuji's swordsmanship is very powerful. You may not necessarily win. Nonsense. I'm not Joe Bodong and I can't be left. Yu rolled his eyes, and Minato just acted as Yu and didn't believe it. It doesn't matter that we will meet you in the future, but what happened to Minato-san? Kushina-san. Kushina is pregnant. It's been 2 months. Speaking of the happiness on Kushina Minato's face, he will soon become a father. That great. Minato-san, do you have any unfulfilled wishes? No. Is there anything else going on in Konoha? Is it a big deal? Not really, but the Land of Rain has been weird recently, and all the news has been blocked. The ninjas who went to investigate all died in the Land of Rain without exception, and it seems that it has become a forbidden place. Now there is no news of Hanzo's death. That's it. And Kakashi. Sigh. It's getting harder and harder for Kakashi to get out. Because of Obito and Rin's death, now I have to let him join Anbu to protect Kushina, but you should be happy when you come back to Kakashi. I'll teach him. Is Lin still dead? How does the incarnation outside the body work? It will come out early tomorrow for a year. If you pay attention, you should notice. Minato remembered his dead disciple and felt a pain in his heart, trying to cheer himself up, but now he was carrying the entire Konoha on his back. Soon the news of Yu's return spread throughout Konoha, and the former genius came back. The high-level people fell into a strange atmosphere. The 3 generations were amazed again and again, as if they had come to hope again. Unaware, Uchiha was so excited that the strongest genius did not die but returned safely. Many people speculated that Yu was the sword saint. However, after taking the photos of the 2 people, the speculation was dispelled. Although they were similar, there were too many differences. Minghui and Shinhong wept with joy. They had never been so happy. The child really came back. It even held a 3-day banquet to celebrate, and Fuyu came to congratulate him in person. Yu, who had reached the shadow level 4 years ago, is now stronger. Fuyu suspects that Yu has turned on the kaleidoscope. At the banquet, Kushina cried to tears, and after beating Minato, he calmed down. Sister Jushinai is really irritable. She is so sturdy when she is pregnant. The physique of the Whirlpool family is really strong enough. Chapter 129. A little junior sister. Walking through the familiar street, I came to the hand-pulled noodle restaurant and called Kakashi on purpose, and Kakashi covered his left eye. Your ramen. Thank you, Calamus. I haven't grown up in 4 years. Tis tis. The current Calamus is no longer the little girl she used to be, and she was saddened by Yu's disappearance for a long time. When the Calamus came to his mouth, he couldn't say. He looked at Yu in a complicated way, knowing that Yu had changed. Sitting alone at the counter was sulking. Now that I understand the difference between commoners and ninjas, geniuses like this will definitely be arranged for intermarriage within the clan. Kakashi looked at Yu as if from a lifetime ago. If only the other 2 could come back. He touched his eyes subconsciously, staring at his right hand in a trance. Kakashi killed Rin with your own hand, right? can't hear blame or anger, but Kakashi was completely silent. Don't stop talking. I already understand that Lin died voluntarily at your hand, so I don't blame you. If you want to blame, I blame me for not coming back as soon as possible. Lin is a kind child, but she's dead. It's this hand that killed her. Kakashi gripped his wrist and fell into madness, staring at Yu Yu's eyes emotionally, his eye sockets getting wet. Calm down, Kakashi. Although you failed Obito, you can't fail Rin. The indifferent words instantly dropped a few degrees in temperature. The guests around couldn't help shaking their shoulders, and Kakashi breathed heavily into silence. Lin, hope you all live well. Instead of staying in the corner all day, blaming yourself for your fault. You are all my disciples, and now you are the only one left. Don't make me sad. Yes, look forward. Don't have to live in grief, and don't have cherished people disappear, Yu Yu said earnestly. Kakashi lowered his eyes. Yu Yu had already disappeared. Well, he doesn't seem to be paying. It's time to see the fox. It should be 7 months before bringing the soil to attack, but there should be no problem with me and brother Minato guarding ourselves. Passing by the cemetery, I saw Lin's tombstone. It would be nice to have a blank eye. I rushed to the Watergate courtyard. Kushina just finished shopping with Makoto, elder sister. Yu Yu, is something wrong? Well, it's nothing. Just come and see the Nine Tails so that they don't mess around. Well, then go home first. After returning home for a short rest, Yu Yu opened the writing wheel and arrived in front of Jue. It's you guy again. Kawaii, we met again. I only have one request. Don't stay quiet while sister Kushina is giving birth. What right do you have to order me? Jue said angrily. His huge head stared at Yu Yu fiercely. Kushina didn't know why Yu Yu angered Jue. That's it. Yu Yu pointed to his eyes, and the three-hooked jade quickly rotated to form a new pattern. What is Yu Yu? Sister, this is the most powerful kaleidoscope of the Uchiha clan, and Madara used this to control the Nine Tails. Yu Yu smiled evilly, but not to Kushina but to Kyuubi. Kyuubi's pupils shrank suddenly as he recalled the humiliating history, and with just one look, he controlled his body and fell into such a field. You bastard! Actually awakened the kaleidoscope. Are you guessing what level 1 can use Mudantu? Nine Tails just feel extremely fucked. The power that this guy has is completely aimed at it, but it is impossible to reach the level of the column, but it is definitely uncomfortable. If you don't want to be controlled as a psychic beast, just stay on it. The full threat made Nine Tails almost mad, ignoring Nine Tails' roar and leaving the mental space, so maybe Nine Tails would be more on it. Will Nine Tails really come out? It's really hard to say. Although there is my intimidation, the Nine Tails themselves are arrogant and will not compromise so easily. Then let me add more seal. Well, Kyuubi was stunned when she heard this. Is this what a human does? I really don't want to be completely imprisoned again. I was already very upset and helpless to be threatened by Yu Yu, and I didn't plan to do anything, but Kushina still didn't believe it. Immediately pulled Kushina into the space to ensure that he would not mess around, and Kushina was relieved. There must be no way to bring soil in this way. If the Nine Tails don't come out by themselves, how can you force them to pull them out? In a good mood, Yu Yu went to the Orochimaru courtyard, and when Orochimaru was not there, he knew that he must have gone to Danzo. Alas, only Danzo will help Orochimaru to carry out these forbidden experiments. But I met a little girl. Who are you and why did you break into teacher Orochimaru's house? Feeling Kunwu's posture to fight well, he is very calm and alert. Sorry, who are you used to looking through the window? Is this guy a thief? But he's still pretty handsome. It's a pity that such a handsome man ran away to be a thief. My name is Hongdu. I'm Orochimaru's disciple. Speaking of which, Red Bean puffed out her small chest and said proudly, it turned out to be the little junior sister. Hehe. Yu Yu smiled slyly. Orochimaru really knows how to find apprentices. Who is your little junior sister? Shameless. Xiao Hongdu made a face and did not hide his admiration for Orochimaru. This girl has a serious relationship with her teacher. Ha! I am Uchiha Ieyu and Uncle Snake's second disciple, so you are indeed my little junior sister. Ah, are you Yu? If there is no second Yu in the village, I should be. But why did you open the window? Didn't I say it? I'm used to it. Hongdu curiously looked at Yu, who was 2 and 3 years older than her. Orochimaru had mentioned him more than once before, a brother he had never met before, and he always used him for comparison. Come on, Uncle Snakehouse has a lot of interesting things. Gee, is it not good to mess around like this? Why don't you call the teacher? Got used to. Yu searched for herself, and after a while, she found all the hidden compartment, which contained many scrolls. Xiao Hongdu opened her mouth in surprise. She lived here for 2 years and didn't know there were so many hidden spaces. I stayed for 2 years and didn't know there were so many hidden spaces. You stayed for 2 years. Been here all the time. Yeah, the teacher is as gentle as a father. Saying that, a little star appeared in Hongdu's eyes again. What the hell? Uncle Snake abduct underage girl. Red beans are indeed orphaned, but they are only 10 years old. B. Uncle Snake didn't do anything strange to you, did he? No, just teach me ninjutsu and do some research. Anko said that the researcher's face was flushed. Yu's eyes widened. Research? What are you blushing for? This beast. When this guy comes back, he will kill the people. What research? Yu asked with a gloomy face. Hongdu shrank his neck in fear. This senior brother is a bit bit scary. This kind of feeling has only been experienced by the teacher. It's nothing, just measuring the data of the body and saying that it will give me strength as a gift in the future. A curse mark. In other words, has Uncle Snake found Chongo now? Or just want a makeover? Come on, go to the basement. Oh, Yu unceremoniously flipped through the experimental data. Hongdu opened her mouth and didn't speak. Many teachers didn't allow her to flip through it. However, judging by how familiar the seniors were, it was probably a habit, and she envied Yu for a while. Chapter 130 Full-Time Bodyguard. As soon as Orochimaru got home, he saw a mess of scroll. Is this a thief? The scene is so familiar. It goes without saying that Yu did it again. It really hasn't changed at all. Walking to the laboratory, Yu was flipping through the experimental materials with relish, and Hongdu stood beside him obediently. Uncle Snake, you are here. I didn't do any strange experiments when I wasn't here. You knew already. Orochimaru said without joy and sorrow that one day Yu will know, and it doesn't matter. No, one thing, Danzo is not a good thing. He will definitely sell you at that time, and he won't dare to do it easily if he masters the entire Hokage. Of course I know, but it's all worth it, Big Snake said hoarsely, and Hongdu listened blankly to the conversation between the two, not knowing why. With a flick of her eye, Hongdu fainted when she saw Yu's writing wheel. Your pupil strength has increased again. Yes, but Uncle Snake doesn't seem to have made much progress. This is very dangerous. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes and emitted a dangerous light. How much has Yu grown? The tone became so arrogant. Looks like you've grown enough to kill me. Uncle Snake, you are too serious. I'm not sure about killing you, but I don't know how strong I am now. Yu smiled and reached behind Orochimaru in an instant. Orochimaru was worthy of looking back, and his pupils suddenly shrank. In the past, Yu used the lightning stimulation method to increase the speed. With such speed it is no worse than the 4th generation of Reikage. Reikage, I don't think it's a big deal. The speed is not necessarily, but the physical strength should be able to hang him. Except for the immortal mode Jiraiya or Tsunade, I don't think anyone can beat me in terms of strength. Yu's face was only calm, as if she was stating a fact. I am very happy to have such a disciple. You have surpassed me. Uncle Snake, don't say that. How embarrassed. Yu said with a hilarious smile that she did not have the power she had before. Let's go out for a couple of drinks. I miss you so much. Do you know how I've been through these 4 years? I'm trapped in that ghost place and it's dark and cold. Let go. I'm also curious about what happened to you. Wait, forget about little junior sister. Yu solved the illusion, and Hongdu woke up. What happened just now? Why did I suddenly fall asleep? You just fell asleep just now. Oh, it feels wrong, but I can't tell. Back in the room, the shadow clone quickly cleaned up, and then took out the good wine collected by Uncle Snake. The corner of Orochimaru's mouth twitched, and he was found even though he changed his plate. Red Bean looked at Yu with a look of enjoyment. Is this wine really that good? Children can't drink alcohol, but isn't senior brother also an adult? How can I be like you? This wine is so refreshing. Orochimaru's mood is extremely complicated, but he has reached this point and there is no way to turn back. Orochimaru just wants to learn everything, but human life is too short. Yu, you said that you have been trapped in one place all these years, so how did you survive? Drink the northwest wind. Speak English. Uncle Snake said angrily. Everything seemed to return to the past, and the darkness in his heart revealed a ray of sunshine. How should I put it? I don't actually need food to survive, because I can use natural energy as nutrients for my body, just like the white snake immortal. Can your body already do this? Give me a little research. Uncle Snake licked his lip, and it was obvious that Yu's body had undergone a miraculous change. Okay, 5 boxes. Teacher, what 5 boxes? It's okay. Your senior brother is really stingy. Stingy senior brother. Uncle Snake, now my body is several times stronger than before, and now my cells are more difficult to control than before. All right. Orochimaru shook his head. Yu had grown up too fast, and he had such strength in just a few years. Yu began to talk about her life in the past few years. In short, how miserable it was, and she hadn't even eaten a single bite of food for several years. Obito of the Land of Rain was shocked to learn that Yu had returned to Konoha, which seriously affected his plan. He was the first to disbelieve when he said that his eldest brother hadn't opened sharing yet. Yu, who woke up at the age of 5, would know how scary. Lord Madara, you seem to be very concerned about this. Yu. Alfie laughed. He may be Uchiha Ieyasu, who woke up at the age of 5. Well, this is really an incredible genius, but Madame Madara must be careful of Yu. He also has 2 blood successors, Mudun and Rongdun. It is unknown if he has awakened the other. Are you serious? Yes, this is information from 5 years ago. Since I went to Lulin when I was 10 years old, there has been no information for 4 years. I see. Unexpectedly, big brother, you are hiding so deeply that Mudun has awakened, and now I am even more convinced that Yu has awakened the kaleidoscope, which will be the biggest obstacle to the execution of the plan in the future. After saying goodbye to Orochimaru, I immediately received an order from Fuyu. Today, Yu's identity is extremely special. He is like a brother to the 4 generations of Hokage. He is also a genius of the Uchiha Uchiha family. The village does not deal with Uchiha being watched. In the second meeting with Fuyu straight to the point. Have you woken up yet? Is this what you said? Yuyu's eyes quickly formed a cherry blossom pattern. As expected, you also awakened the power of this inn and lost something important. Hehe, don't compare me to you. I said that I will find other ways to open my eye. I haven't lost anything. Unlike you, my eyes won't go blind. Night Feather Kaleidoscope stared at Mount Fuji. How is this possible? How can there be no blindness without the other pair of relatives? Fuyu said in disbelief that what was recorded on the slate could not be wrong, and the original banana was created by his younger brother's writing wheel eye. The patriarch, I see more than you, but I am an exception. Fuyu took a deep breath. If Yu didn't lie to him, then he could use the kaleidoscope unlimitedly, and the seat of the patriarch might be handed over. What's your plan? Don't worry, I'm not interested in the patriarch, even Hokage. Fuyu breathed a sigh of relief, but his mind became more active. If Yu was there, it would be Uchiha's greatest guarantee. I called you here this time. In fact, I wanted you to protect Makoto-one. I said, the patriarch, there will be no one who opposes you now. This time I am going to protect Kushina. This is also Hokage's order. Watergate. Really? But I've already got Hokage's consent for you to be Makoto's bodyguard. Fuyu looked at Yu strangely. Yu didn't expect that this guy had already found Minato. Forget it. Makoto was a few months earlier than Kushina's pregnancy. Oh, that's probably my memory. Yu said solemnly. Fuyu is full of black line. This guy dares to falsely pass Hokage orders now. Alas, Itachi was a guard once when he was born, and Sasuke was born to be a guard again, and he was about to become the full-time bodyguard of the family. Chapter 131 Teasing. Yu ate breakfast and stretched. It's time to go to work. Early in the morning, I was walking around the gate of Fuyu and leaning against a big tree, and saw Uchiha Itachi who was about to train. Itachi looked at the man on the tree curiously. Is this also a member of the Uchiha clan? It gives people a very strange feeling, like being in nature. It is really not like a ninja. The cute Itachi looked taciturn and turned away after a few glances. Yu jumped down with interest and patted Itachi's head lightly, but Itachi touched the back of his head and turned around but disappeared. Hey, you are Uchiha Itachi. The speed was so fast that it was too late to react. After the shock, he quickly returned to normal. Those who can appear here will not threaten him. Who are you? Uchiha Ieyasu. Now serve as a bodyguard for your mother, but yours is called my uncle. Oh, hello, uncle. Itachi bowed obediently. He was very sensible and made Yu very useful. God Itachi, a character I like very much in the past life, but now, hehe. Aware that Yu's eyes were wrong, Itachi took 2 steps back to keep it safe and specific. Oh, don't hide. Itachi is so good. Uncle really loves you. The next second Yu directly pinched her face. The child face is really elastic. Itachi shot to resist, but his strength was too small to break free. Let go. It hurt. What did you say? Uncle can't hear you clearly. Let go. Put what? Release me. What driving me? Open me up. Yo, sorry. It's just that there is no apology in the playful eye. Hiss. Itachi touched his swollen face. Who is this guy? Hearing Itachi's loud shout, Makoto came out. What wrong? Itachi. Fine. Itachi glared at Yu, covering both eyes. Yu shrugged and said it was none of my business. Ieyasu, don't bully Itachi. Really? Makoto-sama's words are bad. I am friendly and interactive. Itachi is very cute and very well behaved. Really? Thanks. Please also teach Itachi. No problem. I will definitely teach you well. Itachi only felt full of malice, shivered and hurried over. I'm so sorry to bother you to be my bodyguard again. It's everyone's responsibility to protect beautiful women, so don't worry, Sister Makoto. If only Itachi were so cheerful. Itachi is very smart and will become a great ninja in the future. Yu did not hesitate to praise her, but she thought that it was strange that Itachi was lively and cheerful when he was brought to the battlefield by his father at the age of 4. Makoto nodded and the two came to the street, and then met Kushina at the agreed place. The two women chatted and laughed. Yu saw Kakashi in the dark at a glance and pulled it out. What are you doing? Kakashi said angrily. How could Anbu show up like this? He was ordered to guard it secretly. Does it matter? They are all acquaintances, and have you forgotten to call the teacher? Kakashi shook his head helplessly. Kakashi, you must know that a teacher for one day is a father for life. Kakashi's body froze, looking at Yu like a dead man. Murder it. Makoto looked thoughtfully at Kakashi's left eye, but she didn't care because the top management had already compromised. What? Are you skilled? Dare to fight with me? Yu came to be interested and let Kakashi feel this kind of momentum first, so as not to be immobilized by Uncle Snake's look in the future. The aura on his body suddenly erupted. His long hair was automatic without wind, and a violent purple aura enveloped the entire street. The ground began to crack in a large area, and the surrounding buildings began to crumble with creaking noises, scaring the people inside to think that there was an earthquake and flee in a hurry. The surrounding people sat limply on the ground, and some fainted directly. Kakashi stepped back and looked at Yu with trembling body in horror. What he felt was despair. Although Yu did not target Kakashi, it was still unbearable. Relax. One One hit and one. It hurt. Yu suddenly lost his domineering, squatting on the ground and holding his head. A large lump was swollen on his head. Kushina withdrew the smoking fist. Sister, why are you hitting me? Look at Makoto. Yu then remembered that there were still 2 pregnant women here. I saw that Makoto's face was pale. Yu quickly took Makoto's hand and conveyed her spiritual energy. Fuyu really didn't mean to take advantage of your wife. Makoto looked a lot better now. He let out a sigh of relief and said he was fine. Sorry, Makoto-san accidentally forgot. I will teach Kakashi a good lesson later. What the matter with me? It's entirely your responsibility. Okay, but this guy is so strong now. What kind of power is this? Just the momentum makes me lose the desire to do it. Yeyu, you can't be so self-willed in the future. It's already a forbearance in name. What my sister said is that I will never be so messy in the future. It's amazing. Kushina completely withstood my pressure. Is it because of the 9 tails or this special physique? Yu guessed. After the compensation, the 4 continued to move forward, and the members of Gen quickly told Danzo when they saw this scene. Kakashi has also become a lot more on it, and called Yu his teacher obediently, otherwise he would have been beaten by Yu after completing the task today. He clearly became a jonin, but the gap between him and Yu was getting bigger and bigger. Big. Itachi ran to the woods to practice shuriken over and over again, until another person appeared in the woods in the afternoon, Uchiha Shisui. It was only one day after Yu's disappearance that he received widespread attention, saying that he was a genius no weaker than Yu. Now that Yu's return is even more pressing for other clansmen to breed. More ugly. Uchiha is in full swing right now. Many members are even more arrogant. Zishui has left the village to perform tasks at the age of 8. The mild-mannered Shisui is Itachi's best friend and always talk to each other. Itachi talked about what happened to Yu today, and he couldn't help rubbing his swollen face. In short, Yu didn't look like a good person at all. Shisui was a little surprised. Uchiha Ieyu was once known as the strongest genius in Konoha. He was a legend and he wanted to catch up. Itachi, can you take me to meet him? Ji Shui, do you want to see Yu? He hangs around my door all day now. Soga. Zishui is looking forward to tomorrow with anticipation, and see the so-called strongest. Kushina and Makoto didn't return until the evening, which was so hard for Kakashi. Yu had to do all the physical work under Yu's lewd power, and now I finally know why Yu brought him out. Sister and Makoto will come out more in the future. Of course, I can only be so happy with Makoto. Kushina smiled sweetly. Kakashi's face was extremely sallow, and some of them would suffer later. Makoto snickered while covering her mouth, and it was natural to see that Yu deliberately fit Kakashi, rubbed her stomach and set foot on the way home. By the way, sister is not more than before. Don't let Minato-san mess around. Stinky boy looking for a fight. Kushina blushed. This guy is still not right. Kakashi just wants a good rest now. Such errands are more tiring than going out to perform tasks. Itachi listened carefully to Fuyu's explanation of Yu's deeds at home. He did not expect Yu to act as his mother's guard before he was born. He was very grateful, and his sense of Yu had changed a lot. Chapter 132. Be an idol. Stop water. A few days later, Yu was still watching from the big tree in front of the door, and when she heard footsteps in the distance, Yu turned around. Who is this child? Are you Senior Yu? Who are you? Yu tilted her head and said, Hello, Senior, I'm Shisui Uchiha. Shisui, is it a new generation of geniuses? Yu jumped down, touched his chin and circled Shisui a few times, and nodded. Shishui's temperament was similar to Minato. The eyes are a bit fox-like. Is this eyeshadow natural? Yes, Senior. This charming little look is like Moses coming to a rock. Forehead. This Senior's personality is really weird. Did you come to me for something? I want to ask my seniors about ninjutsu. You should be patient now. Yes, a little weak. Shisui can only smile awkwardly. Although he is very talented, he has not grown up yet. What kind of ninjutsu do you want to learn? No, I just want to ask the seniors how to shorten the time of ninjutsu. It's good that this training hand is fast and diligent. No, I heard that seniors never use ninjutsu to form seals. Shishui's eyes flickered, and he asked Itachi to find Yu's information. Itachi naturally asked Fuyu directly, and Fuyu told Itachi almost everything except the important kaleidoscope. Do you even know this? It's true that most ninjutsu does not need a seal, but whether you can do it depends on your talent. I will demonstrate it slowly, but if you can't learn it, promise me one thing. It was not a good thing for Shisui to realize that, but for this an understanding part of Yu's strength, he had to bite the bullet. Good, Senior. Come on then. But Aunt Makoto, shadow clone technique. A shadow clone appeared. Okay, that's all right. Shisui had to say sorry, but Yu's shadow clone should be extremely powerful. When he came to the training ground, Zishui stared at Yu's every move. Okay, this is Huo Dunhao Fireball. Yu put his hand to his mouth and a 4-meter diameter fireball appeared. Shisui was very excited, and he really didn't need a seal. This is Tuden. Dozens of ninjutsu demonstrations in a row. Jishui was stunned and didn't see why, and was in a state of ignorance. He didn't learn much about this, not right. He didn't come to the show. How does senior chakra work? Feel the flow of chakra with your heart and then continue this feeling. Before using ninjutsu, the body automatically controls the chakra combination to complete. This requires strong chakra control. This Shishui, you have to remember that serious ninjas never make mark, at most make a gesture. Are all the ninjas I meet fake ninjas? Shishui can't help but doubt life. An expression that I read left. Don't lie to me. Yu is calm and composed, and if you want to blame it, you have no spiritual root. If you don't believe Shishui, you can ask Chudai and Madara to see if they have a seal. Zishui's face suddenly turned black, and he asked two dead people, I really can't help you. Yu began to use the demonstration water dragon bullet to gradually reduce from 44 seals to 3, and then simplified other complex ninjutsu step by step until it disappeared. I'll come to you in a week. If you can't teach 5 ninjutsu to complete the simplification, you have to fulfill one of my requirements. Yes, senior, I will work hard. Shishui bowed. Yu has disappeared. Shisui studied ninjutsu hard, even brought Itachi. With Yu's consent, this can be taught to others, but it is limited to one person. A week passed in a hurry. Yu arrived as scheduled, and Yu was surprised that Shisui really simplified 3 ninjutsu, although each ninjutsu only simplified 1 seal. So you're not done yet. Ashamed, I failed to meet the requirements of the predecessor. Zishui said dejectedly. Yu was very happy. If it was completed, then there would be a problem. Simplification is not so easy, and simplifying 3 times a week is enough to see Zishui's talent. Let go. It's time to keep your promise. What do seniors need me to do? Don't ask too much. You'll know when you get there. Shishui had to follow behind him honestly. Yu's appearance attracted the attention of many people, especially some young girl. A ride. Why did the senior come to the clothing store? Buy you the right clothes. Is senior Yu being a little too kind to me? From the beginning of the unstinting guidance, it is too generous to buy clothes now. Yu chose clothes at random. Yu's eyes were so wicked. She quickly picked out the women's clothes suitable for Shishui and walked out of the clothing store after picking a full 5 set. The clerk is extremely disappointed. Does Yu have a girlfriend? They choose women's clothes, but they are all for children. Could it be copper smelting? Yeah, it's impossible. It should be a bit more or something. Senior, isn't this a bit bad? Jishui swallowed his saliva and almost wanted to run away, but was restrained by Yu's cold eyes and did not dare to make any extra move. I think it's pretty good. I'll give you one-stop service right away. I bought a series of cosmetic for wigs and lipstick, as well as accessories such as cameras, children's shoes, cat ears, rabbit ears and fox ears. When Yu picked up the animal tail, she was done. The string of beads in the back. I don't remember this stuff. If it's wrong, it should be used like that, but I didn't expect it to exist in this world. Is there any other style of this boss? There are some. There are young people today who really know how to play. Hehehe. Where is it? Just pondering. What the two of them laughed at was how cheap they were. They were the same people. The wretched acquaintances are like brothers at a glance and begin to introduce how to use various items. Shishui only felt a chill coming. It was so abnormal. This thing is not simple. Evil emerges from courage and escape from the jewelry store regardless. Yu didn't care. It was impossible to escape from her hand. The thing was sealed in the scroll and walked out of the store without hate and disappeared in the next second. Hoo. You should get rid of it now. Seeing that Yu was not chasing after him, Jishui finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was too dangerous. What got rid of? Tell me. Of course. Senior, why are you so fast? Shishui showed a smile that was uglier than crying. Jishui, you are too young. My speed is no slower than the yellow flash in a short distance. It seems that you are not going to cooperate well. Writing round eye. In an instant, Shishui lost control of his body and followed Yu like a puppet. Go out of the village and complete the 2nd-story building with the technique of wooden escape. 3 rooms and 1 hall. Holding the tail and thinking about it, I felt that this was too cruel to a child. I was worried that Zishui would commit suicide in advance. I just changed into sets of clothes, and the flashes kept flashing and making various movements. Zishui, put on a cute expression, and put on the white silk over there. Squeeze a couple of tears out. Be charming. Yu felt relieved in her heart, and waited to show it to Uchiha Itachi many years later. Ah, flashy. After taking enough shots, the illusion was finally lifted. Jishui woke up and saw that he was dressed in women's clothes and didn't panic. Instead, he checked his body for the first time, and he was relieved. I heard the boss say a lot of strange things before. Become an idol in the future. Jishui, I think you have great potential in this regard. Damn, senior is really too much. No, after all, the old man is not a devil, and you will definitely make money as an idol. Sending a photo to Jishui. Jishui almost fainted. In the photo, his legs were wide open, and he put on a badly played expression. I'll give you this one, as are the clothes. If you like it, keep it. Goodbye. Had a great time today. Shishui changed his clothes and walked out of the house tremblingly. The clothes in the photo were burnt clean along with the house. Bearing an unbearable weight in his heart, and having tasted the fear of being dominated by Yu's speed and illusion, he secretly vowed in his heart that he must surpass Yu's speed and create the strongest illusion. It is this obsession that makes the water stop in an instant. Chapter 133 Advanced Study in the Country of Rain. During this time, Itachi felt as if Shisui had changed into a different person. He trained harder than before and became taciturn. What wrong with you, Shisui? It's nothing. I just feel that I am very weak. It's not like you. Have you met Uncle Yu? Well, Itachi, you must stay away from him. He is a very scary person. Shisui solemnly said to Itachi, sure enough, the stronger the person, the more perverted. Is he great? Yeah, I must surpass him in the future and pay back my pain. Standing water at 45 degrees looking up at the sky. This humiliation will never be forgotten. One day I must return. Even if I burn the photos and dream at night, I will still show the expression of crying and sticking out my tongue and being played badly, and then Yu's smiling face will appear, and I will wake up every night. Was Shisui crushed by his uncle really strong? Is it because it's too hard to keep me away? There, I can't stand it. Itachi guessed the meaning of the water stop. Stop water your eye. My eyes. Shisui took off his forehead guard in confusion. A pair of scarlet eyes reflected in the iron sheet writing wheel eye. The same eyes as that guy. It's so nice. This is Sharingan, and it really has a lot of power. Shisui quickly closed the writing wheel again. In the summer of Konoha in July, Wuji, who was far away in the land of honey, finally found time to practice. Governing a country is far more difficult than he imagined. Fortunately, Sarah finally condensed chakra and became a ninja. This way you don't have to worry about security anymore. Although Sarah is still indecisive today, she already has the demeanor of a queen, and she is considered qualified. Wuji will definitely send Sarah to the land of rain for further study. Yuji and Faye quickly came to the territory of the country of rain, and was noticed by Nagato the moment he appeared. Quietly standing on the tower and pretending to be AB. Sigh, it is really tiring to pretend to be AB in order not to be recognized. I have to continue acting. There is not even an Oscar statuette here, or else it must be held in an award ceremony. Sure enough, Xiaonan and Tien Dao Pain came to Yu in a short while. You still transformed him. Yahiko is always the leader. What are you doing here? I built a small country, but the queen really can't satisfy me, so I hope to send you a learning experience by your side. Nagato's was blacked out immediately. What did this bastard take him for? Xiaonan almost couldn't help himself. This is neither a school nor a nursery. Don't worry, I will pay the tuition. It's not impossible to help you if you're willing to join. Pain. Xiaonan shouted loudly, very dissatisfied. Have you even thought about the name? But I have no plans to join for the time being. The tuition fee is 20 million per year. Wuji stared at Tiandao, but unfortunately the face of the dead did not change at all. 40 million, 80 million, 100 million. You can do whatever you want with money. Xiaonan couldn't bear it any longer. Thinking of the 100 million people who had been pitted by Wuji before, he felt a pain in his liver. Now that the Kingdom of Rain has just started, there is no ordinary shortage of funds. So, why? The rich can really do whatever they want. 150 million, 3 years. Nagato said his price in his heart. Wuji will definitely be very short of money just after establishing a country. In this way, he should develop very slowly, and the queen is here, not to mention. Deal. But you must protect the queen's safety, and don't play trick. HMPH. Boring. Pain said disdainfully, and Wuji left with confidence. Seeing Wuji flying away, Xiaonan asked anxiously, will this not lead? Don't worry, it's just learning governance. The queen will ask you. Hey. Wuji rushed all the way to Konoha, and Yu, who was on a mission, immediately noticed, leaving a shadow clone and quietly came to Konoha. He didn't say anything and immediately made a soul connection. It turned out that the incarnation outside the body had rescued Lin, and also abducted Queen Lulin. No wonder there was only one dead city left. The strange thing was to send Sarah to the country of rain for further study. Then I learned that Minato stripped off his clothes and women's clothes, and his veins burst out, and he almost vomited out of his stomach. Well, you, Minato, must avenge this revenge. It took a long time to regain peace. Anyway, that's it. Take away the 2 boxes. If you want to become the existence of the 5 major country, this amount of money is too little, so let's use it for the time being. Wuji took away 2 boxes, and only 14 boxes were left. It should be enough to turn around, and there will definitely be more shortage of money in the future. In the land of rain, 500 million was thrown away without a word. For these 50 million, I hope you can teach her with your heart. Don't worry, it will. Pain glanced at Sarah lightly. Is this the queen of the promised country? This guy is really not ordinary rich. Is he asking for too little money? Sarah was very angry and brought her here without saying a word, although it was a great experience to fly. When I learned that she spent 500 million for her, I was speechless. I never thought that she was so valuable. I was inspired to study hard. He lowered his head and stayed behind Wuji without saying a word. The people here are really terrible. Stay by Xiao Nansheng in the future. She will teach you well. Is teacher. Sarah hurriedly saluted. I'm not your teacher. It's just a deal. Pain's indifferent expression made Sarah a little uncomfortable. Understood. Sarah looked at the beautiful girl in front of her, looking about her age. He was wearing a black windbreaker embroidered with red cloud, light blue purple hair, and a lavender paper flower on his head. Although he didn't know what material the flower was, it was soaked in rain and did not deform. The man with purple eyes was also intimidating in the same outfit. Sarah must be studying hard here. I'll go first. Yes, the rainy weather here made Sarah breathless. It was too depressing. Back in the land of honey, I wanted Ganglin to be the queen, but I was worried about revealing her identity, so I sent Sarah to Obito to investigate the country. Therefore, he had to choose an agent to temporarily serve as the king of the country. After some selection, a middle-aged man was selected, and he only needed to maintain the operation of the country. Promise brought a lot of money into it. The quality of life of the people improved a lot in an instant, and more joined the army. Konoha Makoto was almost at the time of production. Fuyu got nervous, pushed everything down and waited patiently until the birth of the child. Patriarch, have you thought of the child's name? I've already thought about it. So I'll call Sasuke Uchiha. I remember that the father of the third Hokage-sama was called Sasuke Sarutobi. You, just by chance. Ha ha. Yu sneered twice, calling this name to see Fuyu's expectations for Sasuke. It seems that he has not lost his ambition for the position of Hokage. And what do you want the 3 generations to think? No wonder the 3 generations agreed to destroy your clan. Kakashi is now talking to Lin in front of the memorial tablet. He didn't intend to reveal the approximate production date of Kushina, but Obito listened to it in secret and began to plan in his mind that the 9 Tails would be in trouble. If it succeeds, Konoha will be hit hard to cut off the fetters of this world in order to create a new world. Kakashi, thank you. Kakashi looked back suddenly, and it seemed that someone was watching him just now, and there was a very familiar feeling. Chapter 134. With the birth of Sasuke, the Fuyu family rejoiced. Itachi showed a long-lost smile and hugged Sasuke happily after obtaining consent. Yu observed Sasuke thoughtfully, and Indra's chakra or soul is in it. Is there a problem with Yu? No problem. Sasuke will definitely have great achievements in the future. Yu said nonsense. Fuyu's head is covered with black line. Why Yu looks like some liar, but Makoto is interested. How are you looking at Itachi? Yu pretended to take a serious look and said, he is poisonous. What does it mean? He will cheat father in the future. Fuyu, Makoto, and Itachi were collectively stunned and questioned 3 times. Yuyu's joke is not funny. Believe it or not, the patriarch, you will understand what I said today. Yu showed a meaningful smile. No matter how Fuyu would not believe that Itachi would cheat on him, the most reassuring thing was Itachi, who has not bothered him since Itachi can remember. It's time for me to go. Goodbye Makoto-san. This kid is real. Fuyu glanced at Itachi, and although he thought it was impossible, Yuyu's words always lingered, because Yu was too mysterious, as if everything was in his hand. When I came to the Naruto studio, I directly asked Minato to protect Kushina, and Minato readily agreed. With Yu, it should be foolproof, but Yu has awakened and the kaleidoscope has a strong suppression on the 9 tail. But as soon as I saw Minato, I thought of being dressed by a woman. I had a hole in Shishui some time ago. The same 8-year-old is now as uncomfortable as swallowing a fly poop. I gradually understand Shishui's mood, but I have a long time ago. Don't care. After all, it's so miserable that there is no stopwatch. Brother Minato, I have something I want to talk to you about. Minato waved her hand and hid Anbu and retreated. What the matter? I want to kill Danzo. Danzo is the darkness of Konoha, so this can't be done. Minato immediately objected. Killing Danzo was a joke. Could this be done casually? The root turmoil is definitely the biggest turmoil in Konoha's history. Isn't it enough to suppress it with absolute power? Otherwise, you will get rid of the post of Danzang and I will take over the root, and you and I will be the 2 brothers who will definitely rule the world. Minato was dumbfounded by Yu. Now the major clans are rejecting the Uchiha clan, and Danzo's position was personally set by the 2nd generation, so the 2 advisors in the 3rd generation would definitely disagree. That doesn't work either. Even Hokage has no right to intervene unless he automatically abdicates. Then I will use a kaleidoscope to control him to commit suicide. Are you here to tease me today? How do you know? Yu blurted out. Minato looked at the ceiling helplessly, knowing that Danzo rejected Uchiha, and Yu knew too much before he wanted to kill Danzo. If you don't object, I'll take it as your agreement, and I'll go kill Danzo. Return. Cut. Why are you yelling so loudly? Yu walked back honestly. This old guy Danzo is now a worm of Konoha. I really don't know why you keep him. The information under investigation is just that Danzo is doing a dark experiment, and it has not harmed Konoha's interest. It's really troublesome. Obviously I can just brush the root by myself. Yeyu, you are too impatient. How about your calmness? Yuyu's body was shaken, and she calmed down immediately. Yes, she has become frizzy since she came out. Could it be that she has been suppressed for too long? Looks like a time for me to reflect on myself. With such a powerful power, Yu is a little lost. Not weaker than Lei Ying's beat, more powerful than the Meowmushin immortal mode, surpassing the pupil power of ordinary kaleidoscope, proficient in many fairy magic, and has the ability to remove writing. After the 5 blood successors of Wheel Eye, Bingdun has also succeeded in acquiring Feng Lingen, and also has an incarnation outside the body. Seeing Yu meditating on Minato was very relieved. This is the younger brother he saw. He has been so impetuous recently, and it took a long time for Yu to say a word. Brother Minato, I also want to keep a low profile, but my strength doesn't allow it. Huh. Watergate directly vomited blood. Yu waved his hand regretfully. With Lu Dao out and Madara and Hashima dead, he should be the strongest. I don't know how far Nagato's development of Samsara Eye is now. If it wasn't besieged by the 5 shadows, Yu believes that he cannot be in danger. Although some ninjutsu are indeed very perverted, such as the ninjutsu such as the ghoul seal, none of the tricks that perish together is easy to mess with. Okay, the joke is over here. I will reflect on it. After all, there are not only 5 countries in this world. It's great that you understand. I will protect Kushine sister. Well, then I'm relieved. But now I hope you can serve as the captain of the Anbu department. Yu's status was higher in the second. The former Anbu captain made a request for a test, and Minato agreed to the request. Many Anbu captains came to watch the battle, and Yu's former captain was also on the list. Everyone naturally saw that Yu was very young. Under the cat head mask, Yu's writing wheel eyes Watt, codenamed the captain of the mountain goat. Start. Watergate gave an order. Yu disappeared under the eyes of everyone, and Anbu looked at Yi Xiao, who appeared behind the mountain ghost in horror. At this speed, only the yellow flash could keep up. Yamagui Tadao with his back accurately blocked in front of Yu's fist. His keen fighting intuition, even if his eyes couldn't keep up with his instinct, he would react by instinct. Unfortunately, you can't stop my fist. Just when everyone thought Yu would withdraw, Yu's fist didn't stop at all, and the blade fell on Shangui's back in pieces, only feeling that his internal organs were about to be shattered. A big hole was smashed on the ground, and the mountain ghost coughed up blood and was defeated by one move. It was also the first time that Minato had seen Yu make a move since Yu's return. It was very similar to Raikage's method, and his fist was the best weapon. Yi Xiao win, and Yi Xiao will be the captain in the future. Yes, everything is based on strength, and the sub-captain helped the mountain ghost up for treatment. With just one move, he defeated the previous captain. Needless to say, Yu is definitely a shadow-level powerhouse. Please take care of everyone in the future. Yes, the information that Yu became the commander-in-chief was soon known to Fuyu, which indicated that the top management was accepting Uchiha, which made the Uchiha family even more happy. But Danzo was very angry. If he became the commander-in-chief, he was qualified to contact the core of Konoha. One move to defeat the previous captain, Orochimaru. You have accepted a good student. Students are so powerful. I am naturally very happy to be a master, and the teacher naturally hope that the students can surpass the teacher. Orochimaru's whole smile didn't mean anything happy. This was a threat to Danzo, and it was also a threat to him. Yu has become so powerful that it is truly amazing. But what if there is a day when the master and the apprentice meet, and at the same time, I look forward to how far Yu can go. Originally, she had a disdainful attitude towards Sharingan, because the appearance of Yu made Orochimaru greedy. The first time Yu used Sharingan to fight against him, he felt the power of these eyes. No wonder Uchiha, who opened his eyes, was directly an elite. Chapter 135 Naruto's Birth Part 1. The date of Kushina's production is getting closer and closer, and Yu is no longer laughing, and Kushina is very uncomfortable with the breath that strangers should not be near. Is Yu being too serious? No, sister, your production is a secret. If you are known by the enemy country, you will definitely destroy it. Not only that, there may be other enemy. Kushina had a sad look on her face. Renzuli was really a chore, and Yu lived directly at Minato's house at night, so her perception was never closed. Opening the writing wheel and entering the spiritual world of Jushinai, Juwei grinned at Yu. Remember not to make trouble, or I'll be afraid of myself when I get angry. Damn Uchiha kid. Juwei slowly closed his eyes, snorted and fell into the darkness. As the strongest hailed beat, it is too shameful to be treated like this, and one day this kid will pay the price. It finally arrived in October. Kushina could produce at any time, and even moved Kushina to the place where Uzumaki Mito became the nine-tailed people's pillar fort, where there was the enchantment that was set up in the first generation. After setting up the barrier, Anbu guarded outside the cave. Yu directly guarded the door, and there were only 4 midwives and assistants in the cave, as well as Minato's brother Kushina. Yu handed over the set-up Mingshin Gate scroll to Minato, and if Kyuubi came out and he wasn't there, he would use Mingshin Gate to suppress it directly. After waiting quietly for a few days, the date of Naruto's birth finally arrived, and Yu was waiting for Obito's arrival. The waning moon rose, and Kushina screamed in pain in the cave. Minato pressed down on the seal in panic and sweated, and Minato trembled every time Kushina screamed. It's the first time I've seen Kushina who shouted pain so loudly. Is it really okay? Minato asked weakly, suffering from liver pain. It's okay. Your first priority is to be optimistic about the nine-tailed eel. The midwife's calmness gave Minato a lot of peace of mind. However, such a scream still made Minato's heart tremble. The calmness of the past disappeared completely, but fortunately, Nine-Tails didn't struggle. But, as the 4th generation, don't be so flustered. Well, I see. Taking a deep breath and calming down, Kyuubi squinted and waited for the moment, waiting for Minato to relax. Yu Yu noticed the movement outside the door, got up and stood on the top. Sick people. What the matter? Obito found help. He jumped down and stood on the water staring at the sick. The toughest thing to do with pain is here. Everything is in vain before God. The 5 pain who came this time did not wear Hulian robe but ordinary black trench coat. Now is not the time for the Shao organization to be exposed. I couldn't see the eyes inside, but I recognized Obito's mask. Yu planned to attack first, and the chakra melting mode was turned on, and the hot magma spread all over the body, rushing directly to the person in front of him. Shen Luo Tianzheng. A powerful repulsive force sent Yu flying. Yu didn't expect Obito to find sick pen, but why is there still one left? Nagato was secretly shocked. If Madara mentioned that Yu's speed was very fast, perhaps Shinra Tianzheng would not have time to release. Interesting, but still too weak. Yu patted the dust, and the burst of pupil power actually broke the lava armor directly. Sure enough, the big brother will be the biggest obstacle to the plan. Nagato injects so much pupil power to be unable to cause damage to Yu. With the technique of escaping from the mist, the entire river surface was shrouded in heavy fog, and the 5 immediately defended. 2 seconds. With an extremely fast sword, the human road was split into 2 halves from the beginning, and he waved the cold blood flowing from the sky cloth. First, the indifferent and emotionless voice remembered that Tiandao used Shen Luo Tianzheng to dispel the fog. Shrink to the ground. I saw Yu tapped his fingers and a strange stone appeared under everyone's feet, and added a psychedelic array to cover everyone. The situation in front of the remaining 5 people suddenly changed, and they immediately realized that they had been hit by an illusion, and they circled in place in the 2 formation. But, I know. Turning on the kaleidoscope writing wheel, just after breaking the illusion, Yu has already arrived in front of him. Rachel. The 5-meter-long sturdy lightning was attached to the right arm like a substance, more like a long gun illuminating the entire canyon. The absorption of the hungry ghost has not yet come to penetrate the body, and the dead cannot but die. Obito almost yelled, "What do you call this, Rachel Kakashi? It's the difference between a toothpick and a stick." At this time, Nagato realized the seriousness of the matter. At the beginning, he lost 2 pens. This kind of feat is almost impossible to prevent. It was a bit difficult for a while. If the firepower is fully open, it will be exposed. The speed is impossible to keep up with Yu. You have to find the time. Since the awakening of Samsara this is the most difficult opponent to meet, and I can't find any weakness at all. The Hell King is chewing on 2 corpses, and soon the human realm and the hungry ghost realm are full of blood and resurrected. It's really troublesome. It seems that you have to get rid of hell first. Obito reappears directly with the dive into the stratum. Damn it, that fine too. Night Feather strike decisively. Seeing that Yu's old tricks were repeated, the 4 quickly protected the Hell Dao, punched the Heavens Dao, and the black stick in the palm of the hand stretched out and touched Yu's fist and became fragmented. Unbelievably wide-eyed, a stick of a mountain directly hit the sky and destroyed a large forest. Obito took the opportunity to use the divine power and sucked Yu in as long as he could touch it. Aware of the danger behind him, Tianbulyu slid across Obito's head, and followed the whole person through Obito's body. It really is a disgusting ability. Being besieged by 4 people, Yu is more curious about what will become of his power absorbed by the hungry ghost. He simply sold a flaw to trap the hungry ghost Dao, and the hungry ghost Dao immediately began to absorb it. I saw that the hungry ghost Dao gradually turned into a plant, grew branches and leaves, and then petrified, becoming a part of nature. Uninteresting stuff. Tiandao rushed back, and the black stick in the 4 people's hands immediately attacked Yu, and Yu stared flatly. Don't you understand? Your attack doesn't hurt me. He easily broke the arms of hungry ghost Dao, and just relaxed his muscles and bones. Seeing Shira Dao's head light up slightly, Yu felt horrified. He seemed to underestimate pain. Yi villagers can all see this wonder, and the water gate in the cave has detected this dangerous atmosphere. Yu and the enemy fought. Hey, what is that? It seems to be some powerful ninjutsu. What a joke. Is this beam of light enough to traverse Konoha? Is Nagato okay? It doesn't matter. I strengthened it 100 times on purpose. Presumably that guy should be injured. While speaking, Nagato, who was disguised in the tree, coughed up a large mouthful of blood, and his breath was a little confused. Asura's attack paid more attention to single target damage, which was extremely penetrating. When the light disappeared, a giant appeared in the sky, and the silver-white Susanoo fell. The Wudengu's armor was very thick, and you didn't need to look to know that the defense was amazing. It was blocked. Not only Obito, but Nagato's body has an unbelievable look on his face. What is this? It's dangerous. Without this thing, I might really be cold. Yu pretended to be relaxed, but she couldn't help but tremble in her heart. It was only possible to block it with the use of Wudengu Susanoo. Even so, Susanoo was partially broken, but it was repaired. All right. Sure enough, the big brother has awakened the kaleidoscope. Is this the power of double kaleidoscope? Allah! Shen Luo Tianzheng. Divine Sword and Shen Luo Tianzheng collided violently. Both sides continued to increase their pupil strength. Yu's eyes began to bleed, and Nagato did the same. The power of the explosion caused a strong earthquake throughout the valley. It is conceivable that the opponent's strength was strong, and Minato was even more nervous. Come on Naruto. Come on Kushina. I didn't expect that there would be enemy. I can only hope that Naruto will be born soon. Chapter 136 Naruto's Birth 2. Woo woo. Heavy wheezing came from the nasal cavity. Did not expect Nagato to have developed to such an extent. Yu, who was under Susanoo, looked a little lethargic. He used all his strength for the blow just now, but Nagato could endure it. Nagato in the paper tree was even more thin and skinny, and his eyes were deeply sunken. Xiaonan looked at Nagato worriedly, and the strength of both sides needed to be reunited. Susanoo returned to the normal skeleton state, and the divine sword was greatly reduced several times. Obito urged the kaleidoscope to run all the way to the cave. Yu lifted Susa back to normal and blocked in front of Obito with B, and Obito directly penetrated his body and continued to move forward regardless. This bastard. Obito didn't mean to fight at all, and pain followed him into the cave. Hearing the cry of the baby, he was being wiped by hot water and just wrapped his clothes, and Yu stood in front of Minato. Brother Minato, take someone away first. Night Feather, don't worry, they can't help me. Minato nodded, unable to wait any longer. Obito made a bold move. Snatch someone in front of me. Shen Luo Tianzhong. The powerful repulsive force bounced Yu into the wall. This guy recovers so fast. I saw the other three pains fell to the ground, and the chakra was originally given to Tiandao, the amazing chakra. Although he was not injured, he was stuck in the wall to create an opportunity for Obito. If the midwife flew away, Naruto would be kidnapped. Seeing that Pain was about to take action on Kushina, he was in a dilemma. The exploding Laming Yayu was only 20 centimeters in front of Obito. Tianbulyu was on Obito's neck, and Obito's finger was also on Naruto's forehead. Yayu Uchiha, you are indeed a strong opponent, but I think another person has already arrived in your courtyard. It is difficult for you to ensure the safety of your family if you don't take control now. Yuyu's pupils shrank suddenly. No wonder she didn't see the animal. It turned out to be such a plan, and her parents couldn't stop Pain. The air became quiet and only Naruto's cries filled the cave. Yayu, back off. Do not. I order from Hokage. Minato regained his previous calm, and he couldn't let Yuyu's parents be hurt for Naruto's sake. Wait a moment. With oil. What? Just got close to Obito and was about to tell Obito, but Obito was in shock. Eldest brother recognized him. How can that be? Suddenly, there was a scream from Kushina, and the nine tails broke free and came out. The bastard who broke free of the seal actually dared to make trouble. Oh shit. The fiery red chakra solidified and broke through the cave. Yu immediately used Susa to protect everyone, with the goal of throwing Naruto out of the cave and quickly rushing out of the cave to control the nine tails. Yu caught Naruto and handed it to Minato. The art of psychic. 4 pens turned into smoke. Go back quickly. Carrying Naruto Yukina Yuba on Minato's shoulders, he returned to Konoha using Flying Thunder God. Yu rushed to the house at full speed, and Minato settled down and put on the Hokage Yushin robe. Wait for me, I'll be back soon. Kushina's pale face responded weakly, holding Naruto and shedding tears. Clenching his fist, he appeared in Konoha full of anger. Obito channeled out of the nine tails, and the ninja below looked at the eyes of the nine tails incredulously. Transform, ape demon, as you wish. The third generation immediately reacted and used the ape demon that turned into a golden hoop, and directly shot the nine tails who were wanton destruction out of the village. As expected of the 3 generations of Hokage-sama, the angry nine tails condensed the super large-tailed beast Jade and was about to launch it as soon as it was completed. Ming Shenman. Unwinding the scroll, the super large-tailed beast Jade condensed by the nine tails quickly disintegrated, and the nine tails and the dog head of the nine tails were suppressed to the ground. Thank you Yu. Even the Mingshin Gate can be used. Big brother Mudun is really strong. Watergate catches up with Obito. 4th Hokage-sama is here, but this should be the first generation of Mingshenman, right? Outside the village, Obito and Shuaman were entering a stalemate. Yu was confronting Pain. When they arrived, their parents had already been injured by Pain, but it was not fatal. After taking Dawandan, the two of them looked much better. Yayu is very strange, so be careful, Nobuhiro said cautiously. Using the wheel eye illusion is of no use to these few people at all. My father, I know, take your mother and leave first. Son, this is too dangerous. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Shinhong finally chose to believe in his son and escaped with Minghui. You guys can really make trouble for me. Do you really think I can't find your body? You guys actually know 6 pairs of immortal eye. Do you think I'm an idiot? Besides, these puppets don't even have temperature. Saying that, Yu picked up the broken black stick and inserted it into her body. She opened her eye, looking north and south, and followed Chakra to find Nagato. What a terrible opponent. What happened to Nagato? He found our location. Let's leave. The mission has been accomplished. Yes, Xiaonan immediately left with Nagato. Next time you won't be so lucky, Uchiha Yayu. After saying a harsh word, Pain retreated. Yu sneered twice. If it wasn't for this village that Minato-san loves and didn't want to make things worse, he would have to leave Tiandao Pain today if he didn't believe Nagato could still sit and lie. On the other side, Minato had already used the second stage of Flying Thunder God to injure Obito, releasing Obito's control of Ninetales. The Ninetales woke up and found that he was being suppressed by the Mingshenmen. Under the anger, there were signs of breaking free, and Obito retreated and ran into Yu who was coming. "I'll beat you up next time." Ridiculous. Face-time ninjutsu is really troublesome, but if I can make high-frequency shot for 3 hours, how long can you be in a virtual state? There was a strong sense of powerlessness in Obito's heart. Yu's body was so strong that it was like the third Raikage. He really had almost no weaknesses. When they arrived, it was Minato or the use of the ghoul seal that made Yu speechless. The power of the Ninetales exceeded Yu's expectation, and they were able to break free from the Mingshin Gate. "Is my Mingshin Gate too weak?" Yu suspected that the first generation could suppress even the wild 10-tail, and I couldn't even suppress the wild 9-tail. With Kushina and Naruto, the pain in his heart was incomparable. Kushina's body was too weak to bear the power of the 9-tail. "Kyuubi, you don't seem to take my words to heart." The cold air caused the surrounding air to condense into ice crystal. Juwei looked back and saw Yu dismissing it. "Stupid brat, how could I succumb to going to human?" The kaleidoscope spun, and the 9-tails fell into a control state. "I said, Minato-san, why are you in such a hurry to find that? Can't you wait for me?" "Kushina, I can't hold it anymore, and now even resealing the 9-tails is useless." Saying that, Minato's eyes were wet. "Watergate is fine, I'm happy." "Really? Always troubles me." "Take out the Dragon Ball and let Kushina swallow it," making an ice coffin. "What is this?" "This is the chance that Dragon Ball can protect Sister Jushinai. Wait for me to refine the 5th order." "Oh, I am afraid that this situation will take the 6th order to recover." "Really?" "Of course, so why are you in such a hurry to seek death?" The scene was very embarrassing at one time, because in Minato's perception of the entire ninja world, once Renjuli lost his tail beat, Renjuli would die, and Kushina's situation was even more serious. The world still has a memory. I am afraid that he will die a long time ago, and he cannot tolerate Kushina's departure and even wants to follow him. Chapter 135 Naruto Birthright. What a shame. What should I do? Online. Wait. Urgent. Is there any way for Yu to lift the ghoul seal? Kushina grabbed Yu's arm. Brother Waterman's soul has been tied to the cross and is destined to be swallowed up by the god of death. I can't deal with the god of death for the time being. Is that so? Kushina's eyes were full of despair. However, it is still possible to take out Brother Minato's soul from the belly of the god of death. Unfortunately, Brother Minato is not only full of death energy, but most importantly, he has been engraved with the imprint of the god of death. If it is not eliminated, there is no way to be fully resurrected. It was with the right eye that Yu could see things that ordinary people couldn't see. He could see the Shinigami behind Minato, but it was very strange. Minato even felt that the god of death behind him was impatient to devour his soul. Is there really no way? Don't be sad, Kushina. Minato held Kushina gently, and Kushina's vitality passed faster and faster. Don't worry, I will resurrect Brother Minato, and I will go to the Pure Land in person. Yu, no problem. The two looked at Yu gratefully, but the younger brother didn't recognize him in vain. Let's heal the other half of the 9-tails in Naruto first. Yeah, Yu hopes you can protect Naruto. Don't worry, you will meet someday, but I still need one thing from 9-tails. The 2 tails of the 9-tails were chopped off by the electric light in his hand, and they were both healed in Kushina's body so as to create more time. Let our saying the final farewell word. Kushina's soul leaves the body. The void of the tomb. Yu's pupils were so powerful that she didn't know what Yu had caught in her hand, but Minato guessed that this was Kushina's soul. Then this group of souls was forced by Yu to stay in Kushina's body. Lock the soul. The black talisman that appeared on Kushina's neck was the Taoism of the immortal family. What is Yu? I stopped my sister's soul from going to the Pure Land and sealed it in my body. I didn't expect to have such an ability. Because of the power of the right eye, I can see the soul and touch it, and I can seal the soul in the right eye. This technique is the void of the tomb. Yu said lightly. Kushina and Naruto will ask you. Go in peace. I will raise your wife. The originally depressed mood was also relieved by Yu's word. I believe Yu will do it. This time, let's take a long sleep and show a happy smile. Actually, I heard a voice asking me to use the ghoul before I used it, and before she finished speaking, Yu watched Minato's soul being swallowed up by the god of death. It was really abnormal. Is the world's will self-correcting? And this Grim Reaper is weird, like it was pre-programmed. It seems that I am not strong enough, and I am not strong enough to return safely from the Pure Land. Yu murmured to herself, picked up Naruto who was crying, and then made an ice coffin and put Minato's body in it. The two of them lay in the ice coffin as if they had just fallen asleep. The 9-tail, who were missing 2 tails, violently hit the seal in Naruto's body, but no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't shake. Damn Uchiha. With the loss of 2 tails and the lack of 9 yin tails, the 9-tails feel that they are completely incomplete, and the 2 bare tails behind the buttocks are extremely ugly. Covering the ice coffin, Yu was planning to store it in the trial tower. After all, the 2 of them were already dead. The 3rd generation was long overdue. Looking at Yu, Anbu looked nervously at their captain. Yi Xiaowuyi was a direct witness to this battle, and many people even suspected that the Nine Tails was created by Yu. What are you doing, Yu? Protect the bodies of sister Kushina and brother Minato. Are they all dead? Sandai asked sadly. Minato was always regarded by him as hope, and both husband and wife died. No, they just fell asleep temporarily and will wake up one day. Ah, the third generation sighed. Only that Yu couldn't accept the death of Minato and Kushina. Do you know the intruder? I know, but unfortunately it's not something you can handle. Yu was very calm at the moment and could not see any emotion. The bodies of Minato and Kushina will be taken care of by me, so let's declare that they will die. Are the two relics not dead? But no matter how you look at it, it's obviously dead. As Watergate's child the next person, Zuli. Yes, his name is Uzumaki Naruto, and I will take care of him. No. Everyone turned and moved in the direction of the sound, only to see Danzang arriving late on crutches. The nine-tailed man's power cannot be handed over to the Uchiha family. The turmoil just now was undoubtedly caused by Uchiha. Danzo's words are irrefutable, because everyone has seen the Nine-Tails Eye reflecting this Sharingan, and most people agree, if it happens again, there will be no next 4 generations of Hokage to stop it. So the old man thinks that the Nine-Tails should be taken care of by us. The 4th Hokage personally ordered me to take care of Naruto Uzumaki. As the captain of the Anbu department, I naturally have to execute the Hokage order. HMPA, the old man suspect that you are controlling the Nine-Tails. Tuanzo, the 3rd generation said sharply. Although it is true that the Nine-Tails were controlled by someone, it was definitely not Yu, as can be known from the traces of the battle outside the village. I believe it won't be Yu, but this person must be a member of the Uchiha clan. Do you know who Yu is? I don't know, but I'm sure I have a kaleidoscope. Danzo and Sandai couldn't help but think of Madara, but it shouldn't be possible. If the other party has a kaleidoscope, doesn't it mean that Yu also has it? Even if it is the order of the 4th generation Hokage, I am afraid that all the high-level officials of Konoha will not agree. Uchiha Ieyu, you should hand over the nine-tailed people. Zuli. Yu frowned. No one would be at ease in this way, and if that's the case, then it's enough to protect her in secret. I can hand over Naruto, but I have to let him grow up like a normal child, while hiding his identity. I don't want rumors about nine-tailed demon foxes and monsters. I will order. I think it should be handed over to me to supervise me. Danzo squinted his eyes to control the nine-tails, so he was one step closer to Hokage, and the 3rd generation was also unhappy. It was good that Yu could make concession, and it could be seen that his heart was attached to the village. It was also Yeba and Minato that minimized Konoha's losses. I'm saying it again, don't go too far, or I'll kill you. The terrifying pressure filled the surrounding space, and Anbu was shocked when the kaleidoscope appeared. The younger generation was already wet with sweat, and Danzo was almost blown to the ground and retreated again and again. I don't want you to think, I want me to think. As soon as I hear words like the demon fox, I'll kill you. How dare you threaten me? Danzo was shocked and angry, but what was shocked was Yu's strength, and what was angered was that Yu didn't take him seriously. Trash. Anyone who refuses to accept it. Stand up. Anbu was all silent. Danzo made a color, and the 4 roots immediately attacked. What are you doing, Danzo? The 3rd generation couldn't help but try to stop it. Can't it be seen that Yu was sad because of the departure of the Minato couple? The red light of the writing wheel lit up, and I saw Yu turned into thunder and lightning, and the 4 people flashed past and stood in place again. The heads of the 4 people fell to the ground. Retreat. Yi Owl, as the chief captain of the Anbu department, murdered the 2 sub-captains and elite members of the Root department, and should be arrested and tried. Tuanzang said indifferently, and placed Yu on charges. Yu smiled coldly. Who did you see? Anbu collectively shook their heads and only felt the cold whizzing. The discharge was only used to treat the cervical spine activity, and no one saw Yu slashing their neck. Sarutobi, you should. What happened just now? Did a big black rat pass by? If you want to blame him, he brought too few people with him. He threw his crutches away in a fit of rage, and Yu put the body into the trial tower and entrusted Naruto to the 3rd generation. I hope they grow up healthy. If I hear something bad, just replace them. Ieyu, Danzo is only for Konoha's safety. I saw his ambition. I don't want my sister's child to suffer, otherwise I can't explain it. I will take care of him when the limelight passes. Oh, that's all it takes. Chapter 138. He knows. At the end of the night, Konoha is dealing with the civilians and ninjas who died because of the Nine-Tails. Konoha is shrouded in pain, and the ninjas in front of the memorial monument are mourning the death of the 4th generation and Kushina. Everyone deliberately kept a safe distance from Yu because the Nine-Tailed turmoil was related to Uchiha. They glanced at the empty tomb. Yu turned and left, and people automatically gave way. The 3rd generation sorted out the information provided by Yu. I didn't expect it to be related to the Land of Rain. However, after hearing Yu's explanation that there were extremely powerful characters in it, the 3rd generation gave up the idea, and Konoha couldn't be turbulent. Listed as an S-class secret, Yu still serves as the captain of the Anbu department and is directly responsible for Hokage. The two Hokage consultants are not talking about anything. Yu meet Ji-wei and Ding Zuo. Yu, please don't be sad. We have always believed in you. Thank you. This is also impossible, and it may be more troublesome in the future. So you have to be mentally prepared. Yu nodded and left alone. Danzo proposed to keep Uchiha's power away from the village. This time, no one was opposing it, which caused more dissatisfaction from Uchiha. After coming to the hospital to see the doctor who raised Naruto well, he left, and it is estimated that he will be sent to the orphanage in a few months. Kakashi approached Yu and asked. Yu did not explain too much and only let Kakashi practice hard. The news of the death of the fourth generation spread quickly, and the ninjas sighed that the fall of Minato would die because of the Nine Tails riot, and the yellow flash became history. As an avatar, after hearing about it, he came to ask the main body overnight. Obituna the boy actually called Nagato. Yes, this kid will find help. Anyway, let's get back the soul of brother Minato first. Well, I remember it was in the noodle hall of the Vortex clan outside Konoha village. Wait a minute, the Book of Seals says that the caster will become a sacrifice. Yu was stunned when she heard Wuji's word, and then she remembered that to find her soul, she needed to give up a body. Don't look at me, I'm used to incarnation outside the body. Do you want to control a person to be a sacrifice? Tuanzo. Hey, but I'm afraid it's not that easy. It's not easy to break in, unless there are special circumstances. This old dog stays inside and won't come out at all. No hurry. Anyway, sooner or later, I will go to the Pure Land. The first task now is the 5th Order Dragon Saliva or the 6th Order Kixing Dan. Alas, I am a toiler. Yu sighed, but Kushina doesn't have to worry about it for at least a few years. Tired in your body and pain in my heart. Feel my pain. Forehead. Yu connected the soul together again, and all the bad things were transmitted to the other soul. Stop. The avatar outside the body is disconnected, and the body is poisonous. Who has not experienced the same? Double the pain. Ah, it's comfortable. Hut, I'm just a little bit closer to the next sword move first. After the Yujian fluttered away, Yu returned to Konoha. As Yu finally back, Yu gave a simple response and returned to the room to ponder the matter of alchemy. I can't believe that the 4th Hokage died. The opponent I recognize. I can't fight him again in the future. Brother, don't you lose every time. Bye. You give me some peace. Asshole. Yo, big brother can't afford to lose. Kurabi pointed at I with both hands. Boom. Kurabi was smashed into the air by Raikage, and a beautiful parabola was drawn in the air. Flyer than adult. Sigui. Yu's heart actually agrees with Nagato's concept. Only when you feel pain can you know that peace is not easy. Only when there is a powerful enemy, the 5 major countries can have long-term stability. There is a war every 10 or 8 years. It is also for this reason that Yu did not go to bring Obito back. In order for Kagaya to appear, someone must be a sacrifice. Madara is very good. Moreover, every time a big country goes to war, it is always the small country that suffers the most. It is too difficult to survive in the crack. Nagato represents the interests of the small country, but the last eye of the moon is just a scam. Obito and Nagato are still too weak to be the ultimate villain, so let grow up Nagato, Obito. Soon Yu was summoned by Fuyu, and it was hard to believe that Yu would not be successful if Yu personally guarded her. You mean he also has a kaleidoscope? Yes, and it is an extremely perverted ability. If he wants to hide, no one can find him. I didn't expect that there was a third pair in the clan. If you can recall it, cooperate with the Nine Tails. Does the patriarch even think like you? I don't want to, but this time the top of the village is about to push us out of the village, and the other members are on the verge of breaking out. Fuyu only sighed helplessly. It was too difficult. Yu was clearly facing the village because of Minato's entrustment. Even if the rebellion will end in failure, we have great power, but how long can the members last if the other big clans unite to remove the two of us? 3 generations are old, but it is still possible to bring one to Barry. There are still 2 Sanrin in the village. I know. Fuyu is getting more and more headache. It is really difficult for a dignified patriarch to be coerced by his subordinate. Nagato and Obito of the Land of Rain, after the battle with Yu, deeply felt their own inadequacy. Claiming to be a god is ridiculous. Even a young man can't defeat it, and he needs stronger power to do it. My physical skills are still too weak. I didn't expect my big brother to be so strong. The kaleidoscope ability is unknown for the time being, and the weakness of the right eye seems to have been known. It's just a foul. Ju sticks out his head. Baiju is still in a daze. When the two sides are fighting, he sees everything in his eye. Yu's methods can be said to be of a different level, and Mudun has nothing else to do except Mingshenman. I'm also going to strengthen my physical training. Others can't fight back like this. That's right, but Madame Madara wants to tell the senior officials of Konoha about Uchiha Yeyu's other bloodline limit. Well, let's get the news out. Mudun is enough to make the whole Konoha nervous. Ju sneaked into the ground for the first time, although he didn't know why Yeyu didn't come to him, and he didn't reveal his identity. Standing on the top of the tower in the rain, what are you planning, big brother? Now that you know my identity and killed Minato-sensei, why haven't you come to me yet? He clenched his fists and realized that he never seemed to know his brother whom he had always always respected. From the beginning of teaching him to practice and teaching him ninjutsu, only now did he realize that there was a different kind of gaze. The meaning was unclear, and he was always so calm. Even if he saw his kaleidoscope, or Nagato's samsara eye, he was not surprised when he saw the ability of the immortal eye for the first time. After Nagato used Shen Luo Tianzheng, he beheaded a pain. It's just right. Everything is in the calculation. He knows the eye of reincarnation better than I do. Obito was taken aback by his own thought. No one should know the secrets and weaknesses of the samsara eye except him. But why? Recalling Yu's expression and action, he knew. An angry thunder woke Obito, only to realize that the cold sweat on his palms was not rain. Terrible Uchiha Yeha. 13th Chapter 9 Negotiation. At night, Baiju sneaked into Konoha and secretly disclosed Yu's information to the senior officials of Konoha. The next day, every high-level table was placed with Yu's information. The tailed beast chakra, Rongdun and Mudden that have been shown before, and it is speculated that there are other blood successors. The two big Hokage advisors went to bed. Kaharu, Mito Menyon, the head leader Danzo and the three generations of Hokage, plus Osamaru and Jiraiya sat at the conference table. There is only silence in the small conference room. Why haven't Yu ever found out that Yu has three kinds of blood descendant? It was really scary, and everyone except Orochimaru was terrified. Jiraiya also didn't say a word. Yu and Minato were as close as brothers, and they were also the juniors he was optimistic about. I was really sorry for Minato for not rushing back on the eve of the Nine Tails riot. Orochimaru, as Yu's teacher, how much do you know? The third generation was the first to ask the question, and now Minato is not the only one who is closest to his parent, but only Orochimaru. As a teacher, I believe that my disciple will not hurt Konoha. Since his ability has promised to keep it secret, he will not lose his trust. Orochimaru's attitude of being a dead pig and not afraid of being scalded by boiling water gave the three generations a headache. Is what the Orochimaru scroll says true? Jiraiya asked seriously. If the influence was really too great, how strong would the kaleidoscope be? That's right, Yu is my most satisfied disciple. Orochimaru grinned and said, no matter what, he should fulfill his teacher's responsibility. Orochimaru, I hope you can stand in Konoha's position more. I understand what you think. After all, you are also my disciple. It is understandable for the teacher to protect the disciple, but this concerns the whole Konoha. Facing the third generation of Orochimaru's brow, this is really a difficult multiple-choice question. Danzo took a deep look at Orochimaru, suspecting that Yu's Mudun was given to Yu by Orochimaru, and he and Orochimaru were the only ones who studied first-generation cells in Konoha. Damn, this guy obviously didn't conquer the cells between the column, and the disciple started to use it in a blink of an eye. A bastard who violates yin and yang. Aware of Danzo's malicious intent, Orochimaru glanced at the old guy, fearing that he might suspect me. I can only say that Yu is stronger than me now. Oh, by the way, Jiraiya and I may not win the fight together. Orochimaru licked his lips evilly, and by investigating the traces of the battle, he could know what kind of battle happened here. What? Neither you nor Jiraiya will necessarily win. The Hokage consultant couldn't sit still. Is it so difficult for the two shadows to deal with one? That's the truth. If you want to take action against Yu, you must consider the consequences clearly. Hehe. Orochimaru. Danzo's gloomy face was about to drip ink, and Orochimaru was not annoyed and still went his own way. Now Hanzo can't do anything to him. Well, it's useless to say these things now. He has grown up completely. I believe Yu will not harm the village. I think the position of the captain of Yu's Anbu department should be revoked. I agree. Seconded. Both advisors agreed to Yu's dismissal, which the three generations thought was necessary. The short meeting ended, and the conflict between the village and Uchiha grew. After a while, the famous name of the country of fire came to deal with the problem of Konoha Hokage, and after discussing the three generations to come back and take over the post of Hokage until the fifth Hokage appeared. Yu's strength is so strong that the village is afraid. For fear of becoming the second Madara, many of the means against Uchiha have to be stranded. Yu left Anbu without any disturbance. Only strength is the foundation and everything else is a false name. It's incredible that Uncle Snake is still working with you. It's just a benefit, but I've already explained that Mudun is your own awakening, but he doesn't believe it. Ha! Normal people wouldn't believe it. I've already reached the limit of 6 kinds of blood, and it's time to study the elimination of blood as the dust escape of the earth's shadow. More than that, I believe that other kinds of blood follow-up can be created. Shaking the glass leisurely, today's wine seems a little weak. Even now I find it unbelievable. If they knew what it would be like to be scared. Hehe. Orochimaru drank it all. What are your plans for the future? What Orochimaru cares most about is not Yu's strength, but his thought. With such a powerful strength, he is not greedy for power, and he is not interested in the position of Patriarch or Hokage. Take care of Naruto and grow well. Uncle Snake, you are not allowed to draw Naruto's attention. I know, don't worry. I'm not interested in tailed beasts for the time being. Has the reincarnation been successful? It's still a little short, but it's almost there. there, thanks to your advice. Yu Yu shook his head. Even without his suggestion, Uncle Snake would have succeeded, but it took a little longer. If I go to the Pure Land one day and can't come back, I'll ask you to be reincarnated in the dirty soil. What are you going to do? Orochimaru was shocked. No one had ever been to the Pure Land, but that was where the dead would go. I want to die. I'm too invincible to find an opponent. Speak English, Orochimaru said angrily. Yu Yu was sometimes crazier than him, and even wanted to go to the Pure Land in person. First, I want to know what they are doing in that world after they all go to the Pure Land after death. Second, try to defeat the god of death. Maybe you can become the ruler of the Pure Land. Are you crazy? I'm not crazy. If you can't eliminate the death god's imprinted water gate, you can't be resurrected unless you use the power of the Eye of Reincarnation. The legendary fairy's eye really exists. Orochimaru squinted his eye. Can the eyes of a fairy actually reverse life and death? Of course. And path. The Nine Tails Rebellion. That's right. You might meet in the future too. It's really exciting. The world is becoming more and more interesting. If you want to defect, it's better to establish forces outside the village as soon as possible. Yu Yu said casually, whether Uncle Snake defected sooner or later, or it was better to prepare early. I really can't hide it from you. Isn't Uncle Snake ready to defect at any time? Come on, don't get caught. If Hokage asks me to catch you, be careful. Hehe, don't worry, you won't be caught. After 3 rounds of wine, Xiaohongdu came back from shopping and started cooking. He is really a sensible child, but is such a big bag of meatballs too much. Can you finish eating? Brother, don't worry, I will try my best to finish. The teacher said that I need to eat a lot while growing up. Yu Yu looked at Orochimaru strangely. Do you really have no intention? Ha, red bean, let cook. Is teacher. The red beans are full of energy immediately. This is a 12-year-old girl. Yu Yu was amazed. Uncle Snake brainwashing skills are really consummate, and he is too good at abducting and selling children. The country Lin of Honey has worked hard to get the approval of the Three-Tailed, and can carry out the second stage transformation. Teacher, I succeeded. Oh, let me see. Lin took a long breath, and red bubbles appeared on her body, which were so thick and began to compress, and compressed into red and black, tightly attached to Lin's skin. How is the teacher? Hey, tis so ugly. Wuji took out the mirror. Sanwei's tail was really ugly, and it felt like a skinny bastard attached to Lin. Teacher is so annoying. Ha, since it's successful, I'll take you to Konoha next time. Really? That great. It's been a long time since Kono Yellen jumped excitedly. Really a child who didn't grow up. Chapter 140 Vortex Legacy. Itachi Uchiha entered the school in the spring of 1949, and every time he won the favor of teachers and students with the first place, people gradually forgot the pain in the past 6 months of the Nine-Tailed Riot. Yu Yu carefully refined the elixir and could only give it up temporarily. The extremely precocious Itachi quickly learned all the knowledge of the ninja school. Instead of going to school, it would be better to accompany Sasuke at home. Because of Yu Yu's deterrent, there were no rumors of the Nine-Tailed Demon Fox in the village, and Naruto just grew up in an ordinary orphanage. Wuji disguised himself as a greed and went to Konoha, tired of flying and planning to walk through the country of grass. Passing through the village, I heard the cries of babies and the roars of men. Damn it, hurry up and let me take a bite. But I'm hurt. Me too. Hurry up, it's my turn next. I still need to continue fighting. Hehe, you're obviously not injured, the woman said haggardly. Crack. The ninja slapped the woman directly, showing a vicious look. If I say that I am injured, then I am injured. There is so much nonsense there. A group of ninjas booed. Although this woman has a child, her beautiful appearance has attracted the attention of many men. She is often used as a treatment to take advantage of all kinds of advantages. Women can only swallow their voices for the sake of their children. It is not easy to accept or not kill. Teacher, let's take a look. Don't get involved in other people's affairs. Wuji refused. Teacher, I will practice hard in the future. Just this time, if so many people bully a woman with a child, they must be bad people. Lin looked at Wuji pitifully, full of pleading color. Wuji had to agree softly. It is indeed a bit too much for so many people to bully a mother with a child. With a face kicking the door, Lin excitedly waited for the teacher to show off her power, then turned her head and looked at Wuji in anticipation. Did that link go wrong? When did Lin become so violent? What's the matter with your looking forward to doing thing? Could it be that the problem is caused by holding it for too long? Ha, what are you doing? Where's the kid from? Get out of here. Didn't you see that this uncle is busy? Kusanagi, who is pulling the woman's clothes, roared angrily, and the 4 surrounding ninjas surrounded her with malicious intent. Gently pressing the sword in his hand, a hurricane erupted around the body, blowing the 4 ninjas into pieces. Is it really a ninja? You guys. Zongren was startled. What was it just now? This white robe always felt familiar to him, where he had seen it before. The blood-spitting ninja moved closer to the Chunin. I don't need to know your name, but this woman and child are asking. Why? If we hadn't taken her in, she would have died long ago. Woman, do you want to leave with him? The woman shook her head in horror, already accustomed to resignation. Hey, has the Vortex clan been reduced to this level? Hearing Wuji's word, the woman was even more frightened, holding the baby shivering. As soon as I entered the door, I saw the woman's red hair and the scolding before before. I already knew that this woman was the mother of Xianglin, or the baby Xianglin could only cry blindly. Young man, you'd better leave as soon as possible, otherwise the country of grass will not let you go. I said I wanted this woman and the child. This was not a request but an order. His eyes drooped down, and none of the 5 had the qualifications to let him see it. Damn, come on, kill him. The 5 people are about to move. This is the territory of the country of grass. If they kill them here, the village will not let him go. It is concluded that this young man does not dare to kill. Why is it bad to live? With a sigh, the aura blade is attached to the hand, using the hand as a sword. You can see it but you can't stop. Like butterflies dancing, the 5 people leave a trail on their neck. Yinhong. Every time I watch the teacher dance the sword, I feel pleasing to the eye. It's so handsome. The tailed bee's coat is so poor, and Lin's eyes are full of adoration. Clap clap clap. Lin applauded excitedly, and Wuji felt that Lin was definitely holding back. Calm down. Promise walking in front of the woman. What's your name? What the child's name? Uzumaki Xuanyao. This child's name is Xianglin. Why don't you resist? It shouldn't even be impossible for Chunin to deal with it. It has been a great honor to contain a. Xuanyao said with a wry smile. It is indeed very pitiful, since it is fate to me. Poor woman, follow me in the future. You will not become too old. Really? Xuanyao's eyes are full of hope. What kind of boy is this? Of course, I also have enough ability to protect you. If you believe me, just follow. Yes, Lin didn't understand very much. According to the teacher's practice, she should save her and leave with some money. Why should she stay? Does the teacher like mature women? The same bloodline as my sister should not be cut off. The Vortex family is about to be wiped out. Naruto's bloodline is not pure enough, but his soul is pure enough. The ancestral level of the Vortex family. Uzumaki Xuanyao followed behind him vainly, as if he would fall down at any time. Eat this. Yu took out a small repayment pill. Is this the poison to control me? Just a drug to restore strength. Xuanyao glanced at the baby in his arm, gritted his teeth, and ate it, only to feel that his body was warm and much better. Knowing that he had misunderstood Wuji's face, flushed and felt ashamed. It's really abnormal. The teacher even gave medicine pills. Wouldn't she be my wife? But that's a bit too much, isn't it? Lin didn't say a word, paying attention to Wuji's action. It was so abnormal. Don't be in a daze if you have Yuanzi. Oh, it's the teacher. With a child, the footsteps are too slow, and the wind pressure of Yujian is too high, which is really bad for the baby. He took the initiative to ask to hold Shang Phosphorus, slept very peacefully in his arms, and his footsteps also sped up a lot. Finally, he simply bought a carriage and rushed to Konoha. What's wrong with this kid? In a daze, Wuji frowned, but felt that Lin was too abnormal today. Seeing that Chuan Haruka wanted to breastfeed, Wuji stood outside and replaced the avatar with a carriage. As for how to arrange Chuan Yao and Xianglin Wuji to develop freely, except that being a wet nurse doesn't seem to be of much use. Their recovery ability is already exaggerated enough. As for suppressing tailed bee, kaleidoscope and wood done are enough. When she finally arrived at Konoha, Lin saw the familiar gate of the city wall and her eyes became moist. Finally, she returned to the familiar place, wiped her tears and got off the carriage. The gatekeeper Chunin watched the carriage vigilantly, and the second one who came down was the Wuji Juggernaut. Although it is very similar to Uchiha Yeyu, it is easy to identify. Juggernaut never leaves his body with his sword, and he is dressed in white clothes and is fresh and refined. It's Enir's sword saint. Well, I heard that the 4 generations of Hokage died and have been busy without worshipping this time. Senior Juggernaut is never late. I really don't know the teacher. Lin was surprised. Who is this? This is my disciple, Motoko Nakamura. Oh, Miss Motoko must be a gifted person. Let be so. I'm really embarrassed to praise others like this. Lin lowered her head shyly. Huanyao, come down too. Yes. Chunin saw another woman coming down, still holding a baby. This is Mrs. Sword Saint. It's a pleasure to meet you. No, it's just a woman who was rescued by the way. Senior Juggernaut is really chivalrous. The ancient way. Stop. Can we come in? Wuji's head is full of black line. What the hell is this? Ah, sorry of course. Lin snickered and entered Konoha together. Wuji Shenyu Tianyu was exchanging information with Yiyu. Chapter 141 Kakashi vs Lin. The returned Lin picked out various items in front, and Wuji walked peacefully behind her. Chuan Yao was a little cautious, holding the baby quietly without saying a word. Only by being around Wuji can you have a so-called sense of security. Such a combination quickly caught the attention of Anbu, and what was even more surprising was the characteristics of Kawaharu, who immediately told Sandemu, "Are you saying that there are people who are suspected to be the Vortex clan behind Wuji?" "Yes, Lord Hokage. I have already asked the guard Juggernaut whether he is here to bring his apprentices to see the world. So, if it's really a member of the Uzumaki family, try to see if you can stay. I'll go in person." Putting down the troubles in hand, the 3 generations clapped their hands. If the legacy of the Vortex family can be left behind, then the 9-tailed people Zuli will have a better choice and a very good insurance. It's not easy to find Kakashi living in Anbu now, but there is a way. When Lin was having a good time, the 3 generations came forward. Seeing the 3 generations of Lin subconsciously preparing to say hello, she suddenly remembered remembered her identity and straightened her waist. Hee, this is Wuji's apprentice, very polite. The appearance of the 3 generations is a gentle and good-natured person, which makes people unable to help let down their guard. Lord Hokage is serious. Why can't Motoko even say hello? Wuji pretended to blame. Yes, hi Hokage-sama. Lin suddenly gave a shock and hurriedly bowed to say hello. Ha, it's too polite. Wuji, is this person behind you from the Vortex Land? He has the same red hair as Jushina. Xuanyao couldn't help trembling when he heard that, and seeing Xuanyao's reaction, the 3 generations were more convinced. The fate of the Whirlpool clan is too tragic. They are obviously Konoha's important partner, but Konoha is unable to protect them. It is indeed Konoha who owes the Vortex family. Yes, her name is Uzumaki Xuanyao, but now follow me. Really, the Whirlpool family has always been on good terms with Konoha. Can they stay here and live? I can guarantee that they will never be treated unfairly, and I can give you some compensation. The 3 generations straight to the point know that Wuji doesn't like to go around. This old fox will really plan to fight, and Wuji secretly curses. No, I don't lack anything. Since I promised her, I won't let her become a tool of a certain force. Living happily and ordinary is the best. Right, what Wuji said is right. I just hope that our mother and daughter can live like ordinary people. The world of ninjas is higher. Seeing Yi Yu's tough attitude, people didn't want the 3rd generation, and they were embarrassed to ask for it. Then, as the 3rd generation wanted to express condolences to the 4th generation, Lin almost couldn't help crying. But I heard from the teacher that the teacher said that the teacher was just seriously injured and could not wake up temporarily, so it was not so good. Sad. At the end of the condolences, Wuji proposed to let Lin and Kakashi have a test. Kakashi, who can be your disciple, must be very talented. The 3 generations agreed immediately. I believe that Kakashi would not be defeated so easily. Kakashi used to be a genius. If it weren't for Yi Yu, this generation would definitely belong to Kakashi. The prodigy disciple versus the genius ninja Kakashi has attracted widespread attention, and they are all excited to see the demeanor of the juggernaut disciples, and even a few people open the bet, and the odds are 1-1. Yi Yu also went there in person, wanting to see the current gap between the 2 disciples. The auditorium was soon filled with the patriarchs of various families who were also very concerned about this matter. The melon seed popcorn was ready, waiting for the duel between the 2 under the stage. Yi Yu Wuji appeared and the people consciously made way for a path. Yi Yu and Xiewa were far apart. One was in the east and the other was in the west. Now Yi Yu has faintly become the #1 powerhouse in Konoha, and the other party is a juggernaut who is only 4 generations behind the long-established reputation. Now the 2 appear at the same time to give people a more intuitive feeling. They look alike. One is domineering and look down on everything, and the other is dressed in white and does not cause dust, attracting the attention of countless girls. 2 teachers. Is Wuji really a teacher? Lin below felt dizzy, because the 2 are definitely entities, and even if they have been with Wuji for so long, it is impossible for the shadow clone to exist for so long. What is going on? Kakashi is Yi Yu's apprentice. Right, if the apprentice finishes the game, how exciting the teacher will be in the game. Are you an idiot? This kind of powerhouse will definitely be completely destroyed here, and you may die if you get so close. I just said it. Why take it seriously? It's not just this one who has such an idea. Half of the people present have such an idea, and their eyes are looking at the 2 of them involuntarily. Afterward, Yi Yu shouted evilly from Sheng towards the bottom. Kakashi, if you lose, run 50 laps around Konoha. Kakashi almost shook his face when he heard Yi Yu's shouting. What kind of teacher is this? Is it worth listening to Wuji? Motoko, if you lose, hone your swordsmanship and don't go out for half a year. Lin shuddered as she lowered her delicate body, staring at Kakashi with incomparable concentration, staring at Kakashi with trepidation, recalling very unpleasant things. So absolutely. Kakashi suddenly felt that 50 laps should not be too easy, and looked at the girl with a lot of sympathy, but she always felt that the girl was very familiar. Huh, in that case, Kakashi, if you lose the training volume Act 3 plus half a year. Fuck. Kakashi's eyes widened. He couldn't help but swear. This Nima is nothing to do with Lao's. Back then, I was blind and recognized a thief as a teacher. Wuji pondered for a moment, then slowly spit out. If Yuanzi loses, his property will be confiscated. Teacher, are you human? Lin tilted her head and looked at Wuji on the stage and blurted out without hesitation. Lin, who was used to spending money, did not want to return to before liberation. The pocket money that Wuji gave was quite a lot. Did the 2 negotiate? The audience on the stage was already boiling, a wolf howling, cheering that the 2 big powerhouses really carried it. It's just a bit of a trick to the apprentices, but that doesn't matter anyway. It's not them who were punished. It must have been unpleasant to see that the other party looked so similar to me. Hey, maybe after the apprentice fights to become the master, there will be another game, and the tickets are worth it today. The 2 Chunin were discussing. Lord Hokage, look, it's okay. It's not that easy for them to fight. The 3 generations are blowing smoke rings and don't care. The 2 are just fighting for fate. I really can't believe that both of them are only 15 years old. It's really old. Yu Wuji maintained her image on the surface, but she was about to die of laughter water in her heart, so the two of them probably wouldn't let the water go. Yu also wanted to see what Lin could do without relying on Sanwei. Kakashi, come on, don't lose. But it doesn't matter if you lose, I will train with you. The voice of my friend Matekai immediately spread on the stage. This guy is really... Kakashi's indifferent heart warmed a lot. I'll give it my all this time, because I can't lose, Kakashi said, peeling off the blindfold, and the writing wheel was exposed. Lin looked at the writing wheel with a complicated expression, but she calmed down quickly. Now is not the time to hurt. Me too. Lin pulled out the sword that Wuji specially forged for her from the country of craftsmen, and Wuji looked forward to how much Lin had mastered. I announced the start. Kakashi and Rin moved at the same time. Chapter 142 Lost. 1000. Lin was the first to attack, and under Kakashi's writing wheel, Lin quickly shook the blade and oscillated nearly 30 sword chi within a second. 2 done. 2 lubi. A thick stone wall blocked the attack. Lin was a little surprised. This kind of sword energy could cut even a sturdy tree. Obviously, this was not an ordinary earth wall. Oh, has Kakashi finally hung up on the dog head? But this dog head... Yu glanced at Hokage Rock. What a resemblance. The third generation saw Yu looking at the back and followed his gaze. Is there something on the Hokage Rock? Then he looked at Kakashi's dog head. His face instantly darkened. 2 done. The technique of beheading in the heart. Kakashi sneaked into the ground. Lin smiled. This move was too familiar. Grabbing Wugyo, Lin counterattacked with a sword. Alone, Kakashi rushed out from the left and held Kunai and Rin to fight recklessly. I have a writing wheel, and everything about you will be understood by me. Relief. The 3-hook jade spins quickly. I can see clearly that I can win. Kakashi's confidence has greatly increased, and he can defend from any angle. He has already started to counterattack several times against Kakashi. Sure enough, Sharingan is very strong. Even the disciples of Senior Sword Saint will be suppressed. It's really hard to deal with. Although I know the characteristics of the writing wheel, it is still difficult. Thinking about not being able to go out for half a year and deducting pocket money. Take a deep breath and clench the sword in your hand. The sword and kunai collided together, but this time Kakashi was directly knocked back. What is the matter with this sudden huge force? I'm sorry I had to aggravate you for pocket money. Lin looked like a person who had suddenly changed, and a burst of energy swept away the dust around her. Are you going to go all out? Continuous cut. Aware of the sharp sword chi attacking from all around, Kakashi knew that the girl was serious, and turned around to avoid the back wall and was cut in half. What a powerful slap. Lin's body is like a hurricane attached to it, and the speed has increased by more than 2 times. The huge force made Kakashi retreat again and again, and the pain of the tiger's mouth makes it difficult for Kuwu to hold it. Art fire escape ho fireball. A sword cut the fireball open, and Kakashi's writing wheel eyes widened. Lin was in a trance for a moment but sobered up instantly. To this Kakashi, she was 2 swordsmen. This girl actually unlocked the wheel eye illusion in an instant. The 3 generations looked at Lin in shock. Kakashi said that he has grown to 3 hook, and this girl's seal of solving technique is not knotted. Thing, it's nothing. Hurry up and defeat this kid. Lin thanked Sanwei and attacked less fiercely. Because of the existence of the swordsman, people will not ignore the strength of swordsmen. Even if you don't know how to ninjutsu, you can still become a strong person. Kakashi thought it was incredible. The opponent's strength should be similar to him, and this is still a wheel eye illusion. Could it be that Obito gave a fake eye? Kakashi tried ninjutsu many times in a row, but it didn't work. The swordsmanship was really a bit of a fight, but it was too difficult to defend, so I could only use that trick. West pocket. The crackling arc of thunder in his palm jumped, and Wuji narrowed his eyes. What are you going to do, Lin? Ichidori. Kakashi's done. Idiot. It was clearly taught by Senior Yu. Seeing Kakashi zooming in on the stage, it boiled over. Lin looked at Chidori with a complicated expression. She almost died under this move. Alas. Lin put her sword on the ground. Since this is the case, let's have a battle of thunder and lightning. Although I am not guild, shouldn't it be? The 3 generations widened their eyes, as did the patriarchs of all ethnic groups in the audience. Did this girl understand the stunt of the sword saint? The ground beneath his feet began to crack, and the thunder and lightning revolved around Lin, appearing and disappearing, and Kakashi was shocked by the explosive momentum. Not enough. Need more chakra. The Chidori in Kakashi's hands shines even more. Thunder. Almost at the same time, it was difficult for ordinary people to see the figures of the two. The blue thunder and lightning collided together and enveloped the two densely. The thunder light dispersed and 2 figures emerged. Kakashi stood in Lin's position, and Lin stood in Kakashi's place. Casey's location. Victory and defeat. The people around heard Wuji's voice. Did Kakashi lose? I saw that Lin's long sleeves were partially burnt off, and Kakashi's clothes had a long mark on the chest. Neither side planned to hurt the plate, but the winner was already decided. I lost. Kakashi was a little lonely. He lost to a peer of the same age this time. The result of not stopping was that Rin lost his arm and Kakashi died. Sorry, I really don't want to lose my pocket money. Lin stuck out her tongue playfully, completely opening her heart, and for a moment Kakashi seemed to see a familiar figure. Lin, PFF. Hearing Kakashi's muttering, Lin's heart was shocked. Wouldn't she be recognized? Then the thunder-type sequelae appeared. The chi and blood swelled and vomited a mouthful of blood to feel better, and the spirit was a little lethargic. Are you okay? Fine. Kakashi knocked down the hand that Kakashi wanted to support, making Kakashi a little embarrassed. It can be announced. Oh, the winner, Motoko Nakamura. Roar. There was cheers on the stage. Some people were happy and some were worried. Teacher, I won. Well, it's good to double the pocket money in 3 months. Let's eat this. Lin felt much better after taking the medicine pill. Kakashi was embarrassed and only hoped that Yu would not be too cruel. Yu raised her hand to attract the attention of countless people, only to see it gently placed on Kakashi's shoulder. You have done a good job. You can't rely too much on the writing wheel. I will teach you to turn off the writing wheel later. Eyes ceiling. Thank you, teacher. This is the first time Kakashi has sincerely called Yu sensei. Sharanyan is very powerful, but the burden it brings to him is also not small. I didn't expect the teacher to have such a gentle side. However, you still lost. A little girl's sword can drive you back for too long. Is that a normal little girl? You don't know how strong she is. Yu naturally knows that because Lin's body chakra is mixed with Sanwei. Sanwei helps Lin a lot, and it is strange that her strength is not wrong. In the future, I will practice physique with Kai, and I won't punish you this time. Am I right? Oh, it seems that you really want to be punished. Kakashi shook his head quickly, like a rattle. The duel was over, but no one was going to leave. Jing Sheng looked at the big guys on both sides. The 3 generations only felt that their liver was aching. These guys are really not afraid of trouble. Even the Yamanaka family, the Chudao family, the Kurama family, the Hyuga family, and many other patriarchs of the Konoha clan, and even Orochimaru excitedly rushed to the front row to watch. Are these ancestors really not afraid that Konoha will be demolished? To fight or not to fight? I'm not sick. Do you want to hack? But there are many masters here. What if I get caught playing a fake game? Yu didn't think that he could deceive the 3rd generation of Orochimaru and Fuyu. These 3 people's eyes were too vicious. So don't fight. The 2 stood up and everyone became excited, and the hearts of the 3 generations were also tense. Afterward, the 2 of them left with their disciples, and the scene was booed. Shish, shish. It's not even fighting. That is, neither side is sure of winning. It should be. It's a pity that at least one move is fine. Such a pity. It's all gone. Seeing the 3rd generation speak, I had to leave angrily. Chapter 143 Recruiting New Member. After meeting Kakashi 1, Lin was very satisfied, but what made Wuji curious was who Lin really likes now. But I'm embarrassed to ask. The gossip about the 3 of them is really boring. How are you? Are you happy? Yeah, I actually beat Kakashi. Lin was happily dancing in the carriage. Before, she always admired Kakashi very much, but now she only has to feel that she has such a strong day. Kakashi was just dragged down by the writing wheel. It was indeed much stronger in a short period of time, but it became a hindrance in the long run. Oh, the teacher who appeared today looks exactly the same as the teacher. No, it should be said that you look exactly the same as that teacher. I'm all confused. Lin held her head, feeling that her head was getting more and more chaotic. Hehe, we are the same person, but now we have 2 bodies. It's incredible. No matter how you look at it, the gap is too big. Maybe. Chuan Yao was stunned for a moment. The Uchiha Yeiyu opposite today is really the same person as Mr. Wuji. Did you deceive everyone? A little scared for a while. Huan Yao, are you afraid? Don't worry. I believe you. Thank you. Thank you. Xuan Yao said gratefully, and in his heart he already regarded Wuji as his own master. If you think of the ninja world that day, I will welcome you to join at any time. If you don't want to just be an idle noble. It happens that the country of honey is short of people. My lord, I will definitely work hard. Xuan Yao was so grateful that he could finally live a good life. Then he used the clone to visit Sarah's situation. Sarah silently followed Xiao Nansheng to study, and after the visit, the clone was released. Nagato, who had settled down after 3 months, strength and pupil power was a step closer. It's time to recruit new members. Well, does Pain have a predetermined candidate? Hakudo, the bounty hunter in the black market, and the scorpion of the Red Sand Rebellion in Sandian Village. This is their intelligence. Xiao Nan took the information and read it carefully. Have you assassinated the 1st generation, and claim to be immortal, able to steal the hearts of others, and love money? A scorpion of Red Sand, good at puppet, the most talented puppet master in the country of sand, has assassinated 3 generations of Keisuke. Me and Ju went to recruit Jiaodu, and the scorpion will be handed over to you. No problem. Xiao Nan answered in one go. The puppet master mostly focuses on physical attack, so I should be able to restrain him. 3 days later, according to Bai Ju's intelligence, Tiandao Pain found Jiaodu. There were corpses lying on the ground, and several people were beaten up and paralyzed on the ground. I saw a naked man with 4 masks behind his back, strangling the neck of the last person, and there were several stitches on his body. Even at the age of 76, his body still maintains the state of just entering middle age. HMPA, just this strength can't change a lot of money. It seems that the strength is still worthy of acceptance. Jiaodu was not interested in the small money, so he threw it away from the man and was about to leave. Just as he stepped on the tree trunk, a huge pitcher plant suddenly appeared, and the appearance of a head that was half black and half white without warning. Zhao was taken aback. It's really messed up, Baiju said eloquently. The horns were ejected and stood on the ground. Pain came out of the smoke, and Zhu followed after his birth. Who are you? Such a person should not be a trash fish and can exchange a lot of money. Undead ninja angle. Let welcome you to become a member of Akatsuki. Pain's cold voice was devoid of emotion. Don, searching in memory, did not find any relevant rumor. It's an organization that exists for real peace, Baiju added, but the vain tone is really unconvincing. HMPH. I'm not interested. Only money can attract me. Zhaodu refused, joking that only money is the most important thing. You have to join Akatsuki whether you like it or not. Pain looked at Zhaodu contemptuously, and Zhaodu was annoyed for a while. This young man is really insane. It's time to teach Pain a lesson. Another idiot who doesn't know the difference in strength. Although you don't seem to be able to exchange a lot of money, it really made people angry. The black tentacles on Zhaodu's body spread, and if you saw that the Jedi had only two choices. The first one would turn around and run away, then he would not eat for 3 days, and the second one would be full in 1 second. These long black tentacles are so disgusting. Want to challenge me? That's fine too. Pain's slight smile was regarded as a clown's performance, and now the only thing that made him feel difficult to deal with was Uchiha Yeha. He took 3 steps forward, and even though it was an action, it made Hoodoo feel extremely uneasy. If I win, I'll take you back to join Akatsuki. This guy. The corners round. Bring it on. Zhaodu was about to make a move, and when the stretched tentacles were about to touch, he suddenly felt a pair of eyes staring at him as if looking directly at his soul. The huge force bounced off his tentacle, and he couldn't breathe due to the pressure. He knelt on one knee and panted heavily. Nagato was very satisfied with this. The improvement in pupil strength made him more and more handy with Shinra Tianzhong, and the control accuracy became higher and higher. The simple burst of momentum made the corners unbearable. Although it didn't do much damage, it already made the corners understand the direct difference. You lost. What the hell is going on with this power? He lost without reacting to anything, staring at Pain's eye. Are these eyes? It was these eyes that came to mind just now, and the young man in front of him didn't seem to move. I am the god who will guide this world. Come on, someone who lives with the world. I can give you a place to stay. God, I really don't know what to call it. What are you, a Shinjuma? Although Zhaodu sneered, it was undeniable that the person in front of him was really strong and not at the same level. After thinking for a few minutes, I found a reason to end. HMPA. There should be a lot of opportunities for an organization like you to participate in a mission with a famous bounty target. Shao, it seems to be an organization with unexpected potential for gold rush. It's arrogant to be hanged and beaten. Baiju's whispered voice entered Zhaodu's ears without a word. Are you looking for death? Ah, was heard. Sorry, I don't have much fighting power. The corners under the mask are very dissatisfied. Obviously they only joined for money. Definitely not afraid of death. Then this is joining. Baiju smiled happily. Mission completed. With a wave of his windbreaker, he ignored Zhaodu at the back, and Zhaodu had no choice but to keep up. Whoever can't beat others. It's unbelievable to lose in one move. It has to be said that Tiandao Pain's temperament has always been in play, and this calmness makes the corners unable to raise the desire to do it. On the other side, Xiaonan is also approaching the scorpion of the red sand. The record is of a 15-year-old boy, but his actual age is 20. It's really strange that he is only in this area. This should be the best way to leave the country of wind. Using the paper to fly to the sky, I finally saw a red-haired and handsome young man in front of him, walking toward here. Chapter 144. Seeing the target, Xiaonan blocked the scorpion without hesitation. Jidun's phantom wings were suspended in the air. Genius puppet master, scorpion of red sand. What's your purpose? I want to invite you to join Akatsuki. Looking down at the scorpion seems to be aloof. Shao, never heard of it. The future will need your strength, so join us. Without any ups and downs, the facts are stated. Hehe, your tone really looked down on people. You can think of Akatsuki as a refuge from rebellion, Xiaonan said with great confidence, because he has such strength. The paper that fell on the ground enveloped the two of them. Interesting ability. Sounds good, but he pulled out the scroll at the back and crouched down and spread out the uppercase 3 characters of the scroll. What do you want to do? My doctrine has always been to protect myself from the hands of others. Is it only by mean? It looked like it is. The 3 generations of puppets appeared after the white fog dissipated. This guy really killed the 3 generations of Fengying and made them into puppets. Xiaonan looked at Scorpion with admiration. Without word, the scorpion manipulated the wind shadow puppet to launch an attack, and his eyes flashed with excitement. This is a good material, and the sharp knife in his sleeve easily cut Xiaonan into 3 sections. It doesn't seem so. The 3 body parts quickly turned into pieces of paper, and they were reassembled into Xiaonan after being taken. Can any part of the body be turned into paper? It's hard to figure out what the power is. I have absolute restraint on you. It's interesting. Let's try it. Seeing Scorpion's early activation of Cage's blood following ability, the paper all over the sky quickly wrapped the 3 generations of puppet, and the links inside creaked like the harsh friction reflection of a rusted machine, unable to move. Hateful. It is clear that the magnetic escape ability of the 3 generations of Fengying is the best way to restrain the puppet, but he did not expect to be made into a puppet but received the same sanction. Xiaonan still let go of the puppet. After all, he was here to recruit people. I'm saying it won. Join us. Destroy. Putting away the wind shadow puppet. The mood is really bad. Since I can't beat you, I'll join, and I'll follow you. Smart people live a long time. After saying that, Xiaonan turned around and led the way. At this time, Yu, who was in Konoha village, was drinking leisurely with Orochimaru, and the unexpected Jiraiya was also present today. Konoha doesn't dare to have a complete standoff with Uchiha because of Yu, so he has to suspend his confrontation with Uchiha. Chibo shot. Yu was thinking that since toad pills could save the life of Yu village with the sick path immortal toad treasure 1,000 years ago, would there be the same treasure in Long Decade? If there is, you can directly resurrect Kushina. Yu has a bargaining chip that the White Snake Immortal will never refuse. It is the Dragon Ball. I don't believe that the White Snake Immortal can withstand the temptation of this Dragon Ball. Master Jiraiya didn't go to collect materials today to prepare for the new book. Yesterday, that group of beauties didn't cooperate at all, and they hit me with the wash basin. It's really bad luck. Zilai also rubbed the dark circles under his eye, and it still hurts when he peeked at the bathroom at night and was punched directly by a strong woman. Master Jiraiya also requires technology to peek at it, and you don't necessarily need to go there yourself. Oh, what can you do? Jiraiya was also excited, and Orochimaru also became interested. It seems that Yu has a brilliant idea. The technology in my master's world is much more developed than here. The cameras here are too bulky. The ones in my master's side are famous pinhole cameras, and they can even be hidden in button. What? How is this possible? Jiraiya also instantly remembered those beautiful pictures. It was amazing. Do you have such a thing? No. Cut. It made this uncle happy for nothing. You can let Uncle Snake develop. Uncle Snake is a genius in technology. Orochimaru. Jiraiya watched Orochimaru expectantly, and it would be great if it succeeded. I don't have that spare time. The corners of Orochimaru's mouth wit. Wasting time on such a boring thing is no less than murdering money. I've always had a question for you guys. Oh, what the problem? Aren't you all still married at this age? Jiraiya also glanced at Yu in amazement. His eyes darkened again. Alas, it wasn't because of Tsunadeji. Orochimaru sensed Jiraiya's loss, but he didn't comfort it. It didn't have the slightest effect. I just want to learn all ninjutsu and seek the truth. Marriage is a drag for me. Sometimes having the truth is not a good thing either. How do I say this? Yu can bring him different surprises every time. Well, this should be the same person. The ideas are quite similar. Just like he wants a long life, Yu is also the same. In a distant era, there was a person who was very similar to Uncle Snake. He was obviously superior in strength, magic, and Taoism. He was a rare opponent in the world that was infinitely close to God, but he believed in science. I did a lot of research until I accidentally discovered that the earth is round. The man who escaped from his hand rode the phoenix and flew south without the sun setting. In the end, he went around a big circle and returned to the starting point, and then proposed that the earth is the you can guess what happened to him after that. What happened after that? Uncle Snake asked quickly. Then he was severely beaten by society, and even tried to kill him for it, and he was killed in the end. How could this be? This is obviously true. Yes, but the people of that era didn't believe it. Not even the people who rode a phoenix and flew around the earth. Totally stupid. Uncle Snake seemed to be possessed. He took out the map of the ninja world and pointed at it. He didn't know what to say, and Jiraiya also saw that Orochimaru was going to go crazy and shouted loudly, "Orochimaru, calm down." Orochimaru woke up like a dream and found himself sweating. Yu stared at Orochimaru dumbfounded, and told a story that he didn't expect to have such a powerful impact on Uncle Snake. What about Yu? It gone. That person died like that. Just like that. It's a pity that I didn't expect to be killed by the foolish people. Orochimaru sincerely sighed for the great man who insisted on believing in science. Yu was about to laugh out loud. Uncle Snake, I'm asking you a question. What? Do you think the sun revolves around the earth every day from east to west? Or does the earth revolve around the sun? The two of them are collectively stunned. I really don't know what's going on. Every day I see the sun rise and set, and then the moon rise and set again. Isn't it revolving around the earth? This should be the sun revolving around the earth, right? Said unsurely. I think. No, I'm not sure, but I will solve the mystery. Yu, do you know? Of course I know. If you really can't find the answer, come to me. Farewell. Yu disappeared in the blink of an eye, leaving two shadow-level powerhouses looking at each other. Does the sun revolve around the earth, or does the earth revolve around the sun? Chapter 145. Go to Blood Mist Village. Obito should be doing wind and rain in Wuyin Village now, right? Yu, who had withdrawn from the trial tower, muttered to herself and transferred the remaining treasures to the trial tower. There was still no way to pass the 5th floor, and even Susanoo couldn't defend against the cutting of the power of gold inside. The power of gold that appeared easily broke through the Wadingu armor, and even with the blessing of spiritual power, it was as brittle as thin paper. Yu Yu had already affirmed that the spiritual root of this reward was Jin Lingan. What Yu doubted was whether the immortal Baiken had laid out the power of the law here. Gold means that sharp cutting anything hard is useless in front of the law. Now it is almost as difficult to pass the law without understanding the law. It is like a ninja without the power of the EPUB, unable to attack this level of power. The golden blade is too dense. Even if the kaleidoscope cooperate with extreme speed, there is no way to break through. Yu thought of the ability of the ghost lamp family to ignore physical attack, but he is not. And if this is really a law, will it be as goodbye as being hit by the power of the EPUB? Forget it. Let go to Wuyin village to take a look and explain the situation to the 3 generations to go abroad for vacation, overlooking the earth from a high altitude. After arriving at Korean village, under investigation, Yu found that the 3rd generation of Mizukage had been killed, and the 4th generation of Mizukage now in office is the 6-tailed man Zuli Go Tachibana Yagura, and is also the perfect man Zuli. It has to be said that the restorative nature of the world is constantly leading towards the route that has been set. Tachibana Yakura was born with a short stature and a baby face, and was always mistaken for a child, but her real age was already an adult, because the secret work of Korean village was so good that it was difficult for Yu to investigate. The ninjas in Korean village looked at each other with the eyes of mortal enemy. The school classroom exercise field here is full of blood, and traces of blood can be seen everywhere. It's a veritable blood fog village. Needless to say, it was definitely something that happened to control the 3 generations of water shadows before Spot died. To become a ninja, kill everyone in the class. Such a maddening policy is still supported. What makes Yu puzzled is that the perfect human Zuli should be immune to the kaleidoscope illusion. How did Obito do it? His fingers tapped on the table, puzzled. The morning fog rises and the white fog is reddish, which made people feel strange and frightening. Yanwu Chang Yakura took the ninja to select the new ninja swordsman, the ninja who fought coldly below. It can't go on like this. The policy of the 3 generations of Mizukage is completely wrong. This method can cultivate powerful ninjas, but they are all cold-blooded killing machine. Ninjas also need feeling. Yakura secretly made up his mind to change this environment. It would be better for Yu to stand on the beam of the roof, as if the beams of her body were integrated into one body. Only her head was exposed, which was surprisingly similar to Baiju. Staring at the game below, one round ended and a new one started. Yu was shocked to see the person who appeared. This familiar figure was a hooligan named Terumi Mei. Yu wanted to get up and turned into a scene where Terumi Mei looked at the light. The corners of her mouth rose slightly. This female hooligan was also interested in the ninja sword. Frostface staring at his opponent. His agile skills and the 3 attributes of water, fire and earth chakra can be described as bells and whistles. He defeated his opponent in a very short period of time and stood on the victory stage to prepare for the next round. Compete. Who is she? Yakura seemed to have found something good. She is called Terumi Mei. Now she is 15 years old. She is very intelligent. She can skillfully use the 3 elements of water, fire and earth ninjutsu. Really? And it has become a good talent for joinin'. Yakura nodded with satisfaction. Today, he saw a satisfactory candidate. After watching a few more games, Yu soon became bored, and after secretly leaving the martial art field, Yakura glanced at Fang Liang with a sense of feeling. Was there anyone just now? It seems that he came a little early. Obito was not so fast, and today is a good trip. As soon as he left Wuyin village, he noticed that Baiju's breath was immediately hidden. Sure enough, the huge pitcher plant highway appeared on the tree trunk. Yu squinted, thinking about whether there was a way to kill Highway. Highway, a product of the EPUB, would not die even if he was cut in half, and he was attached to it. It is too dangerous to be able to control the pattern of the EPUBs behind him. Then Obito appeared with a white mask on the time-space distortion. Is he still using the previous mask? Lord Madara, do you need to do it now? Infiltrate slowly first. I want them to feel fear and pain. The writing wheel under the mask opened wide, and his body trembled slightly. Obito remembered the scene when Kakashi Chidori penetrated Lin's heart that night. It was this village that made him lose the most precious thing. Glancing at Obitubek, who was immersed in resentment and grief, was absent. Let go find the way for Madame Madara first. Oh, Ju disappeared again in the tree trunk, and he regained his composure when he didn't notice that the breath was soiled. Come out, Uchiha Yaha. Oh, I've become stronger, Obito, Yu said with admiration. It seems that Heiju's concealment of the first-class perception of Kung Fu doesn't seem to be very good. I'm Spot. Run Tu. What on earth are you trying to do? My big brother, Obito said solemnly. It was a surprise to meet him here. I don't think so. Just do your job. Why are you here? I said I'll wait for you. Do you believe it? Yu grinned and Obito felt nothing but an endless chill, which was even more terrifying than a demon. Obito even thought that Yu was not human at all. It was too abnormal. A normal person should want to kill him when he encounters such a thing, but there is no monster in front of him, and everything is indifferent. Has he been acting? Are all these years of love fake? That's really scary. Even ready to run away at any time. Gee, am I scary? Yu touched his face. You You are scarier than the devil. It breaks my heart to compare your esteemed elder brother to a demon. The face that had just been lost to the extreme suddenly became full of joy again. Ah, I'm in a better mood to see you again. Although you did something that made me very angry, you are still my student and younger brother. It's not funny. Looking at the moody Yu, Obito took 2 steps back again. It was a miracle that he could still be alive after staying with this monster for so many years. Supplement with Earth. I'm serious believe me. Who believed this? It was really intolerable. Obviously knowing my identity but not exposing me. What are you planning? My respected eldest brother. The kaleidoscope opened with the chilling air. What are you planning? You call yourself Madara. Obito fell into silence. When the Moon Eye plan was not exposed, it was a technique to resolve all disputes. Since you won't tell me, why should I tell you? Yu said playfully, as if he didn't take Obito seriously. Let go and do it well. This world really needs a savior. Hearing that the savior Obito can no longer remain calm. What does this guy know? Chapter 146. What are you planning? That's it for today's meeting. Just let it go. Yu smiled slightly and was about to leave, and the voice of Obito, who had just turned around, was remembered next time. It seems that you can only be forced to come by force. Are you kidding? Yu turned her head indifferently, and 3 Guyu quickly appeared in a row of cherry blossoms. Sarah, let's try it. Thunder and lightning cover the whole body. Today's Leidun chakra mode should be called Leidun Shanshu, which is quite perfect. It looks exactly the same as Lei Ying, but the surface of the night feather is covered with purple thunder and lightning. This kind of lightning not only increases the speed, but also comes with this paralysis, which can completely electrocute the existence of people. Just as he had just pulled out the ninja sword, a purple figure had already appeared in front of him. The knife in his hand slashed through the ninja sword without hindrance and broke into 2 sections. Seeing that he was about to hit Obito's chest and abdomen, he went straight through. Looking at the broken knife in his hand, the fracture is so flat. Big brother's speed is even faster, and it was almost too late to react just now. Even the kaleidoscope is difficult to keep up with, so the big brother moving at such a high speed may not be able to see his attack at all. Right. If Yu knew about Obito's idea, he would probably laugh at it again. You should ask the 4th Raikage to see if he can see his attack clearly. Hidden. Yes, but you can't let me tell my plan. I'll let you say. Shinwei turned a fan and appeared in Obito's hand. The gourd-shaped fan had 3 hooks on the top and bottom. Oh, the flame fan that Uchiha Madara used to use. Uchiha Yeyu, you really know a lot. You don't think you can deal with me with this fan, do you? The big brother doesn't even call. How do you know if you don't try? Crack. Click. After exiting the Thunder Escape Immortal Technique mode, Yu pinched her finger. Whether the flame fan can bounce back ninjutsu or use taijutsu directly and then use the Thunderbolt Immortal Jutsu mode is really bullying. So fast. Obito was shocked to quit Leidun and still have such a fast speed. Isn't it incredible? In fact, that mode just gave me a little bit of defense and a little bit of speed, about 1/20th of the original base. Oh, by the way, it's the same in your eye. Yu smiled evilly. If it is a ninja with the same speed, then this speed bonus is very important, but if it is not, it is the same as useless. Relief. Yu just slammed the fan hard. I have to say that this thing is really hard. I can clearly feel that a lot of his power has been removed. Looking at Obito's performance, he knew that although he retreated, he was not overwhelmed. Tossing the fan, Obito actually blocked Yu's blow with his arm. Although he was knocked into the air and knocked off the tree, he stood up unscathed. Brother, your attack seems to be nothing more than that. It seems that you are indeed a little floating. I am very proud of my ordinary pun. Bang! An explosion sounded in the hands of the clenched fist, and the white smoke dispersed. Did the air burst out? Obito was considering whether to use Kamui, but now it's more important to get information about the big brother. Speed even power. Yu, who saw the attack, resisted the idea of using the divine power. Tightly holding the fan with both hands, and blocking it with her arms would definitely be abolic. The gust of energy blew the clothes of the 2 of them, and under the huge earthquake, Obito's feet cracked several deep grooves, and the ankles sank into the ground. Fly. Drink. After sliding for a full 20 meters, it stopped. The scratches on the ground were smoking clear, and the hands could not help shaking and the fan could not be held. That's right, I've been working really hard recently without flying out. Saying that, Yu inserted her hands into the ground. Right. Boom. Obito felt the violent shaking of the ground, and quickly jumped out, only to see Yu buckled up half a football field of land. Then just mashed. Godly. It was easy to pass through. Taking advantage of the smoke to cover behind Yu didn't even look at the fist and was shaken back a few steps, but she pulled Yu's wrist and did not let go. I won. Your hands are all right. Do you want to die? Obito couldn't help screaming at the sudden burning pain as soon as he finished speaking, and it felt much better when he snapped his arm in pain. Baiju's arm was really easy to use. It didn't bleed but turned into a sticky substance, and the arm that fell on the ground burned and turned into ashes. What kind of pain was that just now? It was like burning his bone marrow and soul, the pain all over his body. Thinking that he would no longer feel the pain, let Yu teach him a good lesson today. Hachi. What is this? Huo done. Touch it. to death. It best not to touch my body at will. If you accidentally touch your head, you should change your head. What a terrible man. Just kidding. How powerful is the white snake immortal? Can you resist the fire poison that the white snake immortal can't bear? How about it? Did you feel that your whole body was on fire just now? Was your blood boiling? What really special is that the blood is boiling and it's about to ignite, but it's a bit of a waste of light. At that time, Brother Waterman was also in the hospital for a long time. You must not touch EU. This kind of pain is simply unbearable, and pain training must be added in the future. Does it really hurt? I haven't felt it, so I've always wondered. Really hurt? Obito nodded seriously. I really don't know how this mysterious big brother came up with this kind of fire escape. It can be regarded as an S-level forbidden technique, and the whole person will die if he reacts slowly. Do you still need to test? Yu said with a smile. Obito shook his head. It was still easy to avoid Yu's attack. As long as Yu couldn't break through the space, it would be a big deal to hide inside and not come out. I don't know if wearing glove can resist it, but I really don't want to experience this kind of pain a second time. In that case, goodbye. After saying that, Yu flew in the direction of Konoha. Can you still fly? Brother, how many secrets do you hide? Obito only feels more and more headache. There are only a few flying ninjas in the entire ninja world. Does the big brother really have no weaknesses? If you want to deal with him, you can only rely on absolute power. Sir Madam, aren't you? Heiju's gloomy voice recalled that it seemed that a war had just ended here. It's okay. I didn't expect to meet Uchiha Ieyu here. Hey, it looks like I didn't keep it. I lost an arm. Baiju surpassed and said, without the slightest chance to bring out the angry look in his eye. HMPA, this guy has become stronger again. Go backward. Black Jew is thoughtful. Is it too coincidental that Uchiha Ieyu appeared here? Did Obito deliberately reveal his whereabouts? It is impossible for Obito to be under his watch all the time, and it is even more impossible to partner with Yu. Yu's departure should be because there is no way to take Obito. After all, the ability of the sky was not an ordinary metamorphosis at that time, and it is not an exaggeration to say that it is the strongest defense. So it should be just a coincidence that they met here. Yu is also interested in Blood Mist Village. Obito's words echoed Yu's mind. Do it well and don't let me down. Just let it go. It's so mysterious. It's definitely not a normal human being. It's a monster. What are you planning? Chapter 147 Adopt Naruto. Through this meeting, Obito is still far from reaching Yu's target, and there is still some lack of mentality, so Madara should have left behind a lot of good things. It's too slow. Zishui will start running with weight tomorrow. It's senior. Shisui was sweating constantly, attacking Yu. In order to defeat this man, Shisui specifically asked Yu to train himself. Itachi was carefully observing the battle between the two. What is incredible is that even if Yu is blindfolded, Shisui is still helpless. Whether it is a shuriken or a ninjutsu, he will be dodged. Isn't this guy from the Hyuga family blood? The strength is simply unfathomable. Even if he can't see the shot, he doesn't stop at all. But when Yu closes his eyes, his perception of the immortal mode is almost doubled. Let me see how far you can get with a shaker. The flat voice sounded contemptuous. Single Guyu's rotation attack is faster, knocking off Zishui's arm. The strength is too light. The speed is only a little faster, and the bottom plate is not stable enough. As soon as his leg topped the water, he fell to the ground and took a bite of ashes. Bah, senior is really strong. Can you allow me to be your first son? No, Konoha's tradition is really uncomplimentable. Yu shook her fingers and refused mercilessly. What is Konoha most famous for? Isn't that the murderer? Apprentices always like to kill teachers. What tradition? Don't ask too much. Look at the leg. Forehead. Raising his arm, he was kicked by Yu and hung on the tree. Is this the strongest Uchiha now? Amazing. Itachi had little stars in his eyes, and even his father said that the strongest one was Yu. Uncle, can you let me try it too? Yuzu, come on. My name is Itachi, not Yuzu. Itachi shouted in dissatisfaction. It is too strange to be called uncle. It is more appropriate to call him Ernie if the gap is not even 10 years old, but he is called mom and sister. Pomelo should use Huwu. Holding the Kuwu Itachi tightly, he also felt that it was impossible to hurt Yu, so he rushed forward and backhanded and was surprised to see Yu picking up Huwu with one hand and accurately stabbed it in the palm of his hand. The blood did not flow out, but it was stuck on it, and the skin did not pierce after repeated attempts. The physique of a child is really too weak, and the skills are too harmful to the body. Grapefruit should grow up quickly. Oh, Itachi retreated in frustration. Even if Yu stood still, he couldn't help. For a moment, Itachi wanted to grow up quickly so that he could learn stronger moves. Don't be sad. This is Konoha's strongest. Shisui gently patted Itachi's shoulder. It's so similar. It really looked like you. Waterman. With a sigh, I can only gradually become stronger, at least to the point where Susanoo has grown to a complete body. I am trying to see if I can go to the Pure Land. Death Chi is a very troublesome thing. After simply training the two of them, Yu went to the orphanage to check. In the blink of an eye, Konoha's 50th year has passed since nearly 2 years have passed since the time of the Nine Tails, and Sha Ieyu submitted an application to to adopt Naruto? Yayu, you should know that this is a very difficult question for the senior management. Lord Hokage, Naruto is almost 2 years old. It's not good to continue to stay in the orphanage. This, even if I agree, the other three and the patriarchs of the major clans will not agree. So I rent a how about not bringing Naruto back to the Uchiha clan? Yu has a very good sense of the third generation, and the third generation believes in Yu. It is not without reason that the fourth generation can trust Yu so much. The third generation is also a little moved. Handing it over to Yu means that Yu owes him this favor. Not only does the nine-tailed person Zuli get a security guarantee, even if Uchiha wants to mess up in the future, I am afraid Yu will not agree. The worst is absolutely will not help Uchiha. This is still too embarrassing for me. You should know the impact of the Nine Tails riot, and you have a direct connection with your clan. The old fox. The limelight is almost over now. Although it is related to Uchiha, Yu has also contributed a lot. If it wasn't for a super large-tailed beast Jade from Mingshenman, Konoha would have really exploded. How about I owe you a favor? I can't miss the appointment. That's it. That's fine. But it must not be brought to the Uchiha family. The farther away, the better. Thank you, Hokage-sama. This old man is really stupid. Yu curled her lip helplessly. The fact that she was nearly 60 years old was better than 10 years later, or she almost killed Orochimaru in that situation. So Yu didn't want to be strong, and the outcome was really hard to say. Yu, who got the third generation, came to the orphanage and proposed to collect Naruto Uzumaki. Upon seeing this, the dean quickly ordered someone to bring Naruto Uzumaki over. Naruto is asking for your uncle. You must behave well. Oh Kasong. As if he knew that he was going to be sent away, Naruto cried bitterly in the dean's arm. It seems that the rumor of the nine-tailed demon fox has not spread, and it seems that the three generations owe you another favor. Yu could see the dean's love for Naruto. Little Naruto, who had not yet learned to say a few words, only knew how to hold on to the dean's clothes. Am I picking up too early? No, Naruto is still safer with me. Yu remembered the thing about the ancient city of Lulin again. I have adopted Naruto now. Why doesn't Naruto know me? Forget it. Adopt it first. Take Naruto away, and make Naruto happy all day long. Taking care of children is not an easy task. At least 3 clones are needed to talk. He read books on how to take care of young children and became a full-time dad. In order to become a qualified shit-shoveling officer, he specially sent a clone to learn how to cook, sleep and prepare milk powder, and even specially learned the skill of cooking. So tired. Seeing Naruto falling asleep, Yu opened her writing wheel and stared at the 9 tails in her body. 9 tails, long time no see. HMPH, damn, I'm going to bite you to death. 9-tailed viciously said that he wished to drink Yu's blood and eat Yu's flesh. Oh, the tail hasn't grown out yet. Aren't you the strongest tailed beast? Roar. Deafening roar. Venting anger. The red chakra permeated the whole idol, but could not break through the door. The whining of the defeated dog. One day I must kill you. The person who hated the most besides the 4th generation was Yu, whose tail only grew out. Stay well. By the way, I will also do this gossip seal. I will twist it every time it is loosened. Asshole. It's abominable enough. Wouldn't it never be a day to come out? Lord Hokage. Anbu knelt in front of the 3 generations. Is there any change in Yu? No, it would be better to say that I did my best. As he said that, he told the 3 generations of Yu's recent activity. Unexpectedly, Yu let go of his practice in order to take care of Naruto. But Danzo-sama and the 2 advisors seem very dissatisfied. HMPA, don't worry about them. Go find Yu's dignitaries if you have the ability. The 3rd generation only felt that the 2 consultants were simply the type of eating and waiting to die, and they had long lost the energy of their youth and did not want to let go. Chapter 148 Business Opportunity. In the second half of the year, Uchiha Itachi successfully graduated and became another Uchiha talent. He made some pretty good friends, and Yu took care of Naruto and had no time to take care of others. This also reassured Konoha executives a lot. Son, come and try this dish. Well, I'll try it. Seeing Yu gobbling, Mingui was very happy, knowing that it was very hard for her son to take care of his 4th generation son. He specially cooked a lot of tonic meal, but Yu left behind a few clones and ran back. Son, you're 16 years old. Do you have a girl you like? Oh, it doesn't seem to be. Yu tilted her head and thought about the calumet. But it's not bad, but I haven't seen it for so long, and I shouldn't have any feeling, and Yu can already faintly perceive that it is not a problem to live for 300 or 400 years. Isn't? What do you think of Yizzy? Even your cousin is more beautiful. I have a cousin. Didn't I see it? You can get to know each other slowly. You are not too young. Is this a blind date for me? I am still a child. No, I'm still very young. Mom, how about you have a second child? Minghui's face was flushed, but Yu was strongly against it. Oh, my mother is old. Minghui caressed the forcibly squeezed wrinkles on her face. Mom is indeed almost 40 years old. Although she has been well maintained, she looks only 27 or 8. It seems that the second child is indeed a bit late. It's okay. I have this thing. This is the medicinal pill I made called Zuyandang. Dan, and it is guaranteed that you will still look like 26 or 7-year-old when you are 70 years old. It is possible to be younger. Saying that, Yu took out a box, and the tempting danxiang made people want to eat it. Zuyan Dan is a fourth-order pill. Because every medicinal material is a 1,000-year-old medicine, it can be regarded as a top-grade fifth-order pill, which not only prolongs life but also keep youth forever. Minghui stared blankly at the medicine pill in the wooden box, and was sluggish for 5 minutes. After reacting, he was furious. Snap! With one palm down, the table was torn apart and the food fell to the ground. Seeing that the wooden box fell, the three-hook jade spun and caught it steadily. This shocked Yu, who was eating vegetables, and looked at her mother in a daze. Mother, is there any problem? Yu asked cautiously. Is her mother dissatisfied with Zuyan Dan? It can't be. How can a woman not like eternal youth? Why didn't you take it out early? Roaring like an angry lion. Yu's eardrums will be deaf. I thought that mother likes nature more, and it's more romantic to grow old with dad. Romantic Yuan head. It hurt. I don't dare anymore. Yu was grabbed by the ear and immediately begged Minghui for mercy before releasing Yu. Son, can this thing really stay young forever? Of course. My shot must be a high-quality product. Not only will it stay youthful, but it can also prolong life. It could have been extended by 20 to 30 years, but it should be about 50 years old now. Yu said uncertainly. The elixir book is indeed recorded in this range, but because the medicinal materials have become better, Yu can't be sure. 50 years old. Minghui screamed. Her hand trembled and she almost fell to the ground. Doesn't it mean that as long as you don't die abnormally, you can easily live to be more than 100 years old? How much do you have? Mom, calm down first. I'm a little scared. Yu swallowed his saliva, not knowing why the red writing wheel eyes glowed green, just like a hungry wolf. As a cultivator, Yu naturally disliked this thing, and it would age very slowly without swallowing it, and even felt that he might have to stop for a while at this time. How much of this medicine do you have, son? Minghui calmed down and asked gently. If it weren't for her previous appearance, Yu would definitely think that this is a rare good wife and mother. Not many. There are only 15 medicinal materials refined in total, and this effect cannot be superimposed. Hearing Yu's words like being struck by lightning, can't they be superimposed? It's really disappointing, but it's enough for the average person. The medicine field is very large, and there are many kinds of spirit medicine, but when they are eventually used up, refining medicinal pills has always only taken a part of the spirit medicine. If you want to refine the next one, you have to wait for decades or hundreds years or enough to see the preciousness of medicinal herbs. It was Yu who had wasted a lot of fifth-order medicinal herbs that did not dare to continue refining it. It was too much of a loser, but fourth-order medicinal herbs were nothing in it. Yu was already very skilled at refining. Thinking about those expired medicinal herbs, you can know how many elixir there are in this field. Other fourth-order Dan Yu has refined a lot, but this Zuyan Dan is indeed very poor. It may be because the master doesn't like it. Minghui ate it directly, and the whole figure seemed to glow with the second spring. The skin was more supple and smooth, and the temperament had undergone a huge change. Did she become a big sister? No matter how you look at it, you will never be older than 25 years old. It's such a great feeling. It felt as warm as a child returning to its mother's arm, and then a black grease-like substance appeared on the surface of the skin and was uncomfortable. What is this? It should be the toxins and dirt in your body. Take a quick shower. I really don't know why you are in such a hurry to eat. You just swallow it without listening to the instructions. Yu said angrily, really underestimating the allure of this thing to women. I'll go. There are 14 pills left. One for my father, one for sister Ju Shinai, one for brother Minato. The rest depends on the situation. Sure enough, Minghui, who had taken a bath, ran back excitedly. While taking a bath, she remembered that Yu had also given her and Shinhong the pill that she and Shinhong had swallowed when she was injured by a mysterious person. There must be more in her son's hand. Not only did people become younger, but their minds seemed to have returned to this age group, which made Yu head for a while. Baby, is there anything else? Okay, this is the third-order detoxification pill that can detoxify most of the poison. This is the fourth-order detoxification pill that is more effective than the third-order drug. This Dahuan pill was given to you and your father last time. This is after taking the tyrannical pill. A period of time can double the strength, but there are after effects. It stopped after handing over 30 pills. Although there are still, it is not useful to ninjas. Most of them are aimed at cultivators. Gone. The rest are useless to you. He handed another Zuyan Dan to Minghui. Minghui almost couldn't help but eat it again, but thinking of his son's word, he had to give up. It was useless to eat too much. Yu's light flashed, and she kept forgetting that there is no medicine pill in this world. Wouldn't it be possible to make a lot of money if you sold it? Especially the famous princesses in the kingdoms of Zuyandin who still haven't earned their money. It might even cause a war. In the world of cultivating immortal, these are all gadgets that you don't like. For people who are strong enough, this kind of medicine pill is almost useless. Just like Dahuan Dan has not recovered as fast as himself, what is useful to him is the pill that can quickly restore spiritual energy. Medicine. You can definitely make a lot of money with starvation tactic. There is no second alchemist in this world, and even if there are them, they don't know the medicinal material. Damn, I just remembered that this is a real world. Maybe I have the medicinal materials I need. This way, I can make a lot of money. Mom, I found a business opportunity. You don't want to sell medicine pills, do you? That's right. There is absolutely no loss in blood. Yu was very excited so that the country of honey could develop rapidly. Chapter 149 The Pill Storm 1. If it is said that Konoha is the richest, it is definitely the Kurama family. The Kurama family is originally a famous family in Konoha, and the family inheritance is not weaker than the Uchiha family of illusion. But now no one can awaken the five senses, so the focus of the family is on business, which accounts for at least half of Konoha's economy. Despite this, the Pommel Horse family is only a small family. It is a world where strength be. I believe that if you partner with the Pommel Horse family, there will be no more worry. So you decided to contact the Pommel Horse family. I believe that the Pommel Horse family will definitely become a good agent. After sorting out my clothes, I went to the largest shop of the Kurama clan in Konoha village. Dong dong dong. Please come in. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry to forgive my rash visit. Oh, the man raised his head and then looked surprised. Lord Uchiha Yeba, what are you doing with my little Pommel Horse family? Are you the current owner of the Pommel Horse? That's right. Oh, I have something I want to work with you on. Don't worry, it's just a matter of business. Interesting. Please take a seat. Order someone to move a chair. Uchiha's great business should not be in business. There is no such need at all. Ahem, I'm here this time to hope that you can help me represent some commodity. This is entirely my personal opinion, which does not mean that Uchiha hope that the patriarch can distinguish clearly. Just call me Terachi. You really can't afford it. After some modesty, Kurama Terachi didn't know what Yuyu's idea was, and seemed to be very confident in his own product. That good. Terakai, I still like to get straight to the point. You should be able to estimate the value of these things better than me after you have been in business for many years. Then Yuyu took out a third-order body refining pill. The function of the body refining pill is to strengthen the body. The weaker the body, the more obvious the gain effect. If the illusion is cracked, you can only wait for death. What is this? Body refining pills are specially used to enhance physical strength, but they are almost ineffective for people with strong body. They are generally used by ordinary people or those who are infirm. There is such a drug. Are there any sequelae? Rest assured that there will never be any sequelae, and it is a permanent gain. The disadvantage is what I just said. Tetsuya is excited. This drug is just specially made for the Pommel Horse family. The Pommel Horse family has been frail and sick since childhood. As long as it is used by young children, as long as it can reach the indicators of ordinary children, it will be just around the corner to restore its former glory. Can this effect back up? It can be done, but the more times you take it, the less effective the drug will be. Generally, it will not have much effect after 3 times, but if it is just an indicator for normal people, I think 2 times should be enough. You can try first. Terachi ate it without the slightest suspicion. Konoha was the strongest, and he would not poison a little guy like him. Sure enough, a warm current flowed through Terakai and felt that his power had increased by about 20%. It was really useful. How many medicinal herbs are there like Lord Yu? My Pommel Horse family wants them all. Teichi's excited body couldn't help shaking. It was so incredible that it was like an elixir. There are only about 40 pills at the moment. How much do you think this medicinal pill is worth? Yu deliberately underreported. Although third-order medicinal pills were worthless in his eye, 100,000 is not a million tael. What? The value of one is close to the bounty of an S mission. Yu didn't expect it to be so valuable. Ah, my lord, I think this should be considered reasonable. After all, there are only 4. CG whispered. Could it be that Yu is too disgusted? No, then do as you said. I have some others here, but not many. Still got more. Terachi lost his previous composure, bounced straight from the chair, and looked at Yu with a flushed face. After the negotiation ended in the evening, Yu left the store very satisfied. In this way, the Pommel Horse family became Yu's agents and could take part of the profit. For some medicinal pills that needed to be auctioned, only 5% could be taken. CG happily brought the medicinal pill back to the family, and CG bought this medicinal pill directly. In CG's opinion, selling it was too wasteful, especially the body refining pill. It took a week for some medicinal pills to be put on the showcase, and a description of their efficacy was attached below, which attracted the attention of many people. Boss, is your stuff real? It's not a fake like Dolly pill, is it? This uncle, this is your fault. This is the drug that our patriarch has personally tested. It is absolutely true. But isn't this 50,000 to 100,000 too expensive? A Chunin is speechless. How many tasks have to be performed? This is completely provided to the big family or the nobles of the Fire Nation. This uncle, this thing is rare and precious. That's right, but it's too expensive. Let those who don't buy, don't block the people behind. When the big clan of Konoha heard about it and sent many people to snap up, Konoha village became very lively. What happened outside? Lord Hokage, this is a new drug product suddenly launched by the Pommel Horse clan. Because of its amazing efficacy, it was raw robbed by the big clan, because one of them will be noisy for a long time. Is there such a thing? Go out and see. As soon as the 3 generations of Hokage appeared, the children of the big clan stopped the quarrel and automatically gave way. Looking carefully at the medicines on the counter, a 10,000 pill has been fired up to 30,000, and the more you look at the efficacy of the medicine, the more frightened you are. Who provide these drugs? Reporting to Lord Hokage, the patriarch did not explain, but the effect of this medicine is indeed real. A drug of unknown origin. What to do if something goes wrong? Don't worry, my lord. There are many people in my family who use it completely without any difference from the above. It better to investigate. Take all these back and study whether there is hidden toxicity. With a wave of Anbu's big hand, the 3rd generation brought back the medicinal pills and instructions on the showcase. My lord, this seems not so good, the branch owner said intermittently, blocking Hokage unless he doesn't want to live anymore. Hehe, don't worry, the village will pay if there is no problem. The 3rd generation showed a gentle smile, and the boss was relieved. Ah, that's fine. Even if you make less money, as long as you don't lose money. The people of the major families look at each other. How can you grab it when it is in the hands of Hokage? If you study and bring one of each kind. What the hell are you sweeping away directly? Sandai didn't feel ashamed for his behavior at all, and walked back to the Hokage building slowly. What if these drugs have hidden toxicity? This old man is saving you. As for the 3 generations of mysterious people who provided the medicine pill, they plan to have time to ask the patriarch of the Saddle Horse clan in person. After CG learned about it, he directly stopped selling the medicinal pills for the time being. How could the most qualified businessman tolerate losing more money? The selling price of medicinal pills far exceeded the listed price. It took a whole month for Hokage to announce that there was no problem with the drug, and Kurama Terachi resumed sale. Chapter 150 Elixir Part 2. Late at night in the Kurama mansion, Yu was discussing with CG about the recent elixir. Lord Yeyu's medicinal pills are in short supply. There are too few medicinal material. This is a pattern of herbs used for refining medicinal pills. I will trouble you. Don't worry, my lord. I promise that the medicinal materials will not be leaked out. It's nothing. On the contrary, the more people who know it, the faster they can find it. No one knows how to refine it. It requires special methods. Yu said indifferently. It is useless to give you more medicinal materials without danha, and you need an alchemy furnace, and the alchemy furnace can be handed over to the country of craftsmen for forging. As for danha, I'm sorry. Then I can rest assured. I can call a lot of people to collect it, and pommel horses can still talk about business in various countries. CG said excitedly. As long as the core is not leaked, there is no problem. No one knows how much money can be earned by monopolizing an industry. Then these things are up to you. In addition, such a pill stove is also up to you. At present, at least 10 tripods are needed to protect this pill stove. I believe that the craftsman will do it perfectly. As Yu said, a half-meter high furnace cauldron appeared out of thin air in Yu's hand. The shape was peculiar and appeared in the shape of a gourd from top to bottom. This is the material needed. Yes, my lord, I will definitely complete the task. Yu nodded. This is just a low-grade pill furnace material. I believe there should be no problem. Squeak. The door was pushed open, and a 3 or 4-year-old child walked in. His sleepy eyes were obviously drowsy. Dad, hug, shouting in a milky voice. Why are you here, Yakumo? Go back and find your mother. Really? No. After being chased several times, he couldn't get rid of it, and Terachi couldn't be strict. Yakumo's physique was weaker than the weaker people in the clan, and that's why he always loved him. I'm really sorry, my lord. My daughter is too self-willed. Terachi was embarrassed and had to hold Yakumo in his arms. It's nothing. It's normal for children to be clingy. How old are you this year, little Yakumo? I'm 4 years old. Well, if Mr. Terachi doesn't mind, let Yakumo be my disciple when the child grows up. What? This? Can't you? Yu said with some disappointment. No, this is really great. Although our family is good at illusion, it is impossible to compare with Uchiha. It is incredible to be recognized by you. Teikai got excited, but Yu wanted to take Yakumo as his apprentice. Could it be that Yakumo has some incredible talent? The reason why Yu wanted to accept Yakumo as his apprentice is because Yakumo has great potential, and secondly, he feels that he will leave one day and must leave his legacy behind. Obito, Caxelin and the 3 of them don't have the time to learn these things. Yu also wanted to see this illusion that can manipulate the 5 senses. How abnormal is it to turn illusion into reality? This is a welcome gift for future apprentices. Yu took out a 4th order pill, which was completely different from the 3rd order pill. Thank you, Lord Yu. Xiao Yakumo's bright eyes looked at his father suspiciously. Why his father was so happy. Then I'll take my leave. Go slowly, my lord. After being sent to the door, Yu disappeared into the night, and when he returned to the room, Naruto was already asleep, and the message from the clone made Yu very tired. The next morning a cry disturbed Yu's sweet dream. Motherfucker. I was dreaming of kissing me with my sister Chi, and I lost my voice when I cultivated feeling. What the noise? When I raised my hand, I wanted to slap, but I put it down and started to coax the child. When your invincibility time is over, I will beat you every day. During this time, his alchemy skills have improved a lot, and he has begun to try to contact 5th Order elixir. Uncle Snake also bought some medicinal herbs and was doing research in the laboratory. Naturally, he knew who it came from. He held the first medicinal herbs illustrated book in his hand, with the purchase price attached to it. This kid, has he learned the Immortal's alchemy technique? But I haven't seen many herbs. Alas, there is not much time. What makes Orochimaru happy is that he found a child who was born with magic. Although he was kind but experienced, Chongli ran rampant, and the immortal chakra he got from that child was developed into a curse mark by him. Although it is still a little imperfect, I believe that there will be no problem after a while. The 3 generations of Hokage looked at the document and felt more and more depressed. The above records were all the evidence of Danzang and Orochimaru, but once it was released, it goes without saying that Danzang and Orochimaru would definitely end. Oh, Orochimaru didn't expect you to go down this road, Danzo. For the old man and the disciple who made him proud, the 3rd generation was very powerless, and finally chose to be tolerant. As long as the stability of Konoha is not damaged, just turn a blind eye. Even if he personally went to ask Kuramaji Tomochi, he couldn't ask the mysterious person who provided the medicine pill behind the scene. No matter what, this strengthened Konoha's rank. In addition to alchemy, Yu is also taking care of Naruto. Her strength has reached a bottleneck, and it is extremely difficult to break through after Super Shadow. The avatar outside the body is in the shadow position, and it has not been able to cross this level like the main body. As soon as the medicinal materials were announced, the whole country of fire was boiling, and the ninja family nobles and commoners all moved, searching for medicinal materials all over the world. This action has attracted the attention of the other 4 major countries. After some investigation, he is completely uneasy. Konoha was originally the leader of the 5 major countries, and now the appearance of this miraculous elixir has undoubtedly made Konoha even more powerful. I am afraid that the balance that has finally been restored will be broken next time. However, no matter how many ninjas of the 4 major countries, it is impossible to have more than ordinary people. Unless a full-scale war is launched, they cannot be contained at all. Who the hell developed this thing? Immediately go to Konoha to investigate. 4 generations of Raikage roared violently, and at the same time, the other 3 majors sent people to Konoha to investigate. Never let this kind of thing flood Konoha. Immediately send the elite Jonin to investigate. The document in Taiying's hands turned to dust. The land of wind is a bit better. After all, it is an ally of the land of fire. You can even buy medicinal pills directly from Konoha, but the other 3 countries don't have such good luck and can't get in. The 3rd generation is even more busy, and there has been news that the medicinal materials have been robbed in the country of fire and even the Konoha ninja. Pain. This thing called elixir is really amazing. Well, this kind of thing will become R resistant. It may be very difficult to capture the 9 tails in the future and find the alchemist behind it. Yes, Obito, who is in Wuin village, has a feeling in his heart. Brother, did you do this? Made this amazing thing? Obito immediately suspected Yu. This kind of thing appeared too suddenly. I am afraid that only the mysterious elder brother has this ability. But now the primary goal is to make the hidden Kiri village suffer the moment of punishment. Since it is a blood fog village, let this blood be more intense. A madness flashed in his eyes, and today, the 4th generation of water shadows will be completely his puppet. Chapter 151 The Village Uchiha. Yu glanced at the copy in her hand and threw it on the table at will. She already knew that other countries would not watch Konoha grow, but it didn't matter. There should be a good show to watch now, and the world should be more lively. Lying comfortably on the grass, looking at the sky and white cloud, there are always 5th order elixir and 6th order elixir in such a big world, but there should be very few. A super pit was built in the outskirts with soil, and a simple artificial lake was filled with water. Almost something. After speaking, he took out all the beach equipment and drank his own prepared fruit juice under the big umbrella. Ah, that great. This place will also be regarded as my site in the future. The technique of 3 rooms and 1 hall. A 3-story villa is built not far away, and Mudun is so convenient. Hakuma is a genius. Sure enough, people should enjoy a lot of light, and lazily stretched out and let out a comfortable moan. You really enjoy it. Of course, it would be better if Her Royal Highness Princess Hatsune was there to save her. Hatsune, a princess of a certain country. A princess who doesn't belong to this world. Yu, who was sighing hurriedly, got up from the chair and fit her eyes to see that this is not a 3-generation-old man. Lord Hokage, why did you come here? I can't do it if you make such a big deal. Look at what you've done. The 3rd generation said with a slight anger. The sudden earthquake that originally stayed in the Hokage building shocked everyone in Konoha, and then Anbu came back and said that there was a super pit not far from Konoha village with a diameter of 1 kilometer. I just built a small lake. What about it? How many people can come here to play in the future? Yu doesn't care. Isn't this benefiting Konoha? The village does not need to spend money. In the future, whoever has leisure time can come here to row a boat, and young couples can also come here to accompany and and cultivate their relationship. The third generation almost vomited blood, and the lake water did not reach the gate of Konoha. Oh yes, a little bit. What wrong? The third generation questioned, and saw Yu slapped a small piece of land in the center of the lake with a radius of 20 meters, and then a pavilion appeared on it, and then an arched wooden bridge was connected from one end to the other. Wood done. Unexpectedly, Yu has developed to such an extent, and estimated Yu's rank. That fine, but it's really tiring. The pit is about 10 meters deep and it's too dangerous for children. Then a huge wooden sign appeared with the word, water depth, no swimming. The third generation twitched the corners of his mouth, but this child was quite kind. Fortunately, the lake is not facing the Konoha gate, or else you will have to row a boat when you go out. Have you had enough trouble? Enough is enough. Hehe. You just used a wooden dungeon, right? How did you get wood done? The three generations took a puff of cigarette and asked lightly. Yu glanced at Sandai and then touched his chin. It is not difficult to complete the mixing of water and soil chakra. Yu's joke is not funny. The face of the third generation turned dark. Since Yu chose to expose Done in front of him, it means that he is not afraid of knowing that Yu thinks that he is too strong to hide. Lord Hokage, remember the first time I asked you for a forbidden technique? Of course you remember. When you chose the strongest move in the first generation, could it be that you already had the wooden dungeon at that time? No, at that time I didn't know how to escape. Then at the beginning, I first awakened Done when I asked you about the boundaries of blood, so I thought that I might be able to awaken Done in the future. What? Did you really awaken yourself? The third generation thought it was incredible that Yu woke up with such a casual answer. Done. Have I opened my mouth? Yes, I have to thank you. After that, it took another year or two to awaken Done and Done, and then I awakened Done under the guidance of Uncle Snake, and then I awakened Done. Do you mean to say that these blood followers are your own power? That's right. Even Done is not used by the cells between the pillars. The third generation only felt cold all over, and with his own writing wheel eyes in a kaleidoscope. How strong should Yu be? My head is so dizzy. I shouldn't talk too much at that time. Let me slow down. Of course, I still understand respecting the old and loving the young. Supporting Sandai on the rocking chair, Sandai felt as if he was completely old. Such a person happened to belong to the Uchiha clan, and the key is the six kinds of blood successor. Am I really getting old? Aren't you the reincarnation of the sick path immortal? At this moment, Sandai and Ju had the same idea. How could it be so fun? No. Yu glanced at the three generations, and Yu's calmness made the three generations sigh, which undoubtedly means that Yu's strength is far superior to him. Is this what Orochimaru said? Even if he and Jiraiya play together, they may not fight. I am afraid that at least 3 shadows are needed to be able to be weak. Yu hopes not to endanger the village in the future, or I will try my best to keep you behind. Master Onla, this is the village that Brother Shuaman loved. I will watch for him until Brother Shuaman comes back. Minato and Kushina really aren't dead. The third generation wanted to die 2 years ago when Yu said that he was excited. Dead, but I have a way to revive them, and the strength is not enough now. The three generations are like being poured into a basin of cold water. Is there any technique for resurrecting people? The third generation did not know, but the second generation created the art of summoning the dead back to fight. What do you think of the village and Uchiha? Yu looked up at Baiyun. This is completely the problem left by the older generation. Konoha was shot by Madara and Hasuma together, but with the departure of the two superpowers, the second generation began to crowd out Uchiha. This is the root of the problem. He did not trust Uchiha and was worried that Uchiha would appear Madara. The same character and Senju will not appear in the second column. After the death of the second generation, Uchiha's grievances will fall and he wants to vent. He has developed such a character over time. Who do you think is to be blamed? Hokage-sama. The three generations were silent, and it was not clear what was right or wrong. Even if he admitted his mistake, it was too late. Uchiha's power is too strong, just like the last nine-tailed riot, but the man is so mysterious that Yu has to make concession. The two of them stared at the calm lake water for 3 generations, but their heart could not be calm. Now, because of Yu's powerful village's attitude towards Uchiha has eased a lot. Uchiha has not restrained, but has become more arrogant. Oh, is there really no solution? Of course there is. Any solution? The 3 generations looked at Yu with hope, and it was obvious from the attitude just now that Yu was more towards the village. If the child is disobedient, it's good to beat him. The reason why he is skinned is because he has not been severely beaten by the society. Don't worry, I will not shoot. Not being able to shoot naturally means that he will not help Uchiha. The 3rd generation smiled, and his mood was like a ray of sunshine in the dark cloud. Although Yu's speech is always inappropriate, it is indeed very reasonable. Telling the 3 generations of Tuiji is also an expression of his trust, and the 3 generations will not live up to Yu's trust. Chapter 152 The Beginning of Defection. When is there a lake here? This was done by a strong man in Konoha. See Gui. Teacher, will we be so strong in the future? Of course, so you have to practice hard. One Shangnin took 3 lower ninjas to the lake to practice practice treading water. Sure enough, because it was close to the village, it attracted many people to play. But the house by the lake was ridden very abruptly. A teenager lay on a chair every day and occasionally held a small child. Naruto, do you want to go down and play? Can you, uncle? Certainly. The crisp voice gave Yu a great satisfaction, thinking that when she first received it, she could only speak a few syllables, let alone a complete beat. Seeing Naruto and other children playing together doesn't mean it's not a disappointment to Sister Kushina, right? However, the 5th floor has been stuck for too long. This definitely involves a part of the law. It must belong to the category of immortal. It seems that we need to go to the Lulin ruin. Wuji, who is far away in the land of honey, has the same idea as the main body, and wants to see what Wuin village is now. How? So he crossed the land of fire to the land of water. The main body should have been there, right? Maybe Naruto has been adopted now, he said to himself. Since the last time they separated, he has been practicing swordsmanship hard. This has only been a small success in Konoha's 3rd level swordsmanship in the early spring of 1951, but he can walk sideways. The country of honey is now not as strong as it used to be, and it has more than doubled the territory of many small countries around it. Lin can also be completely tailed, and her strength has skyrocketed. However, there is still a long way to go to really stand up and barely under the shadow of the strength. Unlike the 8-tailed person, Zuli has almost been shadowed. The foggy weather here is really unpleasant, although it has little effect on him. Obito should already be here, right? I really want to fight with Obito. The unique movement moves lightly through the guard guarding the gate. Did something go by just now? There's a ghost. It's really the fog that's coming again. A Chunin complained, but at the same time, he was very fortunate to have transferred himself to the post of goalkeeper. Compared with the guys inside, he was so happy, fighting every day and then possibly paying the price with his life. The current order issued by Mizukage is becoming more and more strict, and the death rate has increased a lot. Many people thought that the 4th generation of water shadows should gradually disappear. The blood fog policy. It really cruel. The street was deserted, and there were countless broken blades, and the oncoming chill made Wuji feel shocked. How many people died? The ninjas I saw were stronger than each other, and their eyes were more numb. It is said that the ninjas in Sandian village don't take the elite route, but this is really taking the elite route. All are masters, although they are nothing in his eye. The red and black bloodstains and the torn clothes tell what kind of battle they have gone through. Obito even used the convenience of Mizuying to transfer a lot of money into the country of rain, gaining a lot of trust from Nagato. At this moment, 4 generations of Mizukage Yakura walked out of the Mizuyo studio accompanied by Shinobi, and Yu squinted at Yakura. Yakura went to the training ground with a blank face and picked a powerful ninja necktie. Lord Yakura Loquat Juzo has already defected. Anbu whispered in Yakura's ear. Send Chirumi May to lead people to hunt them down, and whether she can kill them or get them back, the sword is hers. Yes, my lord. The shadow disappeared, and Yu looked at the direction Anbu was going. It would be nice if there was a shaker, and it could be determined whether Yakura was under control. Secretly sneaked into the water shadow studio to look at the secrets of Wuin village, and soon after leaving, a head poked out of the soil. What is the promised sword saint coming here for? Are you interested in something here? Obito also knew that Wuji sent the queen to the land of rain for further study. Casually flipping through the forbidden technique in the secrets of Wuin village and the tailed beast clan, etc. It is not interesting. Sure enough, what I want to learn most is Yagura's water mirror technique. Create a mirror made of water, and the mirror will see there are people who are exactly the same as the enemy, and can use the same ninjutsu and the same power as the opponent. Even the Naruto in Kurabi and Nine Tails mode can be copied. Where did you put it? There are a lot of scrolls in front of me. How long does it take to find them? Tread, tread, tread. Someone is coming. The promised cat stood up and hid. The tall man walked in, glanced at the dimly lit room and nodded, and was about to leave when he saw a scroll that fell to the ground. Someone came. Instantly alerted, he clenched his kunai and looked around calmly, and suddenly someone patted his back and immediately turned his head, and the sword was already on his neck. When there was no sound at all, Wuji closed the door and calmly looked at the ninja in front of him. The tall and thin man always felt that this person was very familiar. After dozens of seconds, he finally remembered that this is the guy known as the Sword Saint. You are the promised Sword Saint. Why are you here? The man asked in a low voice. Oh, knowing that I can still be so calm. It is indeed a blood fog village. I'm here just to find a ninjutsu called Shujinjutsu. I wonder if you can help me find it. No, this is Master Shuiying's unique stunt that is not recorded here. Suoga, what a pity. Please just stay here. The tall and thin man's pupil shrunk suddenly, and he was about to resist. The pure white sword cut his neck and then knelt on the ground. I really don't want to kill people, so why resist? I just want to knock you out. Shaking his head, Wuji walked out. Yakura, this is a bit difficult to deal with, so forget it if you can't find it, and it seems that it is a one-off and not very practical. Do you just want a ninjutsu? Obito didn't go in again. He who had played against Yakura naturally knew that the ninjutsu started to fight and was shocked, but then he found out that after a reckless move, he found found that the mirror shattered directly, which was obviously a disposable item. Then he inhaled the man's corpse. The ninja was actually quite wrong, but he met the juggernaut and brought him back to the land of rain to see if Pain wanted to change his puppet. At this time, Terumi Mei, who received the order, was taking a team to chase Loquat Juzo. As for the big sword, it was not suitable for her to use. She couldn't help but complain that she chose to carry out the mission. Having touched the other 4 ninja knives, she found that none of them were suitable. She simply couldn't play. Captain, it's not far ahead. Well, I didn't expect that as a member of the 7 ninja blade they would defect. HMPH, what a stupid guy. The 4 of them quickened their pace and saw Loquat Tenzo, who was escaping in front of them after a while. How difficult it is. This help, guys. Didn't you realize that the water shadow has changed? Gritting his teeth, he saw clearly that the pursuers were Terumi Mei's most famous female ninja, and they were considered the strongest among the newcomers. Stop the Loquat Shazang immediately. Otherwise, we will take action. Loquat Shazang turned a deaf ear and gave an idiot look. Is his brain short-circuited? Such a statement is not what an idiot. Terumi Mei, who was so embarrassed and angry, came directly with a fire escape but was cut open with a knife. Loquat Shazang escaped even more happily, but did not forget to turn back and taunt. Chapter 153. Seeing Terumi Mei again. Feeling disappointed, Wuji stepped on the flying sword, and now it has been replaced by a flying sword specially made in the country of craftsmen, but it is still far from what he expected. At this moment, a fountain suddenly appeared from the ground, attracting Wuji's interest. It was only after falling down that I realized that it was 2 ninjas fighting each other. Hey, these 2 guys can't be so coincidental. If you look closely, isn't it the Loquat Juzo, one of Terumi Mei and Shinobi's 7 people? And 3 people were already lying down on the ground, and it seemed that they had already hung up. The beheading sword stood up and blocked several shuriken. At this time, Terumi Mei's situation was very bad. Loquat Shazang's high level of combat awareness and rich experience made her very passive. Little girl, it seems that your physical strength is not enough. You dare to chase and kill this uncle with this little strength. It's a pity that your blood is limited. Loquat Shazang's gloomy voice made Terumi Mei's face embarrassed, and it really underestimated the strength of the 7 ninja swordsmen. The sharp sword was long, but the thick sword was like a toy in the Loquat Tenzo. The sound of breaking the wind roared, and Terumi Mei pulled out the kunai resistance and slammed into the tree with huge force. Cough cough. Am I going to die here today? Loquat Shazang chased after the victory, swinging the knife with one hand as if the wind was entangled. Goodbye. The wind of the winter came to his ears. Terumi Mei's eyes were full of despair. His brain lost the ability to think, and the boundaries of blood were exposed, but he was still defeated. Just when it was about to be cut off, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him, and then there was a buzzing sound. Loquat Shazang's mouth full of fangs was like a ghost. I saw Wuji's thumb and middle finger pinched his knife. What a joke. Struggling to draw the knife but motionless, Wuji's 5 fingers pressed on the knife. Crack. A crack appeared on the surface of the blade, and the blade was broken into pieces. Loquat Shazang stepped back 3 steps and looked at the boy in white vigilantly. Well, the material doesn't seem to be particularly good. You are the promised sword saint. Loquat Shazang was startled. It's me. Is there a problem? Wuji's light-hearted words made Shazang like a stinger in his throat. Just now, 2 fingers clamped his knife. Although he didn't use all his strength, he could already see the difference between the 2. Is this the juggernaut? Phew. I also asked Senior Sword Saint to step aside. This is a matter between us. I really shouldn't care about that, but it doesn't seem appropriate for you to bully a little girl with such a big knife. This Nima is a ninja battle. Who cares about your Bushido spirit? After biting him, he left angrily. This battle also cost him a lot and even beat Juggernaut. You just left. Do you feel uncomfortable to challenge? Don't worry, I won't kill you. The senses you gave me are not bad. Loquat Shazang really stopped. He can also be regarded as specializing in swordsmanship, and fighting with swordsmanship as the main body does not cost much chakra. It is probably what every swordsman desires, to be able to fight with a swordsman. Loquat Shazang is a little moved, and wants to challenge this man who is at the peak of his swordsmanship. Gee, Wuji, Terumi Mei has come to save me again and again. Is this a fateful encounter? Why, I didn't just happen to pass by to save you. Wuji's face changed, and the previous accident was still fresh in his mind. Cut, dishonest man. Puff, shaking my head. I definitely didn't see her as good looking. It was just a coincidence. I consoled myself even though I didn't know why I couldn't calm down in front of Terumi Mei. The promised Juggernaut actually knew this guy, but fortunately he didn't kill him. You're Loquat Shazang, right? I'll give you time to rest and let you leave safely. Loquat Shazang resolutely sat down to recover his strength, and chose to believe in the character of the Juggernaut. This guy Wuji is a traitor. What the matter with me? Forehead. The anxious Terumi Mei was done. That's right, the Sword Saint is not from Wuin village, so she was a little annoyed and had to sulking without saying a word. Little girl, you are lucky this time. Loquat Tenzo looked at Terumi Mei with contempt, and his eyes were full of fiery heat when he looked at Juggernaut, feeling that his blood was boiling. By the way, are many people in Wuin village like this, and their teeth are too sharp? Like like shark. So how do you chew your food? What? This? Just eat like that? Maybe. Terumi May tried to imagine and couldn't help shaking her head. Shazang, how do you feel as such a person? Loquat Shazang has never really thought about this issue, and has never cared about it. Why are your teeth so sharp? Could it be that he has become a new human because he is often soaked in water? I remember that this guy is like this. His face has gills like a shark. I never thought that Juggernaut would still be asking endless questions with the chatterbox. PFF, Wuji, you are so funny. I'm all for academic research. Don't you think it rained? If Shazang fell in love, how would he kiss? Shazang is like being struck by lightning. It is simply unbearable. Terumi May is even more stupid. This question is too deep. Does this kiss your tongue? Turning his head sympathetically, he looked at Shazang and expressed his apology. I didn't expect such people to be so pitiful. They didn't care about the deaths of their 3 companions. Now in Wuyin village, either you kill me or I kill you. The living will not. The deceased feels sad. Senior, you can start. Shazang was already on the verge of eruption, looking at Wuji with cold eye. Have you rested? Come on then. Wuji stood with her hands behind her back, and her tall and straight body with flowing long hair made Terumi May completely transformed into a little fangirl. Bring it on. The eyes of Wuji gouging at this time made Loquat Chizo's eye feel absolutely powerful. To start with a knife with both hands is to hit Wuji's head with all his strength, and Wuji naturally takes a step to ignore the attack of the beheading sword. Failed. Obviously Wuji is moving so slowly, squinting and staring at Wuji. Eating my trick. He quickly twisted his body and swung the knife a little faster, and slashed towards Yiyu's waist. He would definitely be cut in the waist. Wuji continued to walk towards Shazang leisurely, and he was about to be cut. Promise, be careful. Cut it. No, I don't feel like I've cut anything. The strength is good, but the speed is still a little worse. A ghostly voice came from behind. Shazang's back became cold and he quickly turned the knife. Wuji popped out the sword, and the white light flashed only to see that the beheading sword was broken into 2 pieces, and the slender sword tip pressed against Shazang's jaw. Too bad. The heavier the knife, the better. As expected of a sword's aim. Looking at the neat and smooth section of the beheading sword, how much blood would it take to complete it? He put away his sword and stood there again. Senior, I should have hit you just now. Why are you okay? Loquat Tenzo asked in doubt. Terumi May had also been cut so clearly. Oh, what you slash was just my afterimage. Speaking of stepping forward, Wuji was clearly in front of him, but the voice came from behind. Like this. The speed is so fast that it leaves an image in the air. Shazang sighed. The gap was too big. Senior Juggernaut, can I go? Certainly. Interesting people. Although they are ugly, they are very affectionate and righteous. They are forced to become rebellious and ninja by love affair. This is just the beginning, although more ninjas have defected in the follow-up. Chapter 154. I finally got off the list. Can you let me go? No, if you let go this time, you will run away again. Terumi May hugged Wuji's arm even tighter. The whole arm was buried in this kind of touch. Wuji had to sigh at the speed of Terumi May's development. I remember that the first time we met was at the airport, and this time the mountains were already towering. After being a dead otaku all my life, I can still encounter such good things in this life. Woman, you'd better let me go. My name is Terumi May and I have a name. Hey, why are you still following me after you finish your mission? Shazang, but you let me go. How can you tell me to go back and do business? Wow, you are so shameless. Do your parents know? Terumi May moved and rubbed her arm Wuji, shaking her whole body, but she didn't hate this feeling. She couldn't help but glanced at the scenery under the fishnet clothes. Terumi May's eyes narrowed like crescent moon. Drink, can you let go? Wuji looked at Terumi May seriously. It was easy to miss out at this rate, and it was an impulsive aid. Whether it was in the previous life or in this life, there was no girlfriend, and Wuji was worried that he really couldn't help. How do you feel? What? That it? Terumi May rubbed Wuji again and almost groaned, and Terumi May also blushed. You're playing, do you know that? Really? The great master is a sword saint. He won't do excessive thing, will he? Terumi May's dangling is more powerful than illusion. What to do? I'm so dizzy. First of all, I'm a man, so I'm very attractive. But the swordsman Sama doesn't have a girlfriend, right? Interesting. Wuji froze, with his neck crooked and completely lost his previous image, squatting on the ground with eyes blank and drawing circles. How did he survive until now? There used to be figures and movies, but now I can't get anything. I'm so sorry. I let you down. I haven't had a girlfriend since Dalian. I don't know what it feels like to hug. God, is this my punishment? Counting the last 40 years of being single, it's really a heart-wrenching topic. Is it that my heart is so fragile? Well, it seems that a certain wrong instruction of Wuji has been opened. The generation of Juggernaut will be so lost, and his eyes reveal helplessness and endless hesitation. Hey, how about I be your girlfriend? Are you a gift from God? Yes, Wuji, this is exactly what God arranged. Spreading your arms is like spreading your wings. Sama. Terumi May at this time was so dazzling in Wuji's eye. Just about to embrace Wuji, he finally came back to his senses. Chudo-sak. What wrong with me? Been single for too long. Seeing the sows are so pretty. Well, it's not a sow. After waiting for a while, she didn't feel Wuji hug her. Terumi May opened her eyes and looked at Wuji suspiciously. suspiciously. You guys are really scary. You almost lost your mind. Promise. Unhappy Road. Gee, how could this be? Am I not good looking? Why don't you want me? No, you're very pretty. You're one of the few beauties I've ever seen. Then why? Terumi May seemed to be hurt and knelt down on the ground. Poor Chu. It can hack. Wuji secretly complained before explaining. Because I can probably live 300 or 400 years now, and I may live longer in the future and I won't get old. Are you joking? Terumi May obviously did not believe how people could live so long. No, and my looks at this age will stop for a while, but you will grow in age. You think we're not from the same world? Yes, I'm glad you understand. Wuji nodded. So it shouldn't be entangled, right? Don't you want to be single for 300 or 400 years? The ultimate old virgin. PFF. A mouthful of old blood gushed out and took 10 steps back before stopping, leaning against a tree and feeling a chill in your heart. Isn't this kind of life too miserable? Can't be alone. As soon as his face changed, he returned to normal and turned into a look of indifference. You really like me? Well, I like it the most. Then you may really die before me, or I can't take you away. I don't care. From the first time I met you to this time you saved me. You were mine. Why does this sound weird? It seems that Terumi May has a strong possessiveness. If I don't show up, Terumi may be single for the rest of my life. When people are old, no one wants them. Leaving such a beautiful woman alone seems to have lost the demeanor of a swordsman. I already understand your intention, so let's try dating. First of all, I have no girlfriend or experience before. I've never had a boyfriend. Terumi May finally showed a shy look, but after confirming the relationship, she became coy, and it was completely two people before. It was the first time that I held hands with a man other than my father, and my palms were sweating. Are you nervous? Yes, a little bit. This is the second meeting, right? It turned out to be a couple relationship. Could it be love at first sight in the biography? Terumi May, whose face was flushed, did not dare to speak again. Wuji smiled. Even if she matured in the future, she is still just a girl. The long-standing heart is like still water ripple. Recalling the scene in the TV series of this previous life, her right hand was unconsciously wrapped around Terumi May's fragrant shoulder. Terumi May's whole body was agitated, and she secretly looked at Wuji and saw that her expression was as usual, but her face was a little rosy, and it seemed that she was no better than her. Calm down. Have you ever experienced what it's like to fly high in the sky? Gee, can you? Certainly. The long sword became bigger and suspended in the air, and Wuji stepped on it first. Come up. The old driver is about to leave. Get on the bus. Oh. Terumi May stepped forward eagerly, and Wuji hugged her waist and shot Terumi May. She couldn't help but lean on Wuji's arms so that she could feel safe. It's about to take off. Stand firm. Call out. A straight line flew to a height of 100 meters and was still rising. Wow. With the screaming, it became a horizontal flight cool when it reached the altitude of 1,000 meters. Messy hair squinted Wuji, unable to open his eyes. Stop screaming. It calm. Snap. Forehead. After being slapped, he finally calmed down. Panting heavily, not only did he fly here in 10 seconds, but he patted his chest in shock, completely running ahead and chasing behind. How? It fun. Almost scared me to death. Why are you flying so fast without any preparation? Terumi May's loud call made Wuji embarrassed. Then it better to be slower next time. No, it's better to hurry up if you're used to it, as long as you like it. Terumi May smiled slightly, looking at the scenery below. It was really spectacular to see. Shuttle between the clouds as freely as a bird. Do you always travel like this? Yeah, it's like this wherever you go. Great. Terumi May was envious, so it was not only fast but also able to fly. It's all magic. Back off. I'm going to start installing X. Control the flying sword with the infinite diver climb as thrilling as a roller coaster. After playing until the evening, I returned to Linshang. This is the happiest one for Terumi Maila, and this is the most memorable one for Wujulai. I finally got rid of the single. Chapter 155. You don't attack at night. As the night falls, accompanied by the moonlight and starlight, you can walk by the lake and snuggle with each other to enjoy the beautiful scenery. Wuji, who was dating for the first time, always wanted to make the scene more romantic. Terumi May didn't expect to meet Wuji again after a few years. It was like eating honey, and all the things about the Korean village were left behind. It would be great if it had been like this. I don't hate that feeling, Wuji said lightly, waving his sword in his hand and setting off a huge wave on the big lake, breaking the calmness of the lake. The moonlight shone on the two of them through the huge wave, as if they were both glowing. What a nice view, is it? Another sword cut out of the lake and spread to both sides as if to be cut in half. Then the lake and the wave quickly froze and became crystal clear. After freezing the entire lake, Wuji nodded in satisfaction. You're not from the Shui Wuyu clan, are you? Terumi May looked at the lake in surprise. Of course not. It's just a simple sword style, but I do have one of the Shuiji boundaries that you are familiar with. Gee, why is it so easy? And one of them. The smart Terumi May immediately grasped the point. Does this mean that he has more than one kind of control? Next, the magician Wuji will perform on stage. Everyone is welcome. Ha ha. Terumi May cooperated with the clapping and Wuji was very satisfied. Made an ice platform on the lake and stood there. Act 1. Razor Dance. began. I saw Wuji fiddling with gestures like a water snake, and the blue beam of light was twisting in the air to become various patterns. Very happy. Is this land done of Union Village? Act 2. Wagwo Mountain. I saw that the surface of Wuji's body was quickly wrapped in magma, and the 5-meter radius quickly turned into magma, causing a large hole in the ice surface. This is the melting escape of Union Village again. This boyfriend is a bit wrong. Act 3. Hypoxia. If you need oxygen, you can go on stage and kiss the magician. Terumi Mei was shrouded in fog. This power is so familiar. This is boiling escape. This turned out to be the same boiling escape as himself. However, the surrounding air became very viscous, but after 10 seconds, the fog was removed, and she looked at Terumi Mei with a smile. You still have it, don't you? Of course, the last one is sure to surprise you. Act 4. Greening the 3-room technique. I saw that the trees under Terumi Mei's feet grew crazily for 10 seconds and turned into a sturdy tree, and a pavilion appeared directly behind it. Wooden. How's it going? Let's spend the night here today. Brother is a person with a house and a car. No, it's a better means of transportation than a car. Terumi Mei is still in a sluggish state. The first 3 types have nothing to do with the 2 types of blood, but the last one is really shocking. Anyone who is a ninja will hear the legend of Hashima, the god of ninjas. Hey, don't be stupid. Wuji rubbed Terumi Mei's smiling face and couldn't help but wanted to kiss her, but when she saw the dark shadow zoomed in, Terumi Mei was relieved, and she glared at Wuji angrily. Really annoying. Gee, isn't this normal? How can it be like this on the first day? Oh, I can't help feeling anxious, Wuji said with a smile. I'll forgive you this time. Aren't you afraid that I will inform you? It's no big deal. Now I'm at the top of the pyramid and they know what to do. Cut and jerk. Muttering with displeased expression on his face. He originally thought that he had mastered 2 kinds of blood, but this guy has 4 kinds of blood, but he is still a juggernaut, and people are more popular than dead people. Is it time to go to bed, madam? As beautiful as you think. Men are big hoof. Where did you learn this? Leave me alone. I like this little arrogant character. But the 2 still walk in. I have to say that this trick is very practical, and it is simply a must for home travel. Unsealing the daily necessities all fall on the ground, and it is still the trial tower of the main body. It's amazing. It's completely indistinguishable from housing. Of course, this wood tunnel is very practical for greening projects and real estate business. You just wanted to make this thing out of wood. Of course, what else could it be used for? For fighting. Hey, my liver hurt. With such a powerful means to think about these things, this guy won't want to use all these kinds of blood to perform. Right. Fight. A sword is enough. This. Okay, ma'am, go to bed, and I'll undress you. Wuji swallowed his saliva and there was a green light in his eyes. His eyes were like X-rays that had scanned Terumi Mei several times. Don't mess around. We only have 1 day. You go next door. Terumi Mei hugged her shoulders in fear, although the relationship was confirmed, but it was too soon. Right. The panic-stricken appearance made Wuji extremely embarrassed, so he took the things and ran to the next door. In the middle of the night, Wuji recited the Qingshin mantra several times to calm down and fall asleep. Terumi Mei, who was separated by a wall, was not so lucky. I was worried that Wuji night attack had not slept all night. The infinity of the sword. Good morning. Did you sleep well last night? You bastard. Could it be that the bed is not comfortable enough? Damn, you don't even attack at night. Why didn't you say it earlier? I'm so kind. Terumi Mei was sulking and ignored Wuji, and it was impossible to communicate. I always feel as if I forgot something. By the way, I am here to perform a mission. Sorry, Wuji, it's time for me to go back to the village. If you don't tell me, I'll forget that you are from Wuyin village, but your village has serious problems right now. Hey, I just hope that Mistress Shuiying can wake up soon. I'm afraid it will be difficult for a while, but you can consider being the 5th generation. Me, I definitely can. Terumi Mei was so lost that she couldn't even beat the Loquat Juzo. How could she be a water shadow? You're still young. You can definitely do it in the future. Unlimited encouragement. Do you want me to be Shuiying? Of course, my wife is Shuiying. How much face is it to say it? Who is your wife? But I will try my best. After whispering, he hurried back to the direction of Wuyin village. Gee, I haven't finished speaking yet. Forget it and wait for the next time. After pushing the house to the level of the lake and freezing the water, Yu Jian left just in time to exchange information. Yu was aware of it the moment she incarnated outside her body and approached Konoha. Naruto, I'll go out and stay at home. Well, uncle, go get busy. Naruto responded and fiddled with the toy. Yu and Wuji met 10 miles away from Konoha, and the soul connection began to exchange the latest information. Yu couldn't help but slap her cheek. What is this? The incarnation even helped him find a girlfriend. After disconnecting the connection, the 2 of them were digesting the information, and it took a long time to digest it, and Yu was still I feel a little uncomfortable, although it is said that the 2 are the same person, but it is also a good thing to take off the list and directly give Wuji a Zuyandan. It shouldn't be long before Akatsuki finds the Loquat Shazang. Well, I didn't expect that the 5th floor would involve laws, so I have to go to Lulin as soon as possible. Yes, let's go together this time. Well, it just so happens that swordsmanship has reached a bottleneck. Then there were more than a dozen boxes of jewels at Yu's feet, and Wuji rudely put them. After a year, you can recruit Zara back. It's time to build your own ninja village. Chapter 156. The strongest ninja world now. The agreed date soon arrived. What gave Yu a headache was how to arrange Naruto. If he couldn't do it, he could only leave it to the third generation to take care of him. After all, it seemed that he hadn't seen Kakashi for a long time. How's it going? Hey, Uncle Naruto is going to go far, and he will take you to an old grandpa later. You must be obedient before I come back. Do you know? Are you going out again? Don't worry, I'll be obedient. The neurotic Naruto is always so optimistic, and only occasionally thinks about the creature-like mother in the middle of the night. That good. I took Naruto to the Hokage studio and happened to meet the three generations who were off work. Yu, is there something wrong with you? Yes, Hokage-sama. I hope you can help me take care of Naruto. I need to travel far away. How long? This may be a few months or a year or two, Yu said uncertainly. After all, things like the law of viewing are normal for several years and decades. Of course, Yu dare not say it. Roll. The third generation said angrily that since he chose to adopt Naruto, he had to be responsible to the end. What did you mean by suddenly quitting? How long does it take to adopt such a good thing? I'm really in a hurry, otherwise I can only bring back Uchiha for my mother to take care of. Yu spread out her hands helplessly, and the third generation froze. If she was brought back to Uchiha's senior management, she would be directly bombed. You kid actually learned to threaten me. Didn't everything happen when you left it in the orphanage? You're still laughing. My going out this time is related to the future of the entire ninja world, otherwise you think I'm full. Yu rolled his eye. It's about the future of the ninja world. It's not what you want to do, right? The third generation looked at Yu suspiciously. Since the Nine-Tails Rebellion, Yu had been cuddling in Konoha, and it was absurd, especially when he adopted Naruto and became a full-time dad. I'm doing this for the sake of the ninja world. Don't worry, if it doesn't work, I can only hide Naruto. Can you tell me what happened? It's about the improvement of my strength, Yu said sternly. The face of the third generation is uncertain. The stronger Yu become, the more difficult it is to control. Although it is difficult to control now, at least there is still the strength to fight. If it becomes stronger, what should I do? However, Yu is facing Konoha, and there are hidden enemies in the dark, so powerful that Yu is not sure to win the opponent and chooses forbearance. Otherwise Yu's character should have gone to seek revenge long ago. Hokage-sama, you should have investigated some of the enemies I mentioned. Yes, but it's too hidden to be in the dark. If I become stronger, I might be able to really beat him. If he gets stronger first, then you have to work hard. Is it really that strong? It's really so strong. I haven't grown in strength in the past 2 years, but he has been getting stronger. It is no exaggeration to say that he is now the strongest in the ninja world. The brows of the three generations are deeply furrowed. This is not good news. He is already old and his strength has begun to decline. Orochimaru has become an unstable factor. There is still room for improvement in Jiraiya's strength, but it is also very limited. Hey, didn't you expect things to be so serious? Yes, because I'm in a hurry to go out and strengthen my strength. I can't wait any longer. I understand. I will temporarily place Naruto in the orphanage and send someone to protect it, but I hope you can come back as soon as possible. Don't Uncle live at Grandpa's house? The cute little Naruto asked dissatisfiedly, still having some images of the orphanage. This old grandfather is stingy, and he must pull off his beard when he has a chance in the future. I will. Shao. Naruto clenched his fists and stared fiercely at Sandai. Is there such a way to educate children? This is too much. That's it. Naruto will give it to Hokage. Go, go. The farther you go, the better. Yu smiled and disappeared in place. The third generation felt that every time they talked to Yu, they would lose a few months. Yu first arrived at the Kurama clan, and Terachi saw Yu came to greet him quickly. Lord Yu, you are finally here. Didn't you say it? Just call me Yu. Ha! Then please sit down quickly. If you don't come here, the medicine business won't be able to go on. CG sat down and handed a cup to Yu. Yu took a sip, and the wine was instantly refreshed when it entered his throat. The wine is good and it cost a lot of money. Where? These are all trivial matters. However, Brother Yu's medicinal pills are sold too fast. Every time they are sold out in less than 2 days, they are sold out. This efficiency cannot keep up. Has the furnace been forged? Well, it's all right. The goods are on their way back. Then there's no problem. What about the herb? You can find a lot of medicinal material, and it also contains particularly precious medicinal material. Saying that the medicinal herb, Siji's face was blushing, and immediately ordered someone to carry it up. Yu was so shocked that he pulled back the 2 cards, far exceeding the distant past estimate. Yu stepped forward to check that there were indeed some medicinal materials needed for the 5th order pill, but it was a pity that many of them were not yet mature. It's a pity that some are not mature enough to put up the description of the form that can be picked next time. Yes, Brother Yu, shouldn't this affect alchemy? The impact will not be, but the effect will be a little worse. It's not a big problem, just adjust the price. Yu also nodded. So many herbs were completely divided and half sent to the country of honey to cultivate cultivate ninjas. Anyway, no one knows how many can be trained at one time. This is the medicine pill this time, but after this time it's sold out. Let's suspend the medicine pill business. I'm going to go far. What about these herbs? Don't worry, I will keep it well. When I come back, the efficiency of alchemy will increase by 10 times. If it can't be sold out, it can be sold to other big country. I'm afraid this Hokage-sama will not allow it. CG asked worriedly. After all, this kind of goods is not unusual, but it is directly linked to strength, and some medicinal pills can even double the strength of a person in a short time, as much as a forbidden technique. It doesn't matter, as long as the tax rate is increased a little bit. The price of the sale is a little more expensive. I believe that Lord Hokage will be very happy. The village also needs money, doesn't it? Yu said indifferently. No one will have trouble with money, or you don't give enough. It seems that other forces have also strengthened, but the money has gone to Konoha and Yu's pocket. I understand. I hope brother Yu can come back sooner. Don't worry, it will be soon. Yu disappeared and flew to Lulin. Other major countries were studying these medicinal pills, and it took a lot of effort to buy them back from the black market. A lot of medicinal herbs have been analyzed, but they don't know how to condense them into pills. Try mixing medicinal herbs to make concoction, and the effect is very small. Not to mention, some of them are poisons that kill people. I can only sigh silently. This kind of thing is too magical, and it contains a strange energy. After a long time of investigation, I have not been able to find out who the alchemist. Chapter 157 The Temptation of Eight Doors. Wuji flew to Lulin and saw that Wuji had already arrived and waited. You are so slow. You don't need to bring children. The country of honey is completely a hands-off shopkeeper. If you have the ability, come to alchemy. Isn't it all the same? Then don't talk. Wuji shook his head. It was really boring to quarrel with himself, just like Naruto playing cards with a shadow clone to win ramen. Complicated spells were depicted in the air and connected to the dragon veins with a glow of fluorescence. A whirlwind immediately appeared in front of the two. Let go. Stepping into this familiar place together, the purple dragon sighed to express his joy, and finally came to see it again. It's really big enough. This huge amount of spiritual energy is simply unfathomable. Yeah, every time I am amazed. If I can become a pillar force of Longmei, I feel that I can challenge Kagaya directly. A stream of light flashed in Yu's eye, but he also knew that it was more difficult to control the dragon veins than the 10-tail, and the conditions were not allowed. The dragon veins could only survive underground. Wuji agrees very much. The 10-tails are big, but the dragon veins are bigger. The dragon vein separated a strand of spiritual consciousness and turned into a purple dragon that circled the two of them intimately. Long time no see. I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you again this time for help. Yu stroked the dragon's head, and the dragon whispered that there was no problem. This time I want to try to observe the law, or you can use it to let me feel the power of your law. Hold head high. The dragon's high-pitched dragon's voice and purple arms flourished, and the power of the dragon's veins circulated one after another. Yu's kaleidoscope was immediately congested. Although the law of dragon veins was much weaker than the law of avenues, it also made Yu's eyes extremely painful. Wuji trembled all over. His body let out a burst of sword cry. The dragon veins saw the soft golden light emanating from the law, and the law calmed down a lot. If other cultivators were to see a murderer who would definitely be jealous, what would the dragon veins be? As the spirit of the earth, he is simply the son of the earth. The laws are inherent in the body, and the laws contained can be extremely advanced and very close to the Tao, and it is impossible to let the dragon veins take the initiative to help others understand the law. The most powerful immortals can only reach a contract with the dragon veins and use the dragon veins a little. It's just the ability. If you want to observe the laws of dragon vein, you really want a peek. However, Yu didn't know all this. If he cultivated honestly, he would realize it sooner or later, but it would be difficult to reach such an advanced level. The high starting point of the dragon vein law also means that it is difficult to comprehend. Close your eyes and feel the weaving and manifestation of the law of the dragon vein. The mysterious power makes Yu completely immersed in his jung. Longmei moved his huge body to surround the two and slowly closed his eye. Unconsciously, a month has passed, and the two of them have almost turned into stone statues, so the dragon veins are coiled and motionless. Every time Kakashi knows how to perform a mission, every time he will kill the enemy with a thunderous method, he will not be able to get out of the name. Don't be too conspicuous in the shape of a killing mat. Even with a mask, you know who this guy is. Now, Chidori has been improved to cut off the thunderbolt on the way to perform the task and officially changed its name to Lakey. It does not need to sprint anymore while eliminating the noise and increasing the penetration. After completing the task, he will be with Kaigri. Since he taught Kakashi the sealing technique to close the wheel, Kakashi's progress can only be described as rapid. Since the apprentice who lost to the Juggernaut last time, he has been eager to have a duel this time, so he will definitely not lose this time. Mr. Yu, where have you been now? Kakashi, you are here. Let's have a Yu showdown. A melon rind appears interrupting Kakashi's thought. This annoying guy is here again. Although he doesn't hate Kai's challenges, he can't stand every challenge. Almost as soon as the task is completed, Kai will be moved by the wind, and he will be staying at his house. Kai, can't you find Asma or Genma Shiranui? No, Kakashi, I like to challenge strong opponent. With a thumbs up, Kakashi couldn't resist the light reflected from his white teeth. You've lost to me many times, but I also have a number of wins. Isn't this guy tired? Kakashi looked at Kai helplessly. Kai has indeed become much stronger, especially in physical skills, which is really unbearable without the need to write round eye. You are trying to challenge Teacher Yu. That guy is as strong as a monster. He is not an opponent at all. When I can practice the 6th gate better or open the 7th gate, I will challenge it. Kai shook his head knowingly. Although he usually look carefree, he can clearly distinguish between seeking abuse and challenge it. Are you ready to open the 6th door? That's right. How about Kakashi want to come to the contest of the strong? Not interested in. You won this time. How about I teach you 8? What? You really? Of course, I have already taught Yu. What? Kakashi was dumbfounded. Baman had already been taught to Yu. Once when I went to challenge him, I was defeated by Yu with one hand. It's really strong. Pure physical skills are stronger than me. Kakashi held his forehead. How idiot is this guy to challenge that monster? And he also lost Baman Dunjia. Every time I play against Kai, I will use the shaker to copy it secretly, but it is still difficult to learn. This time I will win the chat. Suddenly Kakashi looked at Kai fired. Hehe, this guy took the bait. It is true that he was crushed by Yu and lost 8th door, but Yu did not practice immediately. The reason is that it is too difficult for ordinary people to open 3 doors. Only like him, only physical skills can be practiced. After Yu got the 8th gate Dunjia, she opened the 2 doors and almost vomited blood because it completely contradicted the operation of the aura. The use of the 8th door Dunjia was like making the aura reverse the cycle, so she had to throw it into the bottom of the pressure box of the trial tower, and so on. I will have time in the future to see if it can be improved to suit him. How about Kakashi? Okay, where to try? It'll the same place. Kakashi and Kai went to the forest outside the village together, and the breeze blew their shirt. Kakashi opened the blindfold and said, "Release." The seal disappeared, and the 3-hook jade appeared. Are you ready? The 3rd door is open. To be able to directly open the 3rd door, Kai really became a lot stronger. Kai, who opened the door to light, has turned greener, a healthy color. Kakashi, who has played against Kai several times, naturally knows the terrible attack and speed of Baman Dunjia, but at this stage, it can still be seen. Kai rushed over quickly, punched Kakashi and ducked, and there was a whistling wind in his ear. Immediately elbowing his chest, Kai took a wrong step backward, allowing Kakashi to hit the air, and Kulu didn't know when it would appear in his hand. The big whirlwind of Konoha. It doesn't work. Shiranyan easily escaped with a glance. Even if it wasn't for physical skill, Yu forced him to practice hard. Beauty lotus. Kakashi raised his arms but was still kicked up. A burst of chi and blood surged. This force is not ordinary. Kai quickly followed the bandage-wrapped Kakashi and the two of them spun at high speed and fell to the ground. Kai jumped away from the ground. Boom. With a loud noise, a big hole was smashed into the ground. Kai sat on the ground panting. Should Kakashi faint now? This is the first time I've used it, but Kakashi should be fine, right? The worried Kai just stood up and put kunai on his neck. You lose. Didn't you just get wrapped up by me? Idiot, you will be deceived by the substitute technique. Sure enough, there was only a piece of wood left in the pit. Hateful. Although he lost, Kai wasn't sad. It wasn't his consideration that he could train. Chapter 158 The Identity of the Alchemist. Teacher Orochimaru, I have learned the hidden shadows and many snake hands. Really? Red Bean is working hard. Of course, one day I will catch up with senior brother. Hehe, then you have to work harder. I'm no longer an opponent now. Orochimaru touched Hongdu's head. Yu was the most talented and smartest student he had ever brought, and he had already surpassed him at the age of 16. As senior brother already so strong, I'd better eat balls. Hearing that Yu had surpassed Orochimaru and Red Bean, she said in a dejected manner, Teacher Orochimaru is a shadow-level powerhouse. How could this happen? He can do it and I'm sure you will do it one day. Really? Teacher, I will definitely work hard. Adonis, who had just been promoted to Chunin, was full of fighting spirit again. What a foolish kid. How can he surpass Yu just like this? And he can use my strength. Orochimaru stretched out his long tongue and licked his lip. Hongdu didn't notice the excitement in Orochimaru's eye. The little ghost he found helped him a lot. He could make people gain strength by biting like a white snake fairy. It's just that the effect is not ideal and more research is needed. He needs a lot of ninjas again. I hope Danzo can help him catch more. As for the two idiot brothers of the god of wind and thunder, they were directly thrown into a small house in the suburb. The reason why they did not use them for experiments was also because of Yu. Orochimaru was hard-pressed. Let Red Bean's housekeeper, Orochimaru, go to the secret base outside the village alone. A boy with glasses has been waiting for a long time. He was about the same age as Hongdu, but he was much more stable. He only showed respect when he saw Orochimaru coming. He was used to being a spy, and he had perfect control over his emotion. Master Orochimaru. Hehe, is there any good news this time around? Yes, the daimyo of Tianjiguo has agreed agreed to establish a ninja village. Help me pick more gifted kids, and I'll be teaching them soon. It is their honor to be able to be guided by Lord Orochimaru. This is the latest information. The pharmacist handed the scroll to Orochimaru, and Orochimaru was very satisfied after reading it, and everything was going according to his plan. By the way, Lord Orochimaru has recently been very interested in Konoha's alchemist. Do you need me to investigate the identity of the alchemist? You're doing well, Do, but it's not necessary. Suga, it seems that Lord Orochimaru has already investigated the identity of the mysterious alchemist, as expected of Lord Orochimaru. Forget it. Danzo has to pay more attention. Now is not the time to turn around. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. Hearing that Tuan Zhengdu's body trembled slightly, his face quickly returned to normal and turned cold again. Orochimaru smiled. Do's potential and ingenuity are the most satisfying people after EU. Just do your job now. Yes. Do gently bowed to Orochimaru before leaving the room, leaving Do with a distorted face and extremely resentful. The third generation sent people to monitor Naruto every day, and Naruto had been waiting for when EU would pick him up. It had been so long. Does the boss have no pills for sale today? No, the utensils that make the medicinal pills are being repaired, but everyone can rest assured that once the medicinal pills are repaired, they will be mass-produced. Well, there are too many people in the family and the medicine is not enough. A member of the Yamanaka family complained, and soon another member of the white-eyed family came over and glanced at it directly. Hey, are you going too far? HMPH, I just checked to see if the boss has secretly hidden goods. The boss still smiled and didn't care, which all explained the value of the medicinal pill. Hey, boss, you are not being kind. You have 10 in your trouser pocket. What? Boss, didn't you say it gone? The young man of the Yamanaka family shouted loudly. Hee, brother, you were wrong. This is not for sale. This is the reward given to us by the patriarch and is not for sale. Not for sale. How about I buy it at twice the listed price? Unfortunately, although my family is small, I still need it. The boss waved his hand and said he would never sell it twice. How about I pay 2.5 times? My family is in urgent need right now. How about if you sell me? Boss, I owe you a favor. This, I'll sell it if it triples. The boss smiled. Profiteer. The price has increased so much. It is tens of thousands of hundreds of thousands. The Yamanaka family gave up directly, and the boy with white eyes was also pale. 5 here. Okay. The boss's face almost turned into a chrysanthemum with a smile. According to the patriarch wishes, when the alchemist returned, the output of the pills would be doubled, and their welfare would only be better. Angrily, he took the 5 pills and left without looking back. The young man in the mountain looked at the medicine pill and had to leave reluctantly. Although he had money at home, he couldn't spend it like that. It has been a long time since the appearance of the medicinal herb, but the third generation did not become stronger and happy than the village, because when they encountered ninjas from other countries on the way to the mission, they would always come to plunder. There are even daring small countries clamoring for the use of medicinal pills to replace the hostages. Moreover, the sudden stop of the elixir made the third generation suspect EU again. The elixir went out of business not long after EU left, although it was just a suspicion now, and if you want to be sure, you have to wait for EU to come back. The only thing to be happy about is that Konoha's finances are much higher than in previous years. Fuyu from the Uchiha clan had a leisurely life because the appearance of the medicinal herbs was much weaker for the clansmen who wanted to rebel. Once they left Konoha, it meant that they could not get these medicinal herbs, and those who had taken them were even more greedy for medicinal herbs. Now the entire Konoha ninja family has almost taken medicine pills, and they are very aware of the value of these medicine pills. Once Uchiha stopped buying the pills, he would be worried about being overtaken by other families. The only certainty is that the alchemist is in Konoha. Who is the alchemist? This is a problem that every big family is concerned about. Once they are good friends, it means that there are countless medicinal pills. Have you found out the identity of the alchemist? No, the identity is too mysterious. It took only half a year for Konoha's strength to increase by 10%. This alchemist has a greater influence than Uchiha Ieyasu's rank. As a core, Pain's face seems to be a bit gloomier than the rainy day outside. Konoha is still the powerful Konoha. Where is Madara now? Master Madara is still in Wuin Village, and is constantly weakening the strength of Wuin Village. Notify Madara that I have time to go to Konoha to try to investigate the identity of the alchemist. This is what you can do best. Yes, Chi. The pitcher plant was submerged in the ground, and an alchemist had never appeared before. Although many ninja families also made the secret medicine into the shape of a pill, it was completely different from this medicine. Chapter 159 The Magical Use of Shadow Clone. Border of Water. Loquat Shazang finally asked to hunt down and came here, but he did not expect to encounter a powerful enemy in front of him. A purple-haired woman wearing a red cloud windbreaker with a black background stood in front of her. Am I in conflict with a bitch? How did he meet one? Loquat Shazang looked around cautiously. Don't look at it. I'm the only one here. Are you Loquat Tenzo, one of the 7 survivors of the original ninja swordsman? That's right, my uncle. You have something to do with me. Or do you want to be the the raw material for repairing the gap in my broadsword. We need your strength. Come and help us. For the peace of this world. Xiaonan is like an angel high above. A powerful elite Junin can barely catch his eye. Ha! I'm laughing to death. Uncle Ben. A young girl dares to say such a thing. Let Uncle Ben's knight right. Lo Kuat Shizang poured all the grievances he had received recently into the knife, and waving the big knife closer and closer to Xiaonan. Che, are you scared? Don't know how to dodge so close. A contemptuous glance at the knife passed through Xiaonan's body without a pause, and Xiaonan's upper body was indeed separated. HMPE, it really boring. With a cold snort, Lo Kuat Shizang was about to withdraw his knife and leave, but a calm voice came from behind. Is it enough to vent? If not enough, you can chop it a few times. What? Lo Kuat Shizang turned around and looked at Xiaonan in horror. What kind of ninjutsu is this? I saw that Xiaonan was still standing in the distance, and he should have been hit just now. Those who do not believe in evil slash it many times, and then it was clear that the woman in front of her had turned into pieces of paper and gathered again, immune to physical attack. Is it alright? Interesting ability. Then I'll join it. Don't worry, the organization will protect you. What is your name? Don. I haven't heard of it, but it should be strong. Xiaonan didn't beat. Lo Kuat Shizang snorted and followed, just curious about what kind of organization this was, but his intuition told him that he couldn't defeat this woman, even if she hadn't made a killing move. It was not until he entered the Land of Rain and met other core members that he found out that he was the weakest among them. At this time, Ju also went to Wuyin village to find Obito. Sir Ban, the leader has given you time to go to Konoha to investigate the identity of the alchemist. Alchemist, I will go. I hope it won't be that person. From the current situation, the probability of him is very high. Bai Ju said. What happened? Uchiha Yayu is not in Konoha now, and the Konoha elixir has stopped selling after a period of time since he left. Obito heard that he fell into silence. If it is really the big brother, it would be too terrifying. Where did he learn this from? 9 times out of 10, Yu has made a ghost. If it is true, then only seeing Konoha getting stronger and stronger, he already knew from the last confrontation that he is not Yu's opponent now. Tell Nagato directly, the alchemist should be Uchiha Yayu. This kind of thing will give him a headache. That's all. Just listen to Madame Madara's order. Why do I think Madame Ban is too lazy to shut up? Obito couldn't bear it any longer, and he was already acquainted with this Baiju body. Oh, sorry Madame Madara. Baiju finally closed his mouth. Heiju was already pretending to be stupid, and from the moment he was attached to Baiju, he knew that he should never compete with sand sculpture. Where would Yu be if Konoha wasn't there? Only this made Obito care, so he couldn't help propping his chin, expecting Baiju to find Yu's whereabouts. It was impossible, and Yu could sense that Baiju would be detrimental to the plan. Oh, forget it. If Yu returns to Konoha, let me know in time. Yes, Madame Madara. The pitcher plant disappeared again. For the time being, I couldn't guess Yu's mind, so I wasted my energy on guessing, and waved my sleeves to continue to be his behind-the-scenes man. Terumi May is also depressed and just fell in love, and then she hasn't seen anyone for more than a month, and even suspect that meeting Wuji that day is just an illusion. Where did this guy go? He didn't come to see me for so long. I only know how to train hard every day. The current Wuyin village is too depressing. I hear screams from time to time. At this time, Obito had an even crazier idea in his heart, and that was to order the killing of all the owners of the bloodline boundary in the village. Yu and Wuji, who are in the dragon vein space, are still meditating in meditation, and the incarnation outside the body absorbs the dragon vein much faster than the main body because it can be regarded as the same ancestry as the dragon vein. The body has already begun to emit a bright purple light, but the main body remains unchanged. After more than half a month, Wuji finally grasped a clue, opened his eyes, and there was a trace of purple energy in his eyes connected to the main body and immediately conveyed the perception. The main body suddenly opened his eye. This is indeed the breath of the law, although it is still very weak. Okay, I didn't expect you to realize it first. Of course, don't forget how this body came from. Well, it's different from sucking the dragon vein since I was a child. Let's continue to work hard. I don't know how long it has been from the outside world. Well, the efficiency is still too slow. By the way, why not use multiple shadow clones? As soon as Wuji said this, the two looked at each other in amazement. Yes, how could they even forget this cultivation method? Come on, the technique of multiple shadow clone. The two used the multi-shadow clone together. In the middle of the dragon vein 800 figures appeared, and Longmei still closed his eyes as if he didn't realize. 800 people sat cross-legged on the ground to comprehend the law. The scene was quite spectacular. I really thank you for the second Hokage. You are truly talented. After the joy is over, he is calm and calm. Each clone is trying different methods to comprehend the law, and that precious feeling has been magnified countless times. It was a waste of time before, and sure enough, in the next week, the clones continued to disappear, and the laws of understanding were passed on to the deity. All the clones disappeared within a month, and Yu and Wuji released a shadow clone to continue their enlightenment. Now I can only perceive the law, and it is far from being able to control control this kind of law. Yu, who entered the 5th floor next time. The golden knife at this time has become another kind of appearance in Yu's eye. It looked like the golden knife can see the internal structure rehearsal under the perception. As expected, but now I can't destroy it. This kind of law is really low level. Yu smiled. Compared with the dragon vein, it is like a sky and an underground. Unfortunately, even at the low level, he can't fight it. Exiting the trial tower and continuing to join the ranks of 800 people is not enough. As long as you can master the laws controlled by the dragon vein, even a little bit can pass through the 5th floor. Chapter 160, The Punishment for Blinding. The next day, according to the plan, the Pommel Horse family sold some of the medicinal pills to get rid of Yu's suspicion. This plan was indeed successful. No one knew about it except for those who were close to him. Lord Hokage, the Pommel Horse family has started to sell medicine pills again. Well, I see. Anbu retreated, and the 3rd generation smashed the ashes. Who else would it be if it wasn't Yu? Uchiha Itachi, from the Uchiha clan, is training with Shisui. Itachi, pay attention to the angle of casting Jung, a little more than 2 degrees. Itachi adjusted slightly, and the 2 shuriken collided in the air and pinned exactly on the center of the target. Good job. It's nothing. Is this the power of Sharingan? Don't worry, you will definitely have it. Since seeing Shisui throwing more than a dozen shuriken into the air, and after the collision, they accurately stabbed the red heart of the target, so I began to yearn for the writing wheel eye. Itachi nodded. Opening his eyes is not an easy task. It is true that there are so many clansmen who can open their eye. That kid Yu didn't know why he went. There's been no news for a long time. It should be going out to strengthen his rank. After all, there is an enemy who is not weaker than him. We also have to strengthen our strength a little bit. It's a shame to spread such a big gap with our son, Shinhong said with a smile. After taking Zuyandan, his body has returned to his youth. It is estimated that standing with his son will be considered a brother, right? As for Minghui, it's even more incredible that the women in the clan usually have a good relationship like a chicken blood. Yes, we are also strengthening our strength, and we are still young. Yeah, we are still young. Should we add a younger brother to Yu? Well, what Yu should like is my younger sister. Ever since I came back from the war, I have always talked about my younger sister. Then sister is fine. After another month of peaceful days, Yu in the dragon vein space twisted his rusty neck, and Yu, a cheating device like multiple shadow clone, was able to touch the law slightly, and could make use of that small part. Looking back and looking at the Taoism, ninjutsu, and all of them are all within the rule. Every use, except for physical attack, can be said to affect the corresponding law. These things are taken for granted. No one has deeply comprehended. It's like you can fly a plane but don't know the internal structure inside. If it weren't for the 800-fold increase in speed, I'd really have to stay here for more than 100 years. Yes, my swordsmanship has become deeper. Wuji pulled out the flying sword, and the flying sword let out bursts of light noises, and swung a few swords at will, and the sharp sword energy left a ditch more than 1 meter deep on the ground. The effect is good. Although I can control a little bit, it is not enough. If I can understand more of my Susanoo, I will definitely be able to step into the 5th order. The so-called 5th stage is the previous stage of the complete body Susanoo. It is the stage that Urzuzi obtained after he obtained the eternal kaleidoscope. Because he has just obtained it not long ago, he has not been promoted to the level of complete body. Complete body. Try to apply the law to the writing wheel and see, maybe there will be a surprise change. I'm planning to. Yu's kaleidoscope turned on the power of purple law and integrated into her eye. Yu felt that her dynamic vision had become stronger, and she could see things more clearly than before. It seems that my kaleidoscope is not really blind, it's just that my vision is declining very slowly. Have you noticed it? Well, although it will still drop, it's not obvious that it still needs the power of Yang. Yu felt that once he obtained the power of the sun, he should be able to use the wooden man technique. That huge arhat of forgiveness was the guy who could fight for the complete body. He couldn't help but look forward to the sick lord. Dragon Pulse Lead. Hold head high. The dragon vein, which had not moved for more than 2 months, let out a low dragon roar. The existence of the contract could clearly perceive Yu's consciousness. The dragon veins opened his eyes and looked at the distant starry sky. The scene in front of him suddenly changed. At the image of the law of the world becomes rich in color. Auroras cover the entire planet. You have to hurry up. After watching it for half a minute, I only felt that the feeling of the law was skyrocketing, and the law that I controlled was a little more solid. I was overjoyed that I could watch the law, and after staring for less than 10 seconds, Yu suddenly saw darkness in front of her eye. The body showed signs of collapse, and the body shook and Yu let out a wailing. Stop it. Hearing Yu's wailing, the dragon veins quickly cut off the connection, and a huge amount of spiritual energy immediately rushed to repair Yu's body. What wrong? Wuji had a bad feeling. You can't see with your eyes. You must be blind. Yu said with an embarrassed expression. The kaleidoscope writing wheel has not been used a few times, but she can't see it. Fuck, you're not kidding me. Do you think I'm joking? Wuji was startled and opened his mouth wide. If his eyes were blind, wouldn't he want to live a blind life when he went back. Yu Yu's body was nourished by the dragon veins to get rid of the disaster of collapse. Even if there is a spirit of heaven and earth to guide the way, you can't blindly look at it. This kind of consequence is already calculated. The dragon veins can be regarded as woven from the laws of heaven and earth without the entity itself, and they will not harm the laws of the celestial body but will be beneficial to the heavens and the earth. It is a pity that Yu Yu is a living creature, and this kind of opportunism will not work. Soul Connection. Wuji knew what happened to Yu Yu in an instant, and the insight passed on were very precious. When he came into contact with the picture in Yu Yu's mind, Wuji almost lost his eyes and quickly disconnected. It's so dangerous. Phew, it's so scary. Is this a punishment from the supreme law? Or is it the will of the world? I don't know, but I can be sure that you are indeed blind now. Yu Yu closed her eyes and her face couldn't help twitching, blaming herself for being too greedy. Why don't you transfer your soul to incarnate outside your body? Anyway, you have already opened this secret treasure and you can still use it. It's better to think about this later. It's hard to cultivate to be so strong. It's really a pity. Fortunately, the soul is fine. If there is an accident with the soul, it will be a big loss. Although it can't be seen now, Yu Yu's perception is still very strong. Just like Naruto's immortal mode, it will not affect the action. Yu Yu did not expect that she would enter a state of no eye spot so quickly. Continue to comprehend. Maybe I can regain my sight. I can feel that my eyes are not really blind, but there is a law that seals them. That's it. How can Sai Weng lose his horse? If you can undo the seal on your eyes and still use it, you can seal the eye of reincarnation. Yu Yu, who was still embarrassed just now, became hot again. Thinking about it this way, this is not a bad thing. The two immediately sat down and continued to comprehend the law. Chapter 161. Exchange. After half a month, Yu Yu stepped into the 5th floor. Although she was still invisible, Yu Yu let go of all her spiritual thoughts and quickly enveloped the 5th floor. Yu Yu was full of confidence in breaking through the 5th floor after the law had been completed a little. Blindness doesn't stop me from chasing down enemies because I can smell them. In the past, you needed to look to know the location of the golden knife, but now you can perceive the unique law atmosphere. Slowly stepping out into the attack range of the law, the overwhelming golden swords attacked, and golden light appeared in the black world. Rough golden power. The silver-white skeleton wrapped Yu Yu, but the golden knife hit the skeleton but did not break it. Sure enough, the same law coverage can withstand the impact. In order to verify his conjecture, the skeleton stretched out his arm and grabbed a golden knife, and when he squeezed it hard, it turned into a smash. Even a trace is a rule that dragon veins can control. Even though Susanoo still endured the endless attack of the golden sword, the sound of ding ding was not damaged in the slightest. It was just as ridiculous as hitting Susan with a kunai. This made Yu Yu experience the gap between the laws even more. Just like the same chakra, but everyone is different. The difference between ordinary people and pillars is not only the difference in quantity but also the difference in quality. Thinking about the previous state of the 4th order Wudiangu armor, it couldn't support the cutting of the golden knife, and now a layer of bones can make them come back without success. This time, the dragon vein space didn't come in vain. Yu Yu smiled and walked over to the other side calmly, and a golden knife on the other side turned into nothingness. Jinguang Yu Yu descended from Yuan Yu, indescribably comfortable, and in less than a minute he felt something more in his body. It was really an Jin Lingon, but it was much weaker than other awakened one. I finally got the golden spiritual root, and I only needed to complete the last 9 attribute spiritual root. As for the treasure Yu Yu on the 5th floor, I didn't go to find it. After thinking about it, Yu Yu withdrew. Did you break through? It's extremely easy. The old man still has a conscience, and he doesn't use the high-level golden rule. This should be to let us touch the law. What a strange word, Yu Yu said with a smile, but the two have not yet merged into one. Only until then will the real I be Totu me cheered. After some celebration, the dragon veins couldn't help but come over. The purple dragon was very curious about the substance of wine. Yu Yu even poured a cup for the consciousness. The purple dragon drank it, but nothing seemed to change. I was a little disappointed that Longmei's drunken appearance did not happen. I think I can put together a blind boy's outfit now. Don't say you're really blind now. So should I have a whole set of torso? Death is like the wind, and I'm always with me. Although I traveled the world, I lost my heart. Aren't you already Wuji? Yeah, why did I forget this? Yu Yu is very optimistic. If ordinary people are blind, they will definitely die. See Sasuke. Originally, it should not be Itachi's eyes and then pretend to be blind. It would be licking the bag with tears. These eyes can see the darkness clearly. It's such a nice eye. I'm getting used to him gradually. Nissan. OMG, it's so delicious. Tis tis. When are we going out? Let go now. You've been here long enough. Saying goodbye to the dragon vein. The dragon veins reluctantly opened the space-time channel. Every time they passed, there would be a timeline flashing through Wuji. After returning to the ground tower, it is still very deserted, and the previous prosperity is not there after all. Are you going back to Konoha like this? You can't go back now. If they knew I couldn't see, they would definitely do something. In this way, when you go to the land of honey, I only need to change clothes and dress up when I return to Konoha. That's not bad. I'll leave the alchemy to you. No problem. This is also a good way. The avatar of Yi Yuhui will also have no wind and metal property. As long as the ability is hidden, no one will see through it because it is the same person. After changing clothes, Wuji threw Yi Yu in the land of honey and returned to Konoha. Teacher, you are finally back. Yeah, it's been a long time this time. Teacher, your eye. It doesn't matter. It's just temporary blindness. What? Lin was shocked. No wonder the teacher would wear sunglasses that didn't match very well, but she was blind. Did you meet a strong enemy? Shish, go back and talk. Lin stepped forward to help. No, although I can't see it, I can perceive everything around me. Yes, Lin was always afraid of being tricked by Yi Yu. Yi Yu couldn't help laughing dumbly. Even if they were blind at their level, it didn't mean they could see something. After boiling the tea, Lin looked at Yi Yu carefully, only to realize that it seemed to be slightly different from her, and her face seemed to have lost a little weight. Does the teacher need me to check it for you? No, ordinary medical ninjutsu is useless. Even if Tsunade come, it's useless because it's not because of eye damage, but because it's been cursed and sealed. Yi Yu picked up the tea without any hassle, and Lin's tea skills have improved a lot. How could this be? Cursed and sealed. This is too incredible. Teacher, who did you fight with? Your eyes were sealed. Well, I was punished for blindly looking. Looking blindly. Lin's little head suddenly flashed a picture of beauty. The woman bathed and changed clothes, and then the teacher secretly lurked and peeped, and then was found and punished. Lin, who was still sad at first, looked at Yi Yu with contempt. What are you talking about? Such a strong sense of sarcasm. Yi Yu frowned and looked unhappy. This little girl has swelled up a bit recently. Absolutely not. I just think this woman is very powerful, and the teacher can't get away with it. What the hell? What are you guessing with your little head? I made a mistake in my cultivation and touched a field that I can't touch now, Yi Yu said angrily. Although it has indeed benefited a lot and is definitely the biggest gain in the land of the upper dragon vein, it is a pity that the price paid is also huge. Fortunately, the incarnation is outside the body, otherwise the situation will be really bad. Yi Yu was extremely fortunate that he had cut half of his soul. The untouchable area. What is that? Lin stared at Yi Yu with little stars in her eyes. She was already able to completely transform into a tailed beast, but this has reached its limit, and the only thing that can be improved is swordsmanship. Want to know? I'm telling you to cook a delicious meal. I haven't eaten in months. Okay. Lin hurriedly ran to the kitchen to start cooking. Yi Yu was lying comfortably on the sofa. Yi Yu, who had not eaten for several months, was about to lose her sense of taste. Letting Lin cook specially is a blessing that even the soil doesn't have. He should honor his old man. Chapter 162. The last time. Yi Yu gulped down the delicious food made by Lin. After eating, she stopped when her stomach is full, and takes out 1,000 books to pick her teeth. Teacher, can you tell me now? Of course, although it's very early for you now. As my disciple, you will reach that level one day. This is a power that only cultivators can control. Fairy mode. Lin immediately came to the spirit. The teacher mentioned before that cultivating is as powerful as the immortal mode. No, it's a complete Taoism. The immortal mode can't be turned on permanently, but Taoism can be like me in this state. Yi Yu said that she took out a handful of hoo and squeezed it hard and crushed it. If she hadn't seen Lin with her own eyes, she would have thought it was a prop. See, I just invoked a little bit of power. Amazing. Lin knew that it was impossible for her to do this without using the power of the tailed beast, and the teacher spent most of the time meditating, so there was very little time for body training. What can I do to become like a teacher? Well, wait until you become proficient in all the double sword style, and you are still stuck in the second style after so long. Well, I will work hard to cultivate, Lin said ashamedly. Since becoming good friends with Sanwei and being able to completely transform into a tailed beast, she has stopped looking down on sword art. Because the power of this beast is real, it is so powerful that a single tailed beast jade can destroy a small village. I know that you can completely transform into a tailed beast and become much stronger, but you can't do it without power. Skills are equally important. Don't be complacent. Yi Yu opened her eyes under the sunglasses. Although she couldn't see anything, Lin still felt that the teacher was watching him. If you look closely, you will see that Yi Yu's dark eyes are surrounded by colorful chains. I understand, teacher. I have been lazy recently, Lin said ashamedly. Knowing your mistake can improve a lot. I'll test it in a week. Hi. At the same time, Wuji was rushing to Konoha village just in time for the 3 generations of Hokage to work. Lord Hokage, I'm back. Finally back. How's it going? The strength has indeed increased a lot, and it should be able to handle it. That good. Much faster than I expected. I thought it would take at least a few months, but I had an epiphany, Wuji said calmly. Now that his real name has finally been restored, the 3 generations looked at Wuji carefully, and his breath seemed to be different. How do I feel that you have changed a lot? Really? Because it should be the change brought about by my strength improvement, but Hokage-sama, your quilt should be changed. Saying that, a beautiful wooden cup slowly appeared in Yi Yu's hand. Yeah, it's time to change. I also feel a little old. Seeing that Wuji used the wooden dungeon naturally dispelled his doubt. Although although it felt a little different, but the person in front of him did not use the transformation technique, and he should be himself who could use the wooden dungeon. In my heart, I just sighed that Yu had become stronger again, and realized what it was. Hey, Hokage-sama, I'm going to pick up Naruto. Go, Naruto, look forward to you every day. Indeed, it's been 3 months since I left the little guy. I don't know if I still remember me. Speaking of Wuji, he used the instant body technique and disappeared. Seeing that Yu finally came to pick him up, Naruto shouted excitedly. If he didn't come, he really thought he would be abandoned again. He picked up Naruto and the dean with a smile and exchanged a few words and went back to the house, leaving behind the shadow clone, and ran to the pommel horse land to concoct alchemy. Because there was no trial tower, he had to find a hidden place in the pommel horse land to concoct alchemy. Che, is it so difficult to practice even if you have experience in the body? But it should be enough to do it a few times. Looking at the waste pills on the ground, it's really embarrassing that the second order pills can be practiced. The next time I use the shadow clone, I will make pills in front of a furnace. Except for the fourth order pill, which needs to be done by the main body, other clones can be completed. Soon the room was filled with Dan incense, but because of the barrier, the fragrance could not spread, and it didn't stop working until night. This is the medicinal pill refined today, but don't sell it for the time being, and gradually sell it in half a month. I understand, brother Yu. How is Yakumo's health now? It's so much better than before. It's no different from a normal child. Thank you so much. If it weren't for the benefactor, the child would have to give up being a ninja. Terachi was moved to tears. There was only such a child in the family. It would be a sad thing if he couldn't become a ninja. If you are thankful, don't talk about it. I see potential in this child and can awaken the potential of Weiji. Really, after several generations, someone has finally awakened again. Yes, that's why I want to take her as a disciple. In the future, if you have any need, feel free to mention it. I will not hesitate to go up the mountain and go down to the Sea of Fire. Brother is serious. I have to go back. I will be here tomorrow. After handing the medicinal pill to Taiki, Wuji returned home, and Naruto was enjoying himself with the toy. In this way, Naruto won't bear the infamy of the son of the demon fox under my wings. Right, it will not be feared and hated by people. In a laboratory outside the village, dim lights illuminated the entire room. Entering here was like entering a haunted house. Orochimaru, who had just finished the experiment, was approached by Danzo. Why are you free to come to me today? Orochimaru took off his glove, and the snake eyes stared at Danzang. The corpse on the table had stopped twitching, with black lines all over his body, and the pungent smell made Danzang very unhappy. We still don't want to meet during this time. The 3 generations have already begun to doubt. HMPA, the 3 generations should have known it long ago, but they didn't want to make a statement. After all, it's Hokage. Orochimaru has no doubt that the 3rd generation of the good things he and Danzo have done will not know, and the reason why he has been ignoring it may have a lot to do with Yu. The strength Yu showed was enough to make everyone fear, not to mention the fact that he was in control of Mudun. Yu's Mudun was not something that Yushi's child could compare to. Have you already known? Danzang narrowed his eye. The cold glow in his eyes was undisguised. He couldn't take action against Orochimaru for the time being, and was considering whether to sell Orochimaru to defend his right. Orochimaru grinned and looked at Danzang with contempt. Danzang immediately dismissed the idea. Orochimaru is not that idiot of Jiraiya. Anyway, let's end the recent cooperation first. Okay, but it's still a little bit short now. Just need a few experimental subjects. This is the last time. After speaking, Danzo slowly left the laboratory on crutches, and the gen member who entered behind dropped a few sacks that were constantly wriggling. Oh, it's the last time. Open the sack to reveal a panicked face. Is it the ninja of Kusanagi village? Directly stunned by the illusion, the corpse on the stage was thrown on the ground, and the newly prepared serum was injected into the body, and the pain spread. The ninja couldn't help screaming. When he was about to bite his tongue, he was stuffed into a wooden stick and could only whimper. Orochimaru quietly waited for the ninja to change. Chapter 163, Lin vs Yu. It didn't take long for Konoha's medicinal pills to be sold normally, and it was shocking that the medicinal pills sold were far more than 3 times as much as before. However, this still can't stop the ninja's love for medicinal pills. Even because the price has dropped a lot, many families have begun to stock up. After all, medicinal pills have a very long shelf life. Yu could hear the sound of money flowing into his pockets in his sleep. Konoha's market soon became saturated, and many medicinal herbs even held a lot of activities for the sale of the common people. The reward of the activities was medicinal herbs. Other big countries could no longer sit still and sent envoys to Konoha to negotiate, hoping that the medicinal pill could be exported to other big countries. Now the 3 generations can't stop it even if they don't want to, because not only the other 4 countries but also some small countries are also putting pressure on them. Now what is considered as how to plan for greater interest, and the pommel horses are also in urgent need of new market. Now that the medicinal pills have been doubled, there has been a lot of longevity, and the price has also become a lot cheaper. After negotiating with the Kurama family, an agreement was soon finalized. It can be sold to other countries, but the quantity is definitely not too large. It is completely linked to the production of medicinal material. As for the price, for various reasons, it is nearly 2 times more expensive than the price of Konoha. After the negotiation, if the envoy had not left, the 3 generations could not help laughing. Konoha should also make money from other countries so that Konoha will not decline but become stronger and stronger. At the same time, a small country called Lulin is developing rapidly and secretly, and many small countries continue to join Lulin. Has it reached this level? Listening to Lin's report, Yu was very happy. During this period, the incarnation outside the body kept sending the money from the medicinal herb. The only bad thing was that the acting king seemed to be trying to usurp the throne. The acting king has done a lot of tricks recently and won over a lot of ministers. It's a normal thing. No matter who stays in this position for a long time, they will always be greedy, but it's ridiculous to want to use the money I provided to deal with me. Well, that's how ordinary people think. Lin nodded. Without strong strength, everything is empty talk. It is just a joke to expect the army to deal with the teacher. How terrifying is a shadow-level powerhouse? It is completely the strength to destroy a small country with one's own strength. Now Lulin, not to mention Yu or Lin, is enough. His destiny has been doomed since he became the acting king. This is also the experience for Sarah, and it's good that Sarah don't let me down. Sister Sarah can definitely defeat this guy. Then wait and see. When she returns to take back the throne, she will establish a ninja village. Yu took off her sunglasses and jumped on the eaves to look at the starry sky. Although she still couldn't see it, she could feel that the seal was weakened. Sunglasses are really ugly, so it's better to wear beauty contact lenses. Anyway, being blind won't affect your action. Teacher, it's okay. I just want to go out and get some air. It's really boring. Oh, do you want to tell Lin Daydu's still alive? Facing Lin below, the godless pupil made Lin feel very uneasy. It's not yet time. Although Lin has grown a lot, but I'm afraid I still can't accept my plan and what Obito has done. Lin exists. Lin shivered. Let me test your current strength, except for the complete tail beast transformation. The reason why the use of full tail beast is not allowed is because the tail beast is too big and too conspicuous. Now, yes. Lin took a deep breath and immediately became serious. After closely testing the swordsmanship some time ago, she understood the strength of the teacher. Even if her eyes couldn't see it, she couldn't touch the teacher. Far away from Lulin together, they chose to be the battlefield in a no-man's land. Through the moonlight, they could see the teacher's figure clearly. This night, Yu had a great advantage. Although the ninja's night vision ability is good, it will still receive a lot of interference, but Yu will not be able to perceive it, and everything will be under the eye. Let's start. Yes. After communicating with the 3 tails in the body, red bubbles appeared and pulled out the long sword from the weight in a thunderous style. As soon as you come up, you can directly zoom in, and both the speed and the power have increased several times. Yu ducked with a slight movement, turned around and drew her sword to block Lin's sword firmly. No one would have thought that the shock wave of the sword would crack the ground. It was blocked. Lin looked at Yu in disbelief. How high is the bonus of the tailed beast chakra? The power of the tailed beast is almost unstoppable by ordinary people, even if the 3-tailed is not a power-tailed beast. Only this power. 3 tails grew out of the back and attacked quickly. Thousands of points. Beidao sword chi smashed the 3 tails, and the 3 tails on Lin's back quickly returned to their original shape. Although the gap between swordsmanship and incarnation outside the body is very large, it is not useless to exchange experience every time, and the use of double swordsmanship does not affect. The 3-meter big red giant hand grabbed it next time, as if to smash Yu into pieces. Blazing sun style. The blade emitted a dazzling white light as if the entire sword was on fire, and the giant red hand was cut in half. It tougher than expected. The teacher's swordsmanship seems to have weakened. Is it because of invisible? Lin was still thinking about countermeasures, but Yu suddenly disappeared in front of her eye, and appeared in front of her in the next instant. Lin subconsciously blocked the long sword at her waist. Just as the blade collided with Lin, she was knocked out by a huge force, knocked down several trees. His throat was so sweet that he spit out a large amount of blood. So strong. If it weren't for the protection of the tail beast coat, I would have lost the combat effectiveness with just one blow. Good intuition. Ordinary people can't stop it. Yu complimented without hesitation, but just now, he used 80% of his strength, and there are very few people who can defend against. Teacher, you have gone too far, and you were almost cut in half. Lin immediately accused Yu of committing a crime. Yu didn't pay any attention to it, and if he was not serious, he would not be able to force his apprentice's full potential. Yu wouldn't worry even if Lin was cut in half. She would still be able to sew, and there was nothing to worry about. The super wet nurse Arakawa Haruka. Hehe, it doesn't look like the injury is serious. It does grow. Go on. Yuyu's momentum changed, and his whole body was covered by lightning. What is this? My stupid good apprentice. You seem to have forgotten the teacher's surname Uchiha. The teacher knows not only swordsmanship, but also other things weaker than swordsmanship. Lin swallowed her saliva and felt a chill in her heart. Only after playing with the teacher did she know how unfathomable the teacher was. The crackling blazing thunder arc illuminated a small space, and Lin did not hesitate to abandon the sword and enter the second state of the tailed beast. Chakra has become thicker. Is it entering the second state? Yu threw the long sword on the tree trunk, using his own fist better than the sword. A flash of thunder and night feathers disappeared next time, but Lin did not sit still this time and tried to keep up with Yu by speeding. I can't see clearly. In fact, can I still see no emotion in this state? I can only rely on intuition. With one punch, 3 crimson tails were quickly blocked in front of him, leaving long slip marks. The strength is simply frightening. Is this the strength of the teacher? Roaring at Yu did not dodge and easily took Lin's attack. It's interesting. The strange power is good. The tail rolled up and the tree was uprooted and smashed over. Lightning flashed, and the sturdy tree turned into 2.5. A huge black shadow appeared in Lin's body in the spiritual space. Is this kid so powerful now? Yeah, there is absolutely no hope of victory, and it is still invisible to the teacher. Rin communicated with Sanwei while attacking. Chapter 164 The Price of Despair. Lin, use that, Jifu said in a deep voice, but that teacher won't give time to prepare at all, and at the speed of the teacher, you can definitely escape. I will control the tailed beast jade and it will be completed soon, but after it is formed, swallow it and launch it in front of it. Yu, who was attacking, suddenly felt that Rin's breath had changed. Is it Isofu? He handed over body control to the 3 tails. Sure enough, after Sanwei took over the body, the attack power and speed became much faster, and it was more coordinated than before, and it was indistinguishable to fight against Yu for a while. With a big tail flick, Yu quickly retreated, and the blue and red chakras in front of him quickly converged. According to the ratio of 28, Yu stood up and it was almost completed. This chakra, is it a tailed beast jade? The tailed beast jade was compressed to the extreme. Lin Han did not swallow it in her mouth, and the 3 tails supplied more chakra to support. I didn't spit it out immediately. Hehe, are you planning to protrude your face? Lin didn't speak with the tailed beast jade in her mouth, but she had this plan. Then do what you want. Lin's movement froze, and there was a horrified face under the tailed beast coat. Lin spit on his face. This guy is too arrogant. The mild-mannered Sanwei was very unhappy. Hearing Sanwei's urging Lin to bend her limbs, she came to Yu in a blink of an eye. She swallowed the tailed beast jade and felt sick, and the dazzling light destroyed everything in front of her. The teacher will be fine, right? Lin said with a little fear. She didn't expect this move to be so powerful, and she knew how terrifying this move was just from a trace more than 20 meters wide in front of her. The power of the explosion can shock a bunch of people to death. HMPH. This kid deserved. I've used a lot of it. The 3 tails in the spiritual world are very excited, and he can see that he is very satisfied with his masterpiece. It is not easy to use such power without the full body. Not every tailed beast is 9-tailed. Lin was looking for Yu's traces everywhere, only to see the ground shaking. Yu drilled out of the ground. After spitting out the dust in his mouth, he really felt the power just now, but Yu was very satisfied with the Lei Dun armor, which was similar to Lei Ying, and using aura would only make it stronger. Teacher, are you alright? Of course it's fine. I just ate a mouthful of dirt. I took out the water bottle and rinsed my mouth, which made me feel much better. What kind of monster are you? It's okay to eat a hair of tailed beast jade. Sanwei couldn't help but exchanged consciousness with Lin. I haven't seen Jifu for a long time. Didn't you see the Lei Dun on me? As long as this thing is combined with a strong body, it can be hardwired with the beast jade. You can ask the 8 tails if you have any experience. Yu grinned and grinned, but it was just a pain in the body after a hard blow, and the strong resilience of the body would soon be fine. Although Yu's body is already strong now, he will become weaker if he loses his spiritual energy, which is much worse than the 3rd generation of Reiki. Well, I didn't expect such a ninjutsu. Isofuji is helpless. The ninjutsu created by humans is really strange. Is there a stronger move? I still have a lot of useless. Abnormal. Lin murmured in a low voice. It probably doesn't make much sense to completely turn into a beast. On the contrary, the target is too big to become a target. Lin, go ahead. Admit defeat. Okay. Of course not. You have to fight until you can't stand up. Otherwise this kind of cultivation is nothing worth. Yes, Lin mentioned the fighting spirit in the 2nd time, and the battle was not ended until the chakra was exhausted. The sky turned up and the white belly Lin could no longer stand up, and Yu's forehead also oozes a fine sweat. The fighting consciousness of Zhao Lin, who has been feeding Lin, has increased a lot. Let's be here today. Go back and have a good rest. Lin walked home feebly and leisurely, but Yu also felt tired and mentally sleepy. The chakra of Renjuli is really exaggerated, and it can really be regarded as infinite for ordinary ninjas. I have to rest well today. Use 40 shadow clones to continue to comprehend the law while the main body falls into a deep sleep. It would be much more difficult to incarnate outside Konoha's body. There is no spare time to practice every day. Every day is not taking care of Naruto or alchemy, and it is impossible to concentrate. Now that the medicinal materials are supplemented, Wuji can finally have the opportunity to refine the 5th order pill many times. However, according to the observation, it is the safest to let Kushina gonna recover to the sick order. You have to be successful within 3 years, otherwise it won't be fun. Wooji murmured to himself that the new year is coming soon. What Wooji did not expect was that because of the opening of the elixir market, the Kingdom of Rain also benefited a lot, and many elixir for the body were bought by Xiao Xiaonan and taken by Nagato. As a result, Nagato, who was originally weak, recovered a lot. Although he is still thin, he is much better than before. Heiju stared at Nagato, but cursed in his heart. The stronger Nagato became, the harder it would be to control. It would be too dangerous if Nagato's legs were cured one day. What do you think of Nagato? Very good, thank you, Xiaonan. Nagato's face was ruddy, and he clenched his fist to feel his powerful strength. You don't need to thank me. It's one step closer to the goal. Well, don't back in the members recently, except for the good ones before. The others are too weak. You can choose them from the land of rain. Yes, Xiaonan felt that he was short of money again. Even the first order pills were expensive. It was far from enough for the development of the Rain Kingdom. It took a lot of effort to buy the fourth order pill. The idea of buying Konoha is not only abundant but also cheap. For ninjas like them, this distance is nothing at all. What's on your mind, Xiaonan? Even if they have lived together for so long without the reincarnation eye, they can see through what their companions are thinking about. I want to go to Konoha. Konoha. So, is it because of the medicine pill? But it too dangerous. I think it should be no problem. I haven't shown up in Konoha. As long as I dress up a little, it should be no problem. Nagato frowned. Needless to say, Xiaonan's strength is of course, as long as he doesn't encounter Konoha's top combat power, there is no danger. The only worry is that he will be recognized by teacher Jiraiya, taking into account the income and expenses of the Rain country. Nagato, I know what you're worrying about. Don't worry, nothing will happen. I'm just going to buy medicine pills. The medicine pills here are too expensive. When Xiaonan mentioned Qian, he became unhappy and kept complaining. We all know the price of Konoha, and the price old here will rise by at least 20%. The scarcer the medicinal herb, the more expensive they will rise. It's really a desperate price, and you can't be slaughtered like this when you have money. Nagato's face was also extremely embarrassed when he mentioned the price. It was indeed impossible, not to mention that the country of Rain was not rich now. I understand, but Konoha is monitoring very strictly now, so be careful. Nagato can let her go, and Xiaonan is very happy that this may save a lot of money for the organization. Chapter 165 Xiaonan Attack. Finally finished. Refreshing the muscles and bone, the bones crackled, and the 10 avatars were immediately swept away by the task of dissolving the elixir. He may die suddenly if he keep doing it like this. If one person completes 11 spare parts, if it is not for mental strength and physical strength, most people would have been in shock long ago. The law of no time domain is really a painful thing. After handing over the medicinal herb, Wooji went straight to the house, and after a comfortable sleep, he brought Naruto to the lake to play. While playing happily, I suddenly saw a familiar figure with a lavender paper flower on her violet blue hair. Sao, why did Nan come here? And is this civilian dress trying to sneak into Konoha? Not only did I remove the nail polish, eyeshadow, and lip nails, but this look looks much purer. When is there a lake here? The curiously beautiful face standing on the bridge attracted a lot of roused eyes. Look, there are beauty. Huo, let me see where it is. What a pure girl. Nan immediately found that he had attracted Birou's attention, and the person in front of him who hurriedly crossed the bridge was slightly taken aback. Why is the promised sword saint here? No, this should be Uchiha Ieyasu. Nan didn't expect his fate to be so bad, and he met Konoha's strongest hero when he first came. Uncle, who is this Obasan? I don't know. Naruto is going to play with friend. Uncle will look for you later. Oh, Naruto excitedly ran to the bunker to pile sand with the toy, and Wooji went south one step at a time. Nan's heart is tight. Does he know my identity? No, he shouldn't have seen me. Calm down. Brother, what's the matter? Nan tried his best to pretend he didn't know Yu and asked kindly. Brother, I'm not Obasan at all. Wife. Nan's smiling face instantly stiffened. The 2-3 just know it's okay to be an old ghost. You, Miyaju, are 5 or 6 years older than me, right? Obasan is too much. I'm sorry. I didn't see clearly just now. Recently, my eyesight has deteriorated a little bit. It turns out that she is kind-hearted sister. Wooji took a few steps forward, squinting his eyes and pretending to try to see clearly. Only then did Nan's face look much better. Eyesight has decreased a lot. This is an important piece of information. Madara, that guy is right, but an ordinary kaleidoscope will gradually step into the darkness no matter how much you use it in reverse. But even so, Nan didn't dare to make extra move, and even if their eyesight decreased, it was not something they could handle. Sister, do you seem nervous? No, you're just too close. Nan's word, coupled with the blushing expression, made people feel very weak. I'm sorry, my eyes really are getting worse and worse. After apologizing, Yu took a few steps back, complaining that her eyesight was much poorer, and Nanji put down a lot. I don't know why this kind sister is here. She looked like a foreigner. Oh, I am indeed a foreigner. Just want to buy something. Is that so? Do you need me as a guide? I know all about Konoha's delicious food. Yu Yu said with a smile, pretending to be very enthusiastic. Nan was a little embarrassed for a while. If Yu followed, he wouldn't be able to buy medicine pills. If he didn't follow him, he was afraid that the other party would become suspicious. As long as the writing wheel opened and saw the flow of chakra, he would definitely not be able to leave. This, don't worry, I'm a good guy. Hello. Anyway, you put away the wretched expression and say this again. How can you make my sister believe this? In the end, Nan succumbed to Wuji's lewd power, but he didn't expect Konoha's strongest to be a lech. Lord Yu, who is this? Just came here to visit. Yes, the guard put it directly in, and his eyes couldn't help but stay on Nan for a few more seconds. My name is Uchiha Yeyu. What is your name? Just call me Nan. Okay, I understand. Yu's wicked smile made Nanji's skin get goosebumps, but this guy really looks like Wuji. Changing clothes can really be fake. Little did she know that in front of her was the promised sword saint she was thinking of. Use a shadow clone to take care of Naruto, and take Nan around to visit. I remember seeing Nan when he was bald many years ago, but Nan probably doesn't remember him anymore. Now it seems that Nan is almost the same as before. Sure enough, as a beauty in Hokage, her age is a mystery. Miss Nan's meatballs here are very good. Wuji bought several bunches, and Nan took the 3 color balls and tasted the taste. It was really good. The liveliness of Konoha made Nan feel much better, and it was many times better than the dark country of rain. Wouldn't it be much better if the land of rain didn't go down? The difference between the pipelines in the land of rain and the natural construction here is not that big. I took Nan to the stall and bought a lot of accessories. Although they are simple things, they are very shiny and beautiful. Why didn't Nan go to buy medicine pills? After wandering for so long, Nan himself, who Wuji didn't know, forgot his mission. I bought a lot of clothes and things, which made Wuji more and more incomprehensible. Is this guy really visiting the store? Sister Nan, I'll retire first. It's time to go back to take care of Naruto. Well, go get busy. Nan picked things up, and there was no Wuji in his eyes, and Wuji had to go out to press. It was too tired to go shopping with women. How much is this? Boss, beauty, you really have a good eye. This dress was imported from the country of craftsmen with great effort. Only 2,000 taels is enough. 2,000? Is that too expensive? Nan looked suspiciously at the boss. This is a fair price, but the caravan imported from other country, and the cost of this journey is more than that. 1,000 taels. This, 1,800 taels. It can't be less. Just 1,000 taels. 1,500 taels. The price is finally low. The boss's face was ugly and authentic. Well, I'd better go to another store to have a look. Turn around and leave. Gee, beauties, wait. 1,000 is 1,000. It's cheap for you. If it wasn't for the most clearance, you wouldn't be so lucky. Hee, hug me. Seeing that the boss is angry, Nan is very proud, and he is quite smart. When I walked out of the store, I found the boss's happy smiling face. The smile on Nan's face gradually solidified, and he gritted his teeth and had to admit that the transaction was completed. After buying a lot of things, I couldn't get it, so I had to choose to live in a hotel, which made me feel relaxed. Great harvest, but it's really tired. Seal the purchase clothes in the scroll and lie comfortably on the bed. Today has been so fulfilling. I haven't been so happy in a long time. It shouldn't be a problem to relax like this every now and then. I'm so tired. That guy Yu has finally left, and Ming will go to buy medicine pills. Touching the money in his pocket. Nan frowned as if he had bought a little too much. What the matter? I just bought worthless things. It shouldn't matter if there are less first order and second order. Just treat myself as a reward. So Nan just fell asleep. Wuji was completely speechless. This guy really just went shopping. Chapter 166. It's really fun. The next day, Xiaonan woke up leisurely and got up vigilantly. Damn, I fell asleep without any alertness yesterday, but I'm fine. But it feels very good. Xiaonan felt that he was much more awake. What happened yesterday was so absurd. He was just wasting unnecessary money. I packed up and headed to the medicine store. Although there were still a lot of people, it was not as crowded as before. Konoha was really rich now. The ninjas are poor, but the village is rich, with the exception of the Kurama clan. The Pommel Horse family originally planned to engage in business thoroughly. After all, the profit brought by medicinal pills exceeded all other industry, and considering that strength is the foundation, their family deducted a lot of medicinal pills. Passing through the bustling crowd, Xiaonan picked out the medicinal pills he needed. This trip was really worth it. In comparison, it was too cheap, and he sighed inwardly. With the medicinal herb, Konoha has left other ninja villages far behind, and now Konoha is really not easy to mess with. But as long as Nagato can become stronger, then everything is not a problem. Even if the medicine is wrong, it can't help people become shadow level, but it can greatly increase people's strength and train them to become Shangnin. Most of the effects of elixir lie in the most important childhood cultivation. In order not to attract attention, I went to 4 drugstores and spent all the money. The first order 10,000 taels were 200 pills. The second order 40,000 taels were 200. The third order 200,000 300 pills. 300,000 100 pills. And the fourth order pill 50 pills for 1 million liang. 50 pills for 1.5 million liang. And 50 pills for 2 million liang. This should be enough, right. I didn't expect that even if the difference between the same level medicinal herb would be so large. I still bought them in Konoha. If I wanted to buy so many out of this lake, it would be several times more expensive. If you kidnap the patriarch of the Saddle Horse Land, wouldn't you be able to get countless elixir? However, Xiaonan quickly gave up this unrealistic idea. It is estimated that many people have the same idea, and it is enough to see that the village attaches great importance to the Pommel horse family. This mission was successfully completed, and he looked at Konoha with nostalgia and left quietly. As soon as he left the village, he saw Wuji by the lake. Does this guy live here? Then I saw the house behind Wuji. What a real thing. No wonder there are no ninjas from other country. Who would dare to watch the gate here? Xiaonan guessed it well. Although Yu built a super large artificial lake here, and built a mansion bridge or something, Hokage and the high-rise did not make things difficult for Yu. The reason is that Yu often lives here. There are 4 days a week live here. What is this concept? Super strong guards the gate for free. As long as they are not stupid, no one dares to cause trouble and attack. Only guard ninjas will be vigilant when they are not there. This also makes the workload of guard ninjas a lot lighter. Seeing Xiaonan's figure, Wuji put on a wretched smile again. Miss Xiaonan, are you planning to leave? Why don't you stay for a few more days? No, after all, the money has been spent. It's a pity. I saw Sister Xiaonan from far away. Didn't your strength drop a lot? Can you still see? Really? It's rare that you care so much. Of course, Miss Nan is a natural beauty. I can borrow you if I don't have money. The most important thing I need is money. The appearance of the promised nouveau riche makes Xiaonan really unable to believe that this is the person Nagato needs to guard again. No, he must be confusing me. Does he suspect me? Sorry, thank you very much for taking the game with you yesterday, but I have to go home. Gee, Miss Nan bought a lot of things yesterday. Right, got it. Forgetting this, Xiaonan made a big alarm, and cold sweat ran down his temple. How to do? Be calm and not chaotic. Oh, right stuff. Xiaonan played stupid mode and looked at his hands naturally. Ah, I left it in the hotel. Thank you, Yu. I'll go back and get it. Seeing Xiaonan running back to Konoha, Wuji was stunned for a moment. What a wit. I originally wanted to play more, but I didn't expect Xiaonan to resolve it like this. Smart woman, it's a pity that I don't have a wheel eye now, or I'll scare you with a wheel eye. Wuji shook his head. This time he can only let Xiaonan go, or he can only take action. When Xiaonan reappeared after a while, the big bag and the small bag hung up. Wuji's mouth widened, and he remembered the way his mother, when he had trapped them in a box of jewelry. Miss Xiaonan, can you move it? How did you end up in the hotel with so much? Well, I often work. These things are nothing. Xiaonan immediately found an excuse. Really? But I see that Sister Xiaonan's hands are very clean. That because your eyes are bad. Wuji stiffened. Does this count as shooting yourself in the foot? Could it be that Miss, you stretched out your hand for me to see? I am afraid that the next day there will be a rogue title. Well, my eyes have not been very good recently. I am very happy to see Wuji eating deflated Xiaonan. I should go. Bye. Goodbye. The corner of Wuji's mouth twitched. This game is not fun at all. Why don't you come and kill it halfway? Xiaonan went further and further proudly, and Wuji was annoyed. Immediately, as soon as his eyes turned, his mind came to his mind, and today we will play an idiot. Hey, it's time to hunt. If Nagato knew that Xiaonan was detained by me, what would his expression be? Wuji disappeared and quickly caught up with Xiaonan. He followed him further and further away from Konoha. After walking 10 kilometers out of Konoha, he sealed everything in the scroll, and then created a paper clone. Everything is in sight. Xiaonan is really alert, but it's useless. Xiaonan quickly left the Konoha territory, followed by Wuji calmly, and followed for another 10 kilometers, suddenly realizing that he stepped on something. Boom! Several detonating talismans exploded together, and Wuji almost got hit because the speed was fast enough. It was discovered. What a smart woman. Promise quickens the pace. Leaving behind a string, the afterimage saw Xiaonan running in front of him. Xiaonan turned back and saw that he was chasing after him, turned into a piece of paper and fled in a gust of wind. Ayu asterisk 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 asterisk. Wuji scolded out of the group chat. The paper flying into the sky could only destroy a part of the ninjutsu, and Yuji and Fei couldn't use it, and now he was playing the main body. Yu had no choice but to leave angrily. Damn, she didn't expect that she was really playing. After a while, the pieces of paper reassembled into Xiaonan. It's very dangerous. If it weren't for the strong wind, it would be difficult to go today. Sure enough, I couldn't deceive this guy. I didn't see through it before. If I hadn't carefully left the detonating talisman, I might not have known that someone was behind. I have to go back soon. Konoha can't come again. Xiaonan increased his speed again. Wuji returned to Konoha with an unhappy expression on his face. So he will eat leftovers for Naruto today. Naruto, huh? What is it about me? Yu from the land of honey yawned and enjoyed the dark light. I have to say that this discipline is really strong. Chapter 167 Bandit Suppression Mission. It has been more than half a year since I took over the class of the main body, and now it has been the 5th year of Konoha. According to the news from the main body, the eyes are still invisible. The chain of the seal is only a little weaker. quicker, and I don't know how long it will take to realize. Shut the water. I should go. Well, I wish all the best. Shishui's sunny smile made Itachi very warm. Today, he is going to go out with Shanjin to perform a mission. He put on his forehead guard and waved at Shishui, and his figure gradually drifted away. Itachi, you are finally here. You are the only one left. A child about the age of Itachi said that this person was a classmate who used to think Itachi was the boss. Sorry, it was delayed because of something. Now that we're all here, let's go together. The friendly smile of leading the team made the three little guys very excited, and it is said that they will meet a robber this time. The task of suppressing bandits is generally used as the first experience of the lower ninja, and the best experience to train the gall of the lower ninja. Generally, the upper ninja will not take action and complete it entirely by the lower ninja. Of course, this is nothing to Itachi, who has been to the battlefield at the age of 4, but the two companions around him are very excited. After walking for nearly 2 days, I finally arrived at the experienced village. According to the village chief's account, the black rat will bring people to collect protection fees every month, and has already captured many women. Sure enough, the two little guys were instantly full of anger when they heard it, and only Itachi listened carefully to the village chief's narration. Joinan nodded with satisfaction. Itachi's temperament is really not comparable to ordinary people. The next day, the person who took a night's rest happened to meet the black rat who brought someone to collect the protection fee. The companions around him rushed straight up, and Itachi's friend looked back at Itachi as if to say, why you didn't come up yet. Itachi gave a look that he felt, I get it. For this kind of garbage Itachi, who is disdainful of fighting, Itachi's little friends make up their mind. Itachi was speechless for a moment. I asked you to carefully observe the opponent first, not to make you foolish. The black rat who took the lead rushed up to two little devils at first sight. Are you kidding me? Pulling out the big sword as a side cut. The kid holding the kunai was done. The black rat was very strong, and he held a wide sword. Seeing this, Itachi picked up a stone and deflected the broadsword, and the black rat looked around suspiciously. That, before the bastard could say that Itachi was already in front of him, he jumped up and kicked his heart. Bang dang. The black rat was kicked to the ground. Bah! The two younger brothers quickly helped the black rat up. Thank you, Itachi. One of his companions was very ashamed of his behavior just now, but Itachi's friend blocked a horse from fighting. Bah! Damn kid, he's actually a ninja. You don't look like an ordinary person, do you? Hey, yes, I am a samurai. Black rat said his identity eloquently, because the three of them were just stubborn, and he thought that he could still use it against him. This time, he brought more than a dozen people. Itachi, what should I do? There are a lot of people on the other side. Escape to the tree first and wait for the opportunity. The villagers ran back to the village when they saw the black rat attacking, while Shanjin hid and observed the performance of the three. Kill these boys together. In the face of the attack of a dozen people, Itachi took out 2 shuriken, and the 2 who rushed at the front with a forceful wave were stuck in the forehead before they could dodge. It actually killed someone. Nonsense. Hurry up and run to the tree. After slapping his companion, the stunned boy just woke up and hurriedly ran to the wood. Art fire escape ho fireball. The 2-meter diameter fireballs hit, and the horses were startled and stopped quickly, and fell to the ground around them. 6 fireballs just disappeared, followed by 6 more people. Itachi is so strong. Of course, that's my boss. Shangren also nodded secretly. His killing was decisive and very rational, and his prediction was very accurate. Just now, the fireball not only blocked the opponent's line of sight, but also blocked his own line of sight. Itachi anticipated the opponent's actions and attacked kunai in 6 directions without hesitation. The remaining 6 people are stunned. Is this a ninja? Killed 8 people in such a short time. The black mouse was secretly surprised. Is this fighting consciousness really a stubborn one? Boss, let's get out. A young man swallowed his saliva and said fearfully, none of you are allowed to go. Do you think he will let you go? The black rat let out a loud shout, and rushed up to Itachi and quickly retreated. He had already figured out that other than this black rat, the others were just ordinary people. Itachi, who jumped up the tree, looked at the people below, and the thief realized the gap with the ninja. These guys are so weak. Why are they hiding? I want to fight. Seeing that Itachi was so mighty, his friend screamed as if he had been beaten with blood. Another little boy couldn't help but vomited when he saw the bloody corpse on the ground. Muramoto, you are so rude. The boy felt much better when he spit out the contents of his stomach. His pale face had lost his fighting power, and Junin shook his head secretly, but this is also normal. Most genin people will do this the first time they see a murder, and they will get used to it later, but the more and more they appreciate Itachi, should it be said that it is the Uchiha family. After observing for a moment, Itachi Yukage jumped down and outflanked left and right, and rushed towards the robber with Kunwu. The friend couldn't help but jump down and stopped one. The battle was over in a short time. Itachi's friend also killed the opponent. Only the black mouse was left, but he was quickly defeated by the siege of the 2. It was only then that Shangren stood up, and the black rat was heartbroken when he saw Shangren. Itachi, well done. Teacher and me. Well, you are doing well too. Muramoto, you still need to work harder. Yes. Muramoto bowed his head in shame. His companions work hard, but he couldn't help at all. Your name is Black Rat. Right, there should be other robbers. Where are they? I do not. Joinin released a strong kill, and the Black Rat swallowed and swallowed the words again. I said please don't kill me. The Black Rat begged. You don't have the full power to choose. If you don't say it, you will die now. Seeing that Kuwu was aiming at his head, the Black Rat was so frightened that he hurriedly explained everything. In that case, let's lead the way. Yes. The Black Rat walked forward dejectedly. When the villagers heard the wind, they rushed over to thank them. Thank you so much everyone. It should be now. I also asked the adults to find the people who were taken away from the village. The village chief can rest assured that as long as he is still alive, he will be brought back safely. Thank. The villagers were so happy that they could meet their relatives soon. The leaders of the other party were all caught, and these robbers must be finished. The friend who has a good relationship with Itachi is sullen. Thanks to Itachi, otherwise he would have been frightened and motionless like that guy. What the 5 people didn't know was that there was an eye staring at them in the dark, and then disappeared. Chapter 168 Seeds of Hatred. On the way to suppress the bandit, Shenron suddenly stopped and looked at the person in front of him with a solemn expression. He could feel that the person in front of him was very strong, very strong. The person in front of him is orange with only one eye hole on the right side, has long hedgehog hair, and is covered in black clothes. Who are you? The masked man did not move. The 4 of them immediately set up a fighting stand, and the Black Rat swallowed. How can I meet so many monsters today? Is this Uchiha Itachi? It is said that he has a talent no weaker than Yu. Itachi sensed a different taste under his deep pupil. This person seems to be coming for him. I'll stop him in a while, and you can find a chance to escape immediately. Shenron said. The cold sweat left involuntarily. The aura of this masked man is not comparable to ordinary people. Then led the team to launch an offensive, and threw the shuriken Obito without dodging, and the shuriken passed through Obito's body. What kind of ability is this? Under the shot, Obito had passed through the arm of the shinobi and pinched it on the neck of the shinobi. Such a weak Jonin. Who let go? Like iron pincers, the Jonin couldn't break free, and Kuwu couldn't inflict any injuries on Obito. The 4 of them were stunned on the ground, and Shinobu was instantly killed by a single move. Obito ruthlessly pinched Junin's neck and threw it in front of Itachi like trap. The Black Mouse was immediately dumbfounded. After reacting to it, he hurriedly ran away. In the next instant, Obito appeared in front of the Black Mouse and killed the Black Mouse. He bent down and killed the boy. Everything happened between lightning and flint. Only Itachi and his friends were left. Obito looked at Itachi. What would you do, Itachi? Itachi's black pupils stare at everything in front of him. Is this a dream? Everyone fell. The sound of his friend's grip on kunai awakened Itachi and stared blankly at his friend. Are you going to fight that monster? Itachi, find a chance to escape. The friend gritted his teeth and glanced at Itachi and rushed up. Fear spread all over his body. Watching the kid Obito who attacked him inexplicably felt very irritable. Itachi wanted to make a sound to stop but found that he couldn't make any sound, and his friend still fell in a pool of blood. Cowardly kid, don't you even have the courage to do it? You don't even have the qualifications to be worthy of my action, Obito said contemptuously. Itachi seemed to have fallen into silence as if he had not heard the air. Everyone was dead, and the endless cold made Itachi feel that he had a layer of frost on his body. The seeds of hatred have been planted and the soil has disappeared. Without shouting or crying, he returned to Konoha like a corpse. After reporting it, he returned to the clan, with only the death picture of his companion in his mind. Why am I the only one who survived? I was scared. I didn't have the courage to take action against that man. In the middle of the night, Itachi embraced the 3-year-old Sasuke, and opened the Sharingan in memory and hatred. Obito rushed to Konoha when he learned that Yuyu's eyesight was declining. Itachi just happened to plant the seeds of hatred. According to Baiju's description, Itachi is also a rare genius and can be used more in the future. Wuji, who was cultivating by the lake, was immediately short of Obito's breath. Fortunately, Naruto was placed in the village, otherwise it would be dangerous. Obito is humming now, probably because of Conan. You came. Wuji sits still and raises his eyelids lazily. As expected, Big Brother sensed my existence right away. You have the guts to come here. Hehe, I'm just here to confirm something, Obito said nonchalantly. He wanted to leave but no one stayed. It's my eye. Yes, it's just an ordinary kaleidoscope of you entering the darkness sooner or later, and I have a way for you to avoid. Obito writing round eyes shine in the night. Even if Yu vomits in the mysterious belt, I don't believe that Yu can accept blindness. I am afraid it has reached the intermediate level now. It sounds very tempting, but Obito underestimates me too much. Even if I don't need to write the wheel I'm already standing at the top of this world because my speed is no weaker than the 4th generation of Reiki, and my strength is even greater. Not weaker than Tsunade. I admit that every ability of yours is enough to stand at the top. There is no perfect existence than you in the ninja world, but you can no longer see things clearly, Obito said confidently. What's the use of your strength and speed? You can't even see things clearly. The first time you fought Yu 3 years ago, so, it has developed to the extreme that ordinary kaleidoscope can achieve. This shows that Yu uses the kaleidoscope very frequently, otherwise it is impossible to reach that level. Obito believes that no one knows the kaleidoscope better than him. You also awakened the kaleidoscope, and you use it so skillfully. It seems that there is indeed a way to avoid. As long as you help me, or talk about forming an alliance with me, I will keep your eyesight. Being able to open up such conditions shows that Obito is also a lot of money, but if you can really pull Yu over, it will definitely not be a lot. Even if there are other thoughts that believe that Nagato and his strength should be able to suppress, this little brother is still naive. Haven't he recognized the difference between him and the main body for so long? It seems that my makeup skills are good, although it is said that I am playing myself. Not enough. This is not enough, unless you can give me the Eye of Reincarnation. Wuji finally raised his head and stopped meditating, watching Obito playfully, and Obito froze. The Samsara Eye really knew these eyes. No wonder he pressed Nagato against Nagato for the first time. How did you know? The slate of the Uchiha family. Don't say you didn't sneak in and see it, but you shouldn't be able to see that layer enough, Obito said solemnly. According to Madara, only after becoming an eternal kaleidoscope can you see the secret of the Eye of Reincarnation. Why? I'm different from you. Wuji grinned and mobilized his spiritual energy to punch out. Even if he wasn't as abnormal as his main body, he was still in immortal mode. Obito hides directly with the blur. You still like hands-on so much. If you have the ability, you don't have to play a game with me. If you win, I will join you. If you lose, I will not do anything to you. Under the mask, Obito pouted. Even if his strength greatly increased, Obito felt that he could handle Yu, and he only wanted to know how terrifying the fist was after fighting each other. Just wanted to beat him up. I wouldn't be fooled by such a stupid plan, but it looked like you're ready to go blind. PFF. Why are you laughing? Who said that my power has declined, and rumors can't be trusted? You don't forget that I can escape, and I'm already an immortal body in your word. Obito's body is shaken, and he has both fairy eyes and a fairy body. Isn't this the second spot? The most important thing is that this guy is all original accessory. According to Ju's information, this guy doesn't use intercolumn cells and is completely different from his half-baked. No wonder your body is so tyrannical. It's almost the level of 3 generations of Reiki. It's really a monster. Did you deliberately spread the vision loss to lure me out? Thinking of looking around here with oil on guard. There is no more light and clear wind than before. Chapter 169 Terumi Mei's Visit. Seeing Obito so nervous, Wuji couldn't help laughing. HMPH. Obito, you think too highly of yourself, and you don't need trick to deal with you. The indifferent word said. The whole air dropped a few degrees, and the sword in his hand roared. You can do your own thing. When I have time, I will go to the land of rain or Wuin village to find you. Don't come to Konoha in the future. Obito was stunned and didn't pay attention to Wuji's warning. How did this guy know? Why is he the only one who will stay in Hidden Mist Village? What an incomprehensible guy. As long as I complete the Moon Eye plan, no matter how strong you are, it will be in vain, Obito said with a sneer. This is enough to destroy the entire world. Wuji really wanted to teach Obito a lesson, but even comprehending a little of the law is not enough, unless the law field is deeper, until the space can be imprisoned. But what made Wuji the most eye-catching is the supreme law controlled by the Dragon Pulse. Time. It can even make people travel through the past and the future. What exactly do you want to do? You will naturally know in the future, and the reincarnation eye is not the only one. Be more careful with the guys around you. The guy next to you. Obito squinted his eye. The people closest to him were only black and white. Could it be black and white? This guy Heiju is the will that Madara separated. HMPH. I have my own plan. Obito never believed in Madara. He didn't notice it at first, but now he knew that Madara had left a formula in his heart, and he had already calculated him into it. If that's the case, then leave. There's not much time left. Wuji muttered to himself. Can it really grow to the sick level at this time? One's own spiritual energy can indeed cause damage to the sick head. Unfortunately, the effect is very limited, and the only way to truly defeat time is limited. Go away, before I don't want to. Hehe, I have planted the seeds of hatred in Konoha, and I will come back one day. We may need to cooperate when you come again next time. Promise left a meaningful smile. Obito was very surprised. Cooperation. Is the big brother's brain so funny? The brain was almost viscous and mushy. With a messy mood disappeared into the air. The 5th level medicinal pill should be ready tomorrow. After so long, the popularity of medicinal pills has dropped a lot, but it is still very popular in other countries, and today's income has already exceeded 10 billion. How much money he has now has never been counted. The next day, Yu, who is cultivating in Lulan, met an extremely unexpected person, and that was Terumi Mei. How did you come? If I don't come, you will almost forget me. Terumi Mei's teeth were itchy, and she just found her support and walked away for nearly a year. Yu was a little embarrassed. She shouldn't have told Terumi Mei her ID in the first place, but it took a long time to go. How could it be? I'm just too focused on my practice. Really? But why are you closing your eyes? Don't you want to see me? Terumi Mei was about to cry out of grief even, but Yu's heart flashed through panic and quickly exclaimed, I'm cultivating my mind to see things so I won't open my eye. Really? Terumi May asked suspiciously. Of course, this is a very powerful trick. Yu smiled faintly, but her heart was full of emotion. Coming here from Wuyin Village had to pass through the whole country of fire and several small countries. More importantly, Wuyin Village was now under very strict supervision. Terumi May pouted, still very dissatisfied in her heart, but when she saw her lover's dissatisfaction and complaints all vanish. Just then Lin, who had finished shopping for vegetables, came back. I'm back. Today I have omelette and ginger pork, and I also buy grilled fish. Lin, who had changed her shoes, was stunned when she saw the girl sitting next to Yu when she entered the door, and her smile gradually solidified. Terumi May looked at the girl who entered the door. Her face became more and more gloomy. No wonder she was looking for another new love here after not looking for her for so long. It all lived together. Dangerous. Yu's secret path is not good and must be explained quickly. Listen to my explanation. Who is she? The two said in unison. Lin frowned. This woman made no secret of her hostility and seemed to know the teacher, but she had never heard it from the teacher. Terumi May was full of anger. This woman knew that she had lived here for a long time. Who are you? Why did you break into my house? Your home? Yes, I've always lived here, Lin said confidently. It good. Wuji. As Terumi May gritted her teeth, Yu got goosebumps. Okay Lin, don't make trouble. This is your wife. Yu was speechless. As for what? Wuji, you lied to me. This girl is obviously the same age as you. How could it be your disciple? Huh? Mistress. Teacher, when did you find a mistress for me? Lin was done, and Lin, who reacted quickly, apologized. Sorry, I didn't know it was the teacher who came. I never heard from the teacher. Huh? Is it true? But I haven't heard that Wuji has an apprentice. The two looked at Yu suspiciously. It's my fault. I forgot about this kind of thing. I'm really sorry. Yu was already sitting on the table. Lin's identity must not be revealed. The fewer people who know it, the better. As for Terumi May, I originally planned to say when the time was right. Everyone, sit down. Let's eat grilled fish first. Is teacher? The three of them didn't talk much. Neither Rin nor Terumi May had moved their chopstick. Only Yu was eating with relish. Aren't you all hungry? I'll eat it all by myself if I don't eat for a while. Yu smiled genially, and the dusty temperament immediately made Terumi May forget her previous grudges. So handsome, so good to eat. Lin saw Terumi May's appearance of being a nympho, and knew that this mistress must have rarely seen her teacher. It was exactly the same as her original situation, and it became accustomed to it after getting along for a long time. She couldn't help but be proud that this was her teacher, the person she admired the most. How did you meet the teacher? You should meet very little, right? It was a long time ago, but this is actually the third meeting, Terumi May said with a red face. This is really incredible. Of course, Yu has met Terumi May more than 3 times. It's incredible. Teacher, you are amazing. Even Lin was impressed. Not counting this 2 meetings, she had a beautiful mistress. Too strong. Ha! Normal operation. No sick. Yu waved her hand and continued to eat the fish, but the fish seemed to have a little less salt. How did you become a disciple of Wuji? Yuanzi, you should be the same age as us. Lin still keeps the name of Motoko Nakamura. According to the teacher's request, she is Motoko Nakamura in front of everyone. Well, I became a teacher's disciple when I was 9 years old, because when my teacher was 9 years old, he already possessed the strength of Jonin. Terumi May looked at Yu in disbelief. No wonder this guy was already as famous as the third Raikage when they first met, and he escaped after the third Raikage died. The teacher is very strong. Lin looked at Yu with admiration. Of course I know. This guy did 2,000 beheadings at the beginning. Hee. It's all in the past. Night Feather light with a smile. Although he said that he is extremely powerful now, he has reached the bottleneck, and his eyes have been sealed. Chapter 170 How to Choose. After talking for a while, the two finally got to know each other. Yu looked like an outsider throughout the whole play, and Lin was also very moved by the fact that Mei Terumi came to Yu from afar. It is really a blessing for the teacher to have such a beautiful woman for several lifetimes. It seems that Terumi May really liked the teacher, and does not reject the title of the teacher at all. After getting acquainted with each other, the two became so close that they were called sisters. The relationship between girls is always unpredictable, as long as it is not a plastic sisterhood. Lin, let cook. Your wife may be hungry. My sisters are called old, so it's my sister. Terumi May was dissatisfied. Okay, teacher. Seeing Lin went to the kitchen, Terumi May posted it again. Wuji, you won't keep your eyes closed, will you? Look at me anyway. Terumi May said sadly. I really want to watch it too, but I'm a blind monk now. Alright. Just when Yu was about to explain, someone came here again, and heard someone knocking on the door. Terumi May went to open the door. When I opened the door, I saw a beautiful woman with red hair holding a 3-year-old child. It turned out that Chuan Yao was here again with her daughter. It was messy again in an instant. It was a little too much to say that it was a disciple who accepted it before, but this child brought it all over. Ah, isn't that Motoko? Who are you? The hostess of this house. Terumi May forced calm and suppressed her emotions to see how her boyfriend explained. Oh, so that's it. it. Is Mr. Wuji there? I brought some meals that I made by myself. I want to thank Mr. Wuji. Please come in. Terumi Mei stared at Chuan Haruka. This woman is very threatening. The figure is much better than hers, and her manner is elegant and generous. Xuanyao also looked at this beautiful girl curiously, and even claimed to be the hostess here. Is it Chuan Yao? Well, Aunt Shanglin, I'm sorry to bother you again, my lord. Uncle. Hehe, don't be so polite. Shanglin is here to let uncle hug him. Shanglin, who was very close in Yiyu's arm, moved to a comfortable position, and was very well behaved in Yiyu's arm. What going on with this happy family of three? There is absolutely something wrong with this woman. Who is Wuji? Terumi Mei couldn't help but ask questions. She is the bloodline of the Vortex family, named Chuan Yao, and she was brought here after she was rescued from the bad guys while passing through the country of grass. What about her? Terumi Mei pointed at Shang Phosphorus. Of course it's Kawaharu's daughter. Are you sure it's not yours? PFF. Of course not. Chuan Yao couldn't help but laugh. This little girl is so funny. It seems like a misunderstanding. Kawaharu is my girlfriend Terumi Mei. Well, the adult girlfriend is very beautiful and interesting. Obviously you are too misunderstood. Terumi Mei was sulking. This guy can really mess with Flower, and he must be careful in the future. I'm very grateful to the adult. If it wasn't for the great people, the woman and I might have died. Oh, okay. There is no way to be unhappy now. Mei Ming, is it okay for you to come here so much? Actually, this mission is for me to hunt down a bloody ninja who defected. It seems that the village is going to attack the Shuiji family. Well, you haven't been found. Terumi Mei shook her head. Such an order is really incredible, and it would actually attack the blood family in the village. In this way, the strength of the village is likely to plummet, and it is completely self-defeating. And the time limit for this hunt is 2 months. So you gave up your mission and came here. Yiyu just admired Terumi Mei's boldness, which was completely carried away by love. No, after I injured the man, I couldn't trace it all the way and chased it here. Terumi Mei's complacent appearance seems to be saying, praise me quickly. It's a pity Yiyu couldn't see her face. So smart. But don't do this in the future. It will be bad to be discovered. It doesn't matter. I'll be a betrayal in a big deal. Now the village is full of smog. Terumi Mei said unconcernedly. There are not a few ninjas who defected now, and if it's a big deal, they will follow Wuji in the future. Anyway, the boyfriend is strong enough. I'm still waiting for you to be shuiying. Haven't you thought about the reason why shuiying is so abnormal? I suspect it being controlled. Maybe it is. This guy Obito can really do things, but Yakura should be the perfect person of Kurigakushi now, and there should be no illusion control. How did he do it? No. Yiyu remembered the incident of Orochimaru's release of A-Tail. It would be normal if he took the kind of medicine specially designed to deal with tailed beast. The fact that Orochimaru can prepare this drug does not mean that Obito can't do it. Even if it has been a few years, Yahweh can't remember what happened that day, so he forgot about it. After you go back, you can find someone who is good at illusion to see if the water shadow has been controlled. This is a bit difficult. It is very difficult to see the water shadow now, Terumi Mei said with an embarrassed expression. Except for a limited number of personal guards, no one could see Tsuko, even Tsuko's family. Forget it. I'll think of a way later. It would be great if it was a Hitamitsu ninja. Kuppalism. Terumi pondered that there was really one in the village. The guy who was lucky enough to get the eye of the Konoha sect during the war. I understand. Yiyu smiled lightly. Lin had already prepared the meal, and now there were more people in the family and it seemed a lot more lively. The only bad thing is that Yiyu's eyes have never been open, which is a bit weird. It wasn't until the evening that Chuan Yao left with Shanglin in his arm, and Shanglin reluctantly left Yiyu's embrace. Uncle, goodbye. Well, let's play again tomorrow. Okay, uncle. Only then did Shanglin happily leave with Chuan Yao. I'm so envious. What there to envy? If you want to act like a spoiled child, you can. Idiot. There are still people. I forgot there was Lin, but it's okay to wait for Lin to return to her room and act like a spoiled child. Hearing Yiyu's straightforward words made Terumi Mei blush. This idiot is really shameless. Ha! Teacher, would you like to spread dog food like this in front of the apprentice? This is your experience. Yiyu said that her face was not blushing and her heart was not beating, showing the thickness of her face. Hentu. Lin looked at Yiyu with contempt. But is Mei Ming really going to live with the teacher today? This is the third time we've met, so there won't be anything strange happening at night, right? Teacher, I'll go live with Sister Xuanyao today. Don't. Please, Motoko. This. Seeing Terumi Mei's leading eye, Rin understood that she was nervous and scared, and her expression gradually became weird. It seemed that she was not ready. Looking at Yiyu again, her face was still flat and expressionless. The teacher is usually very gentle, but it is very scary when he is serious. The last time he practiced was an example. If he didn't respond quickly, he would have been cut in half, and now he is afraid. Yiyu's silence made Lin feel a lot of pressure, and Doda's sweat drop continuously. Although the teacher does not hit women, training is another matter. Damn, how to choose. Lin regretted not leaving with Chuan Yao at that time. Chapter 171. 4 months. Just when Lin hesitated, Yiyu finally made a sound. Am I so scary? Motoko, you're going to be dehydrated dehydrated if you go on like this. Ha ha. Teacher is of course not scary anymore. Teacher is the most gentle person. Lynn wiped the sweat on her forehead, only to realize that her back was wet with cold sweat. The teacher was really scary. In Yu's heart, MMP usually treat this girl so well since there will be such a reaction. Isn't it just being a little stricter when it comes to training? Usually, I'm spoiled. It's just like being a daughter. It's really sad that it's not like being a sister. Mei and Motoko, I don't want to be disturbed right now. Terumi Mei felt that she was a failure. The contradiction between expectations and fear. Really? How could I be such a person? Mei, I will not force you. Sorry, Wuji. Terumi Mei was ashamed. Yes, how could Wuji be that kind of person? Yu was screaming in her heart. If it wasn't for Lao Su's blindness, how could he have let it go? It would be a pity not to see beauty. There is a fundamental difference between turning the lights on and turning them off. With unwillingness, I had to reluctantly part with love. Alas, when will these eyes be healed? Yu was heartbroken when Lin and Terumi Mei walked out of the room, but it was better not to be blind. After moving to Lin's house, Terumi Mei asked about Yu's eye. No matter how you looked at it, there was a problem. Saying that it was for cultivation would be beating to death. A normal person will occasionally open his eyes even if his will is firm. How can it take so long? It has not been opened from noon to night. Yuanzi, how long has Wuji's eyes not open? Lin, who is making the bed, stiffened. This has been a long time. Sure enough, it's not for cultivation. Can you tell me what's going on? This is the future mistress. It can be seen that she is very worried about Wuji, but she still can't get around it. Sitting on the tatami, Rin kept watching Terumi Mei, and Terumi Mei was also waiting for Rin's answer. Hey, this one started 10 months ago. The teacher said that he was going to make a breakthrough and then went out to practice. After coming back in more than 3 months, he became like this. His eyes are now invisible. What? Terumi Mei's heart tensed after hearing the news. How could such a thing happen? Anxiously, he continued to ask, what else? Then I don't know. The teacher did realize the new power, but he said that he was too greedy and was punished. But don't worry, the teacher will definitely be able to break the seal. The teacher who breaks the seal will only become stronger. Is that so? Huh, it really scared me. That bastard is so annoying. I was taken aback too. Lin said with a smile. In Lin's heart, the teacher has always been invincible, even if she can't see anything now. Then let go fix him tomorrow. The worried guy. Terumi Mei clenched her small fist and was very excited. She didn't dislike it because of Wuji's blindness, but thought about how to fix it. This is still sister miming. Come on. The teacher's perception is very keen. Seeing and not seeing is the same. Lin immediately dismissed her thought. Terumi Mei might be okay. She must be okay. Her identities are different. Terumi Mei had to snuff out that excitement. Yu, who woke up early the next day, continued to comprehend the law, and asked for the date. The 3-year appointment will arrive in 4 months, and the time should be counted for the incarnation outside the body. This country is about to experience a bloodbath, and people's greed can never be satisfied. Today is a very special day. Terumi Mei cooked by herself, and the kitchen is full of smog. It is a match for the foggy village. Before entering the door, Yu felt the maliciousness from the room, which was the whisper and roar of the devil. Honey, come in and try my craft. Huh, I seem to have heard Chuan Yao's cry for help, so I'm leaving first. Terumi Mei's eyes are cold in a flash. He quickly grabbed Yu's clothes and violently threw them into the room. Forehead. Yu, who got up, felt the malice on the table and swallowed her saliva. If I eat this thing, I am afraid I will kill half of my life. What about Yuanzi? After a little perception, I found that there was a person lying under the table, breathing very weakly. I'm going. Are you trying to murder? Don't you bring any samples yourself? Well, I didn't dare to eat it. Stupid woman. Yu couldn't help cursing, and hurriedly fed Lin a detoxification pill, and Lin's face improved. Terumi Mei squatted in the corner agreed. The image was probably going to get worse again. Huh, it's okay. You are not allowed to cook in the future. You have to eat it yourself first. I see. Sorry. Really? It's great for you to be able to take the detoxification pill. Really? Terumi Mei was happy again. Squat down. Oh, Yu reprimanded. Terumi Mei squatted in the corner again, and could only apologize silently in her heart. Yu was really speechless, but Lin, the three-tailed man, couldn't stand it. How strong the poison was. Konoha's Wuji alchemy is at a critical juncture. The two clones control the fire together, and the sweat on Wuji's head does not dare to wipe it dull a little bit. Keep the temperature. Yes. Finally, after a few minutes, the rich Danxiang overflowed, and Wuji breathed a sigh of relief, and the whole person's spirit was much better. This elixir is really deadly. It was almost useless again. I took out 3 ambergris pills from the furnace. It was great that I managed to refine 3 of them this time. Carefully placed it in the wooden box. I have to find time to give it to the main body. Maybe Kushina will wake up. The vitality contained in the dragon saliva pill made Wuji fascinated. If it is the human Zuli who has just lost the tail beat, as long as he has this, he can definitely escape the danger of his life. After all, even Lin's crisis situation can be saved. There are too few 5th order herbs in this world, and 6th order herbs are even harder to find. The other 5th order medicinal herbs Wuji have no time to refine, and they are all placed in the direction that that can save lives. It would be great if the bailing Dan could be refined. Removing the clone from Wooji and lying on the ground consumes a bit of mental energy, and the spiritual energy is somewhat exhausted. There are still 4 months to go to the country of rain to pick up Sarah back home, which is really exciting. Sarah, the land of rain, has lost her former youthfulness, and her whole person has become mature and stable, and she is no longer as naive and ridiculous as she was before. Pain has 4 months left. Well, wait for Wooji to come and try to recruit. If it doesn't work, will this be self-defeating? Wooji has built a country by himself. He has no choice. Tiandao Pain looked at Luoyu. There are not many people in this world who can stop him. After taking the medicine pill, Nagato's body is much better than before, and he is no longer sick. Xiaonan wanted to say something or not. The first time he met Wooji, he felt that this person was very dangerous. Even if he jumped up and down in the face of the imaginary dragon 9 seals being smacked, it does not mean that Wooji is weak, and the strength will definitely become more terrifying after a few years. Chapter 172 Uncle Snake Defection. After defeating the ninja guarding the Forbidden Scroll, Orochimaru sneaked into it and immediately found the Book of Seal. I know this technique is very strong, and it will take at least a month to learn it. Orochimaru flipped through the Book of Seal, and the first choice was Yaki Orochi. He was quite jealous of Yaki Orochi, and even if he knew that this was not the real Yaki Orochi, it was worth enough research. The reincarnation of dirty soil. This is the preparatory method for Yu's soul to return and must be learned. When will you go to the Pure Land? Yu. Orochimaru's eyes couldn't hide his thirst for knowledge. Yu wanted to reach the Pure Land in order to explore the truth. His madness was even worse than his own. Orochimaru has always believed that Yu and himself are the same people, and Yu can only accept human experiments except Danzo. Danzo is for his own ambition, and Yu and him are for understanding. Quickly transcribe the 2 forbidden technique, and after the transcription was completed, I swallowed it and sighed that there are so many ninjutsu here. It takes a month to learn the Yachi Orochi. I need a longer life. Yu, will you help me finish it? Orochimaru muttered to himself, and the calm and confident figure of Yu's figure flashed in his mind, but the old man was afraid that he had already discovered that it was time to go. As soon as he stepped out of the room, he saw the 3 generations rushing over with people. Sure enough, it's your Orochimaru. Hey, old man, you are too late. After breaking the wall, 3 generations will keep up. Don't move, otherwise I can't guarantee the integrity of the sealed book. Orochimaru swiped across the Book of Seals with a gloomy expression on his face. He had planned to arrest Orochimaru tonight, but he did not expect Orochimaru to be a step ahead. It is the information provided by Danzo that makes the 3 generations unable to turn a blind eye, and the test subjects are only the enemy ninjas, and even their own ninjas and babies are not spared, and it can no longer be tolerated. Leave the book and give you 3 minutes. The 3 generations of Hokage suppressed the anger in his heart, not only the anger at Orochimaru but also Danzo. This bastard is getting more and more excessive. The snake pupil swept over everyone, and Anbu shuddered. Orochimaru, one of Konoha's 3 ninjas, Langmyeonjin, the teacher of Konoha's strongest. Such a strong man committed a serious crime in Konoha. Throwing out the scroll, Orochimaru disappeared in front of everyone with the smoke. 3 minutes was enough. Lord Hokage, Anbu asked whether to act immediately. Give him 3 minutes. The 3rd generation sighed. 3 minutes was enough for Orochimaru to escape from Konoha, so he had to bury the sadness in his heart and in my heart. Maybe the 3rd generation didn't want Orochimaru to be caught. Notify Yu and Jiraiya to arrest Orochimaru. Yes, the 2 Anbu quickly left, and Jiraiya, who was peeping at the bathhouse, was shocked when he heard that Orochimaru had defected. How could Orochimaru defect? You're not kidding. Lord Jiraiya is very sorry that this is true, and please go to arrest Orochimaru quickly. That idiot. Take me there. Yes. Gritting his teeth, he followed Anbu to trace the trail of Orochimaru. On the other side, Anbu also found Wooji. Wooji was calm, without the slightest bit of panic, and he couldn't even see a little bit of anger. Uncle Snake defected. I know what I went back to catch. You go back first. Anbu was quite speechless about Wooji's negative attitude, which was clearly meant to release water. Don't worry, I'll catch it. It's too hard for Orochimaru to leave. I also asked Lord Yu to leave quickly. Isn't it just defecting? Don't be nervous. Are you thirsty or not? Do you want to drink some water? Lord Yu. Anbu is extremely anxious. When is it still like this? Wooji poked his ears out of the noise. It's really troublesome. Naruto just stay at home and uncle go out. Well, I'll be good, uncle. So nice. Putting down Naruto, Yu then walked out with Anbu. The time of Uncle Snake defection was earlier than expected. I don't know if the reincarnation of the dirt has been obtained or not, Wooji thought to himself. 3 minutes had passed, and Jiraiya and Wooji finally met. Yeyu, where might Orochimaru escape to? Lord Jiraiya, how would I know? You are his longtime friend. No, the old friend should know better than me. If you look for it carefully, you should be able to find traces. Okay then. Jiraiya is indeed a person who knows Orochimaru very well, and he quickly found the trail, but there are 2 directions. The soldiers are divided. It is good. Wooji and Jiraiya each each took a pair of people to pursue them in 2 directions. After 10 minutes, Wuji couldn't stand Anbu's speed. Can you hurry up? Lord Yu, this is already the fastest. Extra money will affect the battle. Forget it. You'd better go back. It'll be a ghost if you can catch it. Lord Yu. Anbu had to say something, and there was no one there before they met, and appeared 100 meters away. So fast. As expected of Lord Yu. Captain, should we continue to chase? Chase. It should be able to help. Promise Mercedes-Benz all the way to C2 branches. It is obvious that they are chasing is correct. Use the shadow clone to continue chasing. Orochimaru, who was running away, quickly sensed that someone was chasing him from behind. Is it Jiraiya to be caught up so quickly? Looking back, it turned out to be his own scoundrel, and grinned instead and stopped. Wujiji and Orochimaru stopped and quickly came to the front. I didn't expect the old man to send you all here. Yeah, it's really troublesome. Did Uncle Snake get it? Asked excitedly. Of course, the reincarnation of the dirty earth has already been obtained. That good. I didn't expect you to defect so early. I thought it would be in the second half of the year. I originally planned to stay for a while, but Danzo has already told the old man about me. Orochimaru said regretfully, but fortunately he told him in advance, otherwise it might be really dangerous. And after speaking, Orochimaru began to fly far away and Wuji followed, otherwise it would be hard to say if it was discovered by Anbu behind. HMPH. I knew that old dog would be like this. When the time is right, I will kill him. It's a suitable sacrifice. What do you want to do? Hehe. Of course I brought back Mizumo-san. Reincarnated with dirty soil. Of course not. Minato's soul is in the belly of the god of death. There is no way to reincarnate in the dirt. Then what else can you do? Orochimaru asked curiously. This disciple seems to have concealed a lot of things from him. Could it be that the ghoul seal can still be broken? The death mask of the Whirlpool family, but it needs a sacrifice. Uncle Snake, you can be a sacrifice without injury. It will only hurt, but then you have to change your body. Reincarnation is not perfect without a corpse, so let Danzo come here. Orochimaru refused, joking that it would be better not to touch the god of death technique first. At this time, Orochimaru had not found the forbidden scroll of the Vortex family. Wuji laughed at this. Not being reincarnated is not perfect to amuse me. It is clearly cowardly. However, Danzo is also a good experimental subject. Danzo also has a Sharingan that he helped transplant. Orochimaru had to observe 3 seconds of silence for Danzo. Unfortunately, there are still many experiments that have not been completed. Chapter 173 The Seal of the Mantra. Wuji is waiting until the body break the seal. That is the moment when Danzo becomes a sacrifice. Uncle Snake, where are you going? The land of field. Orochimaru didn't care about telling him where he was hiding. It was Yu who asked him to establish his own power a long time ago. There, I'll find you. Well, maybe the reincarnation of the filth is almost at that time. Hopefully, since there are no other problem, let's separate. Hehe. Goodbye Yu. The cold smile is really disgusting. Wuji waved his hand. It seems that it is necessary to learn to fly Thor, and it is quite easy to teleport. After comprehending the time-space law of a trace of dragon vein, the fit for time-space ninjutsu is much higher. It didn't take long for Wuji to return home when he ran into Anbu who was chasing after him. Lord Yu, I can't catch it. I have completely escaped. Anbu people are full of disbelief. So fast how could you be escaped? You let it go on purpose. Right. If you don't believe me, go after you. I'll have tea when I go back. Wuji turned around and left. Anbu had no choice but to give up. Whether or not to chase is a problem, and whether to beat him or not is another problem. This guy obviously won't be chasing him. Jiraiya found that he was following the wrong path, and had no choice but to withdraw Konoha. After Wuji explained it, he returned home. As for the 3 generations of old men who would love to send them, Danzo, who sold Orochimaru, stayed at the root headquarters with peace of mind. After selling Orochimaru for 3 generations, he had nothing to do with him. Everything was Orochimaru's fault. After learning about Orochimaru's defection, Yuji was confused. Why didn't he take him with him? Feeling like a child who was abandoned. Hongdu, who fainted at home, woke up leisurely at night, opened his eyes and immediately thought of Orochimaru, saying it was a gift for himself, and then bit her. Teacher Orochimaru. When Red Bean woke up, he looked around where there was still Orochimaru, and still felt a sharp pain when he touched his neck. He almost died of pain just after being bitten. He thought he was going to get cold, but he didn't expect to be alive. Even so, he still did not resent Orochimaru, but worried about where Orochimaru is now. Needless to say that he is another poor child. After escaping, Orochimaru was a little regretful that he couldn't bring Yushi out, and the time was too rough. However, Orochimaru, who was able to withstand the curse mark, was very happy that the red beans contained part of his soul in the curse mark of the sky. It took a week for poor Red Bean to know the news of Orochimaru's defection, and she found Wuji in pain. Brother Yu, Mr. Orochimaru defected. I know, I went to hunt it down, but I didn't catch up. Then why didn't you tell me? Red Bean asked angrily. Ah, little junior sister, please calm down first. Uncle Snake has no choice but to defect to me. I'm not afraid that you will be sad. But why didn't you take me with you to escape. Red Bean said aggrievedly. Fuck, don't cry. Your eyes are swollen. It's very dangerous outside. Leaving you in Konoha is for your safety. Really? Of course, you're still too weak. Wooji secretly admires Uncle Snake's brainwashing ability, which can make this child so determined. But why didn't I take you with me? Hongdu asked dumbly, and Wooji was done. Wooji pointed to himself and looked at Red Bean in disbelief. Bah, if I defect, I'll take Uncle Snake with me. He can't take me with him. He's really stingy. I stayed well and didn't make a mistake. Why did I defect? Hongdu's neck rang, knowing that he seemed to have said the wrong thing. Wooji was about to laugh angrily. If it weren't for the ghoul seal of the 3 generations of old men, there would be no problem in seizing power. Of course, this would have to work with the main body. Together, the two can really fight against the entire village. The teacher is gone and I am left alone. Who said that? Am I still in Konoha? If a person is not used to staying with me, Uncle Snake House should be closed soon. Brother, you are so kind to me. The sadness in Hongdu's heart was a little less, and she was very moved. In addition to Orochimaru, there were people who loved her. Of course, Hongdu is your second home. Thank you, brother. Woohoo. Hearing his brother's generous words, Hongdu was deeply moved and burst into tears. Wooji was a little embarrassed, but in fact, if Hongdu moved here, you wouldn't have to take care of Naruto. Taking care of children is not an ordinary trouble. You can still find time to practice, and having a little loli is also a very happy thing. If Hongdu knew that the senior brother whom he respected in his heart thought so, he would probably cry for a long time, and he would not be able to coax him well. Besides, Red Bean's talent is still pretty good, otherwise he wouldn't be able to become a chunin early on. It only grew to a special jonin because there was no one to teach it after Orochimaru left, and the curse seal was also sealed by the 3 generations of Hokage, and the power of the curse mark could not be used. Otherwise, the power of the curse seal is very powerful, and it is not a problem to become an elite jonin. Then Wooji saw the curse of the sky on the neck of Hongdu again, and the black Rehook jade revealed an evil aura. Is this the power that Uncle Snake left you? Seeing my brother staring at his neck, he unconsciously touched it. Yeah, but it hurt. Wooji squinted his eye. The 2 forms of the Red Bean's curse of the sky have not appeared in the anime. All Wooji are very curious and want to see what it looked like. But think about the current Red Beans. If they export their power, they may not be able to stand it. This is a very powerful force, but you can't control it right now. You can wait until you get stronger. Do you know what this is, brother? Well, this is the curse seal of the sky that can be established as a forbidden technique. I will tell you slowly if you have to use it in the future, but it is better to seal it now. That troublesome brother. Wooji is considering which seal to use, and the evil one thinks about whether to use the seal of sealing evil, and if so, he has to take off his clothes. Tis, wouldn't this be too beastly? Brother, what are you thinking about? It's nothing. I'm just thinking about which sealing technique worked best. Oh, after thinking about it for a long time, Wooji decided to use Taoism to try it out. Come on, go to a spacious lake. Oh, so Wooji took the Red Beans to the Orochimaru laboratory under the grove, planning to do some ulterior motive. Ahem. Yu removed all the thing, and painted the 5-element gossip technique on the ground, with 8 yellow signs respectively, standing in the corner of the 8th direction. Come and sit here and don't move. Okay, brother. Well, it started. Hongdu was nervous and motionless, for fear of making a mistake. Don't be nervous, although this is my first time using it. Ah, the first time. Is it really okay? Hongdu had a bitter face, and wanted to run away. Anna, don't move. It's about to start. When it was over, Hongdu wept silently. The fighters who are approaching the army are all arrayed in front seal. After forming the 9 seals, the 9 big characters light up, and the golden light suddenly rushed towards the Red Bean's curse seal of the sky. The Red Bean did not feel any discomfort, only felt the warmth of the sun, and the pain disappeared. The light disappeared, and the outer circle of the gossip was engraved on the periphery of the curse of the sky. All right, it really doesn't hurt anymore. Senior brother is great. HMPA. Of course, there is no way that the power of this spell in the curse can overflow. Red Bean looked at Wooji with admiration, and today I bought my favorite meatballs to reward my brother. Chapter 174 is sold. Since the addition of Red Beans to Wooji, it is naturally a lot easier, and Naruto has been pestering Red Beans all day, and today I got the news that the Orochimaru family was sealed. To this end, the 3 generations also specially summoned the Red Beans and discovered the curse of the sky. What is the seal of Red Bean? This is the seal set by senior brother Yu. Well, then it should be fine. Well, brother said that as long as the power sealed in the curse seal will not appear. The 3 generations looked at the seal curiously. This kind of seal has never been seen before, but the decorations are somewhat similar to the gossip seal. Is it Yu's own seal? Well, how much do you know about Orochimaru? Red Bean's heart tightened. Mr. Orochimaru often goes to the basement to do some experiment, but I don't know what to do. Seeing the dodging eyes of Hongdu, the 3 generations knew that they were not telling the truth. Hongdu, Orochimaru has done a lot of evil experiment, which will have a very negative impact on the village. Please provide some information as much as possible. He took a deep breath and kept staring at Red Bean, who was taken aback. I don't know. Teacher Orochimaru brought some small animal meat pieces and the like. The other senior brothers know better than me. Anything else? That's all I know. After talking about the red beans sweating like rain, the power of the 3 generations is not ordinary horror. Ah, which bastard is talking about me again? Wuji, who rubbed his nose, continued alchemy. Hongdu, who walked out of the Naruto studio, suddenly woke up and seemed to have told his senior brother. The senior brother should not blame her. Right, I didn't expect that the 3 generations who were usually kind and gentle would be so scary. Siji, this is today's medicine pill. Hard work. It doesn't matter. It's just a 4th order pill. There are too few sick order pills. If you increase the price a little bit, you can't even get a sick order pill. No problem. I'll send more people to look for it. Temple Jimming people serve delicious food and wine for Wuji to taste. Wuji raised his glass without hesitation. By the way, Yakumo should be of school age. Right. Well, Yakumo is already 6 years old. It's really school age. Speaking of Yayunji, Gigi's eyes are doting, and after his body is not back to normal, he is like a happy elf every day. Then let her go to school as soon as possible, and don't waste her talent. Well, it will be delivered in 3 days. Alas, her daughter is finally going to school. Terachi would rather Yakumo be an ordinary person. A ninja may die at any time, but unfortunately she must become a ninja. After dinner, Wuji returned home. Today, the red beans seemed to be more industrious than before, and they cleaned up the whole house very neatly. Hongdu, why are you being so good today? You cleaned up so cleanly. This is what it should be. After all, my brother took me in, and I'm too embarrassed to not do anything. Yes, my consciousness is very high. I will teach you new ninjutsu when I have time in the future. Thank you, brother. Don't be so polite. Rest early. It's all right. Hehe. Hongdu smiled embarrassedly and went straight back to the bedroom. Hokage-sama shouldn't take his senior brother. Right. With an uneasy mood, he went to sleep. Glancing at Naruto, he had already fallen asleep, and he continued to practice while sitting on the bed. His spiritual energy was consumed a bit seriously. The next day, Tien Gangliong Wuji stretched his lazy waist a bit, but he didn't expect to be found by Anbu early in the morning. Lord Yayu, Lord Hokage is summoned. Oh, did the old man have anything to do with me today? This subordinate doesn't know. Okay then. Wuji followed Anbu to the Hokage building, and saw that the 3 generations had already started working. It's not a good habit to smoke early in the morning. Hehe, that's the only way to refresh me. Sandai smiled, waved Anbu and retreated. Lord Hokage is looking for me for another mission. There is no task. Just ask about Orochimaru. Orochimaru, don't you know all about it? Danzo should have told you all. Sure enough, you know it. I know a lot. I think it's a mistake for you to leave Danzo, Wuji said bluntly. Anyway, the 3 generations can't do anything with him. Danzo, he is the leader of the root and the darkness of the village. In other words, if he assassinates you in the future, will you turn a blind eye? He wouldn't do that. The 3rd generation is a little lost, not to assassinate him in the future, but already in his cup poison. Oh, old man, you are really old. This guy is almost 60 years old, and his ambitions have not diminished at all, but have become more prosperous. Wuji sneered. Speaking of unstable factors, Danzo is no worse than Uchiha. The 3 generations indulged Danzo blindly, thinking about the story, and the other 2 advisors are almost sitting and waiting to die. I will pay attention to this. I came to you today to know about Orochimaru. Are you sure you want to know? This has a lot to do with Danzo. Wuji's frivolous expression made the 3 generations hesitate. Does Hokage-sama still want to know? If this is announced, Danzo may also be a traitor. Of course, I have no opinion. Wuji's complacent appearance made the 3rd generation want to slap him. Stinky boy, can't you respect me? The old man's hair has turned white. Sorry, Hokage-sama, I can tell you one thing. You must be very interested. Seeing Wuji's positive color, the 3 representative emotions also became serious. You say, well, that means that there is another person in Konoha who has a wooden dung, and it is at the root, codenamed A. There is still such a thing. I will handle this matter. This person must not fall into the hands of Danzo. Well, I think so too. What will happen to Hokage this time? Although I haven't seen Yamato now, I have seen Yamato in the dragon vessel incident. If nothing else, I'll quit. Well, your information is very useful. Thank you this time. Oh, it's all for Konoha. After talking about Wuji, he went out, leaving 3 generations to discuss countermeasures. Send someone to investigate first. Now Kakashi is a good candidate, and his strength is very good. Call Kakashi. Yes. Back home, Wuji was very curious to see Hongdu's uneasy appearance. What wrong with Red Bean? It's nothing. Senior brother, is there nothing else Hokage-sama is looking for from you? What can I do for you? Wait, could it be your little girl who sold me? Gee, hee, brother, isn't it alright? No wonder this guy was so diligent yesterday. So it was. Wuji's expression gradually turned gloomy. Don't eat meatballs for the next 3 months. The voice without the slightest emotion filled the red beans with despair. No, senior brother, I know I'm wrong. I don't dare anymore. Without the balls, it would simply kill her. It is found that 1 month of stealing is added. Hongdu rolled his eyes and fainted. This guy has to take good care of it. He can't get used to it. Chapter 175 5 premeditated. I'm going back today. It really unhappy. Terumi May complained that this place is too far from the village of Korayan, and if you continue to delay, you will not be able to go back. Really, you must be careful on the road. By the way, Lin has a share of this for you. It's a gift. Is there me? Teacher. Of course, this thing should be the most precious thing in the world now, and the value is indescribable, Yu said with a smile. The two of them were even more curious about what could make the teacher comment like this. I saw 2 wooden boxes suddenly appear in Yu's hand. Spiritual ninjutsu. Almost. What I want to give you is in the box. The two took one each and curiously opened it. It turned out to be an elixir. Teacher, what kind of medicine is this? Is it different from the others? Of course, this is not an ordinary 4th order pill. Although it is not too precious for an immortal cultivator like me, it is very important for mortals. Cut. Bragging again. Terumi May stuck out her tongue, and the 4th order medicinal pills she had seen had very good effect, but they were not worth the price. I'm not kidding. My lifespan is completely different from yours. These 2 pills are called Zuyan pills. The main medicines of ordinary Zuyan pills are 400 years old, but these 2 pills are made from 1000-year-old pills. The effect is even more terrifying than ordinary Zuyan Dan. It not only preserves youth forever, but also prolongs people's lifespan. I guess at least 50 years. What? The 2 girls were stunned, and the wooden box in their hands was about to fall to the ground as soon as they loosened. The 2 of them responded quickly, almost faster than Yu in lay done state. It dangerous. It almost fell. Yu was very satisfied with the response of the 2 of them. Zuyan Dan was easy to refine, but the amount of elixir needed was not ordinary, not to mention the age of the main medicine was enough for 400 years. Teacher, you won't lie to us. Lin looked at Yu excitedly. If it was true, she would be so happy. Yeah, you won't lie to us, will you? Of course it's true. This medicine pill rarely make anyone crazy, and of course it doesn't work for me. Terumi May gave Yu a big hug and pecked Yu's face fiercely. What a priceless treasure. You can choose to take it now, but remember to take a bath to expel impurity. After Yu gave her instructions, she continued to conquer the seal while constantly sketching the shape of the law. Originally, I planned to give Terumi May and Rin the cultivation method of Reiki, but it was really obscure and difficult to understand, so I would teach it myself in the future. There are only 11 Zuyan Dans left, and if you want to give them away in the future, you have to choose carefully. Before I knew it, it was already dusk, and the appearance of Rin and Terumi May did not change after taking it. The only change was that the skin was better, and the most important thing was the combination of Zuyan Dan does not affect development. This is why Yu is sending Zuyan Dan now. In the end, Terumi May reluctantly left Lulin, but Lin was thinking that she would not grow old in the future. What about Kakashi? Aside from the teacher's most memorable friend, Kakashi is the only one. It would be great if the soil was still there. Lin remembered that Obito's eyes were slightly wet, but unfortunately it was too late. Hearing Lin whispering to herself, Yu frowned. This child would not like Obito. This is something I like to hear and see. Even when Moses came to Iraq, what will Lin look like when she finds out that Obito is not hanging up? It's really exciting. Because of Rin, Yu is very confident that no matter how far Obito develops, as long as Rin is the ace, Obito will definitely be obedient and defect in an instant. Run to, your world is in my hand. It is I who saved your world. Yu suddenly opened her eyes and saw a tiny crack in the chain inside. Lin was awakened by Yu's breath, turned her head to look at Yu. Yu had closed her eye. What happened to the teacher? It's nothing, just a breakthrough. Oh, it really scared me. Lin rubbed her arms. The moment just now made her fall into an ice cellar, and the teacher became stronger again. Let cook. I'm a little tired from practicing today. Got it. I'll make the best meal. In the Lulin Palace, the acting king is conspiring with his trusted minister. I think you know better than you that the queen is coming back soon. Yes, your majesty. Sarah will be back in 3 months. A minister called Sarah by name, much to the delight of the acting king. The country must not be taught to this woman. We have to stop Sarah from coming back. Several ministers shouted at each other. Quiet. Now I just want to know how to stop her from returning and get rid of the lord. Speaking of that adult, the ministers calmed down as if they had been poured a bucket of cold water. Although the generals who accompanied Wuji to fight together did not see the full strength of Wuji, only the tip of the iceberg exposed was terrifying and chilling. That lord is a sword saint. Do you really want to go against his will? Someone finally made a sound. In the past 3 years, he has been investigating Wuji's identity since he had the intention to betray. When he learned that he was a swordsman, some people chose to quit. They are just normal people, not ninjas with superhuman ability. Akeda, you have no other choice now. The other ministers looked at Akeda dissatisfiedly. What could the swordsman do? He was only one person. They control half of the country's army, which now number 40,000. How much can he kill? I didn't mean to quit. I just wanted to stop Sarah without going against the will of the adult. Are you joking? There's a limit to your stupidity, right? Kai Ben was red-faced by what the ministers said, but he was powerless to refute. I'm asking you to find a way, not to listen to your argument. The middle-aged man was not angry, and everyone below immediately shut up. up. After a while, Aline Dachung suggested, since that lord is not an ordinary person, the minister thought that he could entrust the 5 major countries to deal with it. As long as the funds were sufficient, the minister wanted the 5 major countries to take action. Well, Lulan is indeed very wealthy now. That adult was offered a reward of 300 million taels in Yenian village a few years ago. If it was only 300 million, it would still be enough. Your Majesty, I thought that the Lord might have already discovered our affair, and he has been standing still because he wanted Sarah to handle it himself, or the Lord just wanted an obedient person. It is very uncomfortable to represent the king and important officials, but it makes some sense. If the latter is okay, then just take Sarah. You can see that the one who disdains the powerful only needs absolute control, and usually does not manage the country. That's it. Continue to issue entrusted tasks, and prepare for the final follow-up. If the adult really ignores Sarah, let the ninja return to China. If you care about it, you'd better prepare for battle. The ministers agreed, and after the talks ended, they secretly left the palace. Chapter 176 Delegated Task. After discussing how to get rid of Sarah, the acting king sent people out of the country secretly, and sent people to the 5 major countries and some countries with top names. In Konoha village, the 3rd generation is checking the commission task, and the reward for this task is as high as 300 million. It is the highest commission I have received in recent years. Later, when I saw that it was about to solve a person, I saw that the name was very strange, and when did a small country dare to take a shot at the juggernaut? I still know about the new Lulan 3 generation, and I once accepted the commission of the old Lulan. In the impression of the 3 generation, this is a small country that does not even have ninjas. Can you tell me why? Lord Hokage, the reason for issuing such a commission is really helpless. The promised sword saint secretly controls our country. We just want freedom. Yes, I implore Lord Naruto to send ninjas there, and I very much hope to get Konoha's help. The client looked earnest and made a very sad expression. The 3 generations were silent for a while, weighing the disadvantages. A small country was obviously rich enough to spend so much money, and after establishing a good friendship, it might be able to help Konoha a lot. But the other party is the Wuji juggernaut, and the village's sense of the juggernaut is not bad. The discussion between the disciples can also show some of the master's skill. It's really not worth offending a character who is like the 3rd generation of Reikage. This young man once joined forces with the 3rd generation of Reikage, and each massacred more than 2,000 people. Rock Ninja. Jiraiya is the only one who can perform such a high-intensity task now, except for Yu. Lord Hokage, I implore your village to lend a helping hand. I'm very sorry. Konoha village didn't take this task. I think other villages may be happy. Spitting out a smoke ring, seeing what the client wanted to say, gave him a deep look. The client held back the words from his mouth again. Seeing Sandai's troublesome expression, he knew he didn't want to answer. Oh, sorry to bother you. It's nothing. Please pay attention to safety. This kind of situation is also stayed in the other 4 countries. In Cheyenne village, Luosha, the 4th generation of Keisuke, has just finished reading the commission. The client waited for Luosha's reply. About this task, Cheyenne village will not accept it. Well, I think the powerful Cheyenne village should be able to execute it, right? If not, you can increase the price. No, 300 million taels is already very high. It's just that the risk of assassinating a shadow-level powerhouse is too high, so please let him go back. I think Yenian village will accept it. Luosha rebuffed, and now Cheyenne village is at its weakest state, and it is taking the elite soldiers' route. Shadow-level powerhouses are not something that a few Shangnan can handle. Sand Hidden village's mission failed. Union village, the 4th generation of Reikage, also refused the task after reading it, and directly blasted the client out. Yo, what kind of mission did the eldest brother refuse directly? This kind of thing is not common. Aquare Teeth Road, Bitter Tooth Road. HMPH. This task is to assassinate the promised sword saint. That kid was considered me to have helped us at the beginning. If I don't assassinate him this time, it will be a favor. Oye, I want to try it. Bye, you idiot. One punch smashed Kurabi into the air. Anbu was depressed again, and the wall had to be repaired again. Every day is not repairing the wall or changing the table. How can such a Reikage be spread out? It's a loser. Tsukage Onogi did not refuse and accepted the entrusted task directly, but the price rose from 300 million to 400 million, and regardless of whether the task is completed or not, a deposit of 200 million must be handed over. At the same time, 4 elite Shangnan were also dispatched, but they were forced to accept the request of Toying. Fortunately, it was not too bad to accept. HMPA. It turns out that this bastard is hiding in Lulan. No wonder he has never been able to find a trade. But since you found it, just wait to die. Ono Mayan smiled. This hatred had to be avenged, and the thought of 2,000 people made his liver hurt. After Yakura, who was controlled by Obito, received the entrustment, he also accepted the entrustment and dispatched the watermelon mountain pufferfish and his subordinate, the dried persimmon shark, the Shinji ninja swordsman's ghost lantern Manmatsu, and 3 more joined. For the dried persimmon ghost shark Obito very early on, this man is a very good candidate. The strength is not weaker than his boss, the man who can sacrifice everything for the task. However, for the entrusted money, 100 million taels is added. On the one hand, Obito wanted to know the strength of the Wuji juggernaut who might become a companion in the future, and on the other hand, he also wanted to see the strength of the dried persimmon ghost shark. As long as he could come back alive, he would be eligible to join Akatsuki. Such a young dry persimmon ghost shark and two ninja swordsmen set off together. HMPH. It's time to increase the implementation, and the bloodline boundary of Wuin village can be erased. Yakura's eyes lit up slightly and walked out of the room. When the envoy returned, the acting king frowned. There will be at least 4 of the 5 major countries. Unexpectedly, there are only 2. The other small villages basically retreated in principle when they knew that the target was the shadow level. Only the 2 stronger ones agreed to the commission. After arriving in Lulan, the king received them one by one. Even as an ordinary person, he could feel the chilling aura from the ninja. You guys have worked hard. It's nothing. It's my honor to trouble His Majesty the King to receive it in person. But I didn't expect His Majesty the King to invite other shinobi villages. Iway and Murakami looked at the watermelon mountain puffer ghost coldly. Feeling the hostility from Iway, the watermelon mountain puffer fish laughed. What kind of rubbish dares to carry out the mission? If I remember correctly, the 7 ninja blades seemed to have lost 4 inexplicably before. But is this a new face and one died? Do you want to die? The air was filled with a strong smell of gunpowder, and the ninjas in the 2 small villages couldn't help trembling. Are these guys really just joining? When the acting king saw that the 2 sides were about to fight, he quickly persuaded them. My lord, please don't do this. This will trouble me. Please perform the task first. HMPA. His Majesty the King is serious. I don't know how high the chops are. After the quarrel, the 2 sides were arranged to live separately, and the ninja in the small village was embarrassed. For the first time, he felt that this commission should not be accepted. It is a pity that it is impossible to retreat now, and I can only hope that the 2 big bosses can solve this problem. A total of 20 Junin should be the last to deal with it, right? So many Junin are enough to subvert a small country. Although I have never seen how powerful these ninjas are, I am relieved to see their confident expression. In this way, you can rest assured to shoot at Sarah. Hehe, this country is about to belong to me, and I am waiting for that day with excitement and anxiety. And you didn't make the difference until the crisis came, and continued to eat the delicious bento made by Lin. Chuan Yao also sent some snacks and delicacies that he made, because he had nothing to do, so he spent all his energy on how to cook and eat. This is the only way to repay Yu. Chapter 177 The Inexplicable Pot. After Wuji told the members of the 3rd generation Rukode, the 3rd generation handed it over to Kakashi to investigate. After Kakashi's investigation, there was indeed such a person. The speechless other party is also investigating whether he is not even more prepared to seize his Sharingan. Now Kakashi is not what it used to be. Since the seal of the Yeiyu Church, he has got rid of the weakness of lack of blue, and his strength is more than 2 times stronger than before. Finally, the 2 of them faced each other today. Outside Konoha village did not need to say more. Danzo's order was to capture the writing wheel, and the 3rd generation's order was to bring Yushi back. Wooden, the technique of the great forest. Rachel, the arcing arc in his hand easily cut through the swept-in wooden vine, and Yuden quickly jumped back when he saw that his move was unfavorable. Sure enough, it is Mew done. Then, solution. The seal was broken and the 3-hooked jade appeared. This time, the palm of the hand was still beating the arc, but there was a noisy bird song. If you use Chidori, the speed will be greatly improved. Seeing Kakashi under the mask of the second run, Yuji did not panic at all. Wooden, wood ingot wall. The seal was quickly formed, and a pile of wooden pillars were bent into an arch to protect Yuji. This is a wooden pillar made of chakra, and Kakashi should not be able to penetrate, Yuden thought to himself. Kakashi slammed Chidori on the wooden ingot wall without hesitation, and with the roar, his right hand passed through the wooden ingot wall. How is this possible? You look too much at Lei Dun's penetrating power, Kakashi said coldly. Wooden, too slow. With wide open eyes, Yuji closed his eyes quickly. Seeing that he was about to stab his heart, Kakashi dissipated Chidori, grabbed Yuji and threw it to the ground. Kunai opened the mask to reveal Yuden's immature fate, but it was a 13 or 14-year-old child. Seeing that Yuju had to fight against Kakashi, Kuna held Yuju's neck. Don't move, I'm killing you. Feeling the strong murderous intent, Yuji stopped the movements in his hands and looked at Kakashi calmly, without a trace of love. Since being abandoned by Orochimaru, he has been reduced to a puppet. This guy, just like me. Kakashi remembered what he looked like after the murderous Rin, and let go of his hand unconsciously. Yuju kicked Kakashi away. Silent binding technique. The elongated vines attacked, and Kakashi quickly retreated. Art fire escape ho fireball. A large ball of fire burned the vine, and lightning flashed in his hand. This time, he would not miss it. Blinking technique. Wooden fear tree. There were many wooden sticks growing on Yuji's body, and Kakashi smashed all the wooden stalks and penetrated Yuji's shoulder. Hateful. Yuju gripped Kakashi's arm tightly, gradually turning into wood. Wooden clone. Kakashi was shocked, and Yuji got out of the ground and stretched his fingers force to the writing wheel. I accept the writing wheel. Kakashi, who had just picked up the shackles and was bound, turned into Raiden, and the mighty Raiden paralyzed his whole body along Yuju's finger and fell to the ground, twitching continuously. Only then did Kakashi emerge from the mound of flying in the north. Since there is no shortage of blue, I don't know how many people have been killed by this trick. Kakashi was secretly proud, thanks to the seal, or else he would not dare to use this trick indiscriminately, and the 4-shot lay done of this thunder clone would have been drained long ago. Now there are many more chakras in Leifudu's goal. HMP8. It looked like it true this time. Mudun's clone is really powerful, and there's no way to see through it with the wheel eye. You guy. Yuju raised his head with difficulty. He didn't expect Kakashi to be more sullen. Okay, that's it. Knocking Yuji took him directly to Anbu, and the mission was finally completed. Wuji saw that Kakashi was still carrying a person behind his back when he returned to the village, and only when he looked at it did he realize that this guy was not Yamato. It seems that he was hanged and beaten. Seeing that Kakashi has nothing but a little dust on his body, maybe the bond cannot be formed. Kakashi, who is this guy? Yayu. Teacher, he is the one that Hokage-sama asked me to bring back. Suga, the old man is really fast. He did a good job. Kakashi. Unlimited praise. It seemed that Yayu also knew about this. Thanks to the help of the teacher, I will go back to my life. Go, I have to buy grocery. Come to me when you have time, and I will teach you. The infinite evil smile made Kakashi shudder, recalling very unwonderful thing, although it did become stronger. I know the teacher is very busy, so I won't make trouble. Goodbye. After Kakashi ran away, this guy is too dangerous. Really, today's young people are unwilling to suffer at all. Wuji shook his head. It's better to train red beans more. This kind of loli is the most interesting. Wuji remembered the red beans and laughed lightly, and once he brought the calamus with him to play with him. It's been a long time since I missed ramen. Lord Hokage, people have been brought back, right in Anbu. Well done. Anbu is lucky to have someone like you. This is the second compliment I've received today, but I don't feel anything. 3 generations of Gaoshin went to Anbu to meet the second Mudden, and Kakashi followed behind Hokage. Seeing the bound Yushisandai, he immediately loosened his bonds and tried his best to show his kind side. Let go. He is also Konoha's ninja and companion. Yuji looked at the crowd without moving on guard. What's your name? Yuju didn't answer, and squatted on the ground silently. Is it because of the mark of the bane of the tongue? The 3 generations did not answer when they saw Yushi, and they still remained kind. In terms of brainwashing, the 3 generations believed that they were not weaker than others. The route was too dark. As long as the child is exposed to more sunlight, it should have good result, provided that Danzo let go. If you don't want to, just stay here first. Route is not for you. After all, the 3 generations took people to the route headquarters. As long as Danzo wanted to continue, he could only agree to his request. Although Root is an independent Hokage and can't intervene, but this involves the fact that Mudun is very important to the village, so it is already destined that Root will not be able to support Sakura independently. Yushi stayed at the root with a blank face, and didn't take the words of the 3 generations to heart. Orochimaru left and there was no loyal target, and it was the same wherever he moved. At the root headquarters, the 3 generations went directly to Danzo. The members of the root surrounded everyone, and the 3 generations squinted at Danzo. Konoha's ninja even dared to surround Hokage. Danzo said sharply when he saw that he was almost there. What are you doing here? Don't let the old man retire. Danzo couldn't help flashing a hint of smugness when he heard the order Root to step back immediately. Hehe, Tuanzang came here today to ask for someone for you. Oh, Tsurugi, you should know that the root has always been controlled by me. I'm afraid this is not appropriate. Of course I know this, but you are hiding the Mudden ninja and not reporting it. This is not the right thing. This is not your fault. I found this person. You can't take it away. Sarutobi. Danzo didn't expect the matter to be revealed, and now Yushi has not returned 80% to Sarutobi. This matter is of great importance. It is better for me to manage it. I believe Chun and Menyan will also agree with it. I don't want to do that. You have to do it yourself. The 3 generations gave Danzo a cold look and turned to leave. It seems that some people really think that he is too old to die. Danzo had a livid face and said nothing, and Sarutobi's sense of oppression was still so strong. It's really strange. It's obviously going to take a while for Yushi to take Kakashi's shaker. Why did the 3 generations investigate Yushi first? Is it Orochimaru? Yes, except for him. Only Orochimaru knows about Yushi. It must be Orochimaru who told Sarutobi. Damn it. Far away in the land of the land, Orochimaru inexplicably took the blame for Wuji. Chapter 178. Another way to resurrect. Since Yuju broke away from the root, the 3 generations have ordered Kakashi to teach Yuju. Kakashi is very happy about this, because Yuju is like who he used to be. In the Naruto studio, Jiraiya is proposing to go out to travel for the 3rd generation. The reason is to track down Orochimaru and have already found the legendary son of prophecy. Toda Mortal said that his disciple would become the savior of the world, and the 3 generations naturally knew the same. At first, he took Nagato, and the Samsara Eye who saw Nagato also thought that he had found the son of prophecy, but he disappeared. When he received Minato and thought that he had found the son of prophecy, Minato was really amazing. He almost turned the whole situation around by himself. As a result, the Nine Tails rioted and died. Only then did he propose to travel around the world to find it, and the third generation finally had to agree to Jiraiya's request, which was the use that Jiraiya was burdened with. Thank you, old man. Alas, I just hope you come back in time when the village needs it. Don't worry, I will definitely rush back when the village encounters a crisis. Sandai waved his hand, and Jiraiya left Konoha with a faint smile. All left. The three disciples all left Konoha, and the three generations were unspeakably lonely. What an amazing achievement! He has cultivated 3 shadow-level powerhouses, but now the village has become more unstable. Fortunately, Yu has always suppressed Uchiha and Gen. Now that the 2 advisors of Danzo linkage are constantly eroding Uchiha, patience will eventually reach its limit one day. Red Bean, you are too slow to make seals, so you snack. Yes, brother. Shimmering snake hand. Arms stretched out a number of long snakes. Wuji continued to walk towards the red bean without the slightest pause, as if this was just a natural walk, until walking in front of the red bean. Brother, why can't I hit you? Because you didn't see where I was. How is this possible? It's time for you to improve your perception and dynamic vision. Red Bean scooped up a bunch of balls in dejection, and then Wuji continued to perform close-up magic to train Red Bean's insight. The poker in hand seems to never end, and the cards are always changing. Looking at the Red Beans dazzled and applauded. Idiot, I'm here for you to watch the show. Give me your heart. Then you do it. Take 2 cards and pass it to me. Oh, Hongdu learned Wuji to pick up 2 cards. The purpose is to make hearts appear in the middle of the pile of cards. Snap. The ruler fell and hit the back of Hongdu's hand. Pain. It's too high. You can see the corner of the card. Remember to cover up the blind spot. But doesn't the white eye see through it at a glance? That's because you're not fast enough. Writing wheel eyes can't see yet. Red Bean complained softly. What did you say? No, I'm saying that senior brother has worked too hard. Ha ha. With a wave of the ruler in his hand, Hongdu's trembling hand almost fell again. Alas, it is a sad thing to meet such a senior brother. Wuji just finds it interesting and seems to have found an interesting career, so it better not to be a ninja and a magician at all. Ninjutsu seems to be good for performances. I saw the lightning in Wuji's hand transforming into various interesting shapes, and I can't help but think of the blood of the original show in front of Terumi Mei. Landun flew from his hand to the sky, blooming into blue raindrop, and this trick must be very beautiful at night. Hongdu silently stared at his senior brother, and the powerful Shueiji boundary regarded it as a performing art, and his senior brother did so. Maybe I can use the fuse to make fireworks at night. I'm so smart. Wuji said to himself. This guy is so infuriating. Hongdu knows that his senior brother is very perverted, and there are several types of blood following the limit, and the powerful ones are desperate. Red Bean. What the matter? Senior brother. I need to go out today. Take good care of Naruto. Oh well. Wuji went directly through the doorman, and the doorman didn't ask any more questions. After all, this is the master that Hokage can't control. Run far enough away from the village to fly with the sword, and try to see if there is ambergris before picking up Sarah. Huh. Lin, I'll go out first. Oh, teacher, dinner is almost ready. I'll be back soon. Yu disappeared in an instant, and soon appeared above the cloud. Starlight sprinkled on her body like a real fairy. Why are you here? It shouldn't be time for Sarah to return, right? Hey, of course it's because Ambergris Hill succeeded. Has it finally succeeded? Soul connection. And soon Yu got all the information. Uncle Snake actually defected and took in Hongdu as a nanny. Wuji stood up from the sword and went to the secret base together. Yu waved an ice coffin and appeared, and Kushina's time stayed at that moment forever. The lid of the coffin was pushed open, and the cold air inside the coffin was boundless, and the ambrosia pill was delivered to the mouth, and Jushinai's pale face showed a hint of ruddy red chakras are all over the body. Are you going to wake up? Yu felt excited about Kushina's every move. Wuji squinted his eye, as if he just activated the 9-tailed chakra, and the body automatically invoked this chakra to prove that the body was already active. It doesn't seem to be enough to wake up my sister. Feeling that the 9-tailed chakra slowly dissipated, Yu was not lost, because Kushina had absorbed all the chakra voluntarily. The tailed beast chakra transition is no longer needed. The seal needs to be strengthened. Has it dimmed? Yu cast the soul lock here, and the color of the spell on his neck deepened a lot. After some perception, it was found that Kushina's soul was already in a semi-fused state with the body, and as long as it was completely fused together, it should be able to wake up. Would you like to try one? You won't eat to death, will you? This is what half-dead people are afraid of. It's a big deal to refine the sick order pill in the future. Promise was right when he thought about it. There was no mention in the elixir that it could not be eaten repeatedly. Then he fed another one in, but Kushina naturally didn't respond, and then ate the third one. After the two felt it, the soul and the body merged more, but this was not much different from the previous one. Prepare to refine the sick order pill, or use the eye of reincarnation. Are you kidnapping Xiaonan when you pick up Sarah? But you can't get Minato Nagato's soul now. You're so funny. It's not so easy for Xiaonan to be kidnapped now, let alone under Nagato's eye. Wuji felt as uncomfortable as swallowing fly. Now the other half is blind and can't make alchemy. The 6th order pill is not an ordinary waste of energy, and the 5th order pill has already made himself dizzy. Unless the two fuse now, the soul strength should be enough, but now is not the time to fuse. Forget it. Now that my sister doesn't need the tailed beast chakra to support it, it's not bad. By the way, didn't that old lady in Sandian village have a forbidden technique to bring people back to life? Maid, I almost forgot about this. Yu screamed in surprise. Such an important thing was forgotten. I'm going to tie her up right now, and it will cost her decades of life. Anyway, the longevity is that the better you practice in the future, the lifespan will only get longer and longer. Chapter 179, The Red Moon Project. This time, when Sarah comes back, let go to the land of wind, but it better not to use this technique too much. I understand that sending life will inevitably hurt the root, and it may not be able to break through that level. Yu nodded. Although the avatar outside the body can be rebuilt, but this body has grown up, and it is a pity to lose. However, the vitality of the incarnation outside the body is very powerful, and even if it is used, it should not consume so much life. An old woman's lifespan can be saved for so many years, although with the help of Mingrao chakra. But the incarnation outside the body is quite different from ordinary people in both quality and quantity. This ninjutsu must be mastered. It's not necessarily fatal to others, but it's not necessarily that Kushina is dead. Lulin seems to have gotten in with a group of might. Don't worry, that acting king is still a bit brainy, but I don't know which ninja village has such courage. Hey, Iwa Hidden Village must be Sakura. Wuji laughed. During the Third World War, Yenian was severely harassed. It seems that there is a reason to go to Yenian village to get away from the dust. HMPA. This old man is really impatient. It's time to change in another month. Would it be a problem for you to go to Konoha? Yu didn't have many direct soul connections, and Wuji suddenly realized that this trick is so good, Danzang will definitely not be able to bear it. Send the body to Konoha Wuji and fold it back. With a confused face, Lin looked at Wuji at a loss. Why did Teacher Ji suddenly see it again? Could it be fate? Teacher, why did you suddenly see better again? Lin asked suspiciously. Idiot, have you forgotten me in Konoha? It's not that I'm blind when he's blind. Lin suddenly realized that the last time she went to Konoha and Kakashi duel, the teacher sitting opposite was not the teacher. That is, the teacher who stayed in Lulin before was the teacher of Konoha, and the teacher who came back now is the teacher of Lulin. I understand, but the teacher made me feel a little dizzy. As long as you know that both are me, I'll take Sarah back in a month. It's time for her to face. After hearing this sentence, Lin believed that this was indeed the teacher. As long as the teacher is there, then it should be fine. Back to Konoha. Yu still closed his eyes. Let Hongdu release the news intentionally or unintentionally, and there was a problem with his eye. When the news reached Uchiha, the whole family was even more shocked. Minghui and Nobuhiro were startled and rushed to Yu's residence. Son, what happened to you? There are rumors outside that you were blind. Minghui and Nobuhiro asked together, while Red Bean took Naruto out of the room. The rumors outside are correct. I am indeed blind. Yu closed his eyes and smiled lightly. Seeing Yu's expression, Shinhong was a little puzzled why he could still laugh when he was blind. What's your purpose? That's right, father. My blindness is only temporary. The purpose is to change Uchiha. That good. What happened to your change Uchiha? The parents finally breathed a sigh of relief when they heard Yu's word. It seemed that the son's blindness was intentional, and it should have been intentional. If Yu knew that she would definitely jump with anger, there would be a better way if it weren't for an accident. Uchiha and the village did not dare to rebel because of my suppression. Now without my suppression, the problem will accelerate. The village will definitely increase its effort to target Uchiha. Uchiha cannot accept it and will definitely rebel. Is this the result you want? Nobuhiro looked at his son seriously. What good would this do for Uchiha? Even if the village suppresses Uchiha, there will be heavy casualty. Yes, but if this goes on, Uchiha may really be delisted. Hehe, Dad, you haven't seen far enough. Uchiha needs a bloodshed, and the village also needs a fire. Now people in the village will subconsciously avoid Uchiha when they see Uchiha. It is not the high-level rejection of Uchiha, but the entire village. Dad should know the reason for this situation. Nobuhiro remained silent, and most of the Uchiha members were too proud. Because of the power to control the guard, I offended many people. Once I offended Uchiha. I'm sorry. Congratulations, you're done. Get ready to go to jail. This kind of thing is not uncommon, and the abuse of power has long caused dissatisfaction among many people. Fuyu has nothing to do with this phenomenon. There are too many. That's why I decided to let Uchiha make a big change. The arrogance is obtained by myself, not by someone. At the same time, I also decided to clean up some Konoha's garbage, and I believe that the 3 generations will not stop, but this will kill a lot of people. Minghui couldn't help but said, this is really unacceptable. If you really do what Yu did, there are as many as 80% of the people who are usually arrogant and domineering. No need for Minghui to understand that there there are only a very small number of peace faction, and the main battle faction accounts for the vast majority, and there are many more such criminals. If you don't get rid of it now, it will be even more terrifying in the future. Even if I help them really capture Konoha, the villagers will only be more resentful towards Uchiha, and they will only oppress others even more. Once I leave Konoha, Uchiha will definitely not survive. After listening to Yu, the two fell into deep thought. The sun is very strong, and they know that not only Konoha's alchemist but also has 6 kinds of blood limit. Such strength is very likely to help Uchiha win Konoha. But just like Yu's first, he couldn't survive without Uchiha, although he didn't know why Yu left. I understand, just do what you want. Husband, do you really want to do this? I believe my son will not let me down. Then I believe it too, Minghui said with a smile. After being fed a mouthful of dog food, Yu felt bad for her whole body, but her father was okay, and her mother's mentality changed after eating Zuyuan. This plan is called the Red Moon Plan. Well, but it's amazing how you can come up with a way to blind your eye. Shinhong couldn't help giving Yu a thumbs up. This is really impossible for ordinary people, let alone really make it invisible to the eye. Yu's whole face turned black. Who the hell would deliberately make himself blind? If you think about it carefully, there is such a special person. Hehe, that's true, but this plan is a long one. Yu smiled bitterly, not knowing if the seal could be broken at that time. It's okay, we can wait slowly, Minghui said with a grin. Anyway, life is very long, and there is nothing to wait for more than half of her life for no reason. Yu shook her head. Her mother had completely released herself. As soon as the two of them returned to the Uchiha clan, they were called by Fuyu, but they were not allowed to talk about things. Fuyu's dream of being a Hokage suddenly turned into a phantom. Originally, I thought that there was no way I could do it to help Uchiha, but Yu didn't care about the right. The Hokage belonged to him. What I didn't expect was that this guy fell off the chain. Chapter 180 Invincible. What on earth does this stinky boy want to do? The 3 generations smashed the table in anger. Anbu secretly stunned. The 3 generations hadn't been so angry for more than 10 years, and it was the first time that they had smashed the table. There is helplessness in his eyes. Who is he deceiving when he suddenly becomes blind? Well, kaleidoscopes are indeed blind, but I haven't used a kaleidoscope since the 9-tailed riot versus Mystery Man, so it's not normal to be blind. Looks like I have to go there myself to see what the hell this kid is up to. At the same time, Itachi and Zishui have arrived at Yu's villa outside the village, and Red Bean is playing with Naruto in the mud. Zishui naturally came with concern when he heard the news of Yu. Yu was more like a teacher to him. He has never been stingy to guide him in his practice. Although Yu never admits that he is Jishui's teacher, Jishui has always regarded Yu as his teacher, respect by the title of Mr. As for Itachi, who also holds such thought, he has always respected this uncle in his heart, although he is usually very out of character. Sir, are the rumors outside true? Yeah, I can't see anything now. Yu closed her eyes and smiled. Sir, I want to know what happened. Itachi also looked at Yu. This calm Itachi thought that he couldn't do it. He had just awakened to Sharingan, and he had already realized the power of these eyes. Itachi can't imagine how much it will affect him if he is blind. Let's not talk about this first. Hey, Shishui, have you awakened to the level above the ordinary writing wheel eye? Sengo Jade is not the end. Hey, that's right. That's an incredibly fascinating power. What is that? Shishui asked curiously. That, you get it. It's not funny at all, uncle. Really? I am so funny when I am blind. I really admire this optimism. Well, it doesn't matter. Anyway, you will have the same eyes as me in the future. Come to me at that time. Can I really awaken that powerful force? Of course, if it's the two of you, definitely, Yu said with certainty, which made the two of them very happy. More and more yearning for that power. But don't get immersed in the power. Losing yourself is death, Yu said seriously. The two of them nodded like chickens pecking at rice. Yu would never lie to them even though he was arrogant. Sir, there is something I want to discuss with you. Oh, is there something wrong? It was Hokage-sama who invited me to join Anbu. Mr. has joined Anbu before, so I would like to hear Mr.'s opinion. This old man's eating is really ugly. It seems that he has not given up on that plan. Yu sighed. Jishui's talent is really strong. Yu guessed that Jishui will awaken the kaleidoscope in 1 year at the latest. He has reached a 0 point, and what is missing is just an opportunity. Then Yu told Shisui about the plan that the 3 generations had implemented before. As for whether to add water or not, it is up to him. Shisui is in a dilemma. Joining now will definitely be hated by Uchiha, but if he succeeds, he may be able to stop the rebellion. After thinking for a long time, Shisui finally gave the answer. I will join, even if there is only a slight chance. I will not give up. Sure enough, since you choose to join, remember what I said today. Sir, please be. Don't trust anyone except the 3-generation-old man. Yes, Yu finally smiled, hoping that Zishui would always remember this sentence, while Itachi was thinking about the drawbacks of this matter. By the way, sir, you haven't told me what's going on. You will know when you have those eyes. Shishui frowned. Could this look, sir, be the price of awakening power? if so, the power is very dangerous. I understand. Itachi looked into Yuyu's eyes thoughtfully. Yuyu didn't feel embarrassed at all after a nonsense. Of course, you can already imagine Fuyu's expression. After all, that guy knew that his eyes wouldn't go blind naturally. But it doesn't matter anymore. After all, he is really blind. Sir, I want to try to challenge you once. Yo, I haven't swelled for a while. No, I just want to see how far I am. Don't cry for a while. Jishui pouted his lip. Did he still think he was the old him? He is very strong now, and he should be able to keep up with the instant body technique, and he also has a wheel eye. Itachi shook his head. He was very stable when he stopped level, but it changed when he got to his uncle. Every time he challenged, he would lose ugly. He told Hongdu to follow Zishui to the depth of the forest. Behind Yuyu's hand, the 4 fingers are bent to indicate that the horse can come over. Zishui stared at Yuyu dignifiedly. Zishui would never forget that Yuyu could torture him with his eyes closed. Yuyu's perception is released, and everything around her can be seen clearly. What a huge chakra. Every time I see the surging power in Yuyu's body, I will sigh, although I don't know it is spiritual power. Come on, Huo Dunhao fireball technique. A huge fireball was sprayed towards Yuyu, and the scorching air wave evaporated and cracked. What made people incredible is that Yuyu is still in the same place, and there is no movement to dodge. Is it a fate? Itachi turns on the shaker and tries to find Yuyu's true identity. As a result, the huge fireball completely swallowed Yuyu. Hit. Why not dodge it? Just thinking about it, I saw the fire gradually dissipating in the air. Not even the corners of the clothes were burned. Yuyu smiled and let these 2 little guys get to know each other. Go on, don't stop. How is this going? Shishui's pupils shrank suddenly. Most of the masters use ninjutsu without Yuyin. Did he just release some defensive ninjutsu? Lay done. Thunder snake. The stout razor quickly entangled Yuyu and turned into electric light that dissipated directly. Then Shisui tried all the attack ninjutsu he knew, but it didn't work. Zishui was stunned, and Itachi was also stunned. How could this happen? Is this too foul? Going to the ninjutsu with physical attack or the seal art. The rest of the water can't splash, and the seal art can't restrict Yuyu's movement. This is too perverted. Itachi muttered to himself and saw an incredible scene. You can't kill you if you stand still. Is it gone? Shishui still has any other moves that you can use. Don't worry, I don't need ninjutsu. What, sir? Didn't you use ninjutsu just now? The 2 stared at the dog. They looked like a little chai dog. I've been playing for a long time and you haven't even used it. Of course, you can understand that this is my passive. Except for the special strength, the general attribute ninjutsu is useless to me. Jishui's face twitched fiercely. Is this guy really human? The only effective means at his disposal are physical attack. Facing the sharp sword, Yuyu finally raised a finger. Sir, don't you want a finger? Shishui was so frightened that he quickly retracted the knife, but he couldn't take it anymore and used all his strength. Itachi wanted to remind, but it was too late. Clang, that sound. Shishui seemed to have lost the ability to think, and Yuyu directly hit Shishui's head. Flew. Shishui flew upside down and hit the tree. Invincible. There are only these 2 words left in Itachi's mind. Chapter 181. Eat the title. Tis tis tis. Can't stop the water like this. Yuyu smiled. This brain collapse must be very painful. Zishui swayed and stood up, only to see a large lump swelled on his forehead, and now his head was still buzzing, feeling as if he had a slight concussion. He shook his head to keep himself awake. Even though he is almost at the level of joining, how come he still loses so easily? The child's body is really too weak. Even if your speed is very fast, it's a pity that your strength is too weak. Yuyu shook his head. Shishui's comprehensive ability does have the strength of Shang ninjutsu, but unfortunately taijutsu is a shortcoming. Sir is really strong. It's because you're too weak, and you can't do anything with a blind man. But you are still very young at 11 years old. Ninjas are indispensable in fighting. Even if they are not very strong, they must not be too weak. I understand. Shishui bowed respectfully, and ninjas and ninjutsu are generally used at critical moments. After all, not every chakra has a lot, and the person in front of him doesn't need to use only 1 finger in ninjutsu. It's no wonder that the terrifying existence is known as the strongest in Konoha. It is impossible to imagine what the scene of Yuyu's full firepower meeting will be. This precise perception is not something that ordinary perception ninjas can achieve. Even if a gentleman in this state helps Uchiha, I am afraid that the head-on is still very large. Zishui, let's practice taijutsu well. Taijutsu is too weak, and Hyuga's taijutsu of the same age is stronger than you. I'll work harder, sir. Shishui said with emotion. Uchiha doesn't have to write round eye, and writing round eyes is only part of his rank. For example, the one in front of him is simply outrageously strong. Well, the boy's consciousness is good. Would you like to give Yuzu a try? Uncle, I don't think so, Itachi said seriously, and he couldn't help but take a step back. I was probably playing with them in the previous battle, but now he is just showing a small part of his power. Children these days are really unmotivated, and they don't want to suffer at all. Hihi, Zishui lasso simply. Should I go up to seek abuse? The 3 returned to the lake and found that the 3 generations were playing with Naruto. Naruto. Lord Hokage. Itachi and Shisui shouted respectfully, and the three generations nodded slightly. What do you think about Shisui? Lord Hokage. I am willing to join Anbu. Very good. Looking at Zishui's firm eyes, Sandai was very satisfied, and showed a kind smile. All for Konoha. Then she looked at Yu, who closed her eyes tightly. You go back first. Yes. Itachi and Shisui stepped back, and Sandai put on a serious face. What the hell are you doing, brat? Huh. I don't understand what Hokage-sama is saying. I'm not messing around. Do you think I would believe it? If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. Yu shrugged, his teeth itching with anger. Do you know what the consequences of this will be? How tense the situation will become? Old man, calm down. My eardrums hurt. Yu covered her ears and said in pain. Sure enough, people are old and have a bad temper. You'd better explain it to me well, otherwise Alright, old man. I know what the repression would be like without me, but I'm really blind right now. Are you kidding me? How do you know? It's not that I really have a problem this time. Did you just admit it? Did you admit it? I lied to you, bastard. The three generations stared at Yu coldly. Well, I knew you wouldn't believe it, but you really couldn't hold back. I saw Yu open his eye, and the third generation also stared at Yu's eye, ready to understand illusion at any time. Old man, can you see that? Huh? Boy, are you kidding me? Look carefully. The third generation approached Yu's eyes and saw something in Yu's eye, reflecting the colored chains in the pupil. The third generation sucked in a breath of cold air. This tiny chain was the densely packed eye of Yu. What kind of seal is this? Who did the sealing technique? So terrifying. Have you seen it? My eyes are completely sealed. It's not you, is it? I'm not sick at all. Do you know how much trouble this has caused me? Yu uttered foul language directly, and the three generations laughed embarrassingly. After staring at this sealing technique for a long time, she felt like she was going to lose her sight. It was really terrifying. I'm just curious, who is so powerful? Even that guy with the same strength as you can't plant such a seal on you. HMPA. Of course he doesn't have the strength. The existence of the seal he planted on me is something I can't afford to offend. Yu said bitterly. What am I? A genius? The old man should believe it now, right? Seeing that Yu was not faking the slightest bit, the third generation tightened their heart. Is there anyone stronger than you? From the point of view of the third generation, Yu's strength is almost catching up with Madara and Hashima. Is it the two powerhouses who are stronger than Yu? Don't underestimate the world. Some people just don't want to show the landscape. Yu flickered for a long time and finally made the three generations lame and became worried. There are still many uncertain factors in this world. Yu took Naruto back to the house, and Juwei was very happy to confirm that Yu was blind. If there are firecrackers around, they will definitely set off firecrackers to celebrate. Looking back, the tail that had grown a small section was quickly covered with other tail. I didn't expect this guy to be really blind. It's really bad for retribution. The 9 tails in the cage howled excitedly. Yu had a faint feeling, and unconsciously turned towards Naruto. He deliberately let Red Bean help him go home to make people believe it even more. Well, it's great to have a little loli by my side. Thanks to Uncle Snake for giving one loli. Immediately, I felt good in my heart. Hongdu is also speechless. Is senior brother taking advantage of her? Really? This lewd and lewd is written on his face, but it's not annoying. With a blushing face, he hurriedly took Yu to the meeting, and Naruto also trotted behind him. The matter of Yu's blindness was soon known to other countries, and the big countries were very happy for a while, and there was no doubt that Konoha lost another fierce general. The departure of the three of Konoha and Yu's blindness made it feel like their talents were withering away. The 4 great hidden villages became ready to move again. Now Konoha only has the older generation supporting the factory. Nagato smiled lightly when he heard the information. Is this the only guy who is dangerous to him dead? Really good news. Obito of Wuin village is also full of disbelief. This eldest brother's eyesight will not decline. It is estimated that he is pretending to be sick. HMPA. I won't be fooled. Uchiha Yeyu. You can't fool me with this little trick of yours. Obito continued his revenge with a cold snort, gradually depleting the village, and the Ghost Lamp clan couldn't let it go. That kind of secret technique was also very troublesome. Chapter 183. I regret it. Finally, at the appointed time, Wuji Yujian flew to the land of rain. Lin, take care of yourself. If the other ninja wants to do something, run away with Chuan Yao and Shanglin. Yes, teacher. I am very strong now. Lin smiled and waved the sword in her hand, and she was already able to use double sword skills proficiently. Wuji smiled and nodded, flying into the air and turning into a streamer. Gee, I don't know when I will be able to learn this. The teacher said that it must be done with spiritual power. How can you feel it? The same sword dance in her hands is completely different from Wuji. A gleam of light flashed in the eyes of a man pretending to be a beggar outside the Wuji mansion. Did he finally leave? You have to report quickly. A turnaround can take up to 6 hours at the fastest, so we must seize the time to arrange it. Lin on the eaves watched the beggar go away and did not dock. Greed will kill you. I hope the teacher can show mercy. Jump down and continue chatting with Chuan Yao, discussing the secrets between girls. Wuji above the cloud finally finally came to the country of rain. Looking at the dark clouds below, it really rains here, and the amount of rainfall is really enviable. Think of the country of wind and the country of soil. I would rather be drowned than scorched by the sun and blown to death by the sand. Let the raindrop fall on him. And now a tower is waiting quietly. Pain should just stay and know. Sure enough, it didn't take long for Tiandao Pain and Xiao Nan to rush over with Sarah. Well, what a beautiful angel, Xiao Nan. It's been a long time since I haven't seen the Sword Saint, and I'll be complimented. Xiao Nan chuckled and said that 3 years have been enough for her to grow up, and she has lost the liveliness of a young girl. Sarah curled her lip in a depressed mood. It's okay to not see her for 3 years. She praised other women as soon as they met. Why is Sarah still like this? You won't be lazy, will you? We naturally don't do such boring things. I'm obviously studying very hard. Isn't that right, Miss Nan? Xiao Nan turned his head and glanced at him without speaking. Xiao Nan saw the shadow of his past in Sarah. She was really a kind girl, and she was even more like a sister in private, but it was time to cut it off. Hello, Miss Nan. I seriously doubt that you are not responsible. What is the difference between this guy and before? I demand a refund. Wuji saw that his face was twitching. How could he still look like this 3 years later? He should show the momentum of a superior and say something to bring me back to China. Sorry, we don't offer refunds here, Xiaonan said coldly. Wanting to spit out the money is a dream. Ah, is this the end of the relationship? Although it is very sad. Goodbye, Xiaonan. I see. Take me home. Sarah's whole eyes seemed to have no emotion. Wuji's eyes lit up slightly, and then he nodded in satisfaction. If that's the case, then there will be a period later. Sarah, let go. I saw Wuji beckoning. Sarah drifted to Wuji uncontrollably, and gently landed next to Wuji. Pain took a deep look at Wuji. What kind of ability is this? It is a bit similar to Vientiantianian. Really a great guy. Stepping on Feijian and about to leave, 5 figures suddenly appeared around them and surrounded them. What do you mean? Wuji looked at Tiandao Pain indifferently. Did he look down on Lu Dao this time? I need your help. Promise. I want you to be my companion. Oh, sorry, I didn't plan on that. Feijian spun around Sarah in his arm. Powerful sword Chi 36. It unfolded at 0 degree, and the place it passed was as smooth as a mirror, and then jumped to the sky, and the flying sword had reached the soles of the feet. How could you escape? Vientiantianian. Bang. Depend on mobilizing the spiritual force continuously forward and backward. It was pulled backward by a strong gravitational force, and it was frozen in the air for a while. Sarah held Wuji tightly to prevent being pulled away. What kind of weird ability is this? Sarah once again realized her own weakness. The art of psychic. A strange bird was summoned. Shiroro jumped on the bird's back, and a large number of miniature missiles appeared in his arm. What kind of black technology is this? Remember that Nagato's body can also grow robotic arm. Wuji, give up. You can't escape as long as I shoot down. Hehe, you underestimate me, Nagato. A cold light flashed in Wuji's eye, not resisting Vientiantianian and rushing towards the heavenly way. Feijian held up the 5-meter sword and cut it down. As long as he dared to pick it up, he would definitely let you go up and down. Is this the legendary killing of the younger sister in the arm? Damn Gundam. Xiaonan's heart contracted suddenly. She was immune to physical attacks and she would be afraid. This sword is very strong. Holding the long sword high, seeing that it has reached the range of Zhanmeng, he is about to swing the sword. A muffled voice reminded me. Shen Luo Tianzheng. Protect. A thin layer of aperture enveloped the two and crashed into the tower. Enchantment. It seems to block Shen Luo Tianzheng. The enchantment in the tower was broken, and Sarah was not panicked, but Wuji was very relieved. The 3 years of study were not in vain. How is this going? HMP8. It's not because I'm greedy. I can't even fight with your oil bottle. Bastard, you left it here for me. Don't you want to be irresponsible? Of course not. It's just that it's not easy to escape. I don't know if the reverse channeling can be used or not. It's all my blood, so it should be fine, right? At this moment Kung Fu Pain has walked in. Wuji, be my companion. Only I can bring peace to the world. Nagato, you have grown a lot, but you can't keep me. Tiandao Pain shook his head with a contemptuous smile. No one was his opponent except that guy, although the two looked alike. Goodbye, Nagato. Wuji smiled, and the two of them quickly turned into a white mist and disappeared in place. The launch was successful. Wuji Anshuang, I'm really sorry I didn't come from here. This time ninjutsu. Damn, space-time ninjutsu is really dirty. Thank you so much, Sister Sunjinji. It's nothing. It would be dangerous if I didn't happen to be carrying the scroll to sense. Wuji is also fortunate. If he doesn't sense it, he can only summon Xiaomo to swallow him and learn Sasuke, but this will inevitably reveal his identity. Now, besides his parents, Sarah and Lin also know his identity. Sarah looked at the woman in front of her curiously. She was so beautiful, like a fairy. This dress is very similar to Yi Yuzhen. Hehe, I didn't expect to encounter such a thing. If it wasn't for this drag bottle, I would have flipped away. Hey, are you unreasonable bastard? And where is this? Don't ask too much, child. She is Sister Sunjinji. Don't worry, she's just a little queen. That is. Sunjinheim tried her best to suppress the joy in her heart, and this guy finally came to the burrow. Since you're here, here, let's stay here for a while. Well, but there are still important things waiting for me to do. Hey, I'll send you back now. Why does this woman turn her face when she says she turns her face? No, big sister Sunjinji is really in a hurry this time. As he was talking, the sign of Longdi Cave appeared, not to mention the White Snake Immortal also looking for him. Chapter 182. Time and Space Ninjutsu really dirty. Wuji, who was summoned by the White Snake Immortal, had to go, while Sarah looked at everything around her curiously. Entering the cave together does not look like a place where people live. When I came to Longdi Cave, I saw the White Snake Immortal turned into a little girl and sat on the high platform. Child. Sarah was done. What you wanted to see was just a child. There are also two others who are dressed in the same dress as Sunjinji and are standing respectfully by the side, and Sunjinji is also standing in his own place. Brother Yu, did you come to see me specifically? Yeah, it's been a long time. It's really good to be gone. The White Snake Immortal swayed her feet with a smile, but Snake, I couldn't help but look at Sarah. But brother, you're really going to make trouble for me. Longdi Cave doesn't allow outsiders to come in. Sorry, this is a last resort. But how is your cultivation, Immortal? Alas, the growth is too slow. Immortal White Snake said gloomily. I really want to go to Miaomu Mountain to cultivate. The more I feel that Miaomu Mountain is good, it is really suitable for cultivation. Sister Tanjinji, let's take Sarah to play first. I have something I want to talk to Immortal White Snake. Go, I think it should be a very important thing. Yes, fairy. Is this kid a fairy? The surprise arrow was taken down anyway. Then the scene changed and only Wuji and the White Snake Immortal remained. This move is really powerful. As expected of the Lord of the Dragon Arcade, this White Snake is unusual. Even with his current rank, he couldn't see how he did it just now. Okay, let's talk about something here. In the blink of an eye, she turned into a mature woman again. It's really convenient. Royal sister type is really exciting. This one, the charm of smoke has been increased several times. Hehe, little brother, what good things did you get? Or do you know some good ways to cultivate? Endured the discomfort. 1 second the little lowly was the big sister the neck, and it really couldn't keep up with the rhythm. Immortal, I have absolutely good things this time, but you must be able to come up with what I am satisfied with. Oh, it seems that you are very confident this time. Certainly. He smiled confidently. This treasure is something you can't refuse. So what I want is the most precious thing in Longdi Cave, at least to save a life. Immortal White Snake's eyes narrowed. The light-saving protection was a joke. I'm sorry that there is no Longdi Cave, and if I had it, I wouldn't have to rely on you to detoxify it last time. Really, that's such a pity. Hehe, can you tell my sister what that is? The White Snake Immortal gently stroked her cheek, and Wuji was in a state of shock. No way. Be calm. This guy is not a big sister, and if you turn off the beauty, it is nothing. Sorry. No. Wuji smiled and continued. The treasures for saving lives are not as shabby as Longdi Cave, and there are treasures for saving people in Miaomu Mountain. How do you know? I naturally have my own way. After all, I am now a half-fairy. Immortal White Snake discovered Wuji's current situation only after some perception. Unbelievable. You have really reached that level. Well, I broke through the level of light. I didn't expect you to be on the same level as me. The White Snake Immortal sighed that it was the first time that he saw a human being to break through the limit of light. The White Snake Immortal is joking. Am I still far from being immortal? Now it's only a few hundred years of my life. No, our lifespan itself is longer than that of human, and you are already amazing. This boy has become so strong. Immortal, do you have any very valuable treasure? Other than treasure, probably this one. This old fox. The ambiguous answer is really annoying. Well, I got a treasure of Guanlong. This is what master left me. Who? You're not kidding. Of course, that thing was originally an evil dragon, but it was slaughtered by master, his old man, and a few fellow Daoists. What a slaying dragon. The world is too dangerous, and the dragons are slaughtered. How? If you want it, you need to replace it with the good stuff. 100 boxes. I'm not interested in money. I just need powerful treasures. Weapons are life-saving thing. No interest in money. How many jewels did I cheat before? Oh, hypocritical man. The White Snake Immortal fell into silence. Longdi Cave has indeed collected a lot of treasure, including famous knives and special ability, but I'm afraid this kid doesn't like it. No one knows more about dragons than she does. Even if it is a piece of dragon meat, as long as she eats it, it will definitely increase its rank, and it will be one step closer to the dragon. Immortal White Snake guessed that Yu should have a part of the dragon's body in her hand. As long as she could swallow it, she couldn't help drooling. Wuji waved his hand in disgust. Immortal, you're drooling. Immortal White Snake just woke up from her sweet dream, and quickly wiped her saliva. Her cheeks were flushed, and she was a bit embarrassed. Where did we talk just now? In exchange for what? Treasures. Of course there are in Longdi Cave, but can I take a look first? That thing doesn't belong to me. First of all, if it's not a good thing, I can only keep alchemy. Don't. Longdi Cave must have something you are satisfied with. The White Snake Immortal hurriedly stopped. This may be the last dragon thing in this time. Hehe. Then please take me to see it. That thing is amazing. Can you hang your life on a dying person? Wuji was actually hesitant in his heart. After all, he only had a good relationship with Tuanjinji, and the White Snake Immortal immortal was more of a transaction. I don't know how powerful the dragon is, but I can be sure that it is absolutely incomparable. Otherwise, the immortal Baiken would not have joined the other immortal. At least it is at the same level as the master. If it Dragon Ball is swallowed by the White Snake immortal, will it directly step out of that level? The laws contained in Dragon Ball are very powerful. What if the ghost in the sky knows what this guy can do? Seriously terrified. Immortal White Snake temperament is too eccentric. This is not a good choice. Seeing Wuji start to hesitate, Immortal White Snake has a bad premonition. This guy doesn't want to trade, right? That won't work. Yeyu, come with me to the treasure house in Longdi Cave now. Otherwise, my country needs me. That's not good. It's very important to me. Involuntarily, he pulled Wuji directly to the treasure house in Longdi Cave, and he must come up with what this guy is satisfied with. A sudden change in the scene appeared at the door of the treasure house, and I saw two super pythons spitting out snake letter. This snake is much bigger than 10,000 snake. A full 3 lap. The White Snake immortal lightly tapped, and the 30-meter high stone gate opened. Wuji swallowed his saliva, and just pushed it away. Maybe you are the first human to reach the treasure house of Ryudi Cave, right? However, this transaction cannot be reached for the time being, and this time it is indeed a bit reckless. Chapter 184 Returning to China. Entering the treasure house, Wuji was really shocked. A space of 100 meters was not full of jewelry, and gold was worthless here. Is there nothing else but these things? These things are far inferior to mine. Follow me, bar. Wuji followed the White Snake immortal through another hole, and there was still room here. The White Snake immortal calmly opened the stone gate, and there was a cave inside. It seems that this is a valuable treasure. If the treasures here can't make your heart flutter, there's nothing I can do. The walls of the caves are embedded with crystals of various colors, and the faint light illuminates the cave beautifully. Looking at the high cabinet to the items displayed above, I saw an elixir whose pupils suddenly shrank. This is the 8th order elixir of phoenix blood glazed glass. The elixir is fiery red, the leaves are light glazed amber, and the petals are 9. According to legend, it is grown by the blood of the phoenix. Different fire. Damn, I should have awakened Amaterasu at that time. Amaterasu is a kind of strange fire. Right. Looking down, I found that there were a lot of elixir on the ground, and the 6th order accounted for a lot. Immortal, these herbs. Yu didn't say it was an elixir, but only said it was an herbal medicine. Worried that the White Snake immortal would be alert and start to ask again. Do you see it? These herbs are all good things. I have eaten a lot to get what I am today. You ate it raw. Sometimes, matey. Wuji's face is ashen. This bastard is really a loser. These refining pills can maximize the effect. How is it? Did you see it? The White Snake immortal exhaled a mouthful of white smoke. Although these things are good, I'm already strong and I don't need drugs much. Wuji shook his head. What? The herb on the table is not simple. I can feel the magical power it contains, but my intuition tells me not to take it rashly or it will be dangerous. Of course, if you dare to eat the slag, that will definitely be burned. The law that contains the fire of the phoenix cannot be tolerated by ordinary people. It's really extraordinary, but it's useless to me, said with great regret. Unless you let me take everything here. What did you say, kid? Seeing the White Snake immortal becoming a snake, Wuji was taken aback, and he couldn't beat this old monster here. Of course it was a joke, but nothing really worked for me, Wuji said regretfully. If he hadn't thought of his reincarnation, he might have used these 6th order medicines to refine 6th order medicine pill. Although the eye heat is 8th order medicine, it is also stored in the warehouse. The other famous knives are similar to the knives of the 7 people in Wuji, and they even saw a few spirit stone gems with special abilities are also disliked. Oh, it seems that the treasure is going to miss me. Immortal White Snake instantly turned into an old woman with a face full of disappointment. I'm really sorry, but I can't trade anymore. How about you give me a little bit, kid? I can't help it. It's a whole piece. If the Dragon Ball is cut, it will not be a loss. By the way, this is a fire dragon. Gee, fire dragon. Wuji's body is startled. If I eat the Dragon Ball, I can't understand the law of fire, and then I can swallow this phoenix blood glass. But if you want this elixir, you have to hand over the Dragon Ball. Oni-chan, have you changed your mind? The White Snake immortal turned into a little loli again, hugging Yu's arm affectionately. Hey, it's impossible, but maybe I can land it to you in the future. There is another plan in Wuji's heart. It seems that he will resurrect Kushina soon, and then seize the time to refine the Dragon Ball so that he doesn't have to worry about losing them when he becomes the owner of the Dragon Ball. Isn't it me? White Snake shook his little head, and Wuji couldn't help but flick it. What a fairy. The White Snake immortal doesn't care either. Wuji has long known what the White Snake immortal has become, and the mental age will also become that age group. Of course not. It's something more precious than flesh and blood, so I can only lend it to you at most. Oh, thanks, Ernie-chan. Wuji secretly picked up a few spirit medicine. The White Snake immortal didn't care, thinking that it was not worth mentioning compared to what he got in the future. These were already tired of eating. After finding Sarah, he left the Longdi cave and stepped on the flying sword. Sarah was still in a state of insanity, and he was almost scared to death when he saw countless big snakes. Hey, how long are you going to be crazy? This is just an ordinary snake. This is also called ordinary. ordinary? Sarah roared. Each of this special is tens of meters long. Is this also called ordinary? I really convince you. These are just psychic beasts. Sarah fell into autism. It turns out that the gap between ordinary people and ninjas is so big. Hey, you'd better think about how to deal with this country. The acting king can't wait to get rid of you. Really, I won't admit defeat. Sarah's eyes shone with firmness, and under Xiao Nan's careful teaching, she was no longer the innocent little girl she used to be. It turns out that the king is such an easy thing. He was too weak and incompetent to let so many people lead. This time there will be no such problem. It seems that 500 million are not in vain. Although I encountered a little accident today, I didn't expect Nagato to want to pull him in. Wuji's only worry is that Nagato will come to recognize Sanwei here, and his plans will be disrupted. Sarah, come on. No one in Lulin is more suitable than you. Wuji encouraged. Sarah smiled lightly. Yes, I am different. Sarah enjoys the tranquility under the moonlight on the cloud, and the scenery below is really beautiful. If only my future partner could fly with her every day, it would be very reassuring to hold the moonlight. Looking at the figure in front of him, his face turned slightly red. In the dead of night, Lin worried about walking around the room. The teacher should have come back in the afternoon. Why hasn't he come back so late? Yuanzi, what happened to Lord Wuji? Impossible. The teacher is so strong. There is no chance of an accident. It must be delayed by something. Lin suppressed the uneasiness in her heart. And now it's midnight and Shangfosfan has already fallen asleep. How long will you take? Don't worry, it's almost here. Casting and manipulating the flying sword was much faster, and in less than half an hour, he reached the territory of Lulin. Arrived. Hearing the wind outside, Lin was overjoyed and went out. It was the teacher who came back. Sure enough, Wuji had already brought Sarah back. Sarah, Motoko, long time no see. I'm back. They jumped off Phaegian and hugged each other tightly. It was really nice. After a long while, Lin asked Wuji, teacher, why are you coming back now? Well, there was a little problem, but it's alright. You guys rest for tomorrow. Sarah will be on the throne. Wuji said that Sarah couldn't hold it any longer and closed her eye. He looked really tired. Lin came to be hugged by a princess and carried Sarah down to rest. It would be great if the order could be reversed. Lily is infinitely good. Just ahem. Chapter 185 Palace Crisis. Early in the morning, Sarah stepped into the palace with the escort. The people cheered Sarah's return, and their queen finally returned. 3 years of not seeing people did not forget Sarah. Almost everyone in Lulin knew that Sarah went to complete a major mission. Her Majesty is finally back. I thought the queen would never come back. What nonsense. If it wasn't for the queen who pushed down the former name, you would still be moving brick. I just said it casually, but it's been long enough. Sarah always had a smile on her face, a little more poised than before, and a little more heroic spirit between her brows. Wuji sat on the roof calmly, looking at the civilians below. It seems that this guy is holding his breath. Arriving at the palace, the city gate was already wide open, and the etiquette team played musical instruments to welcome Sarah back. Dacheng knelt down one after another, and the acting king was waiting for Sarah at the end of the minister holding the crown. Welcome your majesty back to the palace, the ministers said in unison. The ceremonial team played a few degrees higher. Sarah didn't look sideways and stepped forward calmly. Welcome your majesty back to the palace, the acting king said with a smile. If you have worked hard, you should be rewarded. Thank you, your majesty. Now just a minister. He bowed slightly and stepped aside. Sarah gave him a flat look, took the crown and put it on her head. After ascending the throne, the ministers returned to the main hall one after another, and Sarah glanced at the circle of ministers. It was found that there were as many as half of the ministers who followed him at that time. Will this guy eliminate all her loyal ministers? 80% are now in prison. Why don't you see Yuji Naka? Go back to your majesty. Lord Nakayuji is seriously ill in bed and cannot go to court. Where did Matsumoto go? Matsumoto-sama is being held in prison on suspicion of corruption. The next minister replied. Is that really the case? Taking a deep look at Ichiro Harada lowered his head expressionlessly. Even if Sarah knew that he did it, there was nothing he could do. Now, all the people in the palace except the neutrals belong to him. I asked a lot of questions in a row, and all the ministers avoided answering the hidden issue. The situation was very bad. Wuji hid from above and looked at Sarah. Sarah started a new round of award, and even gave Harada Ichiro the position of regent. This girl is quite smart. She knows to stabilize this guy first. Harada Ichiro naturally accepted it happily, but he was very disdainful in his heart. Sooner or later, the throne would be his. After retreating from the DPRK, Sarah called her current only cronies and began to understand the current situation in the DPRK, and she fell into an unprecedented crisis. It's up to you to figure this out, Sarah, Wuji said to himself. But now this situation is very unfavorable for Sarah. Except for the guard, almost all soldiers of Harada Ichiro, the probability of victory is less than 1/10. Leaving a clone to take care of Wuji is to return to the courtyard. Teacher, don't you really need to worry? Of course, there's nothing to worry about. If it doesn't work, just kill them all. Lin looked at Wuji speechlessly. This is really the teacher's character. I hope those people can wake up soon. Otherwise otherwise it may not be long before there will be a river of blood. Konoha village. Because of Yu's blindness, the production of medicinal pills soon stopped, and the price soared. This time, the pommel horses will not sell them directly. Now there is no shortage of money. When Takai got the news that Yu was blind, he did not dare to ask. Once exposed, it would be dangerous. I said, boss, why did you suddenly stop selling it when you sold it well before this? Why don't I know? Suddenly there is no supply, and the patriarch has already said that he will not sell it to the outside world. The boss still said with a smile. Anyway, the medicinal herbs in the family farm are enough to cultivate several generations. 1/10 of the medicinal herbs in the entire Konoha are in the saddle horse family. The Konoha tribe did not panic. Anyway, the medicinal pills bought before were enough. Instead, the major countries breathed a sigh of relief. If this continued, they will really be impoverished to death. A lot of money poured into Konoha, and the village was about to be overwhelmed. And the third generation has suspected Yu at the second time. Why did this boy stop the medicine when he just lost his sight? Yu has completely entered the life of the elderly. She should eat and drink every day. When she has time, she will teach grapefruit and zishui, and adjust Xiaohongdu. Red Bean, why haven't you done it yet? Naruto is hungry. Senior brother will be ready soon. Wait a moment. Red Bean is busy cooking lunch. Why does it feel more and more like a mother? I have to take care of children every day, not to mention taking care of this giant baby. I can't stop complaining in my heart. Although the senior brother is blind, it does not affect his actions in the slightest. He is completely lazy. Oh, why am I so miserable? Master Orochimaru, why don't you take me with you? What are you mumbling about? Hurry up, or I'll have to go and eat ramen at Handa. When she was full, Yu sent Red Bean to play with Naruto, and slept on the bed by herself. Senior brother, you can sleep after you eat every day, and eat after you sleep. Can you have a little life pursuit? Huh, I'm disabled, so I won't cause trouble for you. You are obviously very flexible in battle. Sorry, it was just an accident. Yu was holding a toothpick in his mouth, and the conflict between the village and Uchiha became more and more intense. Yesterday, there was news that he was going to move Uchiha's site to the wall. If this goes on, he will have to leave the village. Right, Uchiha has a gloomy fate, and he is fierce and vicious all day long. As long as you make a little mistake, you will be beaten and scolded. Needless to say, if it is serious, he will directly let you squat for a few days. If it weren't for the relevant regulation, Fuyu couldn't help but look for Yu to see what was going on. After a while, another guest came to the house, and this time it was Kakashi. Mr. Yu. Hey, Kakashi, why are you here? Not continuing the mission? No, today I just simply visited the teacher. Really? I thought it was coming to challenge me. I want to try too. Yu grinned and knew that this guy had swelled up, and being able to freely close and open the writing wheel gave Kakashi a lot of confidence. Come on, then, I'll pass the time a little this time. When he came to the training ground, Kakashi directly opened the writing wheel. You can't use Thunder Escape in front of Yu, and after using it, it will become Yu's art. Kakashi deeply remembers the tragedy of showing Chidori in front of Yu, but he was electrocuted. This means that he has lost the strongest move, so he can only use other escape technique. Holding kunai, he directly attacked Yu, and Yu perfectly avoided the fight. Hurry up, Kakashi. Hearing Yu's voice, the writing wheel turned extremely fast. Staring at Yu's every movement, he would dodge to the right. The Kuwu thorn in his hand stabbed to the right, but the thorn was empty, and he could see his body but couldn't keep up. So fast. This is just normal. If it is Kai, it will definitely hit. Kakashi thought of the green Kai, and he got angry when he thought about it. He really taught him 8 ways to escape, but he couldn't learn it at all. Just as he was thinking about it, he was kicked, and a burst of blood surged. Dare to be distracted by fighting against me. Feel sorry. Taking a deep breath, he looked at Yu very solemnly, and entered the battle state with all his heart. Sensing the change in Kakashi's breath, revealing a strong killing intent, Yu smiled. This is decent. Chapter 186 Promises Will. After some battle, Kakashi was tortured here, lying on the ground and staring at the sky. I didn't expect that Yu could abuse him even in this state, and it's still a simple physical technique. Teacher, are you a sentient ninja? Well, almost, but the perception is too subtle. Kakashi couldn't help but complain that people perceive the location of the opponent's chakra, which is generally perceived by ninjas, and you can even perceive movement. Actually, my perception is a little different from yours. My perception is more like a bat. What is this? Ultrasonic positioning. The ultrasonic wave emitted will bounce back when it touches the object so as to determine whether it is an obstacle or a prey. I seem to understand. Hehe. For example, what you look like in my mind now is a virtual human body. You can't see the facial features, but you can see the outline. Fantastic perception. Kakashi sighed. Yu wore a professional smile. Spiritual sense and ordinary perception are completely two concepts. Spiritual sense has a general appearance of surrounding object, but perception cannot do this. How many doors can Kai reach? Kai, that guy can already open the 6th door, and his strength has improved a lot, but the side effects after using it are not small. Really, this guy has also become a lot stronger. If one day Kai opens 8th door, will I be kicked to death? Yu almost got cold when she thought of the one-eyed sick-spotted lord. The man who almost kicked out the finale was not dreaming in vain. Kakashi, what if you can see Obito one day? With oil. I probably didn't have the face to meet him. Covering the guilt that filled the writing wheel, Obito Mingming entrusted Lin to me. I really failed to protect Lin well, and this writing wheel I will always reflect that moment. Endless sadness filled Kakashi's heart. Kakashi, grow up quickly. If you can use the true power of this shaker, you are eligible to participate in my plan. Your plan? That's right, but you're still too weak, at least from what I expected. Yu said slowly. The news was there. What are you planning? Kakashi's keen intuition told him that this was an astonishing plan. What is the real power of this writing wheel? A large amount of chakra poured in, and there was still no change in the writing wheel. Kakashi remembered Yu's previous question. Is Obito still alive? This is impossible. Half of Obito's body was. It is impossible to survive through crushing, and the teacher was not there at the time. Shaking his head and hurried back to the village. Yuji was still in Anbu, where he was abandoned. Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief and decided to save Yuju. This boy really seemed to him, and should be a green leaf instead of a root. Are you still in the habit of living here? Let go. There are still tasks to do today. Lulin and Sarah are trying to win over the neutral, and at the same time, they are secretly investigating the loyal ministers and trying to rescue them. In just 1 week, Sarah rescued half of the ministers, and the ministers who were controlled by the poison also took the antidote and secretly transferred the soldiers back to the frontier. Every day, the court was blindly tolerant, and all the requests and suggestions of the regent were accepted, and Harada Ichiro was even more vigilant about Sarah. Your Majesty, it seems that I haven't seen this queen for 3 years. It seems to be no different from before. HMPH. Sarah has become even weaker. If that's the case, send someone to investigate the movement of the army. Yes, Your Majesty. General, immediately go out of the secret room to investigate. This time there is no need to be as secretive as before. Our queen is not easy. Harada Ichiro watched the minister. Your Majesty, if I'm not mistaken, Sarah's obedience is just to stabilize us now, and Yuji Naka's body has recovered. All the ministers trembled. Isn't this guy poisoned? Has his poison been detoxified? HMPH. Is that true? Harada Ichiro is very aware of the prestige and power of Nakayu Division. The Nakayu Division officer, thanks to the general, holds a quarter of the military power. He was also the heir of Tien Jiguo, who was killed by this guy at the beginning. The most important thing is that this guy is Sarah's die-hard loyal. Presumably Sarah has begun to secretly deploy troops. Your Majesty, I thought it was time to take the last step. I thought that the minister said sinisterly. It would be too difficult to seize power once the soldiers were transferred back. This king naturally understands, but the attitude of that swordsman is still unclear. Even if Ichiro Harada, a powerful man from a big country, was still uneasy, how could the only existence called the Sword Saint in the world be so easy to deal with? The light flickered and a white figure appeared in the secret room, standing quietly at the door. Everyone felt cold all over, and shrank their neck unintuitively. The minister involuntarily looked towards the source of the cold air. His heart trembled suddenly, and he fell to the ground with a thud. Harada Ichiro took a deep breath. What if the ninja he invited was not around? Sir, why are you here? Harada Ichiro forced out a smile, but it looked uglier than crying. The ministers knelt on the ground shivering and did not dare to look up. Wuji silently looked at Ichiro Harada. Unable to bear Wuji's cold eye, he unconsciously held the saber in his hand, as if he would pull it out and rush forward desperately. Taking a step forward slowly, the minister's heart seemed to be in their throat, and they still knelt down and did not dare to resist. Harada Ichiro gritted his teeth and glared angrily, until he took the third step. Regardless of how he pulled out his long sword and stabbed like Wuji. Nice guy. The two fingers clamped the long sword in front of him, unable to advance an inch, and broke the sword edge with a slight break. Hoo. Damn. Harada Ichiro collapsed to the ground panting. This man is invincible. Looking down at the ridiculous Harada Ichiro, Wuji stepped on Harada Ichiro's chest, and Harada Ichiro spit out a large mouthful of blood. Dare to attack me? Not bad, but you seem to think highly of yourself. Don't you want to know my attitude? Then I tell you, it's okay to be king if you have the ability, but I need an obedient dog to understand. Ichiro Harada nodded again and again at the thought of a voice without the slightest emotion. My lord, I understand. Wuji raised his foot. Really? Got my shoes dirty. Looking at Harada Ichiro with disgust, he disappeared from everyone's eye. Only then did the two hurriedly help Harada Ichiro, looking at the direction Wuji left in fear. Absolutely cannot go against the will of this adult, otherwise it will definitely die miserably. Harada Ichiro looked at everyone with venom. These guys are really just scumbags, and they must all be executed in the future. But since you know that he won't shoot, then it's up to you. Covering his chest, he returned to the palace, and the doctor hurriedly treated him. I am afraid that the coup d'etat will be postponed for 2 days, and this group of garbage must be appeased. The excruciating pain felt like the lungs were about to burst. Damn juggernaut. In the future, we must find all the humiliation we suffered today. Harada Ichiro secretly swore. Chapter 187. Teacher, what did you just go out for? It's nothing, just go see that group of spicy chickens. Well, that's it. Lin squinted. The teacher's intentional or unintentional help was really drunk. It seems that the teacher is still worried about Sarah. Sure enough, the second Sarah found out that Harada Ichiro didn't go to court, but he accidentally contracted the cold yesterday and was being treated. Sarah naturally would not waste this good opportunity and took the opportunity to issue several orders, and the neutrals who were aware of it slowly moved closer to Sarah. How could Harada Ichiro suddenly become sick when he was fine yesterday? 80% of the time it was Sarah who did it. In just 2 short years, a lot of important ministers who had been dismissed and imprisoned before were restored to their official position, and the soldiers in the frontier were about to be transferred back. Sarah was very happy that the country was still back. If it was a big country, it would be difficult to transfer it back in a month. The next day, Harada Ichiro, who had recovered some, quickly launched a mutiny. When he arrested Sarah, he found that Sarah, who was in the palace, had already escaped from the palace, leaving a poor palace maid disguised as her. Your Majesty, please be quick and thorough. As long as you escape from the royal city, still have a chance. Naka Yuji shouted loudly. Sarah looked at the palace where the fire was rushing silently. There were palace maids who usually took care of her daily life, and 3,000 imperial guards were probably poisoned by this time. Harada Ichiro had completely captured the palace, and she was the only one who escaped from the entire palace. Come on, don't let my soldiers wait in vain. I flipped my long sleeve, and as the few guards left, if it was me in the past, I would have fallen to my knees in this situation, right? Sarah laughed at herself, and sure enough, she also became hard-hearted. These are all necessary sacrifices. The entire royal city was ignited by the flames of war, and the people tightly closed the door and dared not take a step. The kind-hearted Lin looked at the sea of fire and couldn't help but want to shoot. Ordinary people are innocent. Lin, don't go, just watch. But teacher, they are shooting against unarmed civilians. But that's not what we're supposed to do. It's up to the queen to save this group. Wuji glanced indifferently and turned to leave. Lin gritted her teeth and rushed forward. Wuji was stunned that this girl didn't listen to him. It should be Lin. What a kind child, worthy of being my disciple. Appeared after Lin sent more than a dozen civilians to the safety of Wuji, staring gloomily at Lin. Go back. Teacher, my lord, please save us. Yes, your lord. Hearing the pleading of the people of Lulin, Lin also looked at Wuji with pleading eye. Teacher, these sins should not be borne by them. It shouldn't be up to us to save them, and most of them are just caught and will be released in a few moments. I'm sorry, I have to save them. Seeing Lin ready to fight made Wuji Hao speechless. It's not a good thing to be too kind, but Lin, who has changed in quality, is no longer Lin. Oh, I see. Go back and practice hard for 3 months. Thank you, teacher. Lin immediately put on a victory pose and happily told the commoners that they were all right. Alas, I am raising a daughter. It really is a day as a teacher and a life as a father. Turning into a streamer, Wuji immediately came to Harada Ichiro and warned Harada Ichiro to stop venting quickly. The ninjas in the dark looked leisurely at the royal city. Today's fireworks are really kind. The watermelon mountain puffer ghost was carrying the shark muscle, holding the watermelon in one hand and completely transformed into a melon-eating crowd, and the ghost shark stood motionless behind him. Seeing that she was not persecuting civilians, Lin followed Wuji back to the courtyard. Xuanyao held Shanglin and remembered the country of the vortex that had perished. It was all very similar, but this country still had the possibility of being saved. After only half a month, Sarah attacked back with soldiers. Sarah is so high now. Of course, I spent 500 million kryptonite to upgrade her, not for nothing. It's nothing, but keep watching. Harada Ichiro never imagined that Sarah had grown to such a level now that she was proficient in arranging troops, and even more importantly, her arrogance. The war did not last long and it came to an end, and the soldiers guarding the frontier were completely different from those in the royal city. Your Majesty, tomorrow should be able to retake the royal city. Well, try to protect the people of Lulin. Wearing the crown and looking at the starry sky, the gentle king is doomed to fail. This world does not allow the weak, and the words of Wuji 3 years ago echoed again. Compared with the emperor's anger and the corpse of a million, this sacrifice is nothing at all. I am standing in this position after all. Mother, just watch me lead Lulin to prosperity. Put your hands together and pray that Mingning will be all right. Harada Ichiro angrily scolded the minister below. It's all idiot. You group of useless guys. Your Majesty, why don't we surrender? As long as reasonable conditions are given, His Majesty Sarah will definitely forgive us. A minister with a pointed mouth and monkey cheeks replied that they had no chance of winning, and an army 3 times as large as Sarah was defeated. Disturbed the military heart and dragged it out to behead. Your Majesty, we really... Before it was over, Harada Ichiro stabbed the minister to death with a sword. He stared at Harada Ichiro with wide eyes like a goldfish. He drew out his sword and splashed blood for 5 deaths. Who else wants to surrender? Harada Ichiro glanced coldly at the ministers, each of them wishing to bury their heads in the soil like ostriches. Why did they participate in the rebellion in the first place? There is still a chance. We still have a chance. The faces are gradually hideous, and there are those powerful ninjas. If they make a move, they can definitely kill Sarah. Sarah. Only a few trusted ministers know the trump card. The ninjas of the two big ninja villages are tantamount to God to them. The next day, in the final decisive battle, Sarah finally took the army to capture the royal city. The soldiers of Shengwanrao broke through the palace, and the traitors were captured one after another. Harada Ichiro finally dispatched the last resort. I need you to help me put down this rebellion. Oh, this seems to be a newly added task. I'll give it to you no matter how much it is. Hehe, I want half of this country's wealth. The watermelon mountain puffer ghost looked at Harada Ichiro indifferently. The ghost shark and the ghost lamp full moon and the three misty hidden who were afraid of him nodded. If it is successful, Mizuyang-sama will definitely give them a huge reward. Hey, if that's the case, you can try to entrust us. We only need 40% of this country. Captain Iwagakura said. Harada Ichiro was half-hearted, and these bastards made such an unreasonable request. A bunch of vampire ninjas from other countries are silent. Great powers cannot afford to offend. Are you looking for death? I don't recommend killing you before dealing with the juggernaut. A thick murderous aura filled the entire room, and the Kurigakushi ninja was ready to draw a sword and fight at any time. Captain Yanan's pupils rang. He originally thought that the strongest one here was the watermelon mountain pufferfish, but he didn't expect that there were two others that were not weaker than him at all. Well, it's better than this. We each account for 40%. What? Can you still be shameless? Harada Ichiro regretted it. Why did he summon these vampires? His eyes darkened and he almost fainted. Oh, good advice. So, what do you think? Your Majesty the King. Harada Ichiro was at the root of the wall, pointing to the two teams without saying a word. It seems that His Majesty the King does not need our help. Then watch this place being captured. The sharp fangs make guinea pig look more like demon. I agree. Please adult. Harada Ichiro said calmly. Although he betrayed Lulin, he was even more afraid of death. But I need Sarah alive. I want her to suffer the most painful torture. Saying this sentence almost exhausted all the strength, and the twisted face was like a monster. We agreed to this condition. The shout from outside were getting closer. Chapter 188. The Battle of the Royal City 1. The city gate fell, and Harada Ichiro took the last 1,000 people to do the last struggle. Harada surrendered. The other traitors have been taken down. Naka Yuji said in a deep voice. I haven't lost yet. Yuji Naka. If you follow me now, I will still reuse you. Otherwise you can only have one. Harada Ichiro responded proudly and said that Lulin didn't care about him anymore and went back to 3 years ago. Naka Yuji frowned. Could this guy have other means? Now he leads more than 5,000 troops in the palace. Most of the enemy troops have already surrendered and put them in prison. What else can Harada do with only 1,000 people left? It's a follower shout. Her Majesty the Queen has an order. Your Majesty, who surrenders now, will let go of the past, and those who do not surrender will be killed without mercy. A riot broke out within 1,000 soldiers immediately, and no one wanted to die. At this time, the overall situation has been set, and resistance will die. People who had already wanted to die immediately had the idea of living. Shut up. The surrenderer will be executed now. Harada's sharp voice made the soldiers stop rioting. The nearby centurion drew his sword at Harada. Brothers, kill Harada with me. The queen will definitely forgive us. With a raised arm, dozens of people were ready to move after birth. Seeing the centurion rushing towards him, the soldiers who belonged to him rushed up. Sarah also noticed the centurion, but it was a little interesting that he didn't expect this centurion to have this courage. Harada fled in fear and panic, and the embarrassed figure was ridiculous. Bastard, I'm dead and no one will pay you a deposit. Only at this moment a flame blocked Harada's fate, burning the pursued centurion alive, and the screams shocked everyone's mind. The ground suddenly cracked, a figure emerged, and Yuji Naka was so frightened that he was about to stop being kicked away, and Kuu was on Sarah's neck. Protect Her Majesty the Queen. The guards all aimed at Iwa Ninja who was holding the queen, and a large number of ninjas had appeared around Harada to protect Harada in the middle. Harada was overjoyed and became more flamboyant. Who else is going to surrender? Kill them for me. The two names Jonan glanced at the platform with contempt, and in just a few minutes they killed the surrenderer just now. Is this a ninja? Thousands of people in the palace swallowed their saliva, and it was easier for two people to face dozens of people than to chop vegetables. Sarah had already been captured before she could react, but she still didn't change her fate. Get your people back, Iwaizumi said coldly. HMP8 ninjas are actually involved in this kind of thing. Sorry, we are also entrusted with saving this country. Save. Sarah looked at Iwanan sneeringly. Everyone obeyed. Kill Harada Ichiro. What? Aren't you afraid of dying? Iwanan did not expect that this queen would dare to issue such an order with a knife on her neck. It's ridiculous. The betrayer must die. As expected of Her Majesty the Queen, you do have the qualifications of a king. Iwane sighed. The soldiers didn't lose an inch, and their weapons were aimed at Harada as if the archers would shoot Harada into a hornet's nest with a single command. Go. Thousands of arrows fell off the string, and Harada seemed to have lost his ability to think. 2 done. Multiple earth wall. Earth escape. Earthquake core. Harada Ichiro was so excited that he almost called out. What a correct decision to call a ninja. K. Iwa Shinobu really knows how to pun. The dolphin pouted. and I have to say that the defensive method is really useful. The soldier looked at the 10-meter high wall a little dazed. You, this bastard, why hasn't he come yet? Sarah was calm on the surface but was actually panicked. Ninjas are really not something that ordinary people can deal with. Your Majesty, are you still considering withdrawing the army? These thousands of people are not enough at all. Sarah felt more and more gloomy and cold. Most of the soldiers were outside the palace, and the palace could not squeeze so many people. In the deep pit, another 10 ninjas jumped out and rushed towards Sarah's army. Hirata Ichiro's 1,000 soldiers saw the hope of victory and rushed towards Sarah with a roar. Glancing at Iwaninya and feeling his weakness, Naka Yusi-chan was seriously injured by a blow at the front, and his morale was falling. These 10 or so ninjas had already made it difficult for them to resist. Your Majesty, can you surrender now? Sarah, just as he was about to say surrender, a sword chi slashed to the ground, and a gully tens of meters long shocked everyone. The bastard is finally here. Gently walking towards Sarah in white clothes, Iwanan stared nervously at the young man in front of him, holding kunai tightly in his hand, and Sarah's neck was flushed red. Juggernaut. Iwanan slowly spit out, and the 19 people abandoned Hirata and surrounded Wuji. Hirata froze in place. These bastard gave up their employer. Everyone leaves the palace. When Sarah shouted, the soldiers retreated one after another, and everyone knew that the victory or defeat was no longer in their hand, but in this group of ninjas. Hirata Shenshin withdrew with more than 1,000 people, and Yan Shin pushed Sarah away. Since she accepted the entrustment, Sarah must live without losing Yan Yin's demeanor. It's not a problem if they win, they just admit defeat. Oh, it seems that you are quite good at it, and I will give you a treat in a while. Wuji was surprised that Yan Ninja let Sarah go, and he was just about to use the Shunshu technique. Sarah clutched her neck, glared at Wuji and ran out of the palace. I didn't expect Wuyin to send you. Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost. Ghost Lantern Full Moon. Dried Persimmon Ghost Shark. Twaying is really willing. Wuji never expected to meet a familiar person this time. Ghost Lantern Full Moon and Dried Persimmon Ghost Shark were a little surprised. Even if the dolphins have been famous for a long time, how could they be remembered by Juggernaut? Are they already so famous? It's a great honor for Lord Sword Saint to know us. No matter how much the Ghost Shark laughed, it feels bad, and the full moon has already adjusted to the best 8. But do other trash fish dare to challenge me? Yenian was furious. How did the Sword Saint know the 3 of Wuyi? Who should I kill first? Wuji looked at 20 people, which made everyone feel that they were not surrounded by Juggernaut, but Juggernaut surrounded them. With a stern look, they turned to the small country ninja, and the 2 ninjas who were awakened by a string of afterimages behind them were cut off by the middle before they could dodge. Such a quick body instant technique. This kind of speed is almost as fast as rakeage, even if there is no rakeage. Throwing away the blood on his sword, he stared indifferently at everyone and launched an offensive. Ninja, 1,000 needle. Why do you guys like to attack with hair? More attack from pufferfish. Since this fat pufferfish is so anxious to die, then kill it. Seeing the Juggernaut running towards the dolphin, Wu Ninja immediately surrounded him, while Yan Ninja put on a show-like attitude. The long sword collided with the shark muscle, and the bandage fell off, revealing the original appearance of the shark muscle, which was a living knife. Is this the shark muscle? It interesting. Wuji looked at the shark muscle, remembering that the guy used to be a small fish beside Sanwei. When I bumped into Wuji for the first time just now, I felt that part of my spiritual power was sucked in. Chapter 189 The Battle of the Royal City 2. The Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost looked at Wuji proudly. It should have absorbed a lot just now. The shark muscle has grown several times, and the tongue is sticking out excitedly. It seems that your chakra is delicious, and the shark muscles have become excited. The shark teeth are ferocious and terrifying. Interesting blade. Unfortunately, the master is not strong enough. Are all your ninjas in Korean village like this? They all have fish genes in them. The long sword stands horizontally, and the spirit flashes. Not good. Get down. Such a huge chopping wave is frightening. The ghost shark screamed and hurriedly fell to the ground. The full moon directly hydrated, and the upper ninjas resorted to their own means of life-saving. This wave of AoE damage is good, and it is most suitable for cleaning up trash. It consumes 10% of the spiritual power, and the effect is still very good. In the distance, the palace collapsed in unison, and everyone looked at the ruins behind in horror. Hey, there are still 8 of them, and it's too bad to spend money to rebuild. The fat puffer took a blow to the front, but it was just vomiting blood. I saw the shark muscle complaining very dissatisfiedly, and delivered the refined chakra to the fat puffer for healing. This sword is okay. It really can withstand my sword guild. The full moon has no injuries at all. Is it immune to physical damage? 4 of Korean are still alive, 2 of Yanran are still alive, and there are 2 of Shaonan village. What a terrible slap. Yan Yin said in a deep voice. Is this the power of the sword saint? Not living should consume a lot of chakra. Yes. Wuji looked at everyone with disdain. Just using one of the flashes of the spirit, just wanted to try the effect, otherwise it would not waste so much spiritual power. Just leave the dried persimmon ghost shark today. This man can be regarded as admirable. Water escape. Burst water rush. Rain 4 shark. A lake was created in an instant. Iwane looked at the ghost shark shark in disbelief. With an amazing amount of chakra, with a sword cut out, the 4 big sharks turned into thousands of small sharks, and Wuji Yujian flew into the air. Everyone stood on the water. The 3 of them used the technique of fog concealment, and a vast white fog rose from the submerged palette. The full moon was like a duck to water here. Wu Nin was a little relieved, and he was more and more in awe of the ghost shark that directly changed the landscape. 5 food shark. 5 shark water bombs were waiting for the opportunity under the lake, but even so, Junin still did not dare to relax his vigilance. The full moon also merged into the water and sensed the entire water area. Yan Ninja's face was extremely ugly, and water everywhere was very unfavorable to them. Are these fog ninjas trying to kill them? Looking at the vast white fog below, Wuji closed his eye, and his spiritual sense reached out and sensed everything below, and soon found the position of the ninja, but there was one left. Is it a full moon? I can't detect it even if it melts into the water. Then let's play with you first. Thunder. Surrounded by electric arc, Wuji rushed into the white fog and inserted the sword into the water, and the thunderstorm style cooperated with the thunderbolt Chidori current to spread throughout the lake. The full moon jumped out quickly. His body was in a state of semi-paralysis, and the other ninjas also jumped up to avoid the electric current. Manu, are you alright? It's alright, but my body is a little paralyzed. Convulsing while talking. Unfortunately, I can also kill without interest. As soon as Wuji disappeared into the white fog, 5 water sharks sensed the wave and quickly swam towards Wuji, opening their mouths and pounced on them. With one sword smashing Li and finding Iwanan, you can't waste the good opportunity created by the ghost shark. The smiling Wuji opened his perception to find the 2 famous Iwanan, and the sound of the collision of weapons attracted the attention of the other 6. Captain, this seems to be very detrimental to us too. Juggernaut is too good at melee combat. Think of a peerless powerhouse with a sword, and melee combat with him is simply courting death. After dozens of seconds, the sound of fighting disappeared. Needless to say, someone must have been killed. The rest of the people were cold, and the dead Yan Ren sank to the bottom of the lake. Release the fog hidden technique. The fat puffer gave the order, and the 3 immediately lifted the fog concealment technique, and they saw each other only after the fog cleared. Aren't you going to play? Wuji looked at the sick people playfully, and suddenly there was a figure in the distance below. Water prison technique. The water of the ghost shark immediately wrapped Wuji. Have you got it under control? Ghost shark did a good job. I'll suck his chakra now. Be careful, I always feel wrong. The watermelon mountain puffer ghost came over with the shark muscle on his back. Wuji tentatively poked it with his sword, but it couldn't be pierced. The water ball condensed with chakra was really unusual, but the caster couldn't let go. The promised sword saying, hee, why did the fat puffer want to bite me? The watermelon mountain puffer fish was done. How could this guy still speak in the water? Looking at the dried persimmon ghost shark in confusion, the dried persimmon ghost shark shook his head innocently and said he didn't know. Hey, fat pufferfish, stinky boy, I'll kill you now. Although you do look like a pufferfish, and your name does have a pufferfish, you can't call it that. Wuji laughed secretly. How could these guys understand the mystery of Taoism? Although the water avoidance talisman can only last for 5 minutes, it is enough. When the shark muscle stabs in, Wuji is even more depressed. If it can't be pierced inside, it will break with a stab outside. Fire escape. The technique of dragon fire. The huge fire dragon head rushed to the shark muscle. The shark muscle that was close to the face was burned and screamed, and turned his head angrily to express his dissatisfaction. The technique of the water prison was broken, and the speedy sword wiped out the water body. You guys are really good, but unfortunately you are not yet at the shadow level, and I have already reached the peak of the shadow level. Returning to the cold and silent, the wet clothes were quickly evaporated to dryness. The world's martial art, only fast is not broken. Unfortunately, there is no pistol here, so I can't show you. Sick people are awe-inspiring. Is this guy ready to get serious now? The whole person was like a cold winter, and the biting chill made the 6 of them take a deep breath. The rapidly freezing lake surface told them that the chill was not an illusion, but a real cold. Is this guy from the Shui Wuyu clan? A bit like. Wuji is angry. I am Uchiha. What kind of shit is Mizutsuki? Quickly swinging their sword, the sick people desperately squeezed their potential. Even if their bodies were overwhelmed, they kept waving their weapon. Ghost Lantern Manu was not afraid of physical attack, but was afraid of the electric current attached to the sword, so he did not dare to connect. No one present was more afraid of electricity than him. The watermelon mountain puffer ghost and ghost shark are the main force, and the full moon wields double knives from time to time to assist. The flat eye flounder is released. G flounder gave off a blue light. Wuji raised his sword to resist being smashed and flew out, giving the 5 people time to breathe. The swordsman was too cunning to avoid the shark muscle, and the watermelon mountain pufferfish lost weight for the first time. The body is too big and has been poked into many holes. Fortunately, the shark muscle is healed, but the chakra of the shark muscle that cannot be replenished will be exhausted. The place in his hand disappeared, and the psychic roll appeared and a blunt knife appeared, cutting it. The full moon is watching you. I know, Captain. Wu Ninja breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Tuka claimed that the blade could defeat all defenses. If he could break the sword of the Juggernaut, the strength of the Juggernaut would be greatly reduced. Ninja sword. G flounder. Nice attack. Wooji praised. Even he felt a little pain in the tiger's mouth, remembering that this guy can use all the ninja knives. Chapter 190. The battle of the royal palace is over. Seeing that the full moon has been replaced by a dull night, two-cut Wooji couldn't help but glance at, except for the beheading sword. The other blades have very prominent features. A plus a hammer. Drink. Manyu's wrist suddenly smashed the hammer like the ground, and the earth immediately cracked. Wooji shook his body to stabilize his body. Is this the strange power of this hammer? Relief. The long sword blocked the blade of the axe, and Manyu swung the hammer to the back of the axe. Want to break my sword this way? HMPA. The movement of spiritual power was given to the sword, and a strong shock wave was generated around the hammer, and a burst of dust was splashed. Broken. Wooji looked at the full moon with an expressionless face, and actually knocked him back 2 steps. This body was bred together by the dragon veins and the body's celestial body cells, and it was rich in strange attributes. After the smoke and dust dissipated, the full moon still maintained the attitude of hammering, looking at Wooji in disbelief, even blocking after dew. The stout arm returned to normal size. You're good. You can knock me back 2 steps, although I didn't use all my strength. Come and be my son. No, be my subordinate. Wooji is a little ashamed. I am not a white person, and the serious atmosphere suddenly became strained. How can the swordsman be 16 or 17 years old? Ha! I'm very optimistic about you. What good about Wuyin village? It's been messed up now. Come and be my subordinate. No one will trouble you. Sorry, I can't betray my village. That's a pity. How about you? The watermelon mountain puffer ghost instantly turned black. Since this guy is digging the wall. Still no response after 30 seconds. In this case, you all stay. I believe your blood can make this land more fertile. The 6 of them fought Wooji this time. Almost everyone was injured in the sword, light and sword shadow. The more the 6 of them fought, the more desperate they became. For so long, this guy was not injured at all, although his clothes were scratched a few times. As expected of a person who was as famous as the 3 generations of Raikid, this is like a monster's physical strength. The ghost shark looked at Wooji solemnly. This guy fought for 3 days and 3 nights just like the 3 generations of Raikid. Amazing dance. Promises breath chain. The whole person's voice was erratic, and the triple sword was officially used. The 6 seemed to be caught in a white world, and they couldn't see anything around them. Illusion. Probably not. The ghost shark said that he had tried the solution several times just now. Soon the 6 of them noticed the birds in the sky, and the flock of birds mimicking the white light flew towards them. It's not that we're slow, it's that the flock is too fast. Before he could make a sound, he was drowned out by a flock of birds. The white light gathered and appeared indifferently behind the 6 people, slightly out of breath, and Jing Hongwu consumed too much. He closed the long sword and walked out of the palace silently. The blood of the thousands of wounds on the 6 people in the back sword and stained the earth red. All fell into a pool of blood, and the ghost shark crawled on the ground in despair. He was about to die, and the other 5 were already exhausted. The muscles of the shark are also covered with guard, and they move hard to the ghost shark. Now only the ghost shark is still alive and chakra can be used. Seeing the shark muscle moving slowly, the ghost shark desperately crawled towards the shark muscle with the desire to survive. The shark muscle needed him and he also needed the shark muscle. At the moment of contact, the shark muscle quickly absorbed the chakra of the ghost shark. His injuries healed a lot, and he became more energetic. The ghost shark pale face finally got feedback from the shark muscle, and the body was constantly repaired. Can live. The ghost shark held the shark's muscle tightly with excitement, and he had to do it as soon as possible before the man came back. A large amount of chakra was delivered to the shark muscle, and the ghost shark's injury recovered faster and faster. When Wooji walked out of the palace, Harada's heart was ashes, and all the ninjas died. Those bastards. The 1,000 soldiers behind them fell to their knees one after another, while Sarah was full of joy. Cheers resounded throughout the entire royal city, and the people of Lulin walked out of their homes to kneel, and their queen regained the throne. Sarah, I'll leave the rest of you. Bury all the corpses of the ninjas in the borderland. Seeing that Wooji's robe is damaged, he immediately asked people to weave new clothes. Harada Ichiro's face was ashes as he was sent to the prison by the soldiers, and everything was over. 1,000 soldiers were placed in the captive camp. Sarah looked at Wooji's distant shadow, and after disposing of them, she took the soldiers to clean the palace. As soon as Sarah entered the palace, her face was as black as the bottom of a pot, and even if the middle of the palace became a lake, the palace was all turned into ruins, so he might as well rebuild it in another place. Asshole. No wonder this guy is going so fast. Seeing that the section of the column is so smooth, needless to say, it is absolutely dry. This bastard destroyed most of the palace. With a livid face, he sent someone to clean it up and dug out all the valuables inside. After counting the number of people, it was found that there was one less, and a ninja was not dead. Sarah hurriedly sent someone to report to Wooji. The ghost shark, who barely regained his mobility, escaped from the palace and ran all the way with the shark muscle carrying the pocket cut and the ninja scroll. Definitely not going to this place again. Wooji grinned after hearing it. Did he really survive? Deliberately left a hand so that the ghost shark would not not die immediately, but I didn't expect this guy to really survive. Tell Her Majesty to ignore a salted fish. Yes, my lord. The young soldier looked at Wuji frantically. The adults are really strong, and one person turned the whole situation around. The palace chose a new place to rebuild. For the past 3 days, Sarah has been living in Wuji's courtyard, chatting with Lin and Xuanyao. 3 women in one show. I really don't know where so many words come from. Wuji shook his head. Since he was exposed, this place has become a forbidden place in the royal city. No one dares to set foot there easily. Xianglin also enjoys princess-level treatment and is suspected by countless people to be Wuji's daughter. Finally, when it was time for the beheading, Harada in the prison car was condemned by the people of Lulin. He was beaten on the head by a child's egg, and a woman threw a rotten vegetable leaf. He will be nailed to the pillar of shame forever. Looking angrily at Sarah, who was sitting high, he had nothing to say about winning or losing. This is really a waste of food. After the order goes down, only stones can be thrown. Yes, Yuji Naka couldn't help shaking. Throwing stone. Are you afraid that you will be crushed to death before you reach the execution ground? However, the words of the sword saints should naturally be executed. Sarah rolled her eyes at Wuji and immediately made Yuji Naka forget about it. You were killed halfway, so what's the use of my public execution? Naka Yuji stared at the big guy on the stage. Tangle. The immortals fight and the little devil suffered. Who should I listen to? Come on, then listen to the queen. Wuji didn't want to embarrass the general. Yuji Naka breathed a sigh of relief, and Sarah raised her head triumphantly like a winning rooster. Ping Tian, who was brought to Xingtai, lowered his head and echoed his life. Cut. Sarah gave an order, and the executioner's sword fell and blood spurted the head to the ground. The people below cheered and Sarah won the whole Lulin. The queen finally succeeded in training, and Wuji disappeared with a knowing smile. Chapter 191. The establishment of Yunxian village. The matter of Lulin quickly spread to the ears of the 5 major countries. The mission of Yenian and Wuyin failed, and only one of the 20 Junin escaped. The major powers have conducted a strength assessment on Wuji, and finally ordered that it must not be provoked unless it is absolutely necessary. Lulin ushered in peace and is working hard to rebuild the palace. Are both the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost and Ghost Lamp Full Moon dead? Yes, Ying-sama. I didn't expect you to escape back. It's beyond my expectation. It's just fortunate to have saved a life. The ghost shark immediately noticed the problem. Did he already know that this was an impossible task? Why let them die? The ghost shark raised his head and stared at Yakura, and put his hand on the shark muscle. When I looked up, I saw a pair of godless eyes. Could it be that Ying was really controlled? Who are you? The ghost shark stared at Yakura alertly, but Yakura was still, and a strange voice came from deep in the room. Sure enough, you are very good. A heavy voice came, and the ghost shark stared at the dark light. That eye glowed. It turns out that you used this writing wheel to control the 4th generation of water shadow. The ghost shark sneered at Obito, who was hiding in the dark. Only one eye shone brightly. Who are you? The ghost shark felt a sudden shock from the strong momentum. Uchiha Madara. Impossible. Unbelievably looking at Shirine, Madara should have died long ago. Obito, to see the ghost shark, was very satisfied with being restrained. Then as long as this guy becomes his subordinate, he can become stronger. 2 years have passed since the coup, and the new palace has finally been built. Wuji is very satisfied. As expected, if you want efficiency and quality, you have to spend more money. The workers did not complain, but were very happy. The money from this job was enough to be worth 10 years' income, and they ate and slept well. Sarah was shocked when tens of thousands of people worked together to build it. How much will it cost? Will the treasury be more nervous? The new palace is more than 3 times larger than the previous palace. What wrong? Nonsense. The treasury will be empty now. Che, it's all my money. Why are you distressed? It seems that too. This guy is richer than the country now. Damn rich man. But isn't your money the palace's money now? Did you think too much? The rapid construction in the past 2 years cost me 10 billion tael. You know. You must return this money to me. How can this be? These are not all yours. I'm just a part-time worker. Sarah quit when she heard the money back. You sold her for so much money. Hehe. Your Majesty the Queen, you still have a long way to go, but you are 25 and still don't plan to get married. Sarah's body froze. This is a very serious problem. If the blood is cut off, the mother will probably be angry and come back to life. Right. Then he looked at Wuji sadly. What kind of look is this? Don't worry, you can accept a male concubine, but Lulin only has a queen. Asshole. Although Sarah has not changed from 2 years ago, what she doesn't understand is that Wuji doesn't seem to have changed at all, and it seems to stop at the age of 16 forever. Looking around, no one asked. Yeyu, you are already 19 years old. Why are you still the same height? It seems that you have stopped growing, which is really pitiful. You will always be 1 meter 7. Wuji was done at the age of 16. It actually stopped at the age of 15. If it weren't for the wretched development of his own effort, he had been doing the exercise to grow taller, it would have been even lower. I will grow taller in the future. I'm only 16 now. Wuji roared angrily. He really should have chosen to stop after he became an adult, but unfortunately this is not something he can control. Huh, you seem to be so. What's going on? on. Hey, I won't tell you. When you become an old woman, I will still bear this fate, Wooji said triumphantly. He was still very young anyway. How is this possible? Sarah felt that Wooji's words were not a lie, and immediately entangled with Wooji. After some explanation, Sarah looked at Wooji enviously and recognized Wooji as a teacher without dignity, especially when she learned that Wooji had Zuyandan in her hand. This kind of thing is not going to let go of Wooji. If you don't give it to me, I won't do it. Can you be a queen with some dignity? What is dignity to eat? Wooji stared at Sarah, who was sitting on the ground, stunned. The most humble person is invincible. He even dared to threaten him. Wooji was extremely angry and laughed. This guy is really getting more and more arrogant. It was coquettish and cute, and she tried her best to even put forward the conditions for warming the bed. I'm afraid of you. Here it is. The defeated Wooji sent a wooden box, and the only Zuyandan in his hand was gone, so he could only find the body when he wanted to. Sarah, who had been begging for an afternoon, finally got a reward, and immediately ate it for fear of being robbed. After a while, he felt extremely sticky and ran out. Wooji shook his head and walked out of the palace. Wooji still lives in the former courtyard, and Lin is diligently preparing dinner. In the past 2 years, Lin has grown a lot taller, and her face has changed slightly, dressed more maturely. Teacher, you are finally back. Well, the situation in Lulin has stabilized in 2 years, and it's time for me to go. It's time to take reincarnation. Where are you going, teacher? Land of the Wind. I'll leave the matter of Shinobu village to you. Don't worry, teacher. But what's the name? It's called Yunxian village. This is my master's name. The teacher's master. Wooji won Yuji and left, and Lin patted her face, so she had to prepare well. Use the transformation technique to become the appearance of Wooji, and there can be no mistakes in the rehearsal over and over again. The next day, in a town 30 kilometers away from the royal city, the official establishment of Unzen village was announced. Lin changed into Wooji's appearance, and posed a Wooji style and climbed up Yunxian pavilion surrounded by crowd. Yunxian pavilion was built completely according to the appearance of ancient Chinese pavilion. It's not good. Why are there so many people? Is this all the people from the entire royal city here? Lin felt like she was about to ascend the throne. After reciting the rules of the village, another burst of emotional speech won thunderous applause. Sarah looked at the figure at the front desk with relief. Finally, Sarah stamped the seal and officially agreed to the establishment of Yunxian village. Finally, Lulin has her own ninja village. The people of Lulin fell into a carnival this time. Only with the security of the ninja village can the country get the greatest guarantee, and there is no need to rely on the power of other ninja villages in the future. Lin and Sarah shook hands to determine the relationship between the village and the country. The queen did not have the ability to accept the fate of Yunxian village Longyeing, but she has the right to supervise, and she has the right to recall if she does something that hurts the country's village. The name of Wooji was shouted below, and the name of the sword saint resounded throughout Yunxian village. After announcing the end, Lin was worried about the teacher's situation. The teacher is a ninja from Konoha village, and it won't happen to a ninja village here. Right. Chapter 192 The Water-Stopping Kaleidoscope. Uncle, why don't they play with me? Because they are all ignorant people. Why did they call me a monster? Because it's their cowardice and incompetence. But I'm so sad. Xiao Naruto clutched his chest. Tears could not stop dripping, and all the companions who used to play with him left him one by one. Yu Yu gently appeases Naruto. It seems that those guys who haven't made a big move for so long are active again. But in order to plan, he had to sacrifice Naruto first. The avatar outside the body had already received news that he was going to Sandian village. Once Kushina was resurrected, he didn't need to carry the burden. Naruto, you are a man. You can't cry easily. Uncle, I understand. I still have a question for Uncle. What is the problem? That's why I don't have mom and dad. They do. Has Naruto realized what it means to be a parent? Your parents have gone far away, and your mother will be back soon, and they have never left you. Really? Certainly. In a few days. Naruto finally showed a smile. Yu Yu touched Naruto's head. His perception has become more and more keen in the past 2 years, and in another year, Naruto will reach the age of cool. Waiting for Kushina to come back as Naruto will change. Naruto, didn't Hinata come to play with you? She always hides in the corner and runs away when she sees me, Naruto said gloomily, remembering that Naruto met Xiao Hinata last winter and was bullied and then shot righteously. Although he was beaten, he won Hinata's favor. Well, Naruto must kidnap Hinata. Why? Because her family is rich and cute. She will definitely not lose money. Yu Yu showed a wretched smile, and Naruto's eyes lit up when he heard it. He didn't know why his uncle always let him approach Hinata, but Hinata was the only one who would visit her when he was called a monster. Really? Is it okay to eat a lot of ramen? Yes, enough for you to eat for a lifetime. I must deceive Hinata. Seeing that Naruto was full of fighting spirit, Yu Yu showed a smile that only an old father would have. Raising Naruto for so many years was considered half of Naruto's father. Right. Nightwing smiled. However, Hyuga's temper is stinky and hard, and there are things like Cade Bird. If you see that Uchiha is also a pupil, you don't have to worry. Of course, the premise is that you can't be discovered, or you will definitely secretly hunt to the ends of the earth. Kakashi was also a member of Uchiha after Yu and Minato came forward and settled down. Hyuga's talent is good, but it has been engraved with a caged bird. The caged bird is very magical. Yu tried to crack it but failed. Although he failed to crack it, Neji was also very grateful to Yu, and his attitude towards Hinata was much better. Maybe when the eyes are restored, the caged bird can be cracked. Yu does not believe that the seal of the caged bird can be compared to the seal of the law. Slightly opened his eye. The colored chains inside were already shattered, and it would definitely take 2 years to break this seal. The 9 tails in Naruto's body trembled, and he felt the extremely ominous power as if he was about to wake up. He looked at Yu through Naruto. Is this guy's eyes going to recover? The sharp claws were engraved on the gossip seal, and he put down the claws unwillingly, but the seal was still too tight. Yu noticed that someone was coming here. This familiar chakra was Uchiha Shisui. Go find Red Beans to play with. Sister Red Bean doesn't take me with me every time I eat meatball. It's really annoying. Naruto returned to the village unhappy to look for Red Bean. Along the way, the children look at him with fear and disgust. It was this look again. Heart the anger in the middle make the 9 tails very happy. The more angry the seal will be, the looser the seal will be, and soon the child will perceive its existence. When they met Urzuzi, they snorted and walked over to each other, ignoring each other. I don't know why they were very upset when they saw each other. Gentlemen, oh, are you the only one here today? Well, Itachi is negotiating with the third Hokage considering whether to join Anbu. As Yuzu also entering Anbu, time flies so fast. Yu picked up the tea and tasted it carefully. Her closed eyes only saw indifference, and her calm expression indicated that everything was being met. I want to hear what Mr. Shisui sat opposite Yu and listened carefully. If you want to go in, then go, but I guess Urzuzi will complain. It's actually a good choice for Itachi to enter Anbu. If you go in, tell the old man to let Itachi go to Kakashi's men. I understand. Hearing that Yu also wanted Itachi to enter, Shisui breathed a sigh of relief. Itachi seemed to reject joining Anbu, but since Mr. Itachi also thinks that Itachi should join Anbu, surely Itachi will not reject it, right? Mister's eyes were farther away than they were. You came to me for something else, right? Yes sir, I have met your requirement. The momentum of the water stopped suddenly changed. The tyrannical chakra spewed out, and the 3-hooked jade quickly rotated into 4 corners, a kaleidoscope writing wheel on. So that's the case. Did you finally wake up those eyes? Yes sir, this power is really powerful. Now I feel omnipotent. Hehe, the burden on the eyes is not something you can bear now. Sure enough, Mr. has already got this power. Well, every time I use it, I feel great pain in my body, but I can get used to it slowly. Jishui calmly analyzed that this power is becoming stronger, especially the pupil technique he possesses is absolutely terrifying. Bitianshin, even Zishui is afraid of himself, unconsciously controlling their thoughts and rewriting the will of others to become their own puppets. Since you have awakened this power, you are qualified to participate in my plan. Is it finally here? Shishui, who has always been calm, also became extremely excited at this time. What is the plan of Mr. When Yu explained everything, Jishui became hesitant. It was really difficult to start with the same clan, and immediately told Yu his own pupil technique. Stupid. Even if you control Fuyu, what the youth? It is impossible to be the peak of the rebellion with the power of the patriarch alone. Uchiha is not the family of Hyuga, but isn't there too many people to kill like this? If I'm not there, it's possible that Uchiha won't be exterminated. Unless you can control everyone, your eyes will definitely be blind. Jishui was speechless. Yu was very dissatisfied with Jishui's attitude. This child was still too young, but thinking about it, he was just too immature for a 13-year-old child. You still need to hone more. Your mind does not match your strength. Shishui didn't say a word. Maybe Mr. is right. He is still too young. Itachi is very mature, but his mind is not much different from his. There is a long way to go. You must not tell others about your ability. Even an old man will doubt you. The old guy in Danzo is suspicious, knowing that your power will probably rob you of your power. I see. Sir, are your eyes really overused? Of course not mine and not the same as yours. Yu said with a smile. The village of Zishui's heart is probably still hesitant about his plan, and the 3-generation-old man is good at deceiving people. Chapter 193 Red Bean Acacia. Yu couldn't help but want to try Jishui's current strength, but I'm afraid it won't work here. Stop the water. Yes. Yu's voice interrupted Zishui's thought. Just stand and let me see how far you have grown. Okay, sir. It stopped when I came to the border of the country of fire. Presumably, the fight here should not be discovered. There are complex runes outlined in the hand, and the cyan enchantment rose to cover a radius of 100 meters. Shishui looked up at the barrier above his head, and used a fire to escape the barrier unscathed. It seemed to be very strong. Zishui, here you can use your abilities to the fullest, and you can't see the environment inside. Does it cut off the visual barrier? Then I'm welcome. With your eyes closed, you can't see things. My other gods are useless, and my physical strength and physical skills are not comparable to me. Sure enough, I can only use that. Shishui is thinking about the countermeasures that can deal with Yu. He did not admit that Yu was the most inexplicable opponent Shisui had ever encountered. Closing his eyes and opening them again, a kaleidoscope emerged of a green skeleton enduring severe pain. Are you using Susanoo as soon as you come up? Because other than this, I didn't think that ninjutsu would work on Mr. Yu nodded slightly with a smile. Shisui received a signal, and even used the telekinesis technique to drive Susanoo to move at a high speed. The palm of the skeleton shot directly, and Yu's spiritual sense enveloped the entire enchantment and easily escaped. Is it possible to evade such a fast teleportation technique? The speed of Mr. is probably on par with that of the fourth Raikage. Shisui secretly estimates and analyzes Yu's ability. Continuing to drive Susanoo to slack, he was always easily dodged. What? Yu snorted and found herself entangled in the rope. Finally hit. It turned out that Zishui had already laid a trap here, and the special rope was difficult to break in a short time, even if only a few seconds were enough for Zishui. Susanoo clenched his fist into a fist and slammed it down. Sensing the danger of Yu also stretched out his fist and the two fists collided together. Boom! The strong shock wave shattered the surrounding weed. How is this possible? Yu actually resisted Susanoo, forcefully urging Tongli to ignore the severe pain in his eyes. Susanoo grew flesh and smashed at Yu's necktie. It useless. The thundercloth was draped over his body, and they collided with each other. The necktie. The ground collapsed into a 10-meter deep pit, and Yu jumped out of the pit. The water-stopping thunder clothes and my body are enough to reach the level of the third generation of Raikage. Even the tailed beast Jade I can resist. Fuck. Shisui couldn't help but let out a swear word. Is this still a slap in the face? The 5 attributes of ninjutsu are ineffective. The super physical attack is useless, and the armor defense on the opposite side is simply against the sky. So you can't break my defense at all, unless you evolve to Susanoo's complete body. Yu said lightly. It was the first time that Ji Shui felt so infinite. The only god of heaven who was useful to Mr. But this bastard is now blind. After a while, Shisui covered his bleeding eyes and returned to ordinary shaker. After taking the medicine pill, I felt a little better, and I felt a little distressed. The Pommel Horse family or the mysterious alchemist no longer sells pills, which makes the pills in the hands of ninjas more cherished, and all pills are in the hands of the senior family members, making it even more difficult to obtain. If I guessed correctly, you should have turned on the kaleidoscope long ago, right? Well, sorry sir, this was opened half a year ago. Thank you for being able to endure this to come to see me, but your Susanoo is not as good as it is now. Talking about the life of the Night Feather, the silver Susanoo appeared, and it was instantly synthesized into the 4th order Wudengu armor state. The huge Susanoo was oppressing Shisui's mind. Sir's Susanoo is so strong. It's nothing. Everyone's Susanoo will awaken different powers and have their own weapon. My weapon is the divine sword that can split mountains in the legend of Komodo. Yu slashed open the barrier with a big wave of her fate, and the giant trees were cut off at the same time, and the head could not be seen at a glance. Zishui swallowed his saliva. His eyes became wild. So strong. This blow is simply unstoppable. Sir, is this the perfect body? No, this is only the 4th stage. The complete body is the 6th stage. What? Zishui is speechless. Such a powerful force is only the 4th order. What exactly is the 6th stage? Uchiha Madara. Yu spit out the name calmly. Shishui's pupils shrank suddenly. Shira of the ninja world, a man that only the god of ninjas can stop. Do you understand? The power of the 6th order is enough to fight against the entire ninja world. I understand. Then Yu told Shishui the necessary conditions for Shishui to evolve into a complete body, and Shishui was a little disappointed after knowing the condition. Opening the eternal kaleidoscope requires the kaleidoscope of his relative. He has no other sibling, and even if there are, he will not use the eyes of his relatives, so he couldn't awaken the eternal kaleidoscope. Let go. It's time to go back. If you have time, you can go and see the slate of the Uchiha clan. There are some secrets recorded there, but some people have changed them. What? Go back and have other things to do. Back at Konoha, it was already late at night, and Red Bean was training his own incantation outside the house. The black tadpole runes spread all over the half-body, which was extremely evil. Red Bean, how do you feel? Senior brother, I can completely control the 1st stage. Well, it's still a long way to work harder now. Just as he was about to step into the room, a large snake entangled Yu, and the fangs immediately bit Yu's neck. Yu's body was immediately covered with magma, and the aroma of meat filled the air for a while. Red Bean quickly cut off the connection with the big snake, and the burning sensation disappeared. Who did you learn this from? Girl. Senior brother. You. Mr. Orochimaru has already mentioned that every time you learn a new technique, you will use him to test it. Yes. Yu paused for a while, thinking of the days when he and Uncle Snake performed tasks together before. It is really nostalgic. It has been almost 3 years since he disappeared. Right. It is strange to miss. When I mentioned Orochimaru Red Bean, my mood was a lot lower. If you miss Uncle Snake, go look for it. You already have the ability to protect yourself. Senior brother, do you agree with me to look for a teacher? Well, but I'm not sure what Uncle Snake will do. Of course you shouldn't find it. Yu smiled proudly. Now no one one except you knows the whereabouts of Uncle Snake. I will definitely find Mr. Orochimaru. Hongdu firmly clenched his fist. This girl was helpless. She really fell in love with Orochimaru. Tis tis. If Uncle Snake becomes a woman in the future, the overall situation has been settled. Come on, Red Bean. Although the chances of you finding it are less than 1 in 10,000. Senior brother is really annoying. Tis tis tis. What a beautiful relationship. Hongdu blushed and ran back to the room. Early the next day, Hongdu proposed the idea of chasing and killing Orochimaru to the third generation, but the third generation directly rejected it. Is there no point in the trouble of daring to find Orochimaru with such a little strength? It was only after 3 generations of Yayu came to agree that Red Bean would go out of the village, but it only took 3 months. Unless Red Bean stepped on the shit luck, it was possible to find Orochimaru. Red Bean left Konoha full of fighting spirit and officially embarked on the road of no return to find Orochimaru. Chapter 194. Seeing the parent. Uchiha Itachi finally joined Anbu under the guidance of Fuyu and Yu, which made many Uchiha members dissatisfied. In their eyes, Shisui and Itachi are traitors, and Yu has lost his position in the family. Even though the 3 of them are Uchiha's geniuses, they are the lackeys of the Hokage faction. Nissan, can you play with me? Sorry, let's give it to you. Nodding Sasuke's forehead and walking out of the clan, Sasuke was very unhappy with a puff-face. Why is Nissan's mission never finished? Itachi sighed secretly and went out to look for Zishui, who had already told Itachi about his awakened eye. I have to work harder. Shishui, who awakened the kaleidoscope, is not even a match for my uncle. Sure enough, even if he ignores the uncle, he is still the strongest in Konoha. Quickly meeting at the agreed place, Shishui greeted Itachi with a smile. According to the agreement, Kakashi will lead him. Seeing such a young child entering Anbu, the old people in Anbu remembered the former Yu, and it seemed that they should have joined Anbu earlier at the same age. Uchiha is really talented. Shunshi Zishui has become the first person under Fuyu, and his prestige has even caught up with the 4th generation. Many people are looking forward to Zishui being the second Shunshi Zishui. Itachi followed behind the 2 of them without saying a word. The 19-year-old Kakashi has lost his greenness, and he looked very handsome with a 181-year-old head and silver gray hair. Kakashi took a deep look at Shisui next to him. This was the first time he had seen Uchiha's third person. Although it was said that Shisui was Uchiha's second and would soon become the first, Kakashi was the first to see him. Casey knows who the real strongest. The sense of crisis this guy gave me is really not very strong. I can't win against him. This is Kakashi's first thought and I feel ridiculous. Is this the Uchiha Itachi introduced by the teacher? Yes, Captain Kakashi. If it's a teacher, it'll be fine. Thanks. Kakashi shook his head and said it was nothing, and he probably guessed Yu's plan in his heart. He also heard a little about Itachi opening his eyes when he was 8 years old, but he was not surprised when he remembered that the guy was 5 years old. After getting what I needed, I left Anbu. Would you like to try this little guy? Are you sure? This little guy was taught by that monster. I think it better. Phew. Anbu lost interest in an instant, but Itachi is better not to cause trouble while being covered by 3 bosses. Thinking of the man who often lived in front of the lake outside the village made his scalp tingle. Originally, the 3rd generation asked them to monitor Yu, but they were thrown back to the village within 2 minutes of monitoring. Flying over the high wall and accurately sticking to the glass of the Hokage building, it is simply the same strange power as Tsunade High. Itachi was very happy to bring Anbu's things back to Fuyuke so that he could know the information of Konoha's high level in the future. I also understand that the high level will also know the information of Uchiha and train his son to be a double agent. Although Fuyu is unwilling, he can only do so. I believe that Itachi will definitely go to the village. As for Zishui, Fuyu has completely given up. This guy has completely defected to Konoha. In the face of his father's praise, he can only wear the mask of hypocrisy. When did it start? By the way, it started from the day I awakened to right round eye. In the face of Uchiha's gossip, Itachi just pretended he didn't hear it. Hey, what are you thinking about? A beautiful girl with beautiful long black hair and a beauty mole on the lower corner of her right eye came over. He turned his head to look at the purple figure and showed a sincere smile. Quan, why are you here? It just happened to be passing by. Seeing you here in a daze again. Did you encounter any trouble? Well, it's really annoying. Itachi nodded. Every time Izumi came to visit him and chat with him, he would feel happy. He didn't know what kind of feeling it was, but he was very happy. Can you tell me? This is classified. Itachi shed a rare cold sweat, not knowing why he really didn't want to hide from the spring in front of him. Seeing Itachi's embarrassment, Quan couldn't help laughing. It was really funny, so he kept asking Itachi's face more and more red. Itachi, you're a good fellow. Zishui on the tree smiled narrowly, staring at Itachi ambiguously. Itachi turned pale in shock as if he had secretly done something unseen. It's worth it to be seen by friend. I saw that Quan's face was also flushed, and he was too shy to look at Shishui. Hello, shy ass. Do the same as the real thing. I'm sorry to disturb the 2 of you. There is indeed something important. Itachi should go to see Mr. Of course you can also call this beautiful lady. I believe that the gentleman will be very happy. Hehe. Stop the water. Gee, Itachi, did you have a woman and forgot your brother? I do not have. Itachi's voice suddenly became much smaller. Zishui looked at Itachi in disbelief. There was adultery. Gaga's weird smile made Itachi feel ashamed and annoyed. Sure enough, even Zishui was infected by his uncle. Having become so unreasonable, the scene of Yuyu's frequent pranks appeared in his mind. You belong to the Uchiha clan, right? What's your name? My Itachi liked to keep everything in his heart, so don't take it as a surprise. Hello, senior. My name is Izumi Uchiha. Suga, do you want to go see Mr. together? We are so strong, but all of us are trained by Mr. Ta. Is it really possible? Izumi showed eager eye, and the person Shisui and Itachi respected must be a great person, and Shisui senpai's voice was so gentle. Of course, and quietly said a few words in Quan's ear. Quan stared at Itachi with bright eye. He must go to see that gentleman. Let go, senior Zishui. Just call me brother Zishui. Shisui said with a smile. It's over. The water stop is completely broken. I must get out of here. That good, brother Zishui. Hee. What the heck are you still doing? Hurry up and follow superior. So the three came to Yuyu's villa outside the village together. Ah, is the gentleman you're talking about the Yuyu senior? Of course, only the gentleman lives here. Just as Naruto was out to hook up with Hinata today, Yuyu brought the three back to the villa. Who is this? He is Izumi Uchiha, and I want to see Mr. today too. Hello, senior. I'm Izumi Uchiha. Well, it sounds like a little girl. It should be about the size of Itachi. After saying that, Yuyu faced Itachi and showed a teeth teasingly. As expected of a gentleman, he immediately thought of it, and Ji Shui secretly admired him. I didn't expect Itachi to have a girlfriend come to see my parent, but I don't know if I have seen Fuyu. Well, I'm the same age as Itachi, Quan said with a smile. Sure enough, brother Zishui didn't lie. The senior was very good at talking, but he looked so young. Why does Itachi call him uncle? Is it a relative? How did you start dating? Gee, the two were embarrassed and glanced at each other. Although the relationship was indeed a bit ambiguous, it was not there yet. Oh, I understand that there is no official relationship yet. Itachi, you have to hurry up, or you won't be able to drink soup in the future. Uncle, can you be serious? Itachi slumped on the sofa and looked up weakly. You bastard, do you know that if you miss this village, you won't have this or? Izumi is cute, pretty and asterisk. You have found such a good girl who is caring and understanding. Yuyu has completely entered the role of parent. Itachi feels that this is his father. Father, no. Uncle, aren't you blind? I can't see with my heart. Look at how beautiful Quan is, with long black hair, a golden ratio body, and a tear mole. When she grows up, she must be a great beauty. Uncle, aren't you blind? Itachi asked curiously. Not only Itachi Shishui but also curiously staring at Yuyu's eye. It's all said. It's the mind. It's the mind. Amazing. The three looked at Yuyu in disbelief. Chapter 195 The Nanny. Code. How do you cultivate your mind? I want to learn this. If you learn this, even if the kaleidoscope becomes blind, you won't have to be afraid. Ha, this is very difficult. It's too early for you. Idiot, what kind of mind is just an image of the past? Itachi and Yuyu had met Izumi when they were 5 years old, and she was also a poor girl. Hearing Yuyu's compliment, Quan felt a little overwhelmed for a while. He couldn't show his ugliness in front of his predecessor, so he calmed down and continued to chat. Itachi looked at the three of them speechlessly, and a good practice turned into a tea party, as Quan also up to right round eye. Yes, brother Zishui. Wei closed and opened the three-hook jade, slowly rotating. It has grown to the level of Sengo Yu, and Quan is also very powerful, but I don't know how to use a writing wheel. Quan said embarrassedly. Don't worry, Mr. is here. Forget it. I'm just a blind guy, and Zishui's illusion skills have surpassed me. Yuyu said helplessly. Ji Shui scratched his head embarrassingly. Have you surpassed your uncle? I have to work hard. I'm not the most suitable person either. It's up to you, Itachi. Seeing Shishui's encouraging eye, Itachi's expression became unnatural. Izumi looked at Itachi expectantly. I don't have that much free time. Sorry, Quan. Itachi said calmly, and the lively atmosphere dissipated instantly. It's okay, Itachi. Quan replied with a smile, but was very sad in his heart. Shishui could only shake his head. Understanding Itachi's intention, Itachi never relaxed for a moment and kept working hard. Grapefruit, remember that a sentence is collapsed and a tall man is standing on it. Good to do it step by step. Don't be too anxious. Quick success will only bring harm. I see, uncle. Izumi is alone, right? Why don't you just stay here for the time being? Anyway, the red beans just happen to be gone, and Naruto will ask you to take care of it. That's fine. My husband is still as lazy as ever. I have never seen him practice cultivation for several years. He is always able to lie down and never sit, and if he can sit, he never stands. Izumi didn't expect to become someone's nanny when he first came here, but I heard Naruto is a monster. Wouldn't it be dangerous? Thank you very much. Don't worry, I will pay the wages. This is the standard for A-level task. I will show it to the old man. Really dangerous. Izumi feels that his future is bleak. A rank is a task that requires a Junin to perform. Senior, I will try my best. Seeing that Kwan's heart was ashes, Zishui and Itachi couldn't help laughing. Although Naruto is naughty, he is still a very good boy. You are still laughing. I understand that you brought me here today to harm me. The temperature in the room dropped rapidly, and Kwan couldn't help shaking his shoulder. Did you feel suddenly cold? Gentlemen, Shishui couldn't help but reminded. Sorry, it's just that the rumors in the village recently made me very unhappy. The chill disappeared, and the temperature in the room returned to normal. Kwan realized what was going on just now, and couldn't help but feel a little scared. I'm sorry, I didn't scare you. Some senior officials of Konoha are getting more and more arrogant. It's time to show up. They seem to have forgotten my existence. Some people at the top are going to be unlucky, and Shisui and Itachi look at each other for nothing. It doesn't matter, senior. I am also at fault. Haha, Yuzu, look at what a good girl. But you can rest assured that you don't need to take care of me for long. This time Yu trained 3 people at the same time, and divided 2 clones and 2 children to practice against each other, and the main body was responsible for the conditional water stop. Yu suppressed it to the same level as Ji Shui, and he fought back and forth, except that Ji Shui did not use a kaleidoscope. Even so, Izumi next to him was done. If it was me, it might not last for 30 seconds. Right. Liang Rao's speed was extremely fast and did not leave the scope of the wheel-riding eye. He could still see it, but his body movements couldn't keep up. The hearty battle made Itachi also become enthusiastic, and now he can't even beat his uncle's clone, but as long as he worked hard, he can definitely fight with his uncle's body. Fighting until the evening, the 3 of them lay on the ground breathless. The high-intensity battle was too heavy, but today they have gained a lot and are constantly approaching. On the other hand, Yu blushed and stood silently aside. This is the end of today's training. Yes. After Yu left the wood, Kwan moved his sore shoulders and followed. Ouch, it hurt. When Yu walked away, Zishui let out a wailing, and the bones seemed to be broken. To save face and suffer, Itachi gave Zishui a white look, but it really hurt. Uncle, why did you bring another sister back? Of course I'm taking care of you. Is there any progress today? Yu hurriedly asked. Well, it's funny that she ran away shyly, Naruto said helplessly, and Hinata was always surrounded by people from Hinata's family. These guys were really watching, and it seemed that they were scared of being stolen by Union Village. Naruto will take care of you in the future. You must be obedient. I will ask you for this month. Don't worry, senior. Izumi looked at Naruto curiously. This child is about the same age as Sasuke. Why is this child a monster? Sister Kwan, I am Naruto Uzumaki. Please give me more advice in the future. Well, I'm Izumi Uchiha. Please give me more advice in the future. After the 2 sides got to know each other, Yu left the villa and came to Hujong Pavilion to continue to comprehend the law. Kwan was very curious about this. Senior, what are you doing? I don't know what my uncle is doing. He basically goes to the pavilion in the middle of the lake every night. The barrier rose. Yu opened her eyes and looked at the starry sky. Sandian village Wuji has also obtained the reincarnation of his own life in exchange for the information that he told the mother-in-law Chio. Finally got it. This old lady's puppet technique is really amazing. It was the first time I played against a top puppet master that I understood the power of a puppet. There were many hidden weapons, and almost every joint part was a weapon. The puppet of the 100-footed guy is simply scum. It takes about a month to find a cave subordinate to reincarnate with peace of mind, and the day when Kushina wakes up is coming soon. Thinking of Wuji, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Naruto should be going to school soon. Right. I don't know how the seal on the main body was broken. Lulin's Lin felt that the whole person was not well. Obviously, the teacher was the first generation of Long Ying to throw the burden on him. If she hadn't come back for so long, she would have been exposed if she hadn't been taking care of her. I want to be free. In the middle of the night, Yunxian village let out an unwilling roar. Chapter 196 Jushinai Awaken. A month has passed, and Kwan's mission has been completed. In a month, Kwan has learned a lot, and the most important thing is to know a lot of hobbies about Itachi. For example, he liked to eat 3 color balls and crows. When he left, Yu even gave a lot of special lowly clothes and white silk. I believe Itachi will like it. Alas, these were originally intended to be reserved for Zishui. Who is reading me? Shishui, who was on a mission, couldn't help sneezing. Thank you, uncle. After getting to know each other well, Kwan also called Uncle Yu together with Itachi, although this uncle was not much older than them. Hehe, it's nothing. Konoha's clothes are too simple. Yu thought that getting the style of her previous life clothes here would definitely make a lot of money. Kwan returned to the village happily. Yu quietly waited for the arrival of the other half. He should have been reincarnated. Sure enough, the moon was half hanging, and Yu felt the existence of Wuji. It finally here. Suddenly standing up, Yu, who placed a powerful barrier, flew over with the induction, and the soul connection was immediately established. 20 kilometers away from Konoha, Yeha and Wuji meet. Let's get started, Yu said impatiently. After laying down the barrier, the ice coffin appeared in front of the 2 of them, and Yu saw the appearance of Kushina next time through the image passed by Wuji. Sister Kushina, you are about to wake up soon. Are you not happy? Yu smiled and hugged Kushina. Her sister was still as beautiful as before. Let's start. It is good. After the seal was formed, the palm glowed with turquoise light and pressed it down. A huge amount of spiritual energy and vitality poured in, and Wuji clearly felt that the lifespan of the body was decreasing, and gradually frowned. What wrong? This technique is poisonous. There were some white hairs on Wuji's head, and Wuji didn't see the law of this technique until after the reincarnation of Jisheng was over. It turns out that this technique requires a person's life, and the life expectancy limit of an ordinary person is 120 years, and he paid 115 years of life, plus the life expectancy of almost 120 years in the past few years when Wuji was born. Even if it is as strong as Wuji, its face is very haggard and its lifespan is poor, not much more than a third. Kushina's face was ruddy, and her eyelashes trembled slightly. Are you okay? It's okay, it's just a bit of a consumption. Wuji leaned against the tree and didn't want to move. Yu stared at Kushina, and after 3 hours, Kushina finally woke up. Her bright eyes opened and she looked around with difficulty. This is where the hoarse voice came, and Yu hurriedly fed Jukes and water. Finally woke up. Sister. The blurred figure gradually became clearer, and a familiar face came into view. Yu, am I dead? Why? You just slept for a long time. Wooden, the technique of the Zhu family. A house appeared behind him. Yu put Kushina on the bed, and it took a long time for Kushina to clear her mind. When he died in the first place, Yu kept him alive for 5 years. After swallowing the medicinal pill, Jushinai has almost recovered, and she also understands that the Wuji she saw at the beginning was actually Yu, who was very angry for a while. However, I was very moved to hear the care of Naruto over the year. Naruto has grown up well. It's great to have your brother. I'm so lucky. Hehe. It's good for my sister to wake up. Naruto is very naughty. It's better for you to take care of it in the future. It's really hard for this child. I must try my best to make up for the missing love. With a sigh, the mountain in my heart finally fell, and the water gate was next. If you lose too much spiritual power and vitality at once, it is extremely difficult to move. Hey, do you have any sympathy? Carry me on the bed anyway. I'm the patient now. It seems okay to be able to talk. Roll. Sorry, I didn't expect to pay such a large price. Kushina said distressed-edly that she had paid too much to revive her. Yu put Wuji on the bed, and Wuji was limply attached to the bed, which seemed to have been abolished recently. Hey, it doesn't matter. Big sister, don't want this body. Just make one when you want. And your eyes really don't matter. Of course, it will be back soon. Kushina was still not used to the 2 younger brothers who appeared in front of her, so she had to get used to it slowly. The 3 seemed to have endless things to say together, until Tianming Yeyu left a clone to take care of the 2 of them, and returned to the village by himself. It took 3 days for Wuji to fully recover. After Jushinai recovered, he did not want to return to Konoha. He was even more delighted to get Zuyandan, and he no longer knew how to repay his brother's kindness. Kushina, who was breathing fresh, felt that she had never been so comfortable before, and Wuji's long hair that had not changed to black, but had added a lot of white silk. What? Is there something wrong with my sister? There seems to be that stinky fox's chakra in the body. Kushina pouted, feeling a little uncomfortable without the fox in her body, and the fox had moved into Naruto's body. Really? Sister Kushina, would you like to try it? Okay, I'll try. When the red bubbles appeared, it exploded to 9 tails, but Kushina didn't lose her mind. Is it possible to reach the 9 tails with one-step transformation? It seems to be the same as the golden horn and the silver horn. Then the red light shot straight into the sky and was wrapped in a layer of black jade, completing the second stage of transformation. This, Sister Kushina, are you okay? I'm fine. This power is so strong. Controlling a tail easily interrupted the tree, and quickly circled around Wuji, and Wuji immediately followed. It actually caught up. Jushingna said in surprise. Wuji laughed shyly. There are no other special skills in the second order transformation of the 9 tails. Some only have powerful strength and speed. The real surprise is Wuji. 9-tailed second order controlled by Kushina was about to catch up with him. Flicking the 9 tails, the overwhelmed large area collapsed, and the black-tailed beast jade in the mouth condensed and exuded a dangerous atmosphere. When did you learn it? Kushina didn't answer Wuji until the gathering was completed and spit it out. Danger. The virtual dog cannon made the entire forest tremble, and Konoha felt a slight tremor. Huh, it's comfortable. I didn't know this, and it seemed that I learned it out of nowhere. It seems that you have completely absorbed the power of the 9 tails. Wuji said seriously. Probably. I know a lot. The white air cannon in the mouth opened a channel with a diameter of 1 meter. It's amazing. These are abilities that can only be used by the 9 tails, and the power that the 9 tails can only use when they lose their mind. Hee. I'm amazing. Yes, my sister is the best, but now it's time to withdraw. Konoha's Anbu is about to come to the door. Sorry, let go. Kushina, who had reacted, quickly apologized, feeling a little overwhelmed. After destroying the house, the 2 quickly left the place, and it didn't take long for Anbu to come to investigate. Chapter 197 Vixen. Captain, is this? What the hell happened here? It caused so much damage. Kakashi frowned deeply. This destructive power was simply appalling. The 10 meters in front front were directly flattened, which should have been caused by an explosion. Record it and report yes. The third generation stood up immediately after seeing Kakashi's report. How could this be caused by the tailed beast? Which village did Zuli come here? What do you want to do? Raise your alert immediately. Yes. Anbu was dispatched one after another, and the three generations went to the scene in person, and there was still a small amount of tailed bees in the air. Chakra, it is more certain that the tail or Zuli of other villages did it. Kushina in the distance has already retreated from the half-tailed bee's transformation, sticking out his tongue playfully. He has never used such a powerful nine-tailed chakra before. Wuji is secretly calculating. The nine tails were taken away half by Minato, and two tails were cut off by himself, and the nine tails were all chakra gathered on the tail, which means that Kushina got almost 1/9 of the nine tails. The power of, and it seemed to be completely absorbed and controlled. Kushina suddenly felt that her body was extremely hot, and her eyes were red with sharp teeth and claws. What going on? I don't know. It's so sad. Jushinai crouched on the ground in pain. Wuji panicked. Yuyu's clone hurriedly disbanded, and Rao Yeyu stood up immediately while humming the drum. What's wrong with uncle? Stay here and don't go anywhere. Seeing Yuyu's serious expression, Naruto nodded obediently. Yuyu turned into a streamer and rushed to Kushina's location. When she arrived, she saw Kushina's fur grow out of Wuji's perspective. Kushina is going to become a vixen. Chenkin seals the magic seal. The two of them turned into yin and yang fish in the air and spun rapidly, turning into a gossip array. Jushinai let out a painful scream. A gossip engraving appeared on the eyebrow, and the fluffy claws disappeared. Yuyu felt extremely fortunate at this time. Fortunately, she had become an incarnation outside her body, or else Kushina would be finished alone. He breathed a sigh of relief and thought about the reason, and tried hard to look through the memory. The situation just now was very similar to Sora. I remember that Sora collected the chakra that was scattered in the air and implanted it into the body, which caused a mess. One arm becomes a fox paw. Just the chakra escaping in the air can make Sora grow into a four-tailed pattern, and Sora doesn't fully absorb control. Now that Kushina has gotten 1/9 of the nine-tailed chakra, she has completely digested it. Looking at the unconscious Kushina Yeyu, she swallows. Sister Kushina will not really become the second nine-tailed, right? How do I know? It was the two tails you sealed at the beginning. Fart. We cut it together. Yuyu couldn't help but be furious. How could he bring Kushina to meet Naruto in this situation? It's a real monster when he sees him, and he definitely thinks he is a monster. How to do it? The two of them were in a cold sweat, and the seal of the Chenkin seal could only be suppressed for a while. If it was broken and completely turned into a fox, it would be really excellent. Yuyu couldn't help but see the scene of Minato seeing Kushina. I'm afraid he will hack him and commit suicide. But the nine tails are lucky, the first-tailed beast of the same kind in history. In the future, if you get married, you may have a litter of nine-tailed quack. Calm down. Why don't you let my sister's chakra empty? It won't change without the tailed beast chakra. This is just a plan to slow down the army. My sister's power has been completely integrated with the nine-tailed chakra, and half of the chakras I train are nine-tailed chakras. Then I won't refine it in the future. It's almost a tailed beast now, and even if you sleep, chakra will automatically recover. Isn't that the end? The two looked at each other in dismay, and the input of spiritual power investigation confirmed the previous conjecture. Let run. You have to practice quickly to the point of breaking the void. Yuyu said to himself that he should only cut one section at the beginning, and the nine tails accounted for almost half of the chakra. This time it might be really fun. You must make a device that absorbs chakra all the time. Grab the shark muscle. I'm afraid it will endure. The shark muscle is strong and it can't suck a tailed beast. And the chakra of Jushinai's own sister is huge. The two of them choked at the same time, absorbing Kushina's huge chakra together, and the beard under Kushina's nose turned to ashes. This is not a beard like Naruto but a real beard. It took a long time to absorb it completely, and Kushina woke up and found that she had no strength in her body. When Yukina almost fainted again when she heard the news, it might as well be dead. Squatting in the corner crying sadly. Sister, don't be sad. Think about the nine-tailed GG. How powerful. And maybe if you are skilled in the operation, you can become a human if you want to become a human, and if you want to become a fox, you will become a fox. It's all your fault. It's better to die. It's better than turning into a fox now. Sister, this is wrong. What's wrong with the fox demon? My master has a lot of fox demons in the world, and they are all big beauty. You are nine-tailed, but you are the most advanced bloodline. Yes, of course, many people like fox demons. Not a few get married and have children. Yuyu started the great trick again, and Kushina was dazed by the trick and reluctantly accepted her current identity. In the future, chakra can't stay too much. You can only practice the number, and you have to consume it all the time. Yuyu is thinking about whether to give Kushina a pair of riding wheels, but when he thought of Nagato again, he gave up the idea. The physique of the Whirlpool clan can even bear the chakra of reincarnation. If their eyes are not so beautiful, a pair of riding eyes is probably useless. In the end, it was decided that Jushinai would go to Yongxian village first and then find a way. Taking Kushina to visit Naruto Naruto. Kushina couldn't help shedding tears, thinking about hugging the child in the past, but the situation is very unstable now. Ninetales woke up suddenly and looked around. This familiar feeling is the other half. Impossible. The other half was brought into the belly of death by that bastard of the 4th generation. Thinking of the 4th generation, I hate it so much that the tower is not complete, and I think that Yu cut off its 2 tails is equally hateful. Now the missing tail has grown but is only half as long as before, and it looked very twisted. Who is it? Probably the guy who got some of my chakra. Ninetales remembered that the 2 guys who were swallowed by it before were still alive. Sister Jushinai should go. I will take good care of Mingrao, Yu said softly. Stepping on Phaegian with tears in her eyes. Yu was worried that Ninetales would find out if she didn't leave. Kushina reluctantly looked at the more and more villages below, hurting herself. Mother, Naruto murmured to himself, looking at the direction where Kushina left. Chapter 198. Riding Jian Wuji and taking Jushinai to Yunxian village. He sneaked into Yunxian pavilion and saw the copywriting being corrected. Lin, clap. Lin heard the familiar voice and the pen fell to the ground, excitedly jumped over the table and jumped in front of Wuji to release the transformation. Teacher, you're finally back. It great. Cough cough. Haven't you been doing well recently? Good. You seem to be kidding me. Not to mention it good to mention that Lin directly fries her hair. Is this something that people do? Very bad. Teacher, since you are back, you should do your duty. Wuji felt dizzy when he saw the mountains of copywriting and couldn't come. Let's not talk about this. I can bring a secret guest this time. You will definitely be surprised. The corners of Wuji's mouth rose. Lin couldn't help looking behind the door curiously. The breath of the Nine-Tail. Did this kid bring the power of the Nine-Tail? Isofra muttered to himself, trying to communicate with Kushina. Kushina immediately got a message, and a wisp of consciousness seemed to be calling her. Gee. Kushina tried to respond, and a monster covered in armor appeared in his mind. This seems to be the king. Kura, human, 3-tailed. In the spiritual world, a beast and a half-fox looked at each other. What happened? Why did you appear in my spiritual world? This roar. In order to resolve the embarrassment, Sanwei put on a fierce look, roaring and staring at Kushina. Jushinai suddenly became angry. How dare you be so arrogant in the spiritual world of my mother? The Vajra chain instantly rushed out of the body and entangled the 3-tailed, and the 3 tails were shocked. What kind of power is this? Disconnected immediately. Wuji saw that Kushina didn't come in for a long time and went out to see what was going on. Just 2 steps away, Kushina finally walked in, and Lin was completely stunned. Miss Jushinai. Sure enough, it's you, Lin. Lin has grown a lot taller. I'm not dreaming, am I? Wuji patted Lin on the back of the head hard. Pain is not a dream. The 2 women hugged tightly. After hugging, Kushina squinted at Lin's belly. Was Sanwei the monster that the intelligence explained back then? Didn't expect to be here. After chatting for a long time, I understood the whole story. The 2 people who had died miraculously came back to life. Lin even looked at Wuji with admiration. The teacher is really powerful. Teacher, Sanwei is looking for you. Oh, Wuji's powerful consciousness stepped into the pool. Stinky boy, what's the matter with this woman? How did I feel the breath of Nine-Tailed? Because she is the 9-tailed person who took office. It is normal to have some 9-tailed chakras in her stamina. Wuji said as a matter of course, if you tell Sanwei Kushina that he is about to become the 2nd generation of 9-tailed, the ghost knows if Sanwei will also want to make a small 3-tailed. Yeah, the wife is the 9-tailed person Zuli. Lin also said aside. Well, it's almost embarrassing. You are human. Roll. A roar drove Wuji out. Lin didn't leave until the night, and Wuji stayed by Kushina's side. The seal had gradually dissipated, and Kushina's chakra was recovering quickly. Sister, how are you feeling? My body is a little itchy, as if something is about to come out. Forehead. Seeing that Jushinai's eyes gradually turned into beast pupil, he quickly absorbed Jushinai's chakra. The pure and incomparable power made Wuji very comfortable, and sure enough, the chakra of the tail beast was no worse than spiritual power. The chakra subsided, and Kushina's face was pale, but she felt powerless, and the red beast pupils changed back. Oh, it's not a long-term solution after all. Will I really become 9-tailed? Kushina quietly looked at Wuji. Not good. How could my elder sister become 9-tailed? I will definitely think of a way. Looking at Wuji's firm gaze, Kushina smiled knowingly. I'm very satisfied to see Naruto in my life. Really? That great. You see that Naruto is a 9-tailed man, and Minato-san's resurrection will also be a 9-tailed man, so a litter of foxes will make more money. Crack. Kushina crushed the armrest of the chair, and Wuji's eyebrows twitched, as if a big event had happened. Mom, I also believe in evil. It disappeared in the blink of an eye, leaving Kushina to vent her anger in play. Wake up, many dreamers. The next day, Wuji separated 400 avatars to teach the children to practice. Chuan Haruka became a teacher at the ninja school, and Xianglin was also among the students. When Kushina learned that there were other people of the Uzumaki clan, she immediately became closer than her own sisters, and she took care of Xianglin and felt much less resentful. It dangerous. Wiped off his sweat, he flipped through the Taoist scriptures and brought almost all the books. What's wrong with becoming a fox demon? The nine-tailed beauty fox is so great. Which of the legendary nine-tailed foxes is not the one who conquered the country and the city? While flipping through the pages, he mumbled, wondering if there was a way for the nine tails to take back and eradicate this power. But when the nine tails knew about Kushina, wouldn't it be exciting to turn into a monster? Is this a different kind of daughter? What should I do if the water is green? It's so exciting. Quack. Yeyu, you still have 30 seconds to leave your last word. The cold voice came. Wuji turned his head with difficulty, and the diamond chain bound Wuji. This is your sister. A sense of powerlessness is humming. What kind of weak ill is this? What a chakra block can be locked? Sister, if you have something to say, don't do it. Kushina laughed evilly, but no matter how she looked, she could see the faint charm in her eye. Done. The fox attribute has really awakened. You couldn't imagine what it would be like to use these heaven-defying sealing technique when Jushinai really became a tailed beast. It is estimated that even a generation of nine-tailed animals can be tortured to death. After the battle, Wuji continued to study Taoism, while Jushinai tried his best to use chakra. Lulin Border always remembered deafening explosion. In the land of rain, the Akatsuki organization welcomes a new member, Dried Persimmon Ghost Shark. After seeing Obito, he didn't immediately join the Akatsuki organization. After 2 years of hard work, he joined Akatsuki and directly challenged Pain, but he lost without any suspense. What kind of power is this? After just a few rounds, I knew that it was absolutely impossible to defeat this guy. His ability was really weird, and it was definitely more terrifying than the juggernaut he had met before. Loquat Shizang was naturally very happy to see his fellow villagers, especially after seeing the shark muscle. He remembered the path and wanted to test whether the newcomer was eligible to use the shark muscle, and the result was miserable. I feel very uncomfortable. The organization probably can't find anyone weaker than me, right? It's all a bunch of bakomono. Blue skinny shiitake mushroom. When he learned that the ghost shark was also defeated by the sword saint, he looked at the ghost shark with pity. Hey, don't think you can look at me like this because you are a senior. I don't need sympathy. No, I am lamenting our fate. I was abused by the sword saint, and I was the kind who was powerless to fight back. What? The way the ghost shark looked at Loquat Shizang was also different. I didn't expect it to be a patient. The feeling of sympathy arises spontaneously. What brings us together here? Same experience. G. Chapter 199. The existence that should not exist. You're back. Yes, but he was so weak that I didn't bring him back. That's it. Pain fell silent as he stared at the rain curtain outside the house. You really don't need to worry about that guy Wuji. He's in Lulin. Leave him alone for now. He is a smart person and won't tell our secret, but he knows your true identity. Xiaonan was a little uneasy. Wuji had grown to this point at such a young age, and even escaped under Tiandao Pain. Pai Baiju, just keep an eye on it. Ah, the Baiju sent over is dead. Baiju has no strength, but his concealment ability is superb. Even if it is difficult for him to find out, it should be said that if he wants to hide him, there is no way. This guy is really tough. He has established his own ninja village and recruited many wandering ninjas. We also need more companions. Xiaonan flew out in the second time, but the powerhouses at the Shangnin level were still too weak. They had to be at the shadow level or at the shadow level. No matter how bad they were, they had to have special ability. No one who reads the information has a good eye, and they can only become peripheral members. Wuji pondered and thought to no avail, so he thought of Uncle Snake. I hope Uncle Snake can give me a little help, otherwise I can only find the fox. After staying for a long time, Wuji left Yongxian village, and Lin took over Wuji's job again. She was so depressed that she wanted to vomit blood. Flying to the country of Tien to look for the trace of Orochimaru, I met an unexpected person in the country of Tien. Isn't this a little junior sister? The two of them stared at each other on the street. Brother, who are you? Oh, you are the sword saint. It seems that you are Uchiha Yeyu's junior sister. Wuji said coldly, but he praised his wit in his heart, and Hongdu actually found it here. Well, why is the senior swordsman here? A cold snort ignored the red beans and disappeared directly into the crowd. This bastard is ignoring me. Isn't he a juggernaut? What the hell? In the future, you must let senior brother teach this guy a lesson. Hongdu stamped his feet angrily and left. Wuji changed his outfit and immediately returned to his original identity. Perfect. Sure enough, it's better to return to the original. I looked in the mirror and didn't find any problems before heading to Yinin village. Uncle Snake was so quick. Looking for Orochimaru Wuji directly, I met an unexpected person. Lord Yeyu didn't expect you to come here. The boy pushed his eyes and raised his head. Pharmacist Pocket, since you are here, you can save me from looking for it. Take me to see Uncle Snake. Yes. Yu Guang swept over and looked at Yeyu, but he didn't find Yeyu and actually knew him. It seemed that he had a very high status in Orochimaru's heart, and he couldn't help but feel a little proud. Is this the proud disciple that Lord Orochimaru often talks about? This scent is really unusual. It made people feel that they are strong at a glance. Wuji looked at this 12 or 13-year-old boy, an interesting little guy. Tu was very humble along the way, and respectfully brought Yeyu to the stronghold of Orochimaru. Lord Yeyu, Lord Orochimaru is inside. The two entered the room, and Orochimaru was reading a book. You're here, Yiyu. Yeah, you got a nice assistant. Hey, this kid is very smart. You should go back to Konoha. Yes, respectfully. Wei Wei bowed and backed out. Hehe, Uncle Snake hasn't seen you for a few years and still look like this. Don't you look like this too? I wonder if you learned the yin seal from Tsunade. But you stopped even growing. Orochimaru put down the book and looked at the avatar outside his body with interest. Wuji felt uncomfortable all over. Orochimaru still maintained such an appearance. It seemed that he was reincarnated using a dead body. Uncle Snake, I saw another disciple of yours today, and Hongdu actually found himself. Could this be the legendary telepathy? Seeing Wuji's mirth, Orochimaru knew what disgusting things this guy was thinking. Tell me, what are you doing with me? As expected of Uncle Snake, I have something to do with you today. There was no joke on Wuji's face, and Orochimaru's face also became serious. After talking for a long time, Orochimaru understood the meaning of Wuji, and his face was incredible. How is this possible? Absorb the power of the tailed beast and become a tailed beast. Yeah, this is impossible. At most it can only use the power of the tailed beast. But now she does have a tendency to become a tailed beast, and her genes are slowly changing. The refined chakras are all tailed beast. Unbelievable. But you said that she completely integrated part of the body of the tailed beast without distinguishing from each other. Well, if it wasn't for my suppression, I might have turned into a tailed beast. Orochimaru turned into a frenzy after being shocked. If he knew the secret, wouldn't he be able to mass-produce tailed beast? Needless to say, everyone knows how terrifying the tailed beast is. The village's nuclear weapon. Who is she? Well, Sister Kushina. Kukina should be dead. I kept a ray of life back then and now I'm resurrected. Orochimaru gave Wuji a thumbs up. Awesome. The research and exploration of life may have been ahead of him. I hope Uncle Snake can stop this chain, because I'm really afraid of death. Seeing Wuji's leading eye, Orochimaru couldn't help but laugh. You are also afraid sometimes. You even dare to lie to the White Snake Immortal. You don't even know how strong the old lady is now. With the power of the nine tails and the powerful vortex bloodline, the chakra has reached the sky, and the chakra, which is larger than the average tailed beast, is completely learned by the tailed beast. Sealing technique. Wuji said it almost with a roar, and when he thought of the scene of being beaten up, his scalp tingled, just about to cry. Forehead. The smile on Orochimaru's face gradually disappeared, and he sucked in a breath of cold air. Who can resist the terrifying sealing technique of the Whirlpool family? You shouldn't have resurrected her. It's a completely unreasonable existence and shouldn't exist in this world. Orochimaru said very seriously. Once the transformation of the tailed beast was completed, it became a complete monster. The perfect tail or killer force is already considered the highest combat power in the ninja world, and Kukina's state is stronger than any tail or killer force. But now that it has been resurrected, I can't be strangled to death, right? Wuji rolled his eye. That's what happened anyway. Let's see what to do. If you don't cure it, you may not be able to see your lovely scoundrel. Wuji put on the posture that a dead pig is not afraid of being scalded by boiling water. Orochimaru's thin face couldn't help twitching. Now that the village has just been built for 2 years, what happened? Hey, you can send Kushina over here first. Let's get to know the situation first. No problem. Uncle Snake, you are so kind to me. I need the medicine pill. The medicine pill is gone. Understood. I'm going to refine it now. Uncle Snake agreed to help Wuji and left the stronghold happily. Doesn't this guy have good eyes? Sure enough, this bastard is preparing to do bad things again. At first I heard that Yiyu was blind, but I was worried for a long time. But when I saw it today, it was not at all, and the rumors can't be believed. The pharmacist who went back to Konoha saw Yiyu by the lake was stunned for a while. Shouldn't Yiyu talk to Lord Orochimaru about things? How is it here? And pretended to be blind. That old man is very bad. Stepping hurriedly into Konoha, Yiyu moved towards the entrance of the village with a sense of heart, and glanced at it to be more certain. What a pretend. Chapter 200. Kushina, lie here. Orochimaru's hoarse voice and evil smile made Kushina uncomfortable. Is it really okay for Yiyu? Don't worry, old lady. Who am I, an Uncle Snake? We are absolutely invincible when we join forces. The smile of promised sunshine reassured Kushina a lot, and her image of Orochimaru still stayed before she did not defect. Orochimaru took out the needle and planned to draw a blood test first. Wow, live injection. Come on, eggplant. Kushina cooperated with the scissors and a sweet smile appeared on her face. Crack. After taking a few pictures in a row, Wuji put away the camera contentedly, although the environment was a little dark. Bastard. In a fit of rage, Kushina kicked Wuji away. How could I cooperate with this bastard? Orochimaru's hand holding the needle was stunned for a long time, and Wuji flew out before realizing it, his face extremely gloomy. How am I putting up such a thing? Should have been strangled to death in the first place. Too embarrassing. Cough cough. Uncle Snake continues to treat quickly. Don't make trouble. Yes yes yes. Wuji, who got up, only felt chest tightness, and Kushina's strength became stronger. After drawing some blood, I picked up the horns of the 8 tails for comparison. Looks like I'm going to be here for a long time. Kushina was lying on the operating table table, staring at the ceiling empty. If she became a fox, how would she see Minato? Yeah, don't worry, old lady, there are me and Uncle Snake. There was no way for Wuji to walk away during this period of time. Lin was numbly trapped in Yunxian Pavilion to work every day. Why did she have the idea of being a Hokage in the first place? Those who want to be Hokage are absolutely idiots. Thinking about it, I remembered how Obito shouted to be Hokage at the beginning. At the same time, a major incident occurred in Wuin village, and the Shueiji Bianji family was completely eliminated, and the Shueiji family was regarded as a symbol of ominous disaster. Shui Wuyu, the Zutori clan bear the brunt. The Shui Wuyu clan hides in Tibet. The Zutori clan chooses to fight hard. The Zutori clan is powerful and fights the entire village with the power of a clan, just like Uchiha's position in Konoha. The blood fog in Wuin village was even thicker. It was obvious that Wuin village had been retaliated by him badly, but Obito didn't feel any joy in his heart. I'm really an emotionless person. Obito laughed at himself and put on the mask again, no longer needed to disguise his height. Yu hasn't come to see me for a long time. Is there really an accident? The original conversation is still fresh in my memory. It seems that a trip to Konoha is necessary. The writing wheel lit up, and Yakura walked in. Lord Raikage, a new ninja village has appeared. It just came out, and this kind of thing is worth reporting. Seeing that Raikage was about to get angry, the assistant quickly added, this ninja village was founded by the Juggernaut. After he finished speaking, Raikage's fist was only 1 centimeter away from his face, and the fist wind blew his assistant's hair. Raikage has been getting more and more irritable recently, and it's all to blame. That kid Wuji, why did he build a ninja village as a swordsman? Raikage was a little puzzled. Wouldn't you be a good Juggernaut? I don't know. The ninja village is Yunxian village, and the leader is Long Ying. What kind of cat or dog dares to bark Ying? Lei Ying sneered. Back then, Sanjiao Hanzo was not a self-proclaimed demigod. A village can't be judged by its individual strength, but by its overall strength. Juggernaut is not a cat or a dog. According to the intelligence team's investigation, Yunxian village has plenty of medicinal herbs. As long as a few years pass, there will be a lot of strong people. Where did the medicine pill come from? I don't know that. The assistant waved his hand regretfully and handed the information of the investigation to the 4th generation Raikage. I was stunned when he saw that every family in Yunxian village had pills, and there were all kinds of pills from the 1st to 4th order. It is conservatively estimated that Yunxian village has at least 100,000 medicinal pills, and I looked at the tissue paper in his hand in disbelief. 100,000. The entire Union village is less than 10,000. Right. Immediately investigate carefully. Wuji Sword Saint may be an alchemist. Although Lei Ying is reckless, he is not an idiot. It is impossible for a small country to spend so much money to buy it, not to mention that the medicine has been out of stock for 2 years. Yes, Raikage-sama. I sat on the chair. If Wuji is really an alchemist, it would be interesting. Presumably other villages also know about it. Right. HMPA. Once the status of Yunxian village is confirmed, the old guy Hokage and the kid Kayuki will definitely protect Yunxian village. Yunxian village has just established the powerhouses, and there are too few strong ones. Wuji is too busy with Kushina to stop the exploration of the various villages. Lord Long Ying, there are a lot of people in the village. It doesn't matter. Don't bother. As long as it doesn't hurt the villagers, let them investigate. Lin said casually. Now the village has nothing but medicinal pills, and as long as they want medicinal pills, they won't do anything to the village. When the teacher comes back, everything is not a problem, because the teacher can really compete with a big country. Yes, Lord Longying. Lin breathed a sigh of relief when Jonan stepped down, fearing that the stuffing might be missed. Today's Yunxian village is very lively, because the village does not exclude anyone, and the only requirement is not to snatch and harm civilians and cause trouble. The ninjas of the 5 major countries and other forces met, just glanced at each other and hurried away. A few ninjas from the ninja village visited the ninja school curiously, disdainful of the education in Yunxian village, but the living standard of the extremely wealthy people is enviable. This peculiar architectural style is very harmonious with the clothes here. Wouldn't it be inconvenient to just wear such clothes to fight? Juggernaut is really a great person. Xiao Organization Scorpion and Xiao Nan also came to investigate. Compared with other candidates, Scorpion and Xiao Nan were the most normal one. A little bit of camouflage and mixed in. The people of Yunxian village are warm and hospitable, and the strange scenery is pleasing to the eye. There are 4 major landscapes outside Yunxian village. You can feel it at any time of the season. This village is really peaceful, like the country of soup. Do you forget the sad village? Xiaonan was very touched. It is not so much a ninja village as a tourist attraction. Yeah, I want to live here forever. Hehe. Scorpion smiled faintly. There is only peace here. If you can stay here and study puppet, there will be a great improvement. It can be determined that the swordsman is the alchemist. Every family here can receive an elixir every half a month, and what level of elixir can be received depends on the individual's contribution. The wind is blowing, and it will soon become peaceful here. Xiaonan is looking at the dark clouds in the sky and is gathering here. later. Yunxian Village or Sword Saint will affect the direction of the whole world. No matter which country and Lulin are allied with each other, they will welcome it. Come and develop at a high speed, just like the current country of fire. The gap with the other 4 countries has widened and sat firmly in the top 8. It was really too reckless at the beginning, and if you want to do it, you should leave Wuji behind. People from the 5 major countries have come, and the country of rain has lost its ability to compete.